As for the individuals that have slipped through the net, our new kinship network should expose the remainder. Vase grinned when he heard that. Good. The cosmopolitans need to be flushed out of our administration before they can rot our collective from within. Chapter 6431 Red Collective Factions. An hour before the start of the ceremony, Eliza led Vase and Lucky to a grand reception chamber where thousands of counselors and other high officials had gathered. Each of them were expected to lead the relatively small but highly promising super organization that may one day gain parity with the Red Association and the Red Fleet. They had to do a lot of work before they could turn this dream into a reality, and Vase certainly did not make their jobs easier by introducing the most groundbreaking mechs since the start of the Age of Mechs. This resulted in a rather ambivalent response towards his arrival. On the one hand, Vase single-handedly made it possible for the Red Collective to come into existence. Nobody forgot that Vase had castigated the Mechers and the Fleeters for their failure to address the needs of the common folk and created a political opening for the rise of a third super organization. Groups and individuals who previously saw no way to climb to the top of the hierarchy of human civilization eagerly pounced on this rare and precious opportunity to reform the current order. Yet not everyone supported Vase because of that. His past accomplishments could not be denied, but his future actions may lead the Red Collective to greatness, or utter ruination. The release of Carmen Mechs was not a good sign, and reminded everyone that he did not always have the best interests of the RC at heart. Though Vase already provided a valid and perfectly acceptable excuse to Eliza Mo-Ragadan, not everyone may be as accepting as his chief of staff. Still, he remained unrepentant. Not only did the evolution which force him to introduce Carmen Mechs to the public in a hurry, but Vase genuinely believed it was for the best for everyone. As a senior mech designer, he took his duty to his race and civilization seriously. He needed to retain and strengthen this mindset if he wanted to advance to the ranks of master and star designer one day. There was no way he would compromise his bright future in this profession in order to prioritize selfish gains. A few moments of silence passed as everyone acknowledged that Vase had arrived. Then they resumed their conversations as if nothing had happened. They had already shown the proper level of respect to the founder of the Red Collective. A familiar figure garbed in a similar but slightly plainer version of Ves's elaborate red robes approached from the side. Hierarch, Temple Commander Jackery, I have already resigned from that position after the pantheon of modern gods has completed its consolidation. Osan Jackery stated, I occupied an enviable position in the Temple of Destruction, but I eventually managed to become selected to represent the PMG as its senator in the upper council. My relationship with you has played a decisive role in my success. You have my gratitude for all of the aid that you have provided so far. I would have gone down with the Temple of Falsehood without your intervention. It only took a slight amount of effort for Vase to put in a good word for the former Temple commander, yet it was literally a career saver for the opportunistic fellow. The soon-to-be upper counselor therefore owed a huge debt of gratitude to Vase. This meant that the high-ranking member of the PMG had become one of his strongest allies and confidants in the upper council. As far as Vase was concerned, he had earned an insane amount of profit from this transaction. The thought of that put him in a good mood. The PMG made the right call. I do not know many people, but from what I can tell so far, you are all right. I am quite confident we can get along and cooperate well with each other. My thoughts are identical, Counselor Jackery said in an obviously flattering manner. The two slowly started to walk across the grand reception chamber. Lucky felt tired of being carried around. He hopped from Ves's arms and began to sniff about by himself. Vase was pretty sure that no one was allowed to bring any mechanical pets with them, but no one paid the gem cat any mind. It was nice to enjoy the privileges of power. While Lucky embarked on an unknown adventure, Osan Jackery gently brought Vase up to speed on matters that were not too sensitive to wait until they could speak in private. The Red Collective's factions have solidified. Several ones that you used to be familiar with have collapsed. Others have taken their place and attracted enough counselors to gain their own weight in the upper council. Which ones are there right now? Vase inquired. Well, our coalition of faiths and the Guardian Order are still the same as before. We constitute the two largest factions, though we also boast the lowest amount of cohesion due to gathering counselors from a large variety of states and organizations. Still, as long as we are strongly around a cause, we can amass a formidable amount of voting power. I see. What else? There are the usual four suspects. There is a faction for the Red Association, the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. Do note that there are councillors who are a part of the coalition of faiths or the guardian order that are also members of those four aforementioned factions. Councillor Astrid Jameson of the Red Fleet is a good example of that. None of the factions has prohibited dual memberships, partly because the factions need all of the councillors they can get, and also because none of the factions possess a particularly strong identity at the moment. Vase shrugged. I can't blame the councillors for that. The councillors from the Terran Alliance can never ignore the superstate that they are supposed to represent. It is still nice if we can count on them to help our coalition of faiths whenever possible. We can keep track of every councillor's degree of support and reward them accordingly. There was little else they could do about this. Factions did not constitute parties within the lower and upper councils because every councillor got elected or appointed to their positions based on individual merits, and not due to any party affiliations. The factions therefore served as fairly loose clubs where councillors with shared interests could convene and better coordinate their joint proposals and political actions. How is the League of Minor States doing? Vase asked. The League is also diverse, but it has experienced remarkably little upheaval. The councillors of many third-rate and second-rate states know that they are too weak when they are scattered. They do not have egos as strong as their first-class counterparts, so the League of Minor States has the strongest reason to remain united. One factor that you need to take note of is that the League has a much greater presence in the lower council. That made sense. Second-raters and third-raters held little power in today's society. The lower council existed to provide proper representation to their citizens, but that helped little with regards to the composition of the upper council. This meant that the League of Minor States still managed to become a political heavyweight in the Red Collective. It did not matter if they were lacking in upper councillors. As long as their lower councillors were numerous enough, they could block the passage of all sorts of bills. Over there are the councillors that have chosen to form the collective authority. Osan Jackery gestured to a group of councillors that had gathered in a secluded corner. As the name suggests, the collective authority believes in strengthening the Red Collective and centralizing as much power as possible. This faction is where the old authoritarians, centralists and wannabe empire builders have gathered. It has already built up a radical reputation due to its strong opposition towards dual memberships. The collective authority sounded like trouble. A large majority of stakeholders did not support centralization unless all of the power got concentrated in their direction. Since there were so many groups that had a significant stake in the Red Collective, it was impossible for one of them to monopolize all of the benefits. This should result in an equilibrium where no one could effectively gain decisive control over the Red Collective. The policies supported by the collective authority threatened to overthrow this tentative balance and introduce a lot of uncertainty. Any other factions that I should know about? Vase inquired as he politely nodded his head to a few familiar faces that aligned with him in the past. No, there are half a dozen minor factions, but they usually consist of 2 or 3 individual councillors. They are small interest groups at best and it is doubtful whether they will persist in a few years. They may be worth cooperating with if we are missing a number of crucial votes in the upper council, but you can leave them alone outside of that. The fact that there is only room for 150 senators limits the degree of splintering. I understand. From our perspective, which factions will we cooperate with the most according to your judgment? It is too early to tell. Osan Jackery shook his head. We should be able to gain the cooperation of the Terran and Rubarthan factions in any proposals that weaken the power of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Aside from that, we do not have a strong synergy with the other factions. The collective authority is strongly opposed to our coalition of faiths because we are in favor of decentralizing the Red Collective. Please keep that in mind. Vase had mixed feelings about that. The collective authority could actually increase Ves's authority if it had its way. Yet any form of centralization would weaken the sects, of which many different religious organizations planned to transition into. There were too many advantages to gaining the status of sects, most notably a legal way to gain power and a license to spread their influence over human society. Giving more power to sects would result in greater diversity in thought and practice, but it would also shift a lot of focus and important resources from the Red Collective itself. A balance needed to be found between the two sides. Neither of them could be allowed to gain all of the power. As Councillor Jackery continued to explain the most up-to-date power dynamic within the upper and lower councils, a chime suddenly sounded. A pair of massive double doors slowly parted open. Just behind the door stood a man with a military dress uniform. The sergeant-at-arms loudly bellowed his instructions with augmented lungs. Esteemed councillors, please enter the Shrine of Light and take your assigned places. Know that your every word and deed will be recorded in the annals of red humanity, so be mindful how you act. The counselors all fell silent and began to exit the grand reception chamber in an orderly fashion. It was rather impressive to see them all move so harmoniously despite the fact that they had already made enemies among themselves. Lucky returned to Vess's side and chose to hover next to the mech designer as if he was a floating fashion accessory. His appearance looked quite out of place among all of the solemn-faced and formally dressed counselors, but Vase actually liked how the cat caused him to stand out from the crowd. As soon as Vase passed the threshold and entered the Shrine of Light, he immediately learned why it got its name. The rays of light emitted by Xianxia's trinary stars shone through the crystalline materials that made up the astral octagon and illuminated the most central and sacred hall with astonishing rays of light. A combination of beautiful white light rays and a scattering of dispersed rainbow color rays all shone and reflected on the bright and crystalline floor and furniture. Though the people who were more sensitive towards light than usual had to dim their vision, Vase thought the Shrine of Light looked enchanting. There was a strong concentration of extraordinary energies, and they did not solely originate from the 3 stars that powered the Xianxia central star node. There were a bunch of other strong energy sources buried beneath the crystal floor. Vase could sense their threat and potency much clearer now that he had come close. Chapter 6432 Pure and Light. The Shrine of Light was a remarkable architectural work. The enormous chamber that was located in the very center of the astral octagon obtained its light from all sorts of external sources, most notably the trinary stars that supplied the Xianxia central star node with a lot of light and energy. The Dyson swarms that intercepted a significant fraction of the outgoing electromagnetic radiation still let out enough illumination to light up much of the astral octagon's interior. It took precise calculations and a lot of artistic imagination to shape light into art. This was especially the case when the Shrine of Light had to look good at every hour of the day. Throw in the orbital mechanics of the astral octagon, Lorraine and the motion of other large light-reflecting objects, the calculations quickly turned dizzyingly complex. Vase knew a thing or two about light, crystals and optics, but he felt as if he was a small child compared to the architects and designers who masterminded the creation of the Shrine of Light. This was because the crystals did not only shape light, they also shaped the passage of E-energy. Vase did not know what hyper-materials had been used to produce this subtle effect, but Vase could clearly feel that the crystals had significantly reduced the passage of negative E-energy radiation, while also increasing the concentrating positive E-energy radiation towards the center of the astral octagon. This caused everyone to feel lighter, more optimistic and more hopeful. The people that kept entering the Shrine of Light from different directions all felt as if their burdens had lifted and that red humanity was no longer doomed. It was heavenly. He strongly suspected that a star designer like the Plasma Shaper or the Dimensional Architect was responsible for conceiving this magnificent space. As a mech designer with a strong appreciation for both science and art, he continued to remain dazzled by the unique and dynamic interplay between white and colored light rays. Nothing looked artificial. The massive chamber that was large enough to house starships offered a huge amount of space to showcase momentary objects painted by specific combinations of light rays. From pyramids to peacocks, the light show constantly created new illusions that looked so ethereal that Vase felt as if he had stepped into a heavenly theater. He could tell that he was far from the only person who became impressed by the sight. The Shrine of Light quickly earned its way to the list of heritage sites due to brilliant architectural design. Soon enough, the counselors split in half. Those in darker red robes ascended one flight of stairs and sat on their designated crystal seats. Those in brighter red robes ascended 2 flights of stairs. They soon stepped foot on an enormous rectangular crystal platform where their crystal seats, thrones awaited their arrival. Naturally, Vase received instructions to claim the crystal throne that was placed in the center of the front row. This was a silent confirmation that he was most likely able to claim the highest position in the upper throne. Vase exchanged a brief look with Counselor Jackery. The senator from the pantheon of modern gods did not possess a high status within the upper council, so he had to sit much further behind. The two nodded, before they went their separate ways. None of the counselors were accompanied by bodyguards or assistants at this time. Their followers could only wait around in a waiting room or take their places at the general seating places. Hundreds of thousands of guests had arrived to witness the founding ceremony in person. Many of them were leaders in their respective states, but the Red Collective also made sure that enough ordinary people obtained a chance to attend this historic event. None of the guests made any noise at this time. The chamber deliberately dampened sound waves generated from human speech, thereby causing the Shrine of Light to make an even stronger otherworldly impression. The unusual changes in the composition of E-energy radiation gently suppressed any unrest or uncertainty. All of the people that entered the Shrine of Light found that their patience and forbearance had magically increased. They could sit in this magnificent chamber and observe the endless interplay of light rays taking place above their heads for hours without growing bored. Even Lucky grew fascinated as he jumped onto Vess's lap and settled into place. The seats began to fill up quickly. The process had been planned months in advance by the most competent planners in the Red Ocean. Nothing at all went wrong during this crucial day. Once all of the guests had arrived and taken their places, the enormous double doors slowly slammed shut. The Shrine of Light had become an enclosed chamber, at least for the time being. Absolute silence stretched for 2 more minutes. People could only hear their own breathing, but nothing else. No pompous music began to echo across the walls. No colorful banners emerged to announce the establishment of the Red Collective. No flower petals fell from above. Only light and silence dominated the Shrine of Light. Just as everyone expected for this silent moment to persist for a few more minutes, the largest set of double doors located at the far end of the chamber slowly slid open. A large number of metal-on-crystal collisions sounded in the chamber. It sounded as if a troop of mechs was about to enter the Shrine of Light. As the large mech-like shapes stepped forward until they finally began to pass through the entrance, it soon became clear that they were not what everyone thought. The giant forms initially looked like humanoid mechs, but it became clear that they only shared a resemblance to the classic machines. Underneath all of the thick layers of armor were giant human forms that had been magnified to the scale of mechs. Vase along with many other people reacted in complete surprise at the sight. Those were actual humans moving underneath their well-designed raiments. Vase could tell that they were humans because no biomechs possessed that distinctive human look. It was extremely unlikely for the Red Collective to attempt to fool the masses by commissioning biomechs that just happened to look extremely human-like. The obvious conclusion was that the Red Collective had finally decided to showcase its initial unit of human phase lords in public. Many counselors including Vase had not been deeply involved in the planning of the founding ceremony. At most, they made suggestions or made contributions to specific sections, but none of them were aware of the full program. If the Red Collective wanted to make a dramatic first or second impression, then it had most definitely succeeded. It was not just the remarkable nature of human phase lords that captivated observers. As pairs of human phase lords wearing identical blue-coated raiments with purple accents continued to pass through the enormous entrance, more of them kept approaching from behind. Their quantity already impressed a lot of people. The synchronized footsteps they made on the surface of the crystal floor caused the entire shrine to vibrate and echo at increasing amplitudes. It was not until a whopping 60 human phase lords managed to get past the opened double doors that the procession finally reached its limit. A lot of people grew relieved, but there were also viewers who grew disappointed. Was that it? Did Red Humanity spend so much time and resources to figure out how to raise human phase lords, only to produce 60 of them in the end? Their scale also seemed lacking. It was quite impressive for humans to be able to grow to the scale of mechs, but that was trivial in the eyes of a true alien phase lord or phase whale. Still, not everyone dismissed the combat power of these human phase lords. What they lacked in size, they made up for it in quantity. Depending on how difficult it was to cultivate human phase lords, it may be possible for Red Humanity to counter the threat of alien phase lords by throwing lots of human ones on the battlefield. Second, human phase lords were still a new phenomenon. There was still room for growth for each of these giant human soldiers. They just needed more time and phase water to double or triple the height of their true bodies and become as powerful as Vase at his current level of cultivation. Third, their raiments were much more advanced than the more rudimentary ones utilized by the native aliens. Red Humanity had access to over 4 centuries of mech development. Even if phase lord raiments needed to be completely hollow, that still left a lot of external space to mount armor plating, external power sources, flight systems and other modules. There were also swords, spears, rifles, cannons and other handheld equipment. Each of these phase lord adapted products were originally derived from highly optimized and developed mech systems. Merging mech technology with human phase lord thereby resulted in a much greater synergy between technology and body cultivation. As such, the gathering of 60 human phase lords equipped with purpose-built raiments exuded a much stronger sense of oppression than 60 first-class multi-purpose mechs. Part of it was because of Red Humanity's unfamiliarity with the human variant of phase lords, but another part of it was because each of them generated a remarkably consistent spatial energy field that charged the surrounding air in a very subtle manner. Ves's expression changed a little. As the first human phase lord, he could roughly figure out what these giant soldiers were doing. They were just employing a trick to increase their intimidation factor. However, the implications were much greater than that. When 60 human phase lords vibrated the fabric of space at nearly the same frequency, they generated a form of spatial resonance that could produce much more devastating consequences if they were being serious. His head immediately thought about the possible combat applications of this method. If the Red Collective ever sent out this elite human phase lord unit at an enemy force, the 60 giants could assume a formation and use their Mariko's organs to shake the fabric of space at the same frequency but with much greater power than before. As long as the quantity and power was enough, then they could potentially generate a cataclysmic space quake that could sunder entire alien assault fleets and tear apart the spatial barriers of formidable alien phase lords. Vase immediately realized the difference between the human and alien approach towards phase lords. The native aliens all the way to the Red Cabal considered phase lords and phase whales to be literal gods. No god was the same. Each of them possessed their own legendary stories that propelled them to godhood. Every phase leader sought to create his own divine myth and did all they could to differentiate themselves from their rival gods. The very notion of gathering a bunch of alien phase lords together and forcing them to develop the same powers and integrate the same phase water organs sounded heretical to the native aliens. A god was not supposed to be a faceless grunt. Red humanity clearly though differently. The Red Collective's phase lord department had no qualms about cultivating multiple human phase lords in the same way. This was because humans did not regard phase lords as gods, not even their human variants. Since humans just regarded them as overgrown people with magical spatial abilities, they did not have any taboos about training them into gigantic elite troopers that fully leveraged the advantage of teamwork and coordination. Impressive. Creative. This was the sort of imagination and planning that Red humanity depended upon to overcome their numerically superior foes. Vase could easily foresee that once the RC started to send out squads or companies of human phase lords in the field, entire war theaters might turn around due to the amazing combat effectiveness of these superhuman assets. Chapter 6433 Showing off muscles. All of the Red humans watching the broadcast from their own homes and workplaces became awed by what was taking place in the Shrine of Light. Unlike the individuals who received the privilege to attend the founding ceremony in person, those watching from remote did not get to enjoy the purifying light and sacred atmosphere of this dazzling grand chamber. Neither did they experience the subtle spatial manipulation generated by 60 human phase lords working in total unison. The upsized human soldiers wearing extremely well-designed blue raiments with purple accents looked even more eye-catching due to the spectacular plumes extending from their helmets. Their alternating blue and white colorations made them look taller, more special and more uniform. While the human phase lords mounted a variety of different weapons onto their backs, they currently held giant black halberds in their hands. They all maintained the exact same stances, causing the long weapons to generate a black pattern that emphasized the impeccable training and discipline of these giant superhumans. Their long and vicious transphasic hyper-polearms looked as if they were tailor-made to tear and pierce through phase lord flesh and warship hulls alike. Vase along with every other Red human couldn't wait to see these human phase lords in action. Even if they only deployed in smaller numbers, they could potentially achieve a lot more results on the battlefield if they compensated their lack of cultivation progress with numbers and teamwork. However, there may be a chance that the 60 powerful giants might not set foot on the battlefield anytime soon. They may instead be used as an elite guard unit assigned to defend the Astral Octagon and other strategically valuable facilities of the Red Collective. At most, these initial human phase lords may be used to train batches of subsequent phase lords that emerged at a later date. The phase lord department had a vested interest in producing more human phase lords. It would never have as much say within the power structure of the RC if the number of human phase lords was not large enough to affect the Red War. As the 60 giants reached their positions around the center and took up guard stances, they finally announced their designation to the masses. The lead officer with a more elaborately shaped plume on his helmet bellowed out his words with an earth-shaking roar. Titan Phalanx. The rest of the giants proceeded to slam their armored feet against the crystal deck and echo those words with their loudest voices. Crack. The mighty shall fall. The entire Shrine of Light seemed to shake as those loud roars intertwined and resonated with each other, causing the people sitting the closest towards the center to feel as if their eardrums were under pressure. There was power in those roars. The Titan phalanx not only announced their identities with pride and conviction, but also set themselves apart from the phase leaders of the native aliens. The Titans not only addressed their fellow red humans, but also any native aliens that managed to watch this footage. By explicitly organizing themselves into formal and disciplined military units, the Titans completely rejected the deification of phase lords. As enormous and alien as they appeared, these Titans nonetheless clung to their identities as red humans and readily acknowledged their own mortality. The separation between ordinary humans and human phase lords was much smaller than the enormous divide between native aliens and their high and mighty gods. Vase guessed that this fundamental attitude caused the Titans to adopt such a strange motto. It initially sounded as if they were belittling their own combat effectiveness, but it was actually aimed straight at the phase lords and phase whales among the native aliens. The use of the word phalanx was another interesting choice. It evoked the image of hundreds if not thousands of soldiers holding out long spears in the same direction. Every soldier looked and moved identically, making it impossible to distinguish any single individual from the formation. This was a clear signal that the phase lord department adopted combat doctrines that relied upon drilling phase lords into army units. This contradicted sharply with the practice of nurturing every talented fighter into individual champions as was common among mech pilots. As the Titans settled into their places, the next unit of cultivators emerged from the open entrance. Everyone shifted their attention to the much smaller but vastly more numerous infantrymen that marched into the Shrine of Light. These human-scaled soldiers were all clad in ominous black transphasic hyper-armor plating made of very impressive materials. Fiery orange highlights shone between the seams, each of them exuding a strong sense of fire. The temperature seemed to grow hotter around them as hundreds and eventually 1,000 of them entered the Shrine of Light. As far as equipment went, they carried long rifles on their backs, tower shields in one arm and short but thick hammers in their other arm. Their footsteps were much softer than the ones made by the Titans, but the human troopers were so much more numerous that they generated a different kind of momentum. Different from the Titans, a handful of black and orange soldiers also carried tall banners that proudly displayed their insignia as well as a big first, which indicated that this military unit was just the first of many. The most striking part about the banners was that they depicted a broken planet in flames. That certainly hinted that this unit meant business. The soldiers marched in lockstep with each other, but since their human-scaled legs were much smaller than that of the Titans, they took a lot longer to approach the center. Nobody minded the delay. People continued to grow more and more fascinated by this troop of elite soldiers. It went without saying that they should be anything but ordinary foot soldiers. Infantry still played a vital role in many military organizations, but their prestige was always the lowest due to the suppression of mechs. Now that Carmen mechs entered the scene, it became questionable whether it was worthwhile enough to invest in the establishment of elite infantry units. Even so, that did not diminish people's appreciation for this top elite infantry force. With the introduction of the Titan phalanx, most people managed to figure out that these black and orange soldiers had to possess special abilities of their own in order to earn their place in this founding ceremony. In fact, calling it a founding ceremony was not quite comprehensive. The planners actually turned the first phase of the event into a military parade of sorts. The reason for that was easy to figure out. Few people took the Red Collective seriously. It was too new and relied on the handouts of the major players in order to build its headquarters and staff its offices. It lacked the might and deterrence that the mechers and the fleeters built up over 4 centuries. Starting off by showing off the elite military units that it had raised in the last year was a good way to reverse this prevailing image. The Red Collective needed to show its muscles, or at least the hint of them, in order to get taken seriously in today's society. Only when people feared the chance that they would receive an unwelcome visit from a few Titans or other powerful cultivators would they put away their bag of dirty tricks and do their business honestly with the new super organization. At this time, the 1,000 armored troopers finally came close to the center of the Shrine of Light. Their black and fiery plating contrasted sharply against the bright and crystalline interior of the ceremonial chamber. The banner holders raised their poles higher while the leading officer took a few steps forward, thereby drawing everyone's attention. He slowly raised his ornate black hammer and proceeded to activate a function that caused the weapon to light up in flames. The hot flames already caused the air above the weapon to shimmer, but the infantry commander was not done. He began to exert his cultivation to add a spiritual quality to the flames. This caused the flames to grow larger and more extraordinary, though the hammer itself remained unharmed. This was not all. What the commander did next surprised Vase and many other people. His companion spirit sprung forth from his chest. What was interesting to Vase was that the companion spirit did not take the shape of a cat, a bird, a human or any other organism. Instead, the commander's companion spirit came in the form of a hammer whose shape was identical to the weapon in his grasp. The weapon-shaped companion spirit floated in the air for a few seconds before it flew into the physical hammer. Everything seemed to change after that. Now that the hammer received a very welcome guest, it lit up and evolved into a more advanced form. The commander held up his torch-like hammer before crashing it onto the front surface of his tower shield. The fire that blazed from the hammerhead underwent a qualitative transformation. Though it still burned orange, the size of the flames and the heat emanating from them had drastically risen. Not only that, but the flames seemed to come under the control of a conscious being, causing them to assume shapes that natural fire could never produce. Clang! Not only did the impact produce a loud noise, but it also caused the flames to crash and spread across the front in a cone-like blast. At this time, the 999 troopers standing behind the commander proceeded to raise their own hammers and made the same actions. Each of them practiced the same fire-attributed chi cultivation method. Each of them possessed hammers that burst into flames. Each of them developed the exact same fire hammers as their companion spirits. When these fire hammers inhabited the physical hammers, the latter came to life and started to produce much more powerful and exotic flames. As the fire cultivators slammed their fire-empowered hammers against their tower shields, they produced such a massive wave of fire explosions that it engulfed much of their formation. Whoosh! The flames looked powerful and deadly enough to kill hundreds of thousands of people if they happened to fall within the range of those destructive fire bursts. The power of a single fire burst might not be impressive, but when so many fire cultivators pulled off the same move in close proximity, they somehow managed to amplify each other's actions, enabling them to inflict greater damage in combination. Fortunately, their black and orange armor was highly resistant towards fire damage, so the soldiers did not suffer any injuries as far as anyone could tell. Ves's eyes lit up in interest. He already had a theory of what just happened. The physical hammers were excellent technical products, but possessed low metaphysical properties. They were not comparable to the likes of the ocean collar and the flower parasol. However, once the soldiers inserted their companion spirits into their hammers, their weapons temporarily turned into high-level artifacts, thereby gaining new and more effective capabilities. Although the hammers could not pass off as authentic high-level artifacts, they gained enough of a boost that it didn't matter too much. There was huge potential in this approach. The cultivation of the infantry soldiers and their companion spirits was currently a little low, but once they had more time to build up their power, they could unleash an unimaginable amount of power, especially when they fought as an army. The fire soldiers began to make their next move. The commander raised his flaming hammer before his companion spirit shot out and rose into the air. Once the lone fire hammer reached a commanding height, 999 other troopers pulled off the same move. Fire hammers rose in the air and formed a perfect array that mirrored the column of fire soldiers. Then, almost all of the hammers began to fly forward. They slowly converged upon the fire hammer at the front that belonged to the commander of the unit. Vase and many other observers grew surprised when they saw that the hammers seamlessly merged with each other. There was no sign of rejection. The sight initially did not appear to be too special, but then the sequence kept repeating. One fire hammer after another kept merging into the commander's fire hammer. This subsequently caused the leading fire hammer to grow larger, hotter and more imposing than before. Once there was only one fire hammer left, it had reached a scale that made it look as if it could dent a mech. The infantry commander kept his free arm raised before decisively swinging it downwards. At the same time, the massive fire hammer descended from the air like a falling meteorite and slammed against the crystal floor with apocalyptic force. The collision produced such an enormous release of kinetic force and flames that it was as if a giant incendiary bomb just exploded at the impact site. Destructive flames and shockwaves spread everywhere and threatened to kill the people sitting closest in the center of the chamber. Fortunately for everyone, multiple strong azure energy shields came to life and easily contained the pre-planned display of power. Soon enough, the 1,000 fire soldiers came into view once again. The flames and shockwaves had spread to them as well, but they all managed to stand their ground and resist the energies with impeccable confidence. By the time the flames completely subsided, the leading officer proudly announced his unit name, 1st Apocalypse Warden Battalion. 1,000 armored feet slammed against the crystal floor. Crack! 1st Apocalypse Warden Battalion. Ruination before death. The soldiers all slammed their flaming hammers against their tower shields. Clang. Chapter 6434 The Advantages of Cultivation. The Apocalypse Wardens made an explosive first impression. The black-clad soldiers proceeded to part in half before taking up positions on both sides of the central avenue. They stood just before the giant feet of the Titans. The Apocalypse Wardens looked tiny in comparison to the Titans, which caused them to look a lot weaker. However, their quantity was much greater, which immediately conveyed multiple different meanings. It was clear that it took a huge amount of resources to cultivate just 60 human phase lords. Sure, the investment was far greater this time because red humanity was going in blind. Now that they successfully explored a viable pathway to turn humans into bona fide phase lords, the department responsible for raising them could train subsequent batches a lot more efficiently. Even so, the demand for phase water would always remain. The body mass of just a single human phase lord already encompassed the body mass of lots of Apocalypse Wardens. Multiply that by 60, then the absolute amount of phase water required to produce all of these human phase lords was astronomical. What was even more troublesome was that the Titans were all at the low end of the lesser phase lord stage at the moment. Their body cultivation had made relatively little progress. None of them had reached the size of more combat-capable alien phase lords such as the Trampler of Stars or the Archie-lesser phase lords. The cost to increase the cultivation of the Titans by a noticeable degree would probably take 3 to 10 as much phase water. While the Titans may be able to reach the size of Vase or even more, the benefits of doing so were questionable. Right now, it was clear that the Phase Lord department saw more merit in making human Phase Lords as large as mechs before equipping them with mech-like gear. This was the poor man's approach towards weaponizing Phase Lords, but Vase did not blame the Phase Lord department. Facewater was still a scarce resource, and the major players were extremely reluctant to donate tons of this exotic substance just to pursue an incredibly resource-heavy method of body cultivation. Even if it was not cost-effective to raise human phase lords for the purpose of raising special combat units that could make a difference in the ongoing war, the Red Collective still had to engage in this research, if only to understand their enemies better. Compared to the giant soldiers, the much smaller Apocalypse Warden troopers appeared much more reasonable. The fact that the Cultivation Method Department managed to train 1,000 soldiers in a consistent manner and have them develop the exact same traits and abilities was a testament to the universality of their solutions. It showed that the difficulty and resource intensity of raising a battalion of fire-attributed chi cultivators was likely not as expensive. In fact, even if the Apocalypse Wardens were equipped with excellent first-class combat equipment made out of expensive exotics and hypers, the small scale of every soldier meant that the total resource usage was quite low, especially compared to mechs. The unveiling of the Apocalypse Wardens therefore highlighted the advantages of fielding militarized chi cultivators. They derived a lot of strength from absorbing E-energy radiation that was always freely available. They were much less reliant on high-grade resources that Red humanity was short of at the moment. Of course, not every sect or organization could raise a troop as luxurious as the Apocalypse Wardens. The Red Collective had much greater access to phase water and other high-quality resources. The RC had also taken over the management of companion spirit fruit trees, so it could easily supply a lot of soldiers with companion spirits. Other forces would have a much harder time to raise troops as strong as the Apocalypse Wardens. However, there was no need to reach their level of strength. It was already good to raise lots of soldiers that possessed half or even a quarter of the combat power as the Apocalypse Wardens. As long as the price of raising them was much lower as well, this could still turn into a profitable exchange. Of course, the bigger question was where all of these powerful chi cultivation soldiers should fight. They could not fight in open space, and they were not that useful in planetary battles unless they fought in urban regions. Vase personally figured that there were 3 good uses to these enhanced infantry soldiers. First, they could serve as excellent guards and defenders of urban settlements. Second, they should be able to board and take over enemy warships a lot more effectively. Third, they could raid enemy cities and sneak into deep and well-protected facilities without inflicting excessive collateral damage. Finally, they could be used for infiltration. Nobody would be on guard against ordinary humans. Even without any combat gear, the Apocalypse Wardens should still be able to inflict a lot of damage by themselves. Perhaps there may be other uses for chi cultivation soldiers, but this was what he could think of at the moment. The parade continued onwards, though the subsequent formations of cultivations did not make impressions as shocking as that of the Titans and the Apocalypse Wardens. Perhaps that was all the Red Collective had been able to produce in a short amount of time. It could also be that the RC still wanted to keep its trump cards hidden and avoid showing off too much strategically valuable information to the native aliens. Whatever the case, the next groups of cultivators showcased different strengths and possibilities. For example, there was a troupe of robed women who elegantly danced and spun across the air without the use of technology. Each time they swung their fans, they released gusts of winds that could blast people away. There was a group of humans who wore ordinary clothes, yet made themselves completely invisible and unnoticeable. They managed to do this without wearing any devices on their person. There was another group of people who were able to generate force fields, allowing them to act as hidden bodyguards so long as they did not expose their true identities. The power of these chi cultivators was not high, but their lack of dependence on technology made them very suitable in situations where heavy hardware could not be relied upon. They also became even more effective if they did make use of modern equipment. Their cultivation-derived abilities could easily synergize with a lot of useful technological solutions. After the Red Collective was done with showing off some of its muscles, the parade began to change in tone. Instead of presenting soldiers, the Red Collective began to unveil a variety of non-combatants. The first group of non-combatants consisted of people that gave off a familiar impression to Vase. These were green-robed figures who all brought small-sized trees and plants with them. Their plants were transported by floating bots of various sizes. Once the wood cultivators reached the center of the Shrine of Light, they briefly showcased their abilities. Grow. A sapling rapidly absorbed the energies of multiple cultivators and frantically drew on the nutrients locked inside the soil. It grew taller at such an astounding speed that many people would have called this demonstration fake. However, Vase could clearly sense that the sapling was truly alive, and that the huge influx of structured wood energy forcefully promoted its growth. The wood cultivators apparently mastered a technique that could forcefully grow and age a plant without causing it to burst apart, lose its vitality or suffer severe defects. The only downside was that the wood cultivators were too weak to sustain their effort. The sapling eventually grew into a tree that was only twice as tall as a human. This was an amazing result considering that only a handful of humans managed to produce such a result without resorting to high technology. Once their cultivation improved, these wood cultivators may be able to revive an entire planet's worth of forests. The wood cultivators demonstrated a few other abilities. Wither. A remarkably familiar withering curse caused another tree to age and dry up before it finally cracked and fell apart. Ripen. Vase sat up a little straighter. He already noticed that one of the trees the wood cultivators had brought was actually a companion spirit fruit tree. Even though its biological composition was closer to an exo-beast rather than a real tree, the wood cultivators still managed to promote the ripening of a dozen or so fruits. The immature companion spirits seemed to fast forward their development by more than a week. Though the efficiency of the cultivation technique was ultimately a lot lower due to the special and abnormal properties of the companion spirit fruit tree, the wood cultivators succeeded in harvesting a batch of precious fruits ahead of time. Amazing. These wood cultivators could play a critical role in the care of companion spirit fruit trees and the production of their bounty. They were the perfect caretakers of these highly valuable trees. Although the wood cultivators ultimately did not demonstrate any combat techniques, it was completely unnecessary as far as Vase was concerned. He understood the purpose of this display. Who said that cultivation had to be all about fighting? Only a minority of red humans were suited for combat. There were many other people who did not have the guts or other reasons to fight on an actual battlefield. In that sense, the Red Collective offered pathways towards extraordinary power that did not involve violence. This was one of the RC's strongest advantages. Currently, the Red Association and the Red Fleet overwhelmingly oriented itself towards combat and warfare. The Red Association held an additional advantage in that it offered a path for mech designers to ascend to greatness, but not everyone was willing and able to study and devote their life to mech design. The Red Collective on the other hand could turn almost every peaceful professional into a cultivator that excelled at his respective craft. This message became increasingly clearer to everyone as other groups of non-combatants emerged and showcased their talents. There were baseline human scientists and engineers who demonstrated vastly superior memory, calculation and other mental processing capabilities. Their raw performance rivaled the likes of first-raters that could only reach this level of performance by investing thousands of MTA credits in augmentations. The performance of these baseline humans would constantly improve so long as they kept making progress in their cultivation. They could definitely speed up their improvement by making use of cultivation resources, but they should also be able to make progress without spending any further money. The next group of non-combatants consisted of singers. Everyone in the Shrine of Light felt more relaxed as they listened to the ethereal voices of the singers as they elegantly glided towards the center of the grand chamber. If people still bore a lot of stress and concerns even after they became subjected to the special circumstances of the Shrine of Light, then this time they completely managed to shake off their burdens. It was hard to imagine that the singers could make all of this happen without looking as if they exerted themselves. Their voices were all empowered by E-energy. These sirens not only knew how to manipulate their audience's emotions and perception, but also managed to amplify the cleansing and purifying effect of the Shrine of Light. These singers could easily serve as the extraordinary choir of this sacred shrine. More extraordinary professionals appeared. That meant that more and more people found that they could vastly improve their performance at work as long as they practiced a cultivation method that was tailored for their jobs. The individual message of this parade was that cultivation was too valuable for civilians to pass up. If they could not become Karman Mech pilots, then why not practice a basic cultivation method that could directly improve their work performance? The overall message of these demonstrations went a lot deeper. The Red Collective basically suggested that as long as civilians practiced basic cultivation methods on a wide scale, Red humanity's productivity would skyrocket. Everyone would be able to get so much more stuff done that human civilization should partially be able to reduce the disadvantages of being outnumbered by the native aliens. On this aspect alone, the Red Collective had already proven its worth to society. Chapter 6435 The arrival of the which a lot of people underestimated the Red Collective. The Red Association had mech pilots, Karman mech pilots and mech designers on its side, each of whom had a chance to become exceptionally powerful or versatile true gods. The Red Fleet did not currently feature prominent cultivators, but if they did manage to develop and embrace a few cultivation methods, they would probably focus all of their resources on raising better officers, spacers and naval engineers. While all of that sounded great, the greatest disadvantage of the RA and the RF was that they were almost completely oriented towards military development and military-industrial development. Neither the RA or the RF put too much emphasis on civilian industries. While its members started up a lot of businesses that encompassed many different sectors, they always existed to support their main activities, which was to support the development of mechs or warships. Even if they chose to branch out, there was no confidence that they could do a good job. What did mechs have to do with cooking? What did warships have to do with music? Only the collies could cover all of the areas that the mechers and fleeters missed out. The Red Collective not only promoted cultivation for the purpose of raising soldiers, but also to promote the development of humanity's civil society. E-energy radiation was ubiquitous and completely free. There was no reason to squander this valuable resource while it was so widely available. Giving every professional a safe and effective way to increase their intelligence, reaction speed, physical strength and so on could make them a lot better at their jobs. Of course, the cultivation methods released to the public had to be extremely basic and easy to practice. The simpler the scriptures, the lower the chance that anything could go wrong. Vase knew that the Red Collective was also reluctant to hand over strong methods to the masses. It was better to keep them busy with the basic stuff while leaving the responsibility of teaching more advanced methods to sects or the collies themselves. As the parade came to an end, the Shrine of Light had become a lot busier. The arrival of a large number of combatants and non-combatants of the Red Collective showcased the strength and versatility of human cultivators. A decade from now, a collection of humans with the power to summon fire hammers, accelerate the growth of plants and hypnotize people to sleep with their voices would become a lot more common across human-occupied space. The various cultivators may have developed vastly different strengths and powers, but one trait they shared in common was that they had far surpassed their human limitations. The large group of cultivators essentially served as a harbinger of the future. The proportion of people without any attainments in cultivation would become a rare sight. Perhaps only children, disabled people and so on would retain their human limitations. Many people looked forward to entering this future. Birth, capital and connections should no longer determine the height that most people could reach. Third-raters and second-raters had a much easier chance to catch up to first-raters as long as they made enough attainments in their cultivation methods. Space peasants might not be able to afford the expensive implants and genetic modification treatments that the first-raters took for granted, but even the poorest third-rater could outperform any first-rater as long as he possessed enough talent. Of course, Vase did not expect the gap to narrow too much. Since third-raters could benefit from cultivation, then first-raters definitely had access to the same benefits as well. First-class citizens may even be able to enjoy greater advantages if they could afford to spend their money on expensive elixirs and other products that could promote an individual's cultivation progress. In the end, the same factors that set the wealthy and powerful apart from the rest still applied. At least third-raters had access to more accessible means to catch up to the first-raters. The Red Collective appreciated talent the most. Background and augmentations were almost worthless in comparison. Third-rate states generally possess the largest populations, so there should be a lot of hidden gems among them. Each of them could become an amazing cultivator so long as their talent became known and practiced fitting cultivation methods. This meant that there should still be many opportunities for third-raters and second-raters to rise up and become just as powerful as first-raters one day. The expressions of some, but not all, people sitting around Vase shifted to varying degrees. If an amateur politician like Vase could figure this out, then a lot of other clever counselors could do so as well. In fact, there was a notable number of upper and lower counselors that had already foreseen these trends. They just weren't sure about the scale due to lacking enough information about how successfully the RC managed to train enough cultivators that excelled in many different fields. From what everyone had seen so far, the Red Collective was bound to become the most dominant civilian institution. That did not mean that the RC's military power was weak and pathetic, but it had a long way to go before it could catch up to the RA and the RF. As Vase and many other people continued to think about the implications of the parade, an entirely new presence had arrived. Everyone held their breaths for a moment as an incredibly powerful and oppressive presence had descended onto everyone. The entire Shrine of Light and the Astral Octagon all seemed to have left the current universe and entered into an alternate domain where a different set of rules took precedence. Fortunately, the shift was very light, so much so that the alternate rules had little chance of taking effect. Vase was familiar with this sensation. He had already experienced it in the past. The evolution which had arrived, what people were being subjected to, was just a very light application of her God Kingdom. Even so, she already made Vase feel as if he held no secrets. In particular, he felt that the evolution which paid quite close attention to the progression of his true body, the development of his design philosophy and the growth of Blinky. After a dozen seconds of exposure to her God Kingdom, the evolution which finally dialed her presence down where it became easier to ignore. A large shape approached the entrance. Many people grew a lot more excited as they anticipated the entry of one of the most powerful humans in the Red Ocean. These people were not disappointed when a god Mech finally graced the Shrine of Light. It was as if the Geneforder distorted the natural pathways of light and forced them all to shine on its organic surface. The sight of raw, uncovered flesh evoked both disgust and power among the viewers. They knew that the Geneforder was the most powerful biomech in the Red Ocean. Its form was endlessly mutable, so its base appearance was just a cosmetic choice. The god Mech floated forward without generating any sound, heat or other disturbance. Mechs at this level no longer required the use of flight systems to get around. They could rely purely on distorting the fabric of reality to displace their physical forms. Vase had always considered mechs to be the ultimate fusion between technology and extraordinary power, and the sight of the Geneforder only reinforced this notion. He could tell that the evolution which had grown stronger and more mysterious. As one of the few people privileged to meet and interact with the evolution which in the past, it was easy enough for him to recall how her God Kingdom felt like. This made it clear that her overpowering aura had changed in a direction that felt a little unsettling. Her God Kingdom had grown stronger and more domineering due to all of the native aliens' forces that she managed to destroy or hijack. Her ultra-powerful domain field had also grown more mysterious because she had clearly been plotting behind people's backs. Many people claimed that high-ranking mech pilots were the worst possible spies. Not only did they have a compulsion against lying and failing to meet their promises, they also wore their emotions and convictions on their sleeves. God pilots could never hide their true feelings and intentions. They had to rely on clever words and misdirection in order to retain a sense of privacy. Right now, Vase could feel that the evolution which felt pleased at all of the progress that the Red Collective had made in the past year. Vase could not tell whether she was glad that he had performed well in particular. That was rather frustrating. In any case, the Geneforder floated forward at a steady pace. It was only when the legendary machine reached the very center of the Shrine of Light that it ceased to move any further. The light shining from above still distorted their directions, causing them to curve onto the god Mech. This caused the light levels in the rest of the crystalline chamber to dim, while also bathing the Geneforger in divine light. The god Mech literally looked as if it had descended from heaven at the moment. The more weak-willed guests who became exposed to active god kingdom even felt the urge to prostrate and worship the evolution, which is a literal deity. After floating around for a few more seconds, the Geneforger finally faded away, revealing a much smaller form. The evolution which had decided to unveil her human form. Every guest reacted at this time. They all rose from their seats, only to lower themselves to their knees. Hail to the evolution which. Next, the cultivators standing on the crystal floor did likewise. Whether they were Titans, Apocalypse Wardens or civilian cultivators, they all lowered to a single knee and greeted the latest arrival. The most powerful human individual in the astral octagon peered at all of the people who felt incredibly honored to be in her presence. The woman in purple robes gently raised her hand. Rise. The god pilot only just spoke those words, and already people found themselves on both of their feet. It was as if her will alone had already caused people to stand without consciously performing this action. How frightening. Sit. The evolution which flexed her power over everyone once again by repeating this feat. The cultivators on foot all remained standing, but those who had been designated seats had already lowered themselves to their original seating postures. Most of the attendees expressed both awe and fear towards the god pilot. They were completely at her mercy. She could make them do almost anything, and there was nothing they could do to resist. Most people felt relieved that she was on Red Humanity's side. The thought of becoming her enemy was terrifying. After the evolution which gave everyone enough time to regain their equilibrium, she finally started her address. The Age of Dawn has arrived. Since the start of this new epoch, human evolution has become unlocked. Everyone has gained the power to adapt, evolve and overcome their prior limitations. No barrier can halt our changes anymore. With the power of E-energy, our entire race shall transform in directions unknown to all. Progress will always be made. Those who seek to stand in its way will be crushed by those that embrace its inevitability. Make no mistake, evolution has its dangers, and to let it run free is to invite disaster. The only viable means to survive in this new and dangerous age is to seize our destiny. Take control over your own evolution and steer it to your desired ambition. This is what it means to cultivate. Her provocative words made an enormous impression upon Red Humanity. Pretty much everyone was listening to her right now. No matter what people thought about the Red Collective, right now they uniformly concluded that it was a necessary institution. Without the guiding hand of the Red Collective, human evolution would almost certainly go astray. Chapter 6436 The Evolution Witch's Revival. The Shrine of Light fell completely silent. Aside from the Evolution Witch's divine speech, no other sound was allowed to interrupt her historic address. From the moment she began to express her views, it already became clear how she viewed the Red Ocean and humanity's place in this dwarf galaxy. According to the god pilot, the Age of Dawn had the potential to become a golden age for Red Humanity. The Red Ocean may lack the size and strong imprint of human civilization, but it may serve as the starting point for humankind's collective evolution. The evolution which clearly saw exposure to exotic radiation from Messier 87 is a blessing rather than a curse. Even though the Great Severing had already put Red Humanity in the crosshairs of the overpowering aliens from that dreadful supermassive galaxy, the evolution which possessed far too much courage and ambition to bow down to this threat. Instead, she used the impending threat of the Subjugation King to fuel her urgency and push herself to improve past her limits. She was no stranger to this desperation strategy. After all, back when she was still a mortal, she constantly fought to outpace her own congenital defects. She trained and fought harder than her peers because she had no room for complacency. Her life was literally on the line, and only by evolving fast enough was she able to postpone the deadline of her passing time and time again. Her willpower accumulated rapidly during those desperate days. She was not like the other mechers who could afford to take their time and polish their skills over a longer period of time. The evolution which had entered a race to overcome her own early death from the moment it became clear that her own body was failing her. Instead of letting her diseases and disabilities break her mentality, she persevered and endured all of the pressures of her life until she finally ascended to godhood and completely wiped out the afflictions that haunted her for the entirety of her mortal life. Though divine Lucy Miyazaki had distinguished herself as one of the fastest mech pilots to complete her transcendence among the later generations, her breakthrough turned out to be a blessing as well as a curse. She had lost her great cause. She had lost the motivation that propelled her to success at a pace that could only be matched by a few other god pilots and a total freak like the chosen human. Lucy thought that ascending to godhood would become the start of a wonderful new life as one of the strongest powerhouses of human civilization. The reality turned out to be less rosy than she imagined. Sure, she managed to completely liberate herself from her many mortal failings, thereby crossing a chasm that the vast majority of mech pilots could never cross, let alone approach. Yet from the moment she became a god pilot, she understood that she had ascended from the top of mortal society, only to start off from the bottom of a new society made up of divinities. The optimistic evolution which quickly got taught a few painful lessons by her senior god pilots. How could a fresh god pilot possibly stand a chance against those who had decades if not centuries of lead time? Even though there was no structured way for god pilots to progress any further, the god pilots who had emerged a lot earlier did not sit still. They collaborated with star designers to implement priceless upgrades to their god mechs. They strengthened their raw willpower through the stupidest methods such as challenging each other. They expanded their knowledge and experimented with different methods in order to broaden their problem-solving capabilities. No god pilot neglected the development of their own combat power after they ascended to their current rank. The evolution which became awfully discouraged after getting beaten by practically every god pilot she sparred against. Fortunately, a woman who had crossed the road to no return did not wallow in her depression for too long. She regained a bit of the motivation she had before. Although her life was no longer on the line this time, she still managed to gather enough conviction to grow stronger, if only so she could no longer embarrass herself by getting beaten down by the likes of the overwhelming Technomancer or the incredibly silly Triangle Guardian. Yet this did not prove to be enough to regain her old stride. Nothing posed a threat to her life anymore. Unless she deliberately set out to endanger herself and travel deep into the other half of the Milky Way, there was no way to regain the sense of urgency that enabled her to become a god pilot against all odds. What was even worse for Lucy was that her glorious ascension did not allow her to exert that much actual power. Human civilization in the Milky Way had already been carved up by older and more established powers. The older god pilots who still possessed an attachment to worldly power had already claimed their own territories for themselves. The MTA transhumanist faction had already been claimed by the chosen human. Under his cautious leadership, every biotech researcher and scientist working to promote the cause of human evolution endured a lot of hindrances in their work. The evolution which had no stomach for all of these rules and regulations, but there was no way for her to do anything else. She could never beat the chosen human in a fight. Not only did Divine Hussein Albedo become a god pilot much earlier than Lucy, but his ridiculously high genetic aptitude made him utterly unique. Among his kind, he was able to gather followers much easier. Everyone considered him to be the literal chosen one of the human race, or else he wouldn't have earned his title. What further cemented his leadership among the transhumanists was that his ideology perfectly matched the paranoia and caution of all of the old-school mechers. The rebels against the Five Scrolls Compact and the survivors of the dark days of the Age of Conquest always rejected unbridled human augmentations. With the collusion of these old-timers, the chosen human's position at the top of the MTA transhumanist faction became infallible. Even if the evolution which worked harder than any other god pilot just to defeat the chosen human and take over the MTA transhumanist faction, she still had no feasible way to advance the cause of human evolution. This was because so many other god pilots would exert their own pressure and influence to stall her plans and prevent her from reforming the faction according to her own ideas. There was no room for her in the Milky Way galaxy. She gladly left for the Red Ocean at the first possible opportunity. She decisively left because she wanted to get as far away from the disgusting chosen human and his hypocritical ideas about human purity. The old school leaders were also very glad to see her depart from the old galaxy. That way, she would no longer be around to corrupt people with her heretical ideology. It was not as if she could effect any real change in the new frontier. Many of the upper and middle level officials of the transhumanist faction that were stationed in the Red Ocean all belonged to the chosen human's camp. Combined with the threat of an unwelcome visit from the divine Albedo or any of his like-minded god pilots, the evolution which only received a small amount of room to exert her own ideas. Then the great severing took place. Where many red humans saw this event as a disaster and the start of a life-threatening crisis, the evolution which readily embraced this surprising turn of events as the greatest stroke of fortune in her life. She took over the branch of the transhumanist faction and initiated a purge that decisively dismissed or transferred away all of the chosen human's orphaned lackeys. Though that led to a temporary shortage in high-quality manpower, the attraction of one of the 8 remaining god pilots of Red Humanity was far too great. It had been easy for her to call up enough capable people to replace the missing personnel. She even managed to expand the ranks of the transhumanists by several times. What was even more great for the evolution witch was that the Age of Dawn brought everything she needed to thrive. Exotic radiation forcibly placed Red Humanity on the path of evolution. No matter whether anyone liked it or not, they would continue to evolve and transform as long as Messier 87 continued to pump out E-energy radiation into the galactic neighborhood. As the goddess of evolution, helping Red Humanity grapple with their own evolution and setting them on the right paths directly and indirectly fueled her own cultivation. This was especially after she exchanged deep insights with the Oblivion Empress. The confirmation of strong alien beings in Messier 87 and proof that at least one God King was on its way to the Red Ocean perfectly replaced the threat of impending death that once caused the evolution witch to advance at a very fast pace. This familiar engine rejuvenated the evolution witch so much that she had accomplished much when she fought in the border regions in the past few months. The only god pilot that managed to smash more alien assault fleets and claim the lives of more alien phase lords was the Light of Sol. This was understandable as the Terran god pilot was on his own. His speed also granted him a strong advantage in a war that encompassed many different territories. Even so, the evolution witch managed to generate a lot of disruption by forcibly mutating a lot of alien spacers into her minions. The brainwashed aliens always turned their warships around and returned to alien space in order to wreak havoc among their former comrades. If not for these disruptions, the native aliens may have gathered enough momentum to topple the 4th defensive band by this time. At this moment, the evolution witch's reputation and prestige had reached a new peak. Her contributions were many and undeniable, and her strong association with the Red Collective earned her the right to lead this founding ceremony. Even if she was not able to lead the Red Collective directly due to political reasons, she could still pull many strings in order to steer the new super-organization to ensure it would continue to advance the cause of human evolution. The only question was whether this was enough. Trying to establish her divine authority over every instance of human cultivation and evolution was extremely bold. It would be difficult for her to lay claim over such an enormous dominion, but the potential rewards were so massive that Lucy did not want to give up this high-risk gambit. She was aware that a few god pilots knew exactly what she was doing and how she might threaten their own interests. They might not confront her directly, but they would definitely hinder her and find a way to sabotage her plans. The frustrating attitude of the Hunting Association was an example of this pushback. However, the evolution witch remained confident she could overcome the opposition from within Red Humanity. All she needed to do was wait for 3 more days. Once she was ready to enact her carefully laid plan, everything would change. Although there was still a chance that not all of the pieces would fall into place, the evolution witch invested far too much in her grand scheme to stomach the idea of failing. Her attention briefly landed on Vase Larkinson. The naughty brat did not know it, but he had made massive contributions to her ambitions. The evolution witch would have never been able to put together her latest plan and gain the confidence to succeed without his indispensable assistance. Soon enough, everyone would know that Vase Larkinson had contributed to the revival of Red Humanity. Chapter 6437 Take control of our evolution. From the moment the evolution witch spoke to all humans trapped in the Red Ocean, she uplifted everyone's spirits. A god pilot was one of the most authoritative leaders that people could encounter. To witness a live address of an honored god pilot in their lifetimes was one of the greatest honors that most ordinary people could obtain. No individual dared to express contempt at the evolution witch's words. Even her critics and political opponents had no choice but to set aside their animosity and take her words and vision seriously. That was because she was essentially correct. Red Humanity was evolving, and people needed to take active control over their improvement. The Red Collective would not have any room to squeeze its way between the Red Association and the Red Fleet if there was no need to worry about this problem. The resplendent woman had currently taken on her human form. Though she looked a lot smaller than her god Mech, nobody could ever mistake her for being a weak and fragile human. As the center of a god kingdom, the evolution witch's human facade turned into a nexus of transcendent willpower. The fabric of relativity that encompassed the entire shrine of light had fallen under her control. It was trivially easy for her to enhance her presence and make sure that everyone paid serious attention to her. Speaking moments like this were rare, so the evolution witch made sure she could take as much advantage of this situation as possible. We have entered unprecedented times. The Red Ocean has turned from a barren desert into an oasis of life. The very dwarf galaxy is changing before our eyes. With each passing day, more mundane materials are being transformed into hyper-materials. The rate of exo-beasts are evolving into mutated beasts has increased so much that a dedicated organization is required to contain this threat. Even the native aliens are beginning to explore the limitless potential of exotic radiation. Her expression darkened a little when she mentioned the alien threat. She had strong feelings about their current enemies, so everyone around her could clearly perceive her hostility towards the natives of the Red Ocean. Do not forget that the native aliens have equal access to the benefits of E-energy radiation as us. They have already begun to research and adopt a wide variety of hyper-materials, even going as far as stealing our own applications. The major alien races have also begun to conduct research on how they can absorb E-energy radiation to promote their own growth. Their methods are crude and immature, but their willingness to defy their old traditions in the face of war is commendable. Will you agree to allow the native aliens to overtake us in the field of cultivation? Nobody wanted this to happen. Even the people who felt most reluctant about unleashing cultivation onto human society did not wish for the native aliens to gain a lead in this aspect. The evolution witch smiled as if everything proceeded according to her expectations. It is for this reason that the Red Collective must exist. We are different from the humans that we have left behind in the Milky Way galaxy. Our distant brothers and sisters do not share the same pressures as us. Their bodies are not being irradiated by exotic radiation every second of the day. Our struggle to survive is so much greater that we can no longer abide by the old rules that have served humanity well for centuries or millennia. In the survival of the fittest, the species that tend to persist the longest are not necessarily the strongest, but the ones that adapt the best to changing environments. We have now found ourselves in this exact same situation. We adapt, or we go extinct. There is no middle ground. The God pilot uncomfortably reminded everyone that they could no longer go back to the old status quo. That was the most foolish decision to make of all, because it was no different from burying their heads in the sand. They could not afford to stick to old solutions that no longer worked because their environment had drastically changed for the worse. Her message was clear. People needed to change. Those who stood in the way of this righteous cause would only be doing their enemies a favor. The Red Collective is an organization that can only exist in an upright manner in the Red Ocean. The evolution which continued to espouse her propaganda. We are far superior to the humans who have the misfortune of remaining behind in the Milky Way. Not only do we have access to an endless source of energy to stimulate our evolution, we also have the foresight and courage to let go of the old and embrace the new. Each of us have begun a journey that will lead us to unknown destinations. None of us can predict whether your path leads to greatness or doom, but moving forward is always better than remaining stagnant. Be proud of that, fellow red humans. By possessing the courage to take control of your evolution, you have already exceeded the qualities of the stagnant humans that are still wallowing in their complacency in the old galaxy. Many people including Vase knew exactly what the evolution witch was doing. She was strengthening the collective identity of red humanity by denigrating original humanity. It was one of the oldest tricks in the book, but it was incredibly common and effective for many reasons. People always liked to lord over others. Society was never fair, and people always wanted to be at the top rather than the bottom. By using original humanity as her scapegoats, the evolution witch could beat this subject up as many times as she wanted in order to strengthen red humanity's sense of superiority. It was not as if all of the folk back in the Milky Way could do anything to retaliate and stop the evolution witch from insulting their honor. If they possessed a means to cross 50 million light-years in an instant, then the humans of the Milky Way would have found a way to cross this immense distance already. The only point Vase was uncertain about was why the evolution witch found the need to employ such a low-level method to rouse red humanity's sense of pride. There were much more elegant and uplifting ways to achieve similar results. Vase did not see much point in bringing up original humans as they have become completely irrelevant in the new frontier. The evolution witch deliberately swept her gaze towards the rows and rows of cultivators raised by the precursor of the Red Collective. From the mightier titans to the humblest civilian cultivators, each of them maintained extremely respectful and humble stances in front of the female god pilot. The supremely powerful woman smiled more affectionately at these model cultivators. An entire standard year has passed since a great young man has proposed the formation of a new organization. Its mandate is multifold. It must first promote the cause of cultivation within our civilization. It is tasked with managing the practitioners of cultivation and ensuring they remain productive members of our society. It is also responsible for enforcing the laws governing cultivation and meting out punishment against rulebreakers that can form a serious threat against their fellow humans. Lastly, it must discharge its responsibilities within a legal framework that makes it accountable to the population at large. This was pretty much the core mission statement of the Red Collective. Even though everyone important enough already knew about it, it was still important for the Evolution Witch to mention this during the ongoing founding ceremony. No one weaker than a god pilot dared to defy her commands. Anyone who tried to work against the mission statement of the Red Collective implicitly defied the will of the Evolution Witch. Anyone who did so without the backing of another god pilot opened themselves up to retribution from the human biodisaster herself. Although it would be extremely uncouth and counterproductive for the Evolution Witch to take action in person to squash a human power because of political disagreements, the mere threat that this might happen should keep many naysayers honest. In fact, the Evolution Witch did not even have to take action in person. There should be many sycophants and political opportunists who would be glad to clean up her weaker opponents on her behalf. Seeing that the right people had received her implicit warning, the Evolution Witch continued with her speech. The Red Collective may be small and lacking in many facilities after only a single year of preparation, but its foundation is strong and its future is unlimited. As long as it develops along a healthy trajectory, I have no doubt that it will stand equal to the Red Association and the Red Fleet one day. We must all remain patient and avoid demanding overly hasty results. Much of the property and personnel of the current collective are loaned or donated from other sources, but this is not a detriment, as everyone agrees that we must take control over our own evolution. No matter whether you are a mecher, a fleeter or a citizen of a state, you are all red humans, and you are all mutating under the distant light and radiation of Messier 87. The Red Collective will always have a mandate as long as that remains constant. This time, she demanded patience from those that expected the Red Collective to solve all of their problems. Not even a god pilot could make that happen. Now that you understand why we need the Red Collective, I shall explain its governance, which is different from what you are accustomed to seeing from the Red 2. The Evolution Witch succinctly explained the power structure of the Red Collective. She briefly mentioned the establishment of the legislative branches in the form of an upper council and a lower council. She pointed out that the office of executors fulfilled the function of an executive branch. She also mentioned the various departments. The enforcement department happened to hold most of the judicial power at the moment. Everyone was somewhat satisfied. The big players remained confident they could prevent the Red Collective from damaging their core interests by possessing seats in the upper council. The ordinary citizens at the bottom finally felt they gained a voice through the lower council. Ambitious carcerists were eyeing the many open positions within the departments that urgently needed to be filled. The founding of the Red Collective ruined a lot of plans, but opened many future possibilities to a lot of individuals who previously remained stuck in their current. Through the Evolution Witch's deliberate words, the Red Collective was bound to become synonymous with progress. The Evolution Witch sure knew how to conduct good PR, but only if she cared about other people's opinions. The Red Collective is new and still in flux. Its rules and its governance may undergo significant changes as it continues to perfect and improve its operations. From today onwards, every council, every office and every department must begin their work with the common cause of human evolution in their minds. Each of us are the first to embark on this societal experiment. We must perform at our best in order to set good examples to the generations to come. All of us must work together to fulfill the mandate set by the. This was easier said than done. Much of the RC was bound to be divided by different parties. The office of executors would probably have their hands full trying to stop or limit all of the political maneuvers that were taking place. So long as humans remained selfish, no one could ever solve this problem. Every labor should yield a reward. None of the members who are ready to dedicate their lives to the Red Collective will remain impoverished. It is too premature to introduce a new currency, but every worker and contributor to human cultivation will have the opportunity to earn RC merits, which can be redeemed for a large variety of rewards. RC merits. Sure enough, Red humanity had gained one more way to rise above their stations and earn their way to prosperity. Chapter 6438 Cultivation Methods Available to the Public. The creation of RC merits was a significant step. It was one way in which the Red Collective intended to close the gap with the Red 2. A lot of planning went into the creation of RC merits, and more importantly, the exchange where it could be redeemed for all kinds of rewards. There was an important reason why the evolution witch mentioned RC merits in her speech. Every red human will have an opportunity to earn RC merits by contributing to the Red Collective. Both civilians and soldiers can earn a varying amount of RC merits by fulfilling material orders, offering territories and facilities to the local branches of the Red Collective, exposing any crimes or abuses perpetrated by cultivators, teaching a curated cultivation methods to a classroom, volunteering to fight on the front lines as cultivators and more. Even the poorest third-raters can still earn respectable amounts of RC merits as long as they are willing to go above and beyond to promote their own evolution. The RC's merit exchange was similar to the ones maintained by the RA and the RF. There were still differences. The RC oriented itself a lot better towards the bottom segments of human civilization. It should be a little easier for third-raters and second-raters to earn meager amounts of RC merits without bankrupting themselves. The reason for that soon became known as the evolution witch continued her explanation. A projection appeared over her head. It depicted a large floating space station that possessed a peculiar appearance. Its exterior consisted of aquamarine-covered plating and its overall shape looked like a tapered pentagonal rod. A less charitable way to describe the space station was that it looked like a giant mace that a phase lord could use to smack his enemies around. Even so, this was no weapon. The appearance of the space station possessed special and mysterious qualities that Vase could not define. There was something fishy about this structure. This is the repository. It is the prototypical library that shall hold all of the cultivation methods of red humanity. Its archives will not only store the texts and scriptures that can teach red humans how to evolve to greater versions of themselves, but it will also accommodate researchers who are tasked with decrypting the mysteries of legacy cultivation methods. To most of you, the repository is the destination where you will go in order to exchange for a cultivation method outside of a sect. Most people were not familiar with the concept and meaning of a sect, but the evolution witch clearly intended to address this subject later. Cultivation methods are more than instruction manuals that describe multi-step plans to improve yourself. They contain profound and life-changing secrets that can unlock the hidden potential of human qualities. Since cultivation can be dangerous when you attempt to manipulate forces that you cannot understand or harness, the Red Collective imposes many restrictions to every method. The repository currently recognizes 4 different categories of cultivation methods. A different projection appeared over her head. They displayed fairly simple and basic examples of people benefiting from their cultivation practice. There were humans who grew stronger and could lift 4 times the weight of objects than before. There were humans who aced their university exams where they previously struggled to earn passing grades. There were also humans who piloted their mechs much more effectively than before because their accuracy, reaction speeds and other relevant parameters had improved. That last part interested a lot of mech pilots as well as norms with dreams of controlling their own Karman mechs. It showed that even mech pilots could still benefit from cultivation, though to what extent, few could tell. The most accessible cultivation methods that the Red Collective shall make available to the public starting from today are free curated cultivation methods. These are fully modern cultivation methods of low complexity that any human can easily get started with, including children from the age of 12. Every free method is curated by our best cultivation scientists in order to guarantee their safety and reliability. They are the best methods to become accustomed to cultivation practice as mistakes will never lead to severe consequences. Their ceilings are low, but they can be used to build good foundations. Once you transition to more advanced cultivation methods, you should be able to transform your existing foundation and avoid losing your progress. With the existing heritage and scientific capabilities of red humanity, it was not difficult to derive these free cultivation methods. Vase had actually provided his input on a few of them, but the cultivation scientists hailing from the major powers did not really need the help. He was far from the only person who was proficient with the science of cultivation. The projection above the evolution witch's head changed to demonstrate more powerful and dramatic displays of cultivation. They showed the Titans injecting phase water into their veins before painfully trying to grow the sizes of their true bodies. They also showed the Apocalypse Wardens trying to cultivate the furnaces in their bodies by cultivating next to roaring flames. They also showed other familiar sights such as singers eliminating the resistance of thousands of captive Orvan prisoners of war and planters accelerating the growth and maturation of special herbs. These were powers and abilities that could never be attained by practicing low-level cultivation methods. Once a practitioner has built a solid foundation and is ready to embark on true cultivation, he or she may choose to practice premium curated cultivation methods. These are more advanced scriptures that are carefully drafted and curated to produce strong results over time. Their ceilings are much higher, but the dangers are also greater. In order to reduce the occurrence of cultivation deviations, the repository or designated agents offers lessons in order to understand and properly practice these methods. More complicated methods cannot be learned through studying the texts alone. Do note that the more powerful premium curated cultivation methods also require the use of cultivation resources in order to get started or accelerate your progress. This usually consists of elixirs synthesized from special reagents. Talent and other uncontrollable factors can also determine your compatibility with specific cultivation methods. The greater the power, the greater the requirements. This remained an unbroken rule. People needed to decide for themselves whether they were able to meet the requirements to practice a premium cultivation method that imposed heavy demands on comprehension, talent, finances, and access to high-level resources. None of this was fair, but society was unfair to begin with. So long as people had a chance to practice the most powerful premium cultivation methods one way or another, they should not have too many complaints. Access to premium curated cultivation methods is not free. The evolution which emphasized, they are the products of multiple hardworking experts. They also promise greater power, so we do not permit any human to practice them freely. Each premium curated cultivation method can only be accessed by exchanging the required sum of RC merits and passing a background check. In order to prevent unauthorized distribution of these premium methods, each of them are composed so that human individuals can only get started on them if they begin their first practice with the help of visualization artifacts that are exclusively displayed inside the secure chambers of the branches of the Red Collective. The projection above her head changed to display a small collection of these so-called visualizations. They ranged from mythical dragons to unusually looking robots. Each visualization image depicted far more than a piece of artwork. Their creators instilled great meanings into them, causing them to turn into artifacts that could impart very special feelings and emotions into their viewers. These visualization artifacts are the key that allow a practitioner to unlock a premium cultivation method. Without a key, a copy of the texts alone cannot allow a human to get started. If the Red Collective has discovered that a human has been able to bypass this security measure and succeeded in practicing a premium cultivation method without exchanging it from the repository, then the enforcement department will take steps to remedy the situation. That spooked a lot of people, especially those that sought to take advantage of the apparent loopholes. While Vase did not think it was impossible for him to circumvent the need for visualization artifacts in order to practice a premium cultivation method obtained through irregular means, there was no reason for him to risk any penalties when it should be easy for him to earn a lot of RC merits. The evolution witch's expression turned a little less pleasant. Both free and premium cultivation methods are fully curated. The same cannot be said for uncurated cultivation methods. These are either legacy cultivation methods that are recovered from old or ancient sources. They may also encompass modern cultivation methods created by individuals who have not submitted them for certification to the Red Collective. They may promise great power, but their safety can never be guaranteed. The Red Collective heavily discourages and prohibits the practice of uncurated cultivation methods. Only by submitting them for certification can they be practiced, but only with the guidance and assistance from the repository or a sanctioned sect. Independent practice of advanced cultivation methods is not allowed. These were heavy restrictions. The Red Collective clearly did not want lone individuals to play around with dangerous forces without any supervision. There were too many ways that could go wrong if people were left to their own devices. The RC clearly wanted to turn cultivation into a group activity. By forcing people to practice their methods in groups or classrooms, they could all keep tabs on each other, thereby making it easier to spot cultivators who threatened to go astray. The group environment should also foster greater cooperation. Study groups could emerge where people exchanged their best practices and helped each other understand the more complicated scriptures. Finally, sect-certified cultivation methods are advanced scriptures that are permitted to be practiced by members of sanctioned sects. It is not necessary to exchange RC merits for them, as sects will impose their own requirements to practice them. The Red Collective permits the establishment or registration of organizations that are able to provide structured teaching and supervision of cultivation of sect-exclusive methods. There are advantages and disadvantages to practicing sect-certified cultivation methods as opposed to premium curated cultivation methods. Do note that every sect-certified cultivation method must be paired with visualization artifacts in order to control their spread. Know that the Red Collective does not directly control these sects. It only supervises them. Their rules and cultures may be drastically different depending on their origins and purpose. This was not enough information to give people a comprehensive understanding of sects, but it was better to explore this subject later. All in all, many listeners had become fascinated by all of the possible ways they could get started with cultivation. It was clear that most ordinary civilians would settle with free curated cultivation methods. Perhaps they might work hard to earn RC merits to gain access to premium curated cultivation methods, but it would probably be difficult to get the good stuff. People hailing from the major players should all prefer to practice sect-certified cultivation methods. They did not have to deal directly with the Red Collective, and they may be able to gain easier access to strong cultivation methods without paying a huge price. As for uncurated cultivation methods, they would always tempt people into practicing them. The Red Collective would always seek to crack them down, but it was impossible to get rid of this phenomenon entirely. The only hope was to make free and premium curated cultivation methods accessible enough to reduce the temptation of dubious and unreliable alternatives. That was the most correct way to address this problem. Even so, there would always be people who were skeptical about the RC and sought to break the system. Chapter 6439 False Hope. In just a single announcement, the evolution, which or rather the Red Collective defined the term cultivation method, and split it up into 4 different categories. The nature and selection of the categories betrayed the Red Collective's ambition to take control over the practice of systematic cultivation. The collies could not control all forms of cultivation among Red humanity. It was impossible to stop humans from absorbing E-energy radiation in a passive manner. Anyone who thought about it were fools without doubt. However, it should still be possible for the RC to impose its authority over systematic cultivation. By taking control over the drafting, testing, certification, proliferation of cultivation methods, the collies hoped to establish strong dominion over a brand new means of pursuing power. The stakes were high. Practicing the wrong cultivation methods, or practicing the right ones incorrectly, could lead to severe danger up to and including death to a lot of people. It was one thing if the cultivators merely risked their own lives. It was another thing if they practiced a demonic cultivation method and started to absorb the life force of their friends and family. The guardians of order and all other humans who possessed a justifiable amount of paranoia towards the reckless and selfish practices of the 5 Scrolls Compact played a useful role for once. The faction possessed a much stronger interest in letting the RC claim as much control over how humans interacted with systematic cultivation. Even the proponents of cultivation such as Vase and the Evolution, which did not deny the need to establish proper supervision and enforcement within this new and promising domain. The only groups that opposed the considerable expansion of the RC's authority over systematic cultivation was the Red Association and the Red Fleet. The Mechers and the Fleeters acknowledged the need for the RC to impose order in the cultivation community, but the old hegemons did not want the collies to interfere with their own business. Vase had been involved in the tense and acrimonious negotiations to resolve this contradiction. The interim leadership council turned into a shouting match as the councillors from the RA and the RF refused to play along unless they received special treatment. Although it galled the ardent supporters of the RC quite a lot, there was no way to proceed without the cooperation of the Red 2. The RC had no choice but to capitulate on this matter. The RA and the RF received their much-desired exemptions. The complete secret agreement was extremely complex and multifaceted. It basically came down to the recognition that the Mechers and the Fleeters gained the right to play around with systematic cultivation without the collies butting into their business. Technically speaking, the RA and the RF essentially secured the right to create and manage their own uncurated cultivation methods. They took over all of the responsibilities normally undertaken by the RC. That meant that the Mechers and the Fleeters became responsible for anything that went wrong. If one of their cultivation methods went awry or ended up killing a lot of people, they would bear all of the blame. Another important point in the secret agreement was that if the RA or the RF ever allowed one of their exclusive cultivation methods to leak and spread uncontrollably among the public, the RC had a right and obligation to intervene to stop this travesty from doing any further damage. In short, the Red Collective was able to spread its authority across all of human society with the very glaring exceptions of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. This would probably turn into a persistent source of frustration among the collies. Perhaps the only consolation was that the RA and the RF granted the RC expanded rights and permissions. The RA permitted the RC to conduct research into mechs, including restricted fields such as neural interface technology, so long as the projects were related to cultivation science. The RF granted the RC the right to freely produce and field warships up to a certain threshold. There was no need to collect RF warship tokens first. The exchange of benefits was enough to placate the factions with a vested interest in the Red Collective. Nobody was completely satisfied, but everyone could at least live with the compromise. There was no need to mention this deal to the public, though. The evolution which completely skipped any mention of the compromise and continued her effort to establish the authority of the Red Collective. Make no mistake, power must be earned. The most powerful forms of structured cultivation can transform baseline humans into transcendent beings that can wipe out the population of an entire planet, all without relying on mechs or other forms of technology. Such power cannot be attained at will. They can also extend your natural lifespans by thousands if not tens of thousands of years. Only a working combination of talent, hard work, discipline, patience and a willingness to work for a large amount of RC merits will allow you to ascend beyond the limitations of your human frailties. Not everyone had a strong yearning for power. These people were realistic enough to understand that they were not chosen ones who were destined to attain greatness. Yet nobody could resist the allure of extending their lifespans. Life-prolonging treatments were hard to come by. Even the wealthier and more powerful individuals faced increasingly more obstacles in their attempts to obtain the high-grade life-prolonging treatment serums necessary to live beyond 3 or 4 centuries. If engaging in systematic cultivation allowed them to expand their lifespan by several times at a fraction of the cost, then it had suddenly become a lot more attractive to all of the middle-aged and elderly citizens of Red Humanity. The ultimate pursuits of cultivation were power and eternity. Almost everyone wanted to live forever. If systematic cultivation could enable people to live much longer than their human limitations, then they were bound to embrace it a lot more enthusiastically than before. The popularity of the RC rose even further after more and more listeners made this realization. Third-raters and second-raters were especially ecstatic about it as they lacked almost complete access to life-prolonging treatments. Vase recalled the insane adventure he went through just to recover a vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum from the Starlight Megalodon. This was how desperate the space peasants could be in their quest to expand their longevity. While the evolution which effortlessly managed to stoke people's expectations towards cultivation, Vase inwardly shook his head. He knew that there was little point in pursuing longevity alone. Red Humanity was in a dire state at the moment, and the Red Tide offensive had already toppled 3 out of 5 defensive bands. It was ridiculous to drool over expanding your lifespan by thousands of years when Red Humanity was slowly losing the Red War. Without power to defend their own presence in the new frontier, humans were bound to get wiped out regardless of whether they evolved to the point where they could live for millions of years. The kind of immortality attained through cultivation did not make people invincible and impervious to getting killed. Such a mythical state could only be attained when a cultivator had far surpassed the limitations of a mighty god king. The more clever and insightful leaders already figured out this caveat, but it was not a big deal to let the ignorant dream about living forever. Impossible ambitions had always driven humans to unleash their potential and produce amazing results. The evolution which smiled wider as she could feel Red Humanity's rapidly growing fervor towards self-evolution. The more people embraced her ideology, the greater her hold on their lives. The Red Collective permits every human to cultivate with moderation. In order to raise individuals who can fully practice the more productive and complex cultivation methods, the Red Collective is in the process of founding, sponsoring or supervising cultivation academies. These brand new institutions provide full-time education programs that are most suitable for transforming teenagers and adolescents into professional cultivators. Each of them provide discounted access to premium curated cultivated methods to pupils who demonstrate sufficiently high talent and other qualifications. Cultivation academies must also provide individual courses and training programs that teach people of all ages how to practice a specific free or premium curated cultivation method. More and more cultivation academies will arise on every settled planet over time. This was a big deal. The RC clearly copied the model of Mech academies from the RA. This helped to make it easy for Red Humanity to understand how cultivation academies were supposed to work. While it was a big commitment to let children enroll into cultivation academies instead of more conventional schools, this may be the only chance for space peasants to gain access to the more promising premium curated cultivation methods. It was clear to Vase that the Red Collective wanted to train and indoctrinate entire armies of powerful and obedient cultivators. By getting to them when they were still at young and impressionable ages, these future cultivators should be much more easier to control and put into action than others. The biggest issue with cultivation academies was that they directly competed against sects. The organizations that possessed the means and ambitions to engage in their own forms of cultivation were quite upset that they had to compete with cultivation academies for highly talented recruits. In fact, not every Kali felt enthused about educating so many people. This was a responsibility that could easily be shifted to third parties. The evolution which spread her arms. Change is coming. The measures that I have announced will change our society forever. It will not take long before our entire order has transformed. Many of you will not be able to fully adapt to the rapid pace of change, but I must ask you to be strong and tolerant towards the new phenomena that will invade your daily lives. So long as the Red War looms over our civilization, we must soldier on and push our evolution until we become strong enough to repel the native aliens. For all of the wonders she introduced, the god pilot still had to remind everyone. What was at stake? Progress is life, resistance is death. If you wish to doom yourself, then that is your personal choice, but do not drag down other red humans. If you still harbor objections towards cultivation, then I must ask you to remove yourself and allow the rest of us to save our lives as well as our civilization. As long as the Red Collective represents our collective will to evolve and grow stronger, it will enforce its mandate on you and everyone else. We can debate on alternative approaches after we have solved our existential crisis. Perhaps people developed the impression that the Red Collective was soft, compared to the more domineering Red Association and the Red Fleet. The evolution which did not want that impression to stick, so she made sure to give people a little warning. Her god kingdom even started to grow sharper in order to emphasize her ominous words. Now that you have learned multiple different means on how you can engage in systematic cultivation, let us meet your new leaders. Some of Red humanity's best and brightest have volunteered to undertake the critical responsibility of shaping and growing the Red Collective until it is able to cement its place in our civilization. No leader is infallible, but as there are multiple of them, they should be able to keep each other in check, thereby preventing the RC from straying from its fundamental mandate. No appointment is permanent and guaranteed for life. Vase did not mind if he could not keep his position in the upper council on a permanent basis. The first generation of leaders had an opportunity to set the customs and traditions of the Red Collective. Getting in first meant that he could still steer the Red Collective in a direction that would continue to favor himself and the Larkinson clan long after he left the upper council. Chapter 6440 The investiture of the upper and lower councils. Now that the evolution which formally introduced the Red Collective and introduced a new era of cultivation to the masses, the god pilot finally chose to withdraw. Her exit was much less flamboyant than her entry. Her human body simply faded away until none of it was visible anymore. Even the awesome presence of her god kingdom had faded from everyone's awareness. That did not necessarily mean that she had left. The god pilot was most certainly watching over the entire astral octagon and its surroundings for any threats. She merely relinquished her right to address Red humanity any further. After all, there was no need for an individual of her stature to announce political appointments. That job was reserved for mortals. A familiar figure began to descend from her elevated position and land at the very center of the Shrine of Hall. It made sense for a fleeter to speak up next. Vase just did not like her very much. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson occupied the exact same position as the Evolution Witch, but possessed none of the latter's divine grace. The contrast was considerable, but most people did not necessarily think that Amelie was inferior. No matter what, she was still a Fleet Admiral, one of the few top-ranking members of the Red Fleet who ended up stuck in the Red Ocean. To be able to climb from the officer ranks and make it all the way to the top of the Admiralty proved that she possessed excellent capabilities. It was actually even more impressive that she managed to become a Tier 1 galactic citizen while remaining mortal. Sure, she benefited from having access to the best implants and human genetic optimization treatments, but they could never make her as outrageously powerful or intelligent as a god pilot or a star designer. However, the evolution which was proven correct that Red humanity most definitely needed to rely on systematic evolution in order to survive the Red War. Vase sat close enough to the center of the Grand Chamber to notice that Fleet Admiral Jameson had already begun to cultivate. He could vaguely sense that she was practicing a fairly safe and clean chi cultivation method that mostly strengthened her charisma and her intellectual capabilities. There may be more aspects that Vase had yet to discern, but it was clear that the Fleet Admiral maintained her caution and vigilance towards this new phenomenon. He wondered how long that would last. Making it easier for her to command her subordinates and solve complex command problems was only a fraction of the benefits that systematic cultivation could produce. With her power, wealth and connections, she should readily be able to transform herself into a phase lord or other powerhouse. While she did not necessarily have to turn herself into a gigantic humanoid monstrosity and risk alienating herself from the rest of the Red Fleet, there was an endless variety of chi cultivation methods that could allow her to become as powerful as Cynthia Larkinson while still retaining most of her humanity, which the fleeters cared about a lot. Whatever the case, the cultivation of Fleet Admiral Jameson was not Vess's problem. The fleeters had fought hard to earn an exemption from the Red Collective's mandate, so they should be able to work out a plan by themselves. Red humans, the matronly woman said in a stern and authoritative voice. The selection of the members of the lower council has already taken place beforehand. Each of you have been given the opportunity to cast your vote to select who you wish to represent your state or organization in the lower council. Today, we shall commence the investiture of the winning candidates and bestow them with the power to appoint individuals to the office of executors to serve as the heads of every department. The lower council represented the interests of the people, so its councillors could make a lot of changes so long as they reached a majority. It was only natural to give the lower council the power to choose the people to staff the executive branches of the Red Collective. One notable exception to this rule was the enforcement department. The LC's ability to interfere in this department was limited in order to maintain a proper separation of powers. This scheme was anything but perfect, but it was the most convenient solution on hand. Shortly after the fleet admiral finished her words, a projection appeared above that listed out all of the names of the lower councillors that had won their respective elections. The distribution of seats was a complicated affair. The interim leadership council had to balance the interests between large but poor powers and rich but smaller powers. In the end, population size remained important, but what also determined the allocation of seats in the lower council was the so-called contribution factor. A complex formula with many different variables could be used to calculate the contribution factor of a group. As long as the final sum exceeded a threshold, that group earned a spot in the lower council. Certain states and organizations received the right to occupy more than one seat in the lower council if they encompassed more people or contributed a lot more to the advancement of human civilization. For example, the Colonial Federation of Davut was fairly sizable in the Krakatoa Middle Zone, and also made a lot of civil as well as military contributions to the war effort. It had received the right to send 2 representatives to the lower council. The Hex Federation had a lower population than Davut, but was a lot more active on the military front. Its soldiers were more fanatic and its armed forces were more experienced and cohesive. Combined with the enthusiastic use of living mechs, it also earned the right to send 2 representatives to the lower council. Vase did not know the lower councillors of Davut in person. He merely noted that both of them came from the original founders and dominant ruling powers of the second-rate colonial state. One of them was a part of the Clive Consortium and the other hailed from the Dogon Collective. The Hex Federation dispatched respected female leaders from 2 of its more diplomatic-friendly matriarchal dynasties. One matriarch was a member of the Vrakan matriarchal dynasty, which was known for its emphasis on rationality and scheming ability. Another matriarch was a member of the Soma matriarchal dynasty. The Somas tended to prize culture and tended to be gentle in their daily interactions. Those were very interesting choices. They lacked the aggression of the members of the Victrix or Amort matriarchal dynasties, which were famous for harboring hatred towards men and possessing an endless lust for conquest and warfare respectively. Vase stared at the Vrakan and the Soma representatives and briefly met their eyes. Both lower councillors nodded their heads in silent respect. It was good to know that he could count on their support if he wanted to get stuff done in the lower council, though he personally did not expect to interact with them often. He could easily shift this responsibility to Chief of Staff Eliza Mo Ragadan and other lackeys. Raymond was a trueblood Larkinson who had been with the clan from the start. In any case, Vase noted to his satisfaction that the Larkinson clan also managed to occupy a seat in the lower council. The Larkinson clan was too small to meet the population requirement, but its contributions to the war effort was disproportionately high, particularly due to Vess's efforts. It was only right to bestow the clan with a seat. The Larkinsons had already voted Raymond Billingsley Larkinson to occupy this seat, managing to beat Chief Minister Novalon Pernis by a wide margin. He occupied a good mix of leadership positions in the past, from leading the LMC to serving among the first generation of chief ministers of the Larkinson clan. His last position was the branch director of the Davut branch. Even after General Ark Larkinson transferred to this branch and established a large presence over there, Raymond made sure the largest side branch continued to stay true to the ideals of the Larkinson clan. To be honest, Raymond was nowhere near as smart, cunning or charismatic enough to claim a seat in one of the highest legislative chambers of human civilization. Even though he was only over a single century young, he was an old man in body and soul. His cultivation was meager and he possessed little passion for politicking. Novalon Pernus vastly beat Raymond in terms of qualifications alone. It was a pity that the clansmen did not really appreciate superior performance alone. Raymond had two advantages that the better qualified candidates lacked. First, he possessed the heart of a true Larkinson. People might doubt his ability to keep up with others in a first-class society, but they never doubted his love and dedication to his Larkinson heritage. Second, he was the grandfather of Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. Even though Raymond had very little to do with the success of the first and most powerful ace pilot of the Larkinson clan, the grandson's brilliant aura still managed to spill over the old man. Vase personally believed the Larkinson clan would probably be able to accomplish more if a consummate politician like Novalon Pernus entered the lower council. He would be a natural in this political arena. He did not mind that Raymond managed to win the election, though. Vase trusted the old but dependable man to represent the interests of the Larkinson clan without any selfish motivations. After the Fleet Admiral completed her introduction of the lower councillors, she began to highlight the other legislative chamber of the Red Collective. The upper council serves as an additional check on the lower council. Appointed by the most powerful states and organizations that have made enormous contributions to the continued survival and development of our civilization, the upper councillors represent the interests of the most effective guardians of our race. A new projection appeared above her head that listed out all of the members of the upper council. It took too much time to introduce all 150 of them on an individual basis, so the Fleet Admiral only mentioned the most important ones. The final name was the most important one. ... And lastly, the office of Chief Counselor that presides over the upper council is granted to Professor Vase Larkinson, who you may recently know as the father of Carmen Mech. Vase rose from his seat in a dignified manner. Many guests began to clap to show their sincere respect and appreciation for the inventor of Carmen Mech. Of course, none of them did anything as crass as yell or shout uncouth words. This event was far too formal to permit such behavior. Though Vase already knew for certain that he would receive this appointment when he got assigned to the most decorated seat on the floater platform, he still felt incredibly relieved now that the Fleet Admiral confirmed it with her own words. It was official now. Vase gained a top leadership position, one that granted him access to many of the exclusive resources and secrets of the Red Collective without needing to do a lot of work in return. Vase had truly managed to break into the second highest level of galactic-level human politics at this time. Unfortunately, his status, power and influence could not compare to the likes of Fleet Admiral Jameson. The Red Collective distributed its power a lot more extensively among different people. The 5 executors appointed by the 2 councils had much more direct authority at their disposal. Vase figured that his actual political power was more comparable to that of Admiral Chelsea Mealy. He had definitely turned into one of the top dogs of the Red Collective, but he was not the first person that came to mind when people thought about who was in charge. Before we proceed with the next phase of the founding ceremony, I would like to invite Chief Counselor Vase Larkinson to briefly address the public with his words. Chapter 6441 The Dark Age of the Mech Industry. Vase only received a brief opportunity to address the public. He was merely the Chief Counselor of the Upper Council. He wouldn't be able to speak as long as the evolution which despite her lack of official position within the Red Collective. To be honest, Vase did not have a strong desire to address the public yet again. He had already shared much of his thoughts during the last product reveal that happened only 3 days ago. That had vented much of his desire to grandstand to all of Red humanity. Still, Vase was not tired to the point of squandering this precious opportunity to say his piece. Last time, people were paying attention to him because of the unprecedented features of the Yellow Jacket models. This time, people had already known about the Carmen system long enough to get over the immediate excitement. The masses were much more interested in the benefits that cultivation could provide. It was best to play into those expectations. Vase had already thought about what subjects he could address at this time. He would have to limit his selection, which made it hard to narrow down his choices. He eventually decided to remind the public about 2 or 3 important subjects. He cared a lot about them as he believed that people could make a lot more optimal choices if they took his words into account. As everyone's focus shifted to Vase, he slowly rose from his throne. Lucky, who had been resting on his lap, had to leave his perch and climb up to his shoulder. The appearance of the black archimetal cat served as a sharp contrast to his red ceremonial robes. There was just one problem. Vase felt as if there was a missing element. Though it shouldn't have been important in a moment as solemn as this, he suddenly became hyper-focused at this absence. It was as if he suddenly became afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder. The sense that he was not complete bothered him so much that it was like an itch that he had yet to scratch. Should he ignore it and proceed with his speech, or should he scratch it at the risk of looking weird? He decided to scratch his itch. It was just too annoying. Vase held out his hand and summoned his ocean collar. The flute attracted immediate attention due to the remarkable appearance of the high-level artifact and the runes floating on its exterior. He slowly sized it up until he was able to hold it like a staff. That was better. Vase understood now why he felt the compulsion to summon the ocean collar. It was because it would complete the image of a wise and powerful wizard. One with a playful mechanical cat hanging on his shoulder. He tried his best not to smirk as he began to speak. There is much that the prior speakers have already said. I fully agree and affirm everything they have said. Humans are weak, but we never let that stop us from rising beyond our limitations. Back in the Milky Way, we overcame the 7 apex races by leveraging the unending potential of technology. Here in the Red Ocean, that has not proven to be enough, so we must look back to ourselves and promote our own evolution in order to outcompete the 13 major alien races. They may outnumber us by a ratio of a 1,000 to 1 or higher, but if every individual human is just 10 or 100 times stronger or more productive than an average alien, then we will win the Red War when we combine our cultivation with our mastery of high technologies. That was an uplifting message. A lot of humans already gained more confidence in the future of Red humanity after the release of Carmen Mechs. The formal introduction of systematic cultivation gave humans even more tools to gain power. However, it was a bit difficult to say whether widespread practice of systematic cultivation could actually dig Red humanity out of a hole. Only true gods were powerful enough to overcome the steep odds of the Red War. The native aliens had far too many bodies and assets to throw against Red humanity. People still needed to rely on the emergence of more god pilots in order to truly secure humankind's place in the new frontier. Perhaps he was wrong. Perhaps the masses may still surprise him by exceeding his expectations. There was still value in raising them up. Just 1 or 2 cultivation geniuses comparable to the chosen human could make an enormous difference in a surprisingly short amount of time. Mindful of the limited amount of time, Vase cleared his thoughts and focused on conveying his next message. Starting from today, each of you have many options to choose from. Many cultivation methods promise to strengthen you in specific directions. What I would like for you to keep in mind is that cultivation is never static. You can switch to different methods or practice multiple of them at the same time. For example, I believe that many mech designers can benefit from practicing an auxiliary cultivation method. The Red Collective has already conducted extensive tests on possible combinations to verify that they are safe and produce no severe sequelae. Be warned that improper mixing can still lead to dangerous consequences, and may even lead to death. Do not take this lightly. Controlling your evolution does not mean you can engage in reckless experiments with actual human lives at stake. Despite his warning, he had no doubt that there would always be dummies that would do exactly what he told them not to do. This was the nature of humans, and there was no way to prevent every possible accident from occurring. Mech design is a semi-passive form of cultivation that is originally adapted to the Milky Way. It is still just as effective in the Red Ocean, but it is lacking in personal strengthening as it has little interaction with the energy radiation. There are many curated cultivation methods that can make up for this shortcoming. There is no rule that prevents mech designers from practicing a chi or body cultivation method, so feel free to do so, but only with proper guidance and supervision. If you are sincere about designing mechs, then I advise you not to obsess over systematic cultivation and lose sight of your original goals and passions. It is difficult to reach the end, but if you are able to become a star designer, you will become a living deity that has completely transcended beyond your human limitations, similar to a god pilot. This is no worse than the outcomes of practicing a powerful cultivation method to the fullest. Part of the discussions during the Interim Leadership Council focused on the impact that systematic cultivation would have on mech design. It took time for humans to make progress in their cultivation practice. Different methods demanded a greater amount of time than others. Unfortunately, the ones that promised greater power usually forced the practitioners to devote greater time and attention. All of this cultivation activity came with substantial opportunity costs. The more mech designers invested their time in systematic cultivation, the less time they spent on designing mechs, researching new design applications, fabricating mechs and trying to sell their products. Was the mech industry about to enter into a dark age? That was the fear that haunted a lot of mech designers. The age of mechs had been their golden age, as norms had no other way to work intensely with mechs unless they designed them for a living. This was no longer the case. Carmen mechs made mech piloting a lot more accessible. Systematic cultivation promised increased longevity and greater personal power, often without demanding years or decades of patient and persistent studying and design work. The relation between risks and rewards were all skewed. This should not be a big surprise, as mech design was ultimately a product of its environment. It was a bit outdated by the current standards in the Red Ocean. In comparison, the curated cultivation methods that the Red Collective had managed to formulate with the help of many cultivation scientists combined ancient mystical theories with a modern scientific approach. The use of advanced technological facilities and access to a huge amount of funding had allowed the precursor of the RC to quickly generate a large amount of relatively simple but undeniably effective cultivation methods. From what Vase heard, there was no easy way to improve the process of mech design. It was one of the masterpieces of the 13 progenitors of mechs. Only star designers and other true gods possessed the intellectual prowess and deep insights into energy to tinker with the Red Kingdom and the embedded blueprint of mech design. Even then, a single faulty change could break everything. This was why the big shots ultimately decided that keeping the process of mech design the same was the most prudent decision to make. It was not a proper solution to the problem, but the risk of anything going wrong should be low. Mech designers just had to bear the risks themselves by choosing which cultivation methods to practice as an auxiliary activity. Vase personally had a lot of faith in the mech industry. Becoming a mech designer might not be as flashy as becoming a cultivator that could launch fire hammers or punch with the power of a mech, but the profession had the advantage of over 4 centuries of accumulated glory and prestige. In fact, Vase actually felt it was better if less people studied mech design. There were already far too many kids who chose to enter the mech industry, only to find out that excessive competition had long saturated the mech markets. Allowing the people who were less passionate and dedicated towards mechs pursue other opportunities should hopefully open up more room to truly dedicated mech lovers. In any case, the Red Association already promised to monitor the state of the mech industry closely. If the popularity of mech design collapsed so much that there was no way to meet the manpower requirements of the mech industry, then the mechers would definitely take action one way or another. There's one more tip that I would like to share with you. Vase spoke as he intended to bring up one more topic. Companion spirits are an indispensable aid to any cultivator. They generate a miniature copy of yourself that can practice a completely different cultivation method from your main self. You can combine brain with brawn to enjoy the best of both worlds, or double up on a single focus to break through the limitations of your primary cultivation method. The best part is that it is completely safe to do this in many instances. Previously restricted to the new elites program, companion spirit fruits can now be redeemed by any human through the RC Merit Exchange. Currently, you can redeem and ingest a companion spirit fruit by exchanging 100,000 RC merits. This is a temporary price level, as the Red Collective is still in the process of ramping up production. In time, we intend to lower the redemption price to 10,000 RC merits, making it accessible to any red human that has aided the RC in one fashion or another. People responded a lot more enthusiastically towards this tip. They had yet to understand and realize the greater potential of companion spirits until now. Vase could easily predict that a lot of wealthy and more capable people would be working hard to save up 100,000 RC merits just to get their hands on a companion spirit fruit. Even though it was deliberately overpriced at the moment, getting one sooner could save a cultivator many years of progress. In fact, it was a lot easier to exchange for a companion spirit fruit through the war exchange that was a part of the new elites program. People just needed to fight on the front lines and earn enough war merits. And survive, of course. Chapter 6442. From chess piece to chess player. Vase ended his speech shortly after that. There was no time left, and saying anything else may cause people to pay less attention to his valuable tips. The founding ceremony continued after Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson completed the introduction of the legislative branch of the Red Collective. She proceeded to introduce the 5 nominees for the office of executors that had already received majority approval from the lower and upper councils. The executors were the equivalent of the chief ministers of the Larkinson clan and led the day-to-day operations of the Red Collective. They possessed a lot of authority and could even assume near-absolute power during emergencies. Vase did not know any of them in person, and had little interest in befriending them. He knew that each executor was actually chosen to placate different interest groups. If Vase needed to borrow the power of an executor to get anything specific done, he just had to approach the ones that were closely aligned to the Red Association and the common folk. So long as the other 4 executors did not deliberately obstruct this little move, there should be no problem for Vase to obtain what he sought. The founding ceremony continued after the Fleet Admiral concluded the introductions. The 5 newly appointed executors took over and began to hold their own speeches. Each of them expressed their own values and priorities before solemnly promising to help the Red Collective become as strong as the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Every speech was interspersed by a ritual. From dances to sacrifices, the collies evidently understood and appreciated the value of rituals, especially ones that a massive amount of people paid attention to. Every ceremony seemed to bond red humans a little closer to each other. Vase started to lose interest at this point. The ritual displays were quite impressive, but their content was a little thin. Perhaps the collies were too afraid that they would inadvertently imitate the 5 scrolls compact, so they deliberately controlled the intensity to avoid alarming too many powerful people. Whatever the case, the entire show finally concluded a little over an hour later. The Shrine of Light had descended into an amiable silence again. Nobody dared to chat with each other or make any noises. Everyone had become thoroughly affected by the grand chamber illuminated with radiant light. The positive energies that flowed through the Shrine of Light at a higher concentration than usual kept everyone in an airy and more receptive mood. As they slowly began to leave their seats and exit through the many entrances that had opened up, they continued to mull over all of the words that the speakers had conveyed earlier. Vase hoped that they did not forget the advice that he had given to them. As far as he was concerned, their first priority should not be to earn enough RC merits to obtain a good premium curated cultivation method, but to spend the fruits of their labor on a companion spirit fruit instead. Companion spirits not only opened up a second and parallel channel for systematic cultivation, but also vastly increased an individual's sensitivity and perception towards E-energy. Having a companion spirit that consisted entirely of E-energy would naturally make it a lot easier to practice most forms of Qi cultivation methods. Unfortunately, the Red Collective deliberately inflated the redemption price to 100,000 RC merits, which was a large and unattainable sum for ordinary folk. Rich and powerful people should be able to satisfy this condition with relative ease by donating cash, high-grade materials, phase water, starships, real estate and other assets needed to expand the operations of the Red Collective. It took an immense capital for the Red Collective to catch up to the rest of the Red 2, which was why it needed to depend heavily on the RC merit exchange to gain what it needed. In any case, the production of companion spirit fruits was not costly at all. The only restriction that prevented them from becoming more readily available was the absence of enough trees that could grow the fruits. The cultivation method department had to invest a lot of resources and manpower to develop new cultivation methods. Drafting them required the expertise of high-level cultivators and extremely knowledgeable cultivation scientists, both of which were quite scarce in the Red Ocean. Every newly developed cultivation method had to go through a large battery of tests before getting sent back to an R&D team in order to optimize it further. The new iteration of the cultivation method had to undergo a second battery of tests in order to expose as many flaws and possibilities for further improvement. A cultivation method could only become curated after repeating this cycle often enough. The Red Collective served as the highest authority of systematic cultivation of red humanity, so any flaws were completely unacceptable. Given all the work that the cultivation method department put into preparing dozens of free and premium curated cultivation methods, it was a miracle that people had so many to choose from right on the date of the founding ceremony. Vase had already taken a look at the options available in the repository. Most of the cultivation methods were very modern, simple and devoid of any frills. It was not until he browsed the more extravagantly priced premium curated cultivation methods that he started to encounter a lot of weirdness. Vase figured that they were essentially modernized and optimized versions of very powerful ancient cultivation methods. The cultivation scientists may have been able to tweak a few peripheral elements, but they did not dare to alter any of the core components for fear of collapsing the entire mysterious framework. To be honest, Vase seriously questioned the wisdom of adapting old cultivation methods instead of starting from a blank slate, but the Red Collective probably wanted to show off the greater potential of systematic cultivation. Their ridiculously high redemption prices were probably meant to deter people from actually practicing the methods. Vase expected that the cultivation method department would eventually replace these modernized legacy cultivation methods with fully modern equivalents that possessed a lot less ancient baggage. In any case, this was not his problem. The cultivation method department was understandably one of the most well-staffed and well-funded departments of the Red Collective. The department head and the executors should be able to improve the catalog of curated cultivation methods to a satisfactory level within a decade. As Vase finally exited the Shrine of Light, his chief of staff joined him once again. "Your new office awaits, Chief Counselor. Your entire staff has already relocated to the adjacent workplaces. Please lead me to my new office. By the way, can I change out of these stuffy robes? I look good in it and all, but it is far too much to wear now that the founding ceremony has ended. There is a sizable apartment attached to your office where you can sleep, refresh yourself and change your clothes." Vase carried Lucky in his arms as he followed Eliza Mo Regadan to his new office. All of the senators of the upper council got assigned to offices at the same section of the astral octagon. The interior design had shifted when Vase first entered this part of the crystalline space station. An air of calm and solemnity was infused in this section. Actual incense burners lined the walls, causing the air to be filled with a spicy scent that Vase did not expect. He could feel that there was more to incense than met the eye. Just smelling it caused his spirituality to become stimulated. "What is with the incense?" Vase questioned. "Classified," Eliza responded. "I do not have the security clearance to know this information. You should be able to learn the full details as your security clearance is much higher than my own. In fact, in the following 2 days, you are expected to remain inside the astral octagon so that you can be briefed on all manner of secrets that the chief counselor of the upper council is expected to know. This can include the existence and functions of grand works, the secret projects that the Red Collective is working on and confidential intelligence related to the native aliens of the Red Ocean." Vase couldn't help but smile. Now that he had broken into the top levels of human civilization, he finally completed his transformation from a chess piece into a chess player. Knowledge was power. The more he knew about the true score of red humanity, the less he became vulnerable to plots and schemes that deliberately exploited his ignorance. "I see. I look forward to receiving all of that confidential information. Do I have any further obligations? Does the upper council need to convene in the near term?" His chief of staff shook her head. "No, sir. We have already made extensive arrangements for the first quarter since the start of our operations. Our plans are already locked on, and there is little need to debate on changes, barring any emergencies. The lower council also needs time to take stock of our current situation and draft longer-term plans that seek to chart the Red Collective's course in the next 2 or 3 years. It will take months for the councilors to debate each other and come to a consensus. I predict that it may take half a year before the upper council finally needs to convene in order to inspect the lower council's work and vote the proposed plan into law." This was exactly how it should be done. The lower council were expected to do all of the work, while the upper council simply skimmed through the final results and issued a stamp of approval. Under normal circumstances, the lower council should not be stupid enough to send a bill to the upper council that had a high chance of getting stalled at that point. Numerous people accused Vase of being lazy. This would mean that the upper council should essentially act as a rubber stamp that approved every bill without needing to think too much under ordinary times. This saved Vase the greatest amount of work. He just wanted to start a virtual session, vote yes on any bills that required approval, shut down his connection and go right back to his mech designs. He preferred to frame it as maximizing his efficiency. Few people wanted to waste their time. Vase was glad that most members of the upper council held similar opinions. After their floater platform finally brought them to their destination, Vase and his entourage finally entered his own slice of territory within the astral octagon. The same staff rose from their seats and formally saluted their superior and the esteemed chief counselor. Vase casually waved to them to return to their seats while heading straight towards his main office. The entire place was tastefully decorated, but was devoid of a personal touch. Vase reminded himself to decorate his main office later. The good news was that the previous painting that depicted the former Great Temple of the Five Scrolls Compact had not been brought to his new office. The wall remained bare, so Vase preferred to stop by the art department so that he could pick out a replacement piece in person. Before he sat down on his large and opulent office chair, he briefly explored the private apartment that was built right next to his main office. The place offered a luxurious living space to Vase. It was perfect for workaholics who preferred to waste as little time in transit as possible as they worked full-time within the astral octagon. Lucky had immediately taken a fancy at a floating pillow that appeared to be tailor-made for cats. The contraption featured multiple controls that could easily be operated by pets with a sufficient amount of intelligence. As the gem cat began to whoop around with his latest toy, Vase quickly completed his inspection of the private apartment before he returned to his main office. Ah, that is really good. Vase sank into his luxurious chair and noted to his delight that it was made out of top-quality Puelmer leather. He indulged himself for a small moment before shifting his attention to his chief of staff. So, what is next on the agenda? Chapter 6443 Perks of Becoming the Chief Counselor. Before I begin to introduce the agenda for the day, we should first take care of a number of household affairs. Eliza Mo Regadan spoke to her superior. She transmitted an invisible signal that caused familiar-looking soldiers to enter the main office. Vase sat up straighter on his scat as he recognized the distinctive appearance of the armored soldiers of the Apocalypse Wardens. A whopping 12 of them entered the office. If not for the fact that the chief counselor received a lot of privileges, the room would have turned a lot more cramped at this time. Each soldier made a powerful impression, especially now that Vase came closer to them than before. Every Apocalypse Warden was a double-fire cultivator who radiated a menacing degree of heat and flame to those perceptive enough. Vase had only theorized that a Chi cultivator could gain a much stronger grasp over an attribute if his companion spirit doubled down on a specialization. He was glad to see that his suspicion turned out to be correct. As Vase examined the cultivation soldiers a little closer, he noted that their markings looked a little different. These are 12 soldiers of the 2nd Apocalypse Battalion, which is only slightly less capable than the 1st. Eliza introduced the faceless and fully armored troopers to her superior. The Red Collective has assigned them to you as a permanent security detail. They will shadow you and fight on your behalf whenever it is necessary. We have already completed a discussion with Admiral Tenson to lodge your new bodyguards in a support team assigned to service and repair their equipment. Do not underestimate them. Whenever they are not on duty, they will spend their time on advancing their personal cultivation, so they will continue to grow stronger over time. The Apocalypse Wardens remained at attention. Vase could sense the steel and fiery determination radiating from their spiritualities. He nodded in approval. I can always use more protection. These are fine soldiers, and I look forward to seeing how much stronger they become after a few years of cultivation. It was questionable whether he actually needed to rely on these Apocalypse Wardens for protection. He could squash most threats by unfolding his true body. The story might be different if he had 100 or 1,000 Apocalypse Wardens at his disposal. As long as the quantity grew large enough, it was not impossible for their combined strength to shake the defenses of a lesser phase lord. Vase almost questioned whether he could pair the Apocalypse Wardens up with his own Carmen Mechs, but he changed his mind. It was better to leave Mech piloting to the professionals. The Blue Jay fleet had limited capacity for Mechs, so every slot was precious. It was best to let this troop of Apocalypse Wardens handle smaller threats, drive away crowds of deluded fans and handle various chores. The 12 Apocalypse Wardens did not come alone. They brought 3 secure lockboxes that were covered with a shiny jade-like material and decorated with silver filigree. Whatever the case, Vase actually discovered that the shiny green material was actually able to block his spiritual perception. This made it difficult to guess their contents. He could only surmise that the value of the goods inside the containers must be exceedingly precious in value. 3 pairs of soldiers carefully lifted the lockboxes and slowly placed them on the surface of Ves's large desk. What's inside? Vase impatiently asked. Gifts, sir. The Red Collective along with several cooperative partners have pooled together their resources to produce a set of equipment that a chief counselor of the upper council is expected to carry. Now that your status has risen to a much higher level than before, the current standard of equipment at your disposal is not sufficient anymore. We have taken the liberty of preparing superior alternatives to ensure that you do not fall behind in this area. Eliza Mo Rodigan began to unlock the beautiful containers one by one. Vase had to take action as well as all of the lockboxes were keyed to his own identity. The chief of staff proceeded to retrieve the first gadget resting on a velvet red pillow and presented it to Vase with both of her hands. It's a signal jammer. and not an ordinary one at that. Vase spoke with a little awe as he immediately recognized a lot of remarkable traits. The materials were of an extremely high quality. Vase did not recognize it, but he had a feeling that it could resist a surprising amount of damage. What also stood out was that it was a genuine masterwork product, and not a meager one at that. The masterwork style was substantially different from his own, but whoever made the signal jammer was so comprehensively superior that it was a lot closer to becoming a grand work than any of Ves's prior masterwork mechs. Not anyone could make a gadget as expensive and exquisite as this. He immediately guessed what kind of individual had made this powerful object. This is a super-class masterwork transphasic hyper-signal jammer. Eliza Mo Regadan proudly introduced. I am not as well versed in technical matters as you, so I will let you study the included specification sheet and instruction manual in your own time. I am told that it is highly effective even when expanded to greater ranges. It possesses a generously large energy reserve and can be recharged. It is also extremely durable, but if it is ever damaged, you can ship it back to the Astral Octagon where we will arrange for repairs. Make sure to keep it in your possession, as it is a remarkably powerful device that only a small number of leaders are privileged to obtain. We will not be able to provide you with a free replacement if lost or destroyed. Vase listened to his chief of staff even as he eagerly held the signal jammer in his hands and turned it around. His insights on design and fabrication grew by a small measure as he eagerly studied the remarkable strengths of a masterwork created by an incredibly capable maker that possessed a different approach towards quality. Who made it? He asked. Do you happen to know the identity of the creator? The super-class signal jammer is reportedly handmade by Charles Marmidian, the energy warder. The mention of the star designer caused Vase to freeze. The energy warder was an ancient 500-year-old geezer that wielded a great amount of influence in the Red Association. As the head of the RA expansionist faction, he not only possessed an inestimably high reputation, but also led a clique that encompassed two other star designers. Charles was effectively the head of one of the most powerful dynasties in the Red Ocean. His son, Chester Marmidian, was better known as the Dimensional Architect these days. The wife of Chester was Tiffany MacArthur Marmidian, and became known as the Limitless Provider. Each star designer was already influential in his or her own right, but when the three became so close that they merged their interests together, they formed a solid power block that could not be ignored. Vase did not think he was worthy to receive a product that one of the oldest and most knowledgeable star designer crafted in his own time. That did not mean he rejected the gift. His finger already wrapped tightly around it as if he was afraid that others might take it away. I hope it isn't bugged. Eliza actually looked offended. You can rest assured that the Red Collective has insisted on assurances that it will never leak any information. As an upper counselor, you are expected to become exposed to numerous cases of exceedingly high sensitivity. If there is any problem related to your signal jammer, then that will reflect badly on you and us. There is no need for excessive concern. Commissions such as these are fairly routine at your current level. Our star designers are accustomed to fulfilling them, and they will not tarnish their reputation and dishonor themselves by deviating from our exacting requirements. Vase would make sure to check that later, though he doubted that he would truly be able to figure out all of the secrets of a gadget made by a star designer. Once his assistant and advisor opened the second container, she carefully presented Vase with a larger gadget. We are also happy to gift you a super-class masterwork personal Azure shield generator. It is much stronger than the shield generator that is currently on your person. It can withstand most forms of warship-grade attacks, but only once. It can handle mech-grade attacks much better, and the radius of its protective barrier can also be expanded to encompass up to 24 tightly packed individuals. Its energy reserves are large, and they can also be recharged. Just as with your new signal jammer, your new personal shield generator is also made by the energy warder. Vase truly needed a new personal shield generator. The one he made use of was a gift from Jovi and the Red Association, but his status was much lower at the time, so its value was not too high. As a phase lord, Vase could rely on his own physical defenses and spatial barrier to withstand a lot of attacks. However, it was still a lot more comfortable to use an extremely powerful personal shield generator because it did not drain any of his personal strength. The fact that it was a masterwork was an additional bonus. Can I use it while I am fighting as a phase lord? Unfortunately not, sir. The personal shield generator possesses limited range. You can only make use of larger shield generators. Vase briefly grew disappointed, but the answer did not stray from his expectations. I see. I am grateful to the energy warder for producing not one, but 2 gifts for myself. Please convey my sincere gratitude to him for improving my personal security. Eliza smiled and retrieved the 3rd and final gadget from the last container. This is a super-class masterwork emergency multi-use personal teleporter. It works similar to your current teleporter, but its range has drastically increased. It can teleport you up to 3 light seconds away from your current position under normal circumstances. It can be activated 2 times in a row before it has expended its charges. Its energy reserves can be recharged as well, so the masterwork device is not single-use. Vase held the personal teleporter with a different kind of appreciation. He could immediately tell that it was made by a different masterwork with a very different personal touch and philosophy. Who made this device? The dimensional architect. That explained why many of the touches of the personal teleporter looked familiar. Father and son did not completely share the same philosophies and ideas, but they still maintained enough similarities to recognize the family connection. After Vase continued to examine and play around with the 3 masterwork gadgets, he finally put them down. I have a feeling that the Marmedans do not need to put so much effort into preparing gifts for us. Why did they devote their personal time on this project? Are they trying to earn my favor? Eliza Mo Regadan revealed a coy smile. You can regard it as such. The Energy Warder and his dynasty are effectively in control of the expansionist faction. It may have lost much of its meaning during this turbulent period, but the Marmedans are still keen to maintain their own power base. Your recent contributions combined with your rise to higher office has raised your stature to the point where it makes sense to court you in the eyes of star designers. You do not have to reciprocate this favor immediately. Just enjoy your new gifts. Opportunities shall arrive in the future where you can make a gesture in return. Regardless of the hidden meanings behind these gifts, Vase appreciated them so much that he readily accepted the invisible baggage. It was actually not a bad idea to be in debt to the Marmedans. Establishing this connection meant that Vase had an excuse to approach them in person in the future. Chapter 6444 Vase the Embezzler. The gifts from the Energy Warder and the Dimensional Architect neatly solved one of Ves's problems. Ever since his status had grown so quickly since the start of the Age of Dawn, he failed to update his equipment in time. There was too much work for him to do. How could he possibly spare the time to tinker with his personal equipment and upgrade his gear? His severely outdated unending regalia was still collecting dust within the Vault of Eternity. Vase actually planned to look for opportunities in your install to acquire better gear. Equipment that performed at an extremely high level were not really available on the open market, so they had to be commissioned from difficult-to-reach makers. He did not really trust devices produced by third parties. If Vase had a choice, he would rather acquire high-grade materials to cobble together his own gear. That was not always a choice. He lacked the broad and deep knowledge base to design his own personal teleporters and personal shield generators. Sure, he vaguely understood their most basic working principles, but he lacked the expertise and familiarity with materials to miniaturize their functions in such minuscule packages. He needed to spend far too much time to build a satisfactory set of equipment for himself. It was a lot better to rely on the generosity of a pair of star designers, though Vase still couldn't shake the suspicion that the gifts weren't entirely devoid of vulnerabilities. Vase gladly replaced the outdated equipment on his person and wore his new masterwork devices with pride. Now that we have taken care of this matter, let us begin with more serious concerns. Eliza Mo Regadan picked up a secure datapad and called up the agenda. The affair relating to the Hunting Association requires your immediate attention. The hunters have responded to your ultimatum as expected. They waited just before the founding ceremony had begun to transmit their formal answer. Regardless of the words that they have chosen, it is clear that their leadership does not view you in high regard. Vase shrugged. That is not the end of the dwarf galaxy. I can deal with that. Tell me whether they accept it or not. Is the Hunting Association willing to subordinate itself to the Hunting Association? Yes, and no. Vase looked flummoxed. That is a useless answer. Eliza, please give me an actual answer, the woman responded with a rueful smile. The Hunting Association has tentatively agreed that it is acceptable to subject itself to the Red Collective's authority, but not as an ordinary sect. The hunters have demanded a large amount of exemptions from the rules and regulations of the RC. They also insist that we reduce our supervision of the HA. If we satisfy these demands, then the Hunting Association will exist as a unique sect that is entitled to receive special and especially favorable treatment. That sounds really outrageous. Vase immediately frowned. They are playing with us. They are pushing our boundaries because they think they can get away with it. These hunters still cannot let go of establishing a strong and independent institution. You are not responsible for handling this affair anymore, sir. Now that the Red Collective has formally been established, the responsibility for leading the negotiations with the hunters has been transferred to the Office of Executors and the Sect Management Department. They have their own experts and diplomats who can make use of the opening you made to secure an agreement that should satisfy both parties. The hunters are more willing to negotiate with them than you. In fact, leaving you out of the process is one of their top demands. My analysis of the situation is that the final contract between the RC and the HA will end up returning a large amount of autonomy to the latter in exchange for tribute. That sounds as if the hunters intend to offer bribes to the collies in order to maintain their privileged status. That is how the game is played, Eliza explained. It is actually quite a favorable agreement to us. We are severely lacking in resources. The Hunting Association had quickly grown into prosperity due to harvesting so many natural bounties from their hunting grounds. As long as the hunters pay a protection fee, we are willing to let them be for the most part. That indeed sounded like a protection racket. It painted the Red Collective as the bad guys, which Vase did not entirely think was the case. Wait second, Eliza, did you mention that the hunters are willing to pay tribute? Does that include mentalist crystals? His chief of staff smirked. That is most certainly the case. Mentalist crystals are one of the most valuable specialty products of the Hunting Association. It is impossible for the Red Collective to let this opportunity pass. This reason alone gives me confidence that the collies will eventually pass this proposal. Interesting. This sounded great, as Vase might be able to obtain HA exclusive goods without actually approaching the hunters. He just recalled that he promised his wife to return home with a particularly valuable item in his possession. I need to get my hands on a whole mentalist crystal. Vase straightforwardly revealed. It is a vital requirement for one of the ace mechs that my clan is designing for one of our new ace pilots. Congratulations, Chief Counselor. The rise of a new saint is not only a benefit to your clan, but to all of Red humanity. Eliza flatteringly said. That said, your request is difficult to meet. I can foresee that our negotiators will certainly demand that mentalist crystals be included in the HA's annual tribute. The issue is that there are many departments that have a strong demand for this strategic resource. It is not impossible to place your request at the top of the priority list, but you will burn a large amount of social capital right away if you go through with this measure. The other collies will develop a worse impression of you if you claim a mentalist crystal that is meant for public use for private ends. This is the textbook definition of embezzlement. That did not sound like an insurmountable problem to Vase. He just had to get a little more creative. Vase chuckled. Relax, Eliza. I can easily avoid an embezzlement charge if I make sure that my usage of a mentalist crystal benefits the RC. I will make sure to write a bunch of research papers that describe the interaction between a mentalist crystal and a living Ace Command mech as well as an Ace Command pilot. I don't think that any of this has been done before, so the value of these observation studies should be high to the Red Association and moderate to the Red Collective. His chief of staff did not entirely look convinced. That is not a proper justification from the perspective of the department heads and researchers that are eager to use a mentalist crystal to promote their research projects. They are not ignorant. They will know what you have done. While I believe you can get away with this, you can only do this once. Others will remain on guard for a long period of time after this. Do not expect to be able to abuse your power in a similar capacity in the next handful of years. That is okay, Vase said. If I need anything valuable from the Red Collective, I will honestly try and earn enough RC merits to redeem the good stuff. I just don't have nearly enough to get what I want in a short time frame. What was the point of securing a high office if he did not take advantage of his newfound power and authority? Vase could have acted noble and refrained from abusing his office, but he saw little point in doing so. Obtaining a mentalist crystal was extremely important for his wife, Saint Commander Casella and the Minerva. The latter was one of the most powerful expert mechs of the Larkinson clan before Casella's breakthrough. Once the Minerva's core functions received a large boost from the mysterious mentalist crystal, Vase expected to see a drastic improvement in performance. Vase was quite proud of how strong the Dark Zephyr Mark III Revision 2 had become in the hands of Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, but if the Minerva Mark II fulfilled all of his expectations, she should easily be able to outshine the Ace Light Skirmisher in most battlefield circumstances. This was not necessarily because the Dark Zephyr was inherently weak. The two ace mechs excelled in different aspects. The nature of the ongoing Red War made it so that the Minerva Mark II could always make much more substantial contributions due to her disproportionately high impact on large battles. If the Red War ever came to an end or turned into a stalemate, then the Dark Zephyr would have much more opportunities to shine in smaller operations. In any case, Eliza Mo Rigaudin agreed to do her best to divert a mentalist crystal to her superior. Let me make it clear that I do not approve of your intentions, sir. I shall do what I can to requisition a whole mentalist crystal through the proper channels. It will likely take 1 or 2 months for the negotiations between the RC and the HA to conclude. The mentalist crystals will be transferred shortly after that. You can expect to receive a specimen of this strategic hyper material as soon as it is shipped to your location. That sounded good enough to Vase. He would have preferred to return home with a mentalist crystal already in his possession, but he could wait as long as he managed to get one in the end. That sounds good. Maybe it will help if you tell everyone that I don't really care about the hunting association anymore once I get my prize. That is a questionable assumption. It is best if you leave communication to my staff and I. Eliza diplomatically replied. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. What else do I need to know before I attend the secret briefing? You have mentioned that you wish to recommend a list of personnel to take office within the Astral Octagon. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Am I allowed to do this, or do I have to gain the approval of multiple department heads in order to recommend my people to fill up the vacancies? That should not be necessary, sir. The Red Collective has entered a phase of rapid expansion, so there are always vacancies. The competition for directorships and senior management is extremely high. Appointing one of your loyalists to those desired offices will allow you to exert a significant amount of indirect control over the relevant departments. I do not recommend that you try and fight for them. You are unlikely to make any gains since you have already decided to burn your social capital on obtaining a mentalist crystal. That was true, and Vase did not regret his decision. He did not have a strong desire to take control over large parts of the RC's central administration. He just needed to make his wife happy by finding a place for her mother inside the Astral Octagon. A mid-level position that can be fulfilled by a former second-class security minister and prime minister of a highly populated star system should be enough to satisfy one of my most important demands. Vase explained. I also want to place a handful of military and civilian Larkinson officials into various different departments of the RC. It is not necessary for them to occupy any important or financially lucrative positions. I just want them to obtain decent starting points that come with enough promotion opportunities. If they are capable enough, they can climb to higher office by relying on their own merits. If they are not able to do so, then it is fine for them to stick around and serve as my eyes and cars in those corners. That is a prudent and far-sighted choice, sir. My staff can arrange most of the positions for your clansmen as long as they are not too picky. Chapter 6445 The Attentive Minister. The affair concerning the Hunting Association should probably be solved in a few months. The Red Collective would gain symbolic authority over the Hunting Association, but would also promise not to exercise its power. In exchange for withholding its urge to boss the hunters around, the RC would receive regular tribute of valuable resources. This was a simple deal, and one that could probably stand the test of time. The premise was that both sides agreed to maintain the fiction that the HA was sect and that it had to follow the same rules as other sects. Once the two parties agreed to work together in this way, Vase would finally be able to approach the Hunting Association in order to discuss a potential collaboration related to his Mergewater biomech concept. Vase was not in a hurry to begin the development of the latest elemental Karman biomech idea that came up in his mind. The water-attributed Karman biomech had to be fully organic, and also incorporate a lot of advanced and specialized technologies that facilitated the targeted assimilation and selective evolution functions. While Vase could probably borrow the expertise of the Larkinson Biotech Institute or other research institutions to solve these problems, he would never be able to combine them seamlessly in his biomech design unless he possessed an adequate grasp of the advanced technologies in question. He was not confident enough in his biotech design skills at this time. He was pretty sure he could design an average biomech, but that was far from enough to satisfy the standards of one of the most powerful organizations that had risen up in the past few years. The hunters would probably take offense if Vase presented a flawed and substandard biomech design. Vase planned to improve his biomech design skills in the next few months to ensure that he could design an organic machine that fully met his standards. In any case, Vase and his chief of staff continued to discuss various issues that needed to be addressed. None of them were particularly important, but Vase still had to approve decisions related to hiring additional staff, scheduling virtual meetings with numerous senators, voice his opinion on various policy stances and choose how much autonomy he was willing to grant to Eliza and the rest of his workers stationed in the astral octagon. I do not intend to visit this place often, Vase plainly said. I am a busy mech designer and I prefer to work elsewhere. While I will make sure to free a bit of time in my schedule to attend weekly or monthly meetings, I really can't be bothered with presiding over relatively small affairs. I am willing to announce that you will act as my spokesperson inside this headquarters. Since you have already become a Larkinson, I will extend my trust to you and allow you to make moderate or time-sensitive decisions without needing to wait for my input. I have evaluated your performance so far, and you have impressed me with your thoughtfulness and connections within the Red Collective. You have my gratitude for trusting me to serve on your behalf. I shall endeavor to fulfill my obligations. Larkinson network or not, this was still a bold choice. This was because even if Eliza had good intentions, her strategy may be wrong or she may have become misguided to false information. She could still screw Vase up if she made a mistake. Vase did not worry too much about that. I highly advise you to connect with the other members of the Larkinson clan that have already joined the Red Collective or will soon become a part of it. These Larkinsons will definitely require guidance, and you are the best person for the job. I need you to bring them together and encourage them to share their problems with each other so that they can figure out solutions together. The Larkinsons serving within the astral octagon are allowed to become collies, but I do not want them to forget who they truly serve. If my clansmen hold regular meetings, they will not lose the traits that make the Larkinson. That is crucial in a bureaucracy that encompasses so many strangers. Well said, sir. You have made an excellent proposal. However, take into account that not all of the Larkinsons will have enough time to attend regular in-person meetings. The female staffer warned, many of your clansmen are second-raters. While our Red Collective has made an effort to lower the work requirements of citizens of third-rate and second-rate states, they are still expected to attend supplementary classes to bolster their competences. In order to keep up with the demanding lessons, they will most certainly have to practice a cultivation method that places significant emphasis on expanding their cognitive performance. The Red Collective is not financially secure enough to invest vast sums into bestowing every member with first-class augmentations. Vase briefly thought about whether he should fund the upgrades to the clansmen that managed to get employed by the Red Collective. He quickly rejected the decision. The immense sales volume of the mechs of the Swarm project and the huge amount of fees that he received by licensing the designs should have probably left him flush with cash. His latest commercial products had solved all of his debt and financing concerns overnight. Even if the LMC only received a small cut of the production and sale of budget mechs with fairly low product margins, the sheer amount of money flowing into the Larkinson clan's bank accounts should still amount to a towering figure due to quantity alone. Vase could not only afford to pay for first-class augmentations to Larkinsons that entered the Red Collective, but probably a lot of other people in the clan as well. However, he ultimately decided against this decision due to two different reasons. First, the availability of cultivation methods made augmentations a lot less relevant. Sure, the people who already received a lot of powerful implants and genetic treatments will probably engage in cultivation as well, but it was unlikely for them to be able to widen the gap. The improvements bestowed by technological augmentations were immediate but also static. It cost vastly more sums of money to attain increasingly more incremental performance boosts. The improvements attained through systematic cultivation were gradual, but ramped up over time so long as the practitioners did not hit a bottleneck. The former held the advantage in the short term, but the latter would probably grow so powerful after enough years that it completely marginalized the effects of old-school augmentations. In this light, it was not cost-effective for the clan to waste so much funds on first-class augmentations. Vase preferred to spend all of that money on other strategic investments, such as expanding his first-class mech force and improving the modules of his future warships. He also couldn't forget about the Larkinson clan's initial attempts at colonization. While he was currently not too certain whether it was wise to sink so much money and resources into building up settlements when the Red Tide offensive threatened to topple a lot of human territories. We are different from the RA and the RF, Vase said. The RC is not only the new kid on the block, but it is also less dependent on conventional technologies as well. That does not mean we should reject modern technology entirely and regress into barbarians that try to rely on cultivation to solve every problem. I merely think that if practicing a cognitive-boosting cultivation method can produce similar results as cranial implants but with only a fraction of the cost, then we should make the logical choice. The Red Collective followed a brand new path that the Red Association and the Red Fleet was not willing to pursue to the same degree. The collies needed to prove with their actions that they had faith in the mandate of their superorganization. You make a good point, Chief Counselor. I shall disseminate your opinion and do what I can to encourage this mindset among my colleagues. By the way, what cultivation method are you practicing at the moment? Vase inquired. I can clearly tell that you have made certain attainments in your cultivation. Eliza Mo Regadan smiled. I have the privilege of practicing the Attentive Minister Chi Cultivation Method version 3.5 of the Minister series. The repository classifies it as a high-grade premium curated Chi cultivation method that is characterized by the keywords of governance, intelligence and empathy. It is difficult for most collies to access it. They need to prove their talent and affinity for it before earning the large amount of RC merits to redeem the right to practice it. Making further progress is hard. I need to buy elixirs tailored to this cultivation method to make substantial progress over time, and I need to spend at least an hour of my time on pure cultivation by building up a palace in my inner self. I further need to practice good governance, according to my own judgment and ideals. It is a method that is ideal for ministers and other public officials. As the Chief of Staff summarized what she knew about her own cultivation method, Vase used his high-security clearance to call up the information with his cranial implant. Just as expected, the Attentive Minister Chi cultivation method was not the best option available that was suitable for government officials. There were more powerful methods available. One of them was even called the Prime Minister Chi cultivation method. However, the differences between them were substantial. The Attentive Minister method was fully modern and lacked a lot of inscrutable mysteries. This caused the predicted effects to be within a tolerable range of complexity and mystery. The downside was that its ceiling was currently low, but cultivation scientists were still in the process of developing the higher stages of this method. The Prime Minister Chi cultivation method was an entirely different beast. Its theory was much more convoluted as it involved very deep and complex concepts such as destiny, karma, innate goodness, literature, reading people's hearts and the 5 elements. It was clear that much of the contents were based on an ancient cultivation method that the cultivation scientists had attempted to modernize. The latter promised vastly greater benefits and power. It not only boasted protection against sneak attacks, but also gave the practitioner the power to kill people with the help of empowered words. However, the talent and work required to achieve success in the Prime Minister Chi cultivation method was also vastly greater. Only a few collies in upper management dared to take a gamble and practice this method with the hopes of propelling themselves to the top if they managed to achieve great success. Vase actually found out that the two methods were related to each other. A research team developed the Attentive Minister Chi cultivation method from the ground up. The goal was to reproduce the Prime Minister Chi cultivation method with as little inefficient baggage and hidden dangers as possible. There were other cultivation methods in the repository that shared similar. Was up to the collies themselves to decide which methods they relationships preferred. You have made an interesting choice, Vase said. I think that the Attentive Minister method is not the most powerful one among the modern high-grade options. Much of this is due to its focus on improving your empathy and ability to read other people. If you wanted to make a better impression on people, you could have chosen the version that emphasizes grace. My ambition is not that great. His assistant and advisor resolutely shook her head. I chose the Attentive Minister because it speaks to me the most. I do not have qualities to achieve greatness, but I can help the ones that do. I want to help you achieve your political aims, and I believe I can serve you best if I understand how you feel about different topics. An attentive minister is also able to read the emotions and attitudes of other people without engaging in active manipulation. I do not desire to attract attention. Finally, I am not a fighter, so I have little interest in acquiring combat capabilities. It is enough for me to expand my lifespan and make my body less vulnerable to diseases and accidents. Chapter 6446 The Secret Department. Vase appreciated the craftsmanship of the cultivation method department. He and his mother were far from the only people who could formulate sound cultivation methods. The 5 Scrolls Compact had a much wider impact on human civilization than he expected. A lot of old families had stubbornly preserved old cultivation scriptures or even attempted to keep up their practice over the centuries. Even though there was little use practicing these legacy cultivation methods in a low-energy environment, the old families continued to keep up this effort due to tradition and belief in the future. Now that red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, the scattered legacies of ancient cultivation had made a resurgence once again. Vase did not know how, but the Red Collective successfully managed to attract enough cultivation experts to draft not one modern Qi cultivation method in a year, but many more. If they managed to whip up this much in a short amount of time, Vase looked forward to what they could produce in 5 or 10 years. The best cultivation methods should be a lot more effective at that time. Vase continued to chat a little more with Eliza about the cultivation methods available in the repository. The RC Merit Exchange charges much lower prices to the members of the collective. The woman explained, "This makes it much easier for us to practice the more effective and promising cultivation methods. However, we still have to satisfy other criteria in order to prove we can make good progress in them. Our talent, comprehension and ability to pay for the relevant cultivation resources must all be satisfactory before we are allowed to redeem a high-grade method. I see. I take it that outsiders have to pay a lot more RC merits to gain access to these premium methods." Eliza nodded. The Red Collective must establish a dominant position in human society in the area of systematic cultivation. The Red Association continues to dominate in the area of mechs, and the Red Fleet maintains the largest and most powerful warfleets. If we cannot dominate in our own sphere, the public will not take us seriously anymore. This is why our current policies encourage us to practice more powerful methods right away, while encouraging the masses to start off with the weaker but also safer free curated cultivation methods. This was a clever scheme. The collies were predominantly hired for their talent and compatibility with systematic cultivation, so they should have much less trouble getting started with mid-grade and high-grade cultivation methods. Ordinary people tended to be a mixed bag in this regard. In order to avoid any waste in resources, it was better if the general public figured out where they stood by practicing the beginner cultivation methods first. Not only would they be able to build a solid foundation that should significantly increase their fault tolerance, they could easily determine their overall talent and affinities by tracking their progression speed and reactions to different energy attributes. While most of these folks should be able to earn enough RC merits to eventually redeem decent premium curated cultivation methods, the delay should be enough to give the collies a decisive head start. I take it that starting off with the more powerful cultivation methods right away is hard on you and your colleagues. Vase guessed, especially since many of you are still new and unfamiliar with systematic cultivation. How often does cultivation deviation take place among the collies? The female assistant's expression darkened. More than we would like. The cultivation methods that are heavily derived from legacy samples tend to produce the most incidents. We have seen perfectly healthy and rational colleagues change overnight as they are overtaken by schizophrenia, crippling migraines, uncontrolled physical mutations, amnesia and brain death. This is despite the fact that we are directly imparted with the correct means to cultivate with the help of cultivation artifacts and classroom instructions. Every person is different. A one-size-fits-all approach doesn't always work. Some cultivation methods need to be tweaked to suit the individual. Another factor that can play a role is that our modern understanding of ancient terms may be severely off. Translations are always imperfect. If you misinterpret a cultivation instruction, then the errors may be so significant that your entire practice suffers a critical flaw. I have heard those theories from other sources. The cultivation scientists have worked on this problem and subsequently implemented several targeted improvements that should have cut down the rate of incidents. Their effectiveness is not high enough, but severe injuries and deaths no longer happen as frequently as before. Vase was not too interested in these teething problems. He just wanted to make sure that the death rate was not too exaggerated. He did not want to gamble with the lives of Raymond Billingsley Larkinson and the other clansmen that would soon receive their invitations. After Vase learned what he could from Eliza about the popular cultivation methods in the repository, she eventually concluded her miniature lecture. A secret keeper of the secret department is on his way to begin the first of many private briefings with you. The woman smiled. The meeting will take place right here in your main office. Rest assured that the security and privacy standards in this room are among the best in the Astral Octagon. Nothing less is acceptable to a chief counselor. This is also a good opportunity to test your new masterwork signal jammer. The secret department, it is not a department that we announced during the founding ceremony, sir. I am not surprised that you are unaware of its existence, as we deliberately kept its establishment out of the hands of the Interim Leadership Council. It is the department that is tasked with protecting our secrets. It is also responsible for training spies, conducting clandestine operations and maintaining informant networks. Due to the large number of collies among us who hold double or even triple loyalties, it is impossible to effectively staff the secret department with current and former Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, Rubarthans and so on. Every secret they come in touch with is liable to end up on the desks of every human power block the next day. Every large organization needed its spies. The Red Collective was no exception to that rule. Yet the problem that Eliza mentioned was a difficult one to solve. How could the secret department effectively keep everyone in the dark when the RC was predominantly staffed by people from other states and organizations? Vase threw out a guess. Since you guys set this up without any fanfare, you clearly don't want anyone belonging to other groups to interfere with its establishment. That means that it doesn't draw its members from the same manpower pool. If my guess is right, it tries its best to seek out competent people who are not related to any of the established groups. Is that correct? Eliza nodded. It goes further than that. The new recruits must completely forsake their old loyalties and pledge their permanent loyalty to the Red Collective and the secret department. The members of this department have been able to make use of a ritual or a cultivation method that somehow crashes many people's impressions of the new recruits. Their ability to hide, deceive and make people forget about them only gets better over time. Their cultivation methods are completely secret and closed to the rest of us. We only know that they can be found in the repository, but they can only be accessed by the right individuals who hold the right permissions. Interesting. The secret department went a lot further in this aspect than Vase expected. This department made the Black Cats look like amateurs. Since the secret department is able to keep so many secrets away from the rest of us, who watches the Watchers? Who can ensure that they remain in line? Unsupervised intelligence agencies have a persistent pattern of going rogue. I am not privy to that information. Eliza helplessly spread her arms. I am only told that the Red Collective has addressed this issue and that we should not be concerned about it. We are not encouraged to ask questions about the secret department. How mysterious. Vase did not gain a good impression about this department. He felt rather annoyed that he had never been consulted from beginning to end about its establishment. It caused him to realize that the Red Collective was not entirely in control of the states and organizations that nominated their people to the lower and upper councils. Who did the members of the secret department answer to? Who held actual sway over them? What would happen if Vase ever came into conflict with this mysterious cabal? Vase couldn't figure it out, so he stopped bothering and simply accepted the lack of answers. He continued to chat with Eliza for a few minutes before a newcomer finally arrived. Predictably, the secret keeper was very hard to perceive at first. The Apocalypse Warden guards that stood outside the entrance to the main office completely missed the approach of this figure. It was not until the entrance to the office slid open that they recognized that they detected unusual activity, but even then they failed to identify the individual that managed to mask his presence to a high degree. As the person with the weakest cultivation in this section, Eliza failed to perceive the intrusion. Neither the hazy newcomer nor the door opening managed to register on her awareness. Vase was different. His perception and resistance to weird effects was much higher, so he could clearly note the entry of a plain-faced man wearing a nondescript gray uniform. Of course, Vase was also perceptive enough to notice that the latest arrival actively channeled an energy field around his body that seemed to do a lot to erase his presence. This trick reminded him a lot of the crazy cultists that he met a long time ago in the Ferris Star region at the galactic rim of the Milky Way. Vase still could not believe that so many different cultists managed to completely escape both human and electronic detection methods and walk in front of him and comrades without knowing any better. If the secret department inherited or imitated these spooky methods, then they were bound to achieve a lot of results in the coming years. Once the secret keeper took his place, he suddenly reduced the intensity of his masking effect, causing Eliza to become startled. Ah, you secret keepers never fail to surprise me with your sudden appearance trick. The guards and I shall leave you with the chief counselor. Eliza and the pair of Apocalypse Guardians standing guard inside the office made their way out, leaving Vase alone with an extremely sketchy individual who could potentially launch an assassination attempt against one of the most senior officials of the Red Collective. Once the door closed, the newcomer activated a command that automatically caused the office to lock down and activate a lot of privacy measures. Vase also pushed the button to activate his new signal jammer. The interference field generated by this small device turned out to be a lot more powerful and comprehensive. The signal jamming measures were so effective that they even managed to dampen his connection to the Larkinson network and other spiritual entities. Vase actually grew concerned about this effect. Was it strong enough to block the blood pact and render the Karman system ineffective? Perhaps not. He clearly noticed that the super-class signal jammer was not able to cut off his connections to his external incarnations. He saw no need to share this particular secret. While all of these measures caused the air in the main office to become thick and charged with energies, Vase was still able to maintain his composure. "Who may you be?" he asked. "Secret Keeper CLOSIER 17. A completely flat and generic voice replied. "I bear some of the secrets that you have been privileged to learn. Before I begin to share them with you, we must complete a ritual that monitors whether you have violated the rule that prohibits you from sharing our secrets to others without authorization. This measure may not be able to prevent you from doing this, but we will be able to detect the violation and take appropriate measures to remedy the issue." That was pretty smart. Vase could already figure out multiple ways to circumvent any measure designed to keep his mouth shut. Others could probably do the same. It was better to resort to the next best option and simply monitor whether he had violated his oath of secrecy. It was much easier to detect such instances. "Very well, please proceed. I am curious to learn what is truly going on in this dwarf galaxy." Chapter 6447 Secrets. Once Secret Keeper CLOSIER 17 guided Vase to complete a small but solemn ritual where he made an oath of secrecy, the secret briefing finally commenced. The gray-clad man preferred to stay on his feet, so Vase looked up at the man as he sat on his soft and comfortable Puelmer leather office chair. "You may be wondering where we came from and why our department is already so well established despite existing for less than a year. The secret is that our organization existed many decades prior to the establishment of the secret department. Very few individuals outside of our department are aware of this, Chief Counselor, but we originally served at the Evolution Witch's behest. We still do in fact. Many of the core leaders and cadre of the secret department come from an intelligence agency that the God Pilot founded on her own initiative several decades ago. We are not a part of the transhumanist faction or any particular group for that matter. We come from multiple walks of life, but we have forsaken our citizenships and past ties when we agreed to serve as the eyes and ears of her divinity." "I see." Vase struggled to process this massive revelation. It turned out that the Evolution Witch was not as hands-off as he thought. "How did you manage to subsume the secret department?" "It was not too challenging for us. When the process to create the Red Collective has begun, she has pulled the strings to ensure that we are able to form the core of the secret department, all without exposing ourselves to others. Currently, we are still operating under her supervision, although we are normally instructed to serve the Red Collective in a normal capacity. We originally intended to keep you in the dark about this secret, but her divinity has instructed us to reveal ourselves to you. We have been informed that you have earned her trust and favor, so you may issue limited requests to us. Whether we agree to fulfill them is at our discretion." Vase became speechless for a moment. He thought the secret department would remain completely mysterious and inscrutable to him. His chief of staff painted the department as a group that operated with very low accountability. Perhaps its members even had the right to shoot first and ask questions later. To learn that the secret department actually belonged to the same side as him caught him off guard. A part of him couldn't help but feel suspicious about this matter. What if this was the secret department's attempt to test his loyalty to the Red Collective? Was anything CLOSIER 17 said even credible? Vase hated the uncertainty of it all. The strong jamming generated by all of the active devices made it harder for him to think and read the Secret Keeper. The man's cultivation was also remarkably effective at obscuring his spirituality. This left Vase without his usual means to gauge another person's personality, emotions and sincerity. In the end, he decided to shove aside all of his messy and convoluted thoughts and simply trust that CLOSIER 17 was telling the truth. Vase would be able to learn the truth from the Evolution Witch herself in 3 days. He could wait that long to obtain confirmation. "Okay, I get it. I will be sure to confide in you guys if I have noticed any problems that are sensitive enough to bring to your attention. I hope that we can cooperate to keep the Red Collective moving in the right direction." The Secret Keeper shook his head. "We prefer you approach the secret department as little as possible. We do not want to expose your connection with us. It is best you treat us with vigilance and suspicion, which is the typical reaction that others exhibit towards our department. If you must truly contact us, then you must use one of the indirect methods that I am transmitting to you. The Evolution Witch wishes you to establish your foothold in the Red Collective without relying on her backing. I am already doing that, I guess. I have made good strides, but I think I am about to hit a ceiling. I don't think I can expand my control over the RC as the other players have already carved out their own territories. Placing my clansmen into the administration will help, but they will not be able to do much if they become a part of the middle management. The spy maintained an expressionless face. It is not necessary for you to gain total control over the Red Collective. Merely keeping your current level of power is acceptable. What is important is that you stay long enough to establish a leadership position that becomes increasingly more unassailable in the long term. I will try to stick around and avoid getting booted early, Vase promised. I cannot guarantee I can do a good job as a chief counselor, though. I lack the time to commit to this position. Now that the secret keeper had made this clear, he moved on to share another secret to the chief counselor. One of the heaviest secrets that I bear at the moment is that the leaders of Red Humanity have refused to pin all of their hopes on victory. Closier-17 solemnly spoke. Even as we prepare to bolster our defenses against the Red Tide offensive, several groups have split off and converged on a secret location where our potential escape vessel is being built. The man carefully retrieved a fragile sheet of paper from his pocket and unfolded it to this left vase without his usual means to gauge another person's personality, emotions and sincerity. In the end, he decided to shove aside all of his messy and convoluted thoughts and simply trust that Closier-17 was telling the truth. I am already doing that, I guess. I have made good strides, but I think I am about to hit a ceiling. I don't think I can expand my control over the RC as the other players have already carved out their own territories. Placing my clansmen into the administration will help, but they will not be able to do much if they become a part of the middle management. It is not necessary for you to gain total control over the Red Collective. Merely keeping your current level of power is acceptable. What is important is that you stay long enough to establish a leadership position that becomes increasingly more unassailable in the long term. I will try to stick around and avoid getting booted early, Vase promised. I cannot guarantee I can do a good job as a chief counselor, though. I lack the time to commit to this position. Now that the secret keeper had made this clear, he moved on to share another secret to the chief counselor. One of the heaviest secrets that I bear at the moment is that the leaders of Red Humanity have refused to pin all of their hopes on victory, Closier-17 solemnly spoke. Even as we prepare to bolster our defenses against the Red Tide offensive, several groups have split off and converged on a secret location where our potential escape vessel is being built, their own resources and expertise. There is little desire to make this bioship alive, as it risks the revival of a formidable ancient phase whale. That was indeed a scary prospect. On second thought, it may be best to keep the massive organic ship dead. Vase focused on another angle to this revelation. Since the Red 2 and other major powers are so enthusiastic about developing Whale Arc, I do not see any reason for the Red Collective to stay out of this party. Will we be able to dispatch our own men to expand our participation in this secret project? We will undoubtedly be able to do so in the near term. It is unlikely for you to get involved, so do not get your hopes up, Chief Counselor. There was little that Vase could bring to the table. He would just have to wait like the rest of the people in the know. How long do you expect construction to last, Secret Keeper? The estimates vary greatly. This enormous construction effort has never been done before. Setbacks and delays are to be expected. We can only rely on the parameters of much smaller organic ships to extrapolate the data. We have loosely confirmed that it will take between 10 to 25 standard years for the vessel to complete construction and become space-worthy. That was a lot of time. Though Vase personally thought that an upper range of 25 years was extremely exaggerated, it was probably correct that constructing a bioship of this size while the Red War was intensifying put an enormous strain on resources. However, even the minimum estimate of 10 years was already way too much for his liking. If the native aliens succeeded in breaking through the defensive regions in the next few months, then Red Humanity would meet an early demise. The construction of the Whale Arc needed to speed up, but Vase could not come up with any ideas that could make this happen. The slow progress of building up this means of escape meant that both the cowards and the fearless needed to join forces and resist the attacks launched by the native aliens. Perhaps it may have been better if he lacked solid proof that the big shots had actually attempted to begin the lengthy process of constructing the Whale Arc. After the secret keeper shared what little details he knew and was permitted to share with Vase, the man moved on to the next secret. A more concerning secret that you should be aware of is the extent of infiltration by the cosmopolitan movement. Closier-17 spoke. We have always been aware that their agents and sympathizers have hid among us. We previously tolerated them because our civilization was at our height during the age of mechs. There was no chance for the cosmopolitans to threaten our previous order. The MTA and CFA even took advantage of the cosmopolitans to secretly trade and offer assistance to the alien empires that lived on the other side of the Milky Way galaxy. This collusion occurred at the highest level, so even god pilots, star designers and grand admirals are guilty of this crime. What? We dominated the Milky Way. We did not fear the threat posed by the aliens even if they stole our technologies and attempted to imitate our best practices, which they cannot possibly do. Their opportunity to make a comeback has come and gone a long time ago. They cannot possibly withstand the combined fury of 100 god pilots and hundreds of thousands of CFA battleships. The leaders of the Big Two treated the surviving aliens as pets, experimental subjects and whetstones. There was more benefit to maintaining the status quo than exterminating them in their entirety. I see. Vase gradually looked thoughtful. Now that you put it that way, it doesn't sound too bad if the big shots occasionally colluded with the cosmopolitans. Our concern is that such actions have much severe consequences to red humanity after the start of the Age of Dawn. Now that we are in the weak, any transactions with the cosmopolitans will result in much more negative outcomes to our race and civilization. We no longer enjoy the advantages we previously took for granted. In order to prevent misguided leaders from continuing to collude with a much more dangerous cosmopolitan movement, we have finally formed a consensus on completely eradicating their hidden presence and influence among the core groups of red humanity. This should have happened a long time ago. You guys are taking way too long to make use of my kinship networks. Vase complained as he thought back on the Battle of Mazepin. Your kinship networks have proven to be an effective and reliable solution that can be applied on a wide scale. We are working on expanding them to reduce the breathing space of the human traders, but there is still resistance. Not all opposition is based on the premise of protecting the cosmopolitans. There are valid privacy reasons that have led to growing resistance. However, the current war environment does not tolerate half measures. Treachery has already set us back far too much in the Red War. We cannot tolerate any further setbacks. Chapter 6448 The Huntsman Problem. Vase was no stranger to the cosmopolitan movement. It was a cancer to human civilization. Since the Age of Stars, humans who believed in coexistence with aliens as opposed to dominating them continued to act as a nuisance. Fortunately, the cosmopolitans never really succeeded in making any progress in the Milky Way. Human civilization had experienced multiple high tides and low tides, yet the human supremacists who inherited the spirit of Supreme Marshal Caramon Pearl had always prevailed over their alien adversaries. The aliens of the Milky Way still numbered a lot, but they were already defeated dogs as far as most leading humans were concerned. The armed forces of the Big Two had grown far too powerful for the aliens to resist. The technological advantages of human civilization had also accumulated way too much to the point where the aliens lacked the scientists and engineers to grasp and effectively make use of all of the new theories. Above all, the continued division and mutual suspicion between the surviving alien empires continued to inhibit any attempts at forming a true anti-human coalition. The historical baggage between the alien races was far too much to overcome. It did not help that the alien races that got displaced by human conquests fled to the territories of other species before ruthlessly carving out their own territories. To this day, tension and animosity still existed between the two groups of aliens. Perhaps the cosmopolitans were constantly trying to encourage the two sides to reconcile with each other, but how could the aliens possibly place their trust on envoys of the same human race that tore the old order in the Milky Way asunder? Besides, the Big Two did not remain by the sidelines. The Mechers and the Fleeters sent plenty of covert agents into alien space in order to stoke division and ruin any hope of reconciliation. In short, the Milky Way galaxy had turned into the Big Two's playground. Not even the aliens were fully in control of their own destiny anymore, as their life and death had always remained under the control of the Mechers and the Fleeters. Even the cosmopolitan movement fell under the Big Two's control to an extent. The cosmopolitans may assume that they were rebels of the current human order, but even they could not escape the fate of being used to maintain the validity of human supremacy. Careful management by the Mechers and the Fleeters ensured that they continued to tarnish anyone who advocated for peace with alien species. Secret Keeper CLOSIER-17 painted a disturbing picture where the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance possessed such a tight grasp on the Milky Way that no enemy could threaten their dominance anymore. At that point, the Big Two only feared themselves and their fellow humans. Maintaining a certain degree of human unity was essential to maintaining the superiority of their race. This was why the Mechers and the Fleeters strategically manipulated the cosmopolitans and the aliens to exert a tolerable degree of external pressure onto their society. This strategy obviously does not work in the Red Ocean, not after the Great Severing. The Secret Keeper stated, "Before the Red Cabal displaced our dwarf galaxy through the purposeful instigation of a large number of desperate cosmopolitans, our branch of humanity was no different from the humans who remained behind in the Milky Way. We were united as one, so our collective power was far beyond the point where the native aliens of the Red Ocean could pose a credible threat." Vase nodded in understanding. After the Great Severing, Red humanity has transitioned from a condition of absolute superiority to a state of heavy disadvantages. The transition is too abrupt. What used to be a mild nuisance turned into an existential threat. Just so, Chief Counselor. We were all aware that many cosmopolitan cells have managed to infiltrate our ranks. However, their ability to exert change was minimal because our institutions used to be unshakable. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens who are responsible for leading our civilization have let their guard down against the cosmopolitans to the point where infrequent collusion with them not only took place, but became a tolerated practice. Toleration. The word stood for knowing that people were committing wrongful acts, but letting them get away with it because it was not worth it to intervene. The situation had clearly changed by now. People's tolerance for the cosmopolitans had already run out. The alien lovers had done nothing to improve Red humanity's dire state, and committed far too many wrongful deeds that only worsened the status quo. The strong retaliation by the leaders of Red humanity therefore turned into a logical and expected counterreaction. It was the most sensible choice to make. The fact that kinship networks had proven to be able to expose and cripple the operations of the cosmopolitan cells most certainly played a major role. Old habits die hard. Vase crossed his arms. Let me guess. When we changed our policy towards the cosmopolitan movement from tacit toleration to absolute rejection, some big shots are a little slow to change. The Secret Keeper's expression remained neutral as always, giving away no hint of his feelings. That is an understatement, Chief Counselor. There are Tier 1, 2 and 3 galactic citizens that have deciphered our actual situation several years ago and immediately changed their attitudes towards the cosmopolitan movement. There are also high officials who are slower to change, either because they are compromised by the human traitors, or still under the assumption that the cosmopolitans can do little harm, or because they are unable to adjust to our new reality. Are they stupid? It is not correct to characterize them in this fashion. CLOSIER-17 shook his head. No high-tier galactic citizen is incompetent or deficient in rational reasoning. Their behavior is a product of existing biases, faulty or incomplete information, fear of losing their existing benefits, and most importantly an overestimation of their capabilities. This group of humans are misguided, but they can still be redeemed. They are not our true concern. What actually concerns us, the true members of the secret department, are the few leaders that have colluded far more extensively with the cosmopolitan movement than average. Whether out of pragmatism or a genuine belief in coexistence with the aliens, I am sad to say that there are leaders who have betrayed the covenant made by Supreme Marshal Caramon Pearl. No one but themselves have a complete understanding on how extensively they have cooperated over the years, but it is not a mischaracterization to describe them as secret allies. The air in the heavily jammed office grew heavier after the spy spoke those words. The Secret Keeper essentially accused some of the leading figures of human civilization as outright traitors. Who are these cosmopolitan-friendly leaders? CLOSIER-17 directed a pointed gaze at Vase. You have suspicions. Voice them. Tell me the names that weigh heavily on your mind. The Huntsman. Vase almost snarled. Your concerns are valid. CLOSIER-17. We have clues that indicate that the Huntsman has cooperated extensively with several cosmopolitan cells that he has made contact with. However, his divinity likely does not perceive his actions as collusions. He instead views his actions as using the cosmopolitans. This classifies him as a pragmatic collaborator. Vase scoffed at that. Pragmatic. Yeah, right. Stupid logic is still stupid. If you are familiar with his ideology, then it is much easier to explain his behavior. He has long regarded the alien-occupied side of the Milky Way as his hunting preserve. However, the quality of the prey available in this vast space has long disappointed him. There are not enough aliens that can pose a serious threat to a god pilot. If he wants to grow stronger, then he must hunt prey that is equal or greater to him in strength. That is understandably difficult to find when the 7 apex races have been crushed, humiliated and defanged. They are broken. Their vaunted strength that enabled them to dominate the Milky Way for eons before our rise has not entirely disappeared, but without the will to resist humankind, the aliens cannot muster up their full strength in battle. This is clearly not in line with the huntsman's interests, so what do you think he has done to remedy this situation? There was only one answer that made sense. The huntsman used the cosmopolitans to prop up the surviving alien races and give them hope. Vase said with a frown. I think the others may have been content to keep the aliens in the Milky Way weak enough to avoid posing a serious threat, but the huntsman is out of lockstep with that policy. He cannot do without challenging hunts. I fear his collusion with the cosmopolitans is much greater than I feared because he cannot help himself. From what it sounds like, the god pilot essentially turned the cosmopolitan movement into the groundskeeper of his hunting preserve. That is an accurate description of what he has done during the age of mechs. We had hoped that he would curb this habit when red humanity unexpectedly entered the age of dawn, and he has done so to an extent. He is not incapable of adapting to changing situations. However, what has not changed is his ideology, his perspective and his ambitions. As long as those remain unchanged, he cannot entirely abandon his modus operandi. Vase frowned. This contradicted the information supplied by the titled hunter that Lucky encountered when he infiltrated a cosmopolitan starship during the Battle of Mazepin. According to the Deep Wanderer, the huntsman and by extension the hunting association had already begun the process of cutting ties with the cosmopolitan movement. However, the secret department of the Red Collective believed that the huntsman would remain unrepentant. His compulsive desire to set up challenging hunts required him to continue his collusion with the cosmopolitans in order to set up the Red Ocean as the perfect hunting ground. At most, he would merely go even further underground so that it became more difficult to detect his treasonous activities. Vase furrowed his brows. He did not know which explanation veered closer to the truth. Between the words from an indoctrinated minion of the huntsman and an indoctrinated minion of the evolution witch, neither of them had proven to be more credible than the other. Even though Secret Keeper Closer 17 suggested that Vase was on the same side as the evolution witch, the chief counselor did not exactly see it this way. Vase disliked the huntsman a lot more, but that did not mean he tolerated the evolution witch's antics towards him. They both meddled in his life and pushed him to his limit in different ways. Let me get this straight, Secret Keeper. The huntsman has a history of colluding with the cosmopolitans in the past, and he will likely continue to do so despite the ongoing crackdown. Even as the rest of us are trying to weaken the cosmopolitan cells hiding in our midst and eradicate them whenever possible, the huntsman still has an interest in keeping them alive and useful so that they can continue to nurture more challenging hunting prey for him. Is that correct? Doesn't he realize that there are already way too many ancient phase whales for him to defeat? How can he possibly want more? That is what we are unable to discern. We do not have enough intelligence to understand his complete layout. We know he has devised a grand scheme that is meant to shape the Red Ocean into his perfect hunting ground. What the hell is his perfect hunting ground? Vase frustratingly asked. We do know that the huntsman, as outrageous as it sounds, is disappointed with the quality of the top prey of the Red Cabal. He never pays attention to quantity. He only pays attention to quality. It does not matter that we are heavily outnumbered by the native aliens. As long as the ancient phase whales remain weak enough that the huntsman can defeat them in single combat without any serious chance of losing, the fact of the matter is that they are not qualified prey from his perspective. The solution is therefore simple. He must alter the Red Ocean so that it can produce stronger prey. How exactly he intends to do that, we are not entirely clear as of yet. We are still in the process of gathering intelligence. That sounded rather ominous to Vase. The huntsman had truly turned into a maverick that placed his selfish goals above his duty to society. It was highly irresponsible for him to hatch these nefarious schemes when they could end up harming a lot of innocent humans. Chapter 6449 Xenotechnician Problem. Vase thought a little more on what the huntsman actually wanted. God pilots tended to be brain-damaged extremists who achieved success by pursuing their goals far beyond any reasonable boundaries. Many people failed if they tried to do the same, but the existing god pilots were the exceedingly rare exceptions who actually received continuous rewards for their reckless and arguably suicidal gambits. This was highly problematic. Through their legendary life experiences, god pilots became conditioned to expect positive outcomes when they pursued unreasonable objectives. Their mentalities became warped to the point where they could justify all sorts of actions that defied common sense just because they expected the situation to work out in the end. Only their principles, oaths and promises held them in check. Certain god pilots bound themselves much more tightly to existing order than others. The huntsman may have risen up from the Mech Trade Association, but he was much less attached to its duties and its commitments than others. However, Vase was not entirely willing to believe that the huntsman had entirely forsaken his most central duty to protect red humanity. At most, he may have messed up his priorities so that he could indulge in his own personal desires while still keeping red humanity alive for the most part. I think I get it now, Vase said after he spent a minute on analyzing all of the information he collected on the frustrating god pilot. The huntsman's primary goals are to save red humanity and to become strong enough to become a god king. In fact, knowing what is coming, he may have convinced himself that the only chance to save us is to achieve a breakthrough at all cost. Whether his selfish and reckless actions may inadvertently lead to the slaughter of 25, 50 or even 99% of red humanity, he can still justify his decisions as long as 1% or maybe even less of the human population makes it to the end. He won't technically betray his oath to red humanity in this deplorable scenario. This is one of the reasons why the Whale Ark project has received enough support despite its astronomical resource requirements. The Secret Keeper added, the god pilots are not capable of experiencing fear anymore, but they want to minimize the probability that they will lose their strength after red humanity perishes. It is useless for them to abandon our civilization, fly to a forgotten corner of the Red Ocean and hibernate long enough for the native aliens to forget about the human threat. The god pilots have all made the same vows, and they must abide by them if they want to retain their strength. This is our bottom line. Vase twitched his lips. I see. The god pilots are not above rules lawyering. Even if a doom scenario takes place, as long as the Whale Ark can take away a viable seed of red humanity that can be used to make a comeback in a less hostile galaxy, they have not technically broken their vows. I think it is rather deliberate that they have only promised to protect the concept of our race and civilization, but never mentioned any numbers. Red humanity could number in the quadrillions, but it could also number in the thousands. As long as there were enough red humans around to preserve their population and retain the essence of their culture and civilization, the god pilots would remain assured they would keep their powers. If that was not the case, then they would end up as miserable as his grandfather Benjamin after he was forced to retire from active service. God pilots are not infallible. CLOSIER 17 readily acknowledged. They have attained great power, but have to work unreasonably hard to attain so much strength. That is what makes them so worthy of respect and admiration. However, they can still go astray. We fear that the huntsman may be radical enough to nurture a monster that may become powerful enough to break our fragile empire in the Red Ocean. That is why we must remain on guard against him and seek to blunt the most destructive elements of his schemes. I agree, Secret Keeper. In fact, I would like to take this a step further. I think that we should not only maintain this attitude towards the huntsman, but every other god pilot as well. This includes your patron. You have to admit that the evolution which has been behaving a little sketchy as of late as well. Who can say whether she is just as dangerous as the other god pilot? If Closer 17 took offense at Vess's accusation, he did not show it. The spy exhibited excellent self-control throughout the entire confidential briefing. You may question her divinity's methods, but do not disregard your critical thinking. There is a clear difference between the two god pilots. The huntsman pursues strength by hunting stronger individual prey. The evolution which pursues strength by promoting evolution among red humanity. It is in her best interest to preserve as much of the population of red humanity as possible. It would be even better if the population can grow. The more people put effort into self-evolution, the more she will become the definitive goddess of evolution in this dwarf galaxy. A catastrophic drop in population and the breakdown of the existing order can be seen as a regression in her eyes. She desires red humanity to move forward, not backward. This is why she supports the Red Collective and continues to maintain a strong interest in its operations. Vase had already deduced much of that, but it was nice to hear confirmation from an agent of the god pilot herself. He accepted this reasoning, the evolution which was both frightening and bossy, but he was willing to assume that her intentions were noble. At the very least, she could not afford to be as callous as the huntsman. A small to moderate proportion of human deaths was acceptable as that would cull the weak and spur the surviving humans to evolve harder. Go too far, and there wouldn't be enough humans left to feed her hunger for evolution. Vase tried to think about who else could pose a threat. Okay, enough about the two. Are there any other god pilots who maintain uncomfortably close relations with the cosmopolitan movement? Not to our knowledge, no. The remaining god pilots all have their issues, but they are considerably more honest in this regard. We have not gathered evidence that the remaining 6 have colluded heavily with the cosmopolitans after the Great Severing. That caused Vase to feel relieved, but then he remembered that there were more Tier 1 galactic citizens than these powerhouses. Wait, what about the star designers, Secret Keeper? I refuse to believe that all of them are clean. I am not too familiar with them all, but the xenotechnician is by far the sketchiest suspect. It is unthinkable to assume he has never had dealings with the cosmopolitan movement. You are correct to suspect that there are star designers who maintain problematic relations with the cosmopolitans in the past as well as the present. The spy slowly replied, they are generally much better at hiding their tracks than the god pilots, so it is difficult to collect credible proof of their transactions. I will not address the sporadic clues that we have gathered on the other star designers and speak solely about the xenotechnician. I can tell you that you are not wrong to question his guilt. That caused Vase to straighten his back. The thought of a star designer actively colluding with the cosmopolitan movement sounded quite frightening. At least the plans and motivations of the god pilots tended to be rather straightforward and easy to deduce. Star designers were far too clever for their own good. The last incident with the polymath had taught Vase that these powerful true gods could threaten the entire existing order by themselves in the right situations. Is the xenotechnician a member of the cosmopolitan movement? Vase asked the question that many people wanted to ask. Unfortunately, the answer he received was less than definite. Unclear. We have not gathered sufficient hard proof that can state with certainty that the xenotechnician is, or is not a cosmopolitan. What we can state with a greater degree of confidence, that he is not a stranger to colluding with the cosmopolitan movement. That has remained true in the past as well as the present. We are still reasonably certain that the xenotechnician has not betrayed us, but his insistence on maintaining clandestine relations with the cosmopolitans is less than desirable. What does that mean? Vase looked confused. I mean, from what you have told me so far, every human leader has colluded with the cosmopolitans in the past, and maybe a handful of them can't shake off this habit. What makes the xenotechnician's actions special? It is his underlying motivations and ideology that makes him such a threat from our perspective. Secret Keeper Closier 17 said, unlike the huntsman who merely treats the cosmopolitan movement as a convenient tool, the xenotechnician is the sole Tier 1 galactic citizen that arguably possesses the greatest sympathy towards the cosmopolitan cause. That was what Vase suspected for a long time. The xenotechnician's domain was clearly centered around the concept of assimilation. He would not do well in a galaxy that is devoid of aliens whose technologies he can study and assimilate. I always suspected that he was up to no good. Vase muttered, out of all red humans, he is the least willing to put the native aliens at a decisive disadvantage. It is in his best interest to keep our alien adversaries as competitive as possible. Otherwise, where will he be able to take samples out of all of the newer and more powerful technologies the aliens have developed to compete against red humanity? Vase scowled. Is he still doing this? Can't he see that the native aliens are already powerful enough to overrun many of our border systems? If they manage to master even more powerful stolen technologies, they will definitely break through our defensive lines and conquer large swaths of human-occupied star systems. Trillions of innocent humans will die. We agree with your analysis, but that is what makes the xenotechnician's suspected actions so difficult to read. Closier 17 said, just as with the huntsman, our intelligence and analysis of the xenotechnician's actions and intentions remains woefully incomplete. We only have a calculated guess of his true motivations at best. Explain, please. The xenotechnician is a star designer who embodies the concept of assimilation. That is known. What we know about star designers is that they must continue to act in line with their domains in order to make further progress. The same applies to god pilots or any other cultivator as well. Vase remarked, we have therefore made a tentative guess that the xenotechnician seeks to advance his comprehension and mastery of the concept of assimilation by a substantial leap by pursuing it in our society. We are anything but certain about this, but we suspect he may be in favor of strengthening the native aliens to the point where the gap in hard power grows large enough to put us in despair. That is outrageous. The native aliens will wipe us outright if that ever comes to pass. Yet it holds a certain logic to the xenotechnician. The Secret Keeper emotionlessly said, his goal is to break the stranglehold of human supremacy over red humanity. Only then can he open enough space in our society to spread the ideals of alien coexistence, which is most conducive to the concept of assimilation. He correctly recognizes that as long as we believe we still have a chance to win the Red War, we will never be willing to shatter the myth of our superiority over the aliens. Only by driving us to the brink will we become open to the idea that we must actually seek peace and ally with alien races in order to survive in this dwarf galaxy. That, basically sounds like his diplomacy plan. Didn't the survivalist faction vote that down already? Correct, but did you truly think that Star Designer, one of the most successful humans to ever exist, will give up that easily? You have a point. Chapter 6450 The Devil Tongue Problem. Vase scowled. He thought that the survivalist faction had definitely dealt with the issue of determining red humanity's future course. Even though the infamous conference nearly ended up in disaster, it ultimately returned to the correct course, with the notable help of Vase himself. Of the 3 plans in consideration on that day, each of them had their own merits. The Deep Strike plan advocated by the Fist of Defiance held true to the current will and ideals of red humanity. It may seem like the most idiotic option out of the 3, but Vase liked it because it was the plan that most retained the original human spirit. The Unity plan advocated by the polymath had become a complete taboo after the conclusion of the conference. It may have convinced and won over a lot of smart people, but after the polymath proved with her own actions how terrible it was for a single tyrant to deprive everyone's ability to choose, no one wanted to pursue this direction anymore. The diplomacy plan therefore ended up as the most logical and reasonable of the 3 plans. It had earned a lot of votes and almost displaced the Deep Strike plan as the winning choice at the conference. Even though the Fist of Defiance's vision ultimately prevailed, Vase was aware that there were probably a lot of sore losers who preferred to enact a different plan. He could not rule out that there were still a lot of people left who still favored the diplomacy plan over the alternatives. It was logical to assume that these sore losers may still take action in secret to revive the defeated plan and let it come to fruition anyway. Not even the xenotechnician himself may be clean in this regard. As Vase began to develop an increasingly worse impression of the old Star Designer, the Secret Keeper tried to bring him back to reality. Chief Counselor Larkinson, do not disregard my warning. What I have shared with you is unverified. You cannot base all of your decisions on gut feelings and wishful thinking alone. This is why nothing has happened on the surface, and why we are only maneuvering in the dark. These suspicions cannot come to light unless we have gathered solid proof of the xenotechnician's subversive actions and formulate a plan to contain the damage. Vase grimaced. As much as he hated it, the Secret Keeper had a good point. Acting on spurious clues and unverified proof was not the proper way to go about it. The current order was based on law and fairness. While human society was anything but perfect, the burden of proof of accusing a Star Designer of treason was immensely high. Tier 1 galactic citizens possessed the greatest privileges and allowances of all. While nobody had written it down, one of the implicit perks of becoming a galactic citizen of a higher tier was that they could get away with minor crimes without any concern, and could even bear the guilt of greater crimes so long as their intentions were noble. There was a lot of room for an incredibly clever Star Designer like the xenotechnician to maneuver. Trying to pin him down with his alleged collusion with the cosmopolitan movement was not enough to bring him to heel. In fact, Vase actually doubted whether there was enough willingness to go this far in the first place. The polymath had undoubtedly tried to backstab the current order and take over all of red humanity without the consent of the people. While nobody died as a result of her outrageous actions, she was clearly guilty of crimes that should have earned her the death penalty in most jurisdictions. Yet what did the big shots actually do? They stuffed her in a golden cage in Bridgehead 1 and permitted her to do what she loved the most, which was conduct a lot of research. The more time passed, the more Vase suspected that the polymath didn't actually get punished. He even became convinced that this was deliberate if convoluted way to get rid of the hidden danger posed by the iron-resonant crucifix crown and start anew as a proper true god. The current state of red humanity therefore could not permit the downfall of a Star Designer. The xenotechnician was still needed to prop up red humanity. So long as his perceived damage to the war effort was lower than his contributions, he would be permitted to enact his subversive schemes. Your speculation makes too much sense. Vase told the Secret Keeper. I can fully believe that the xenotechnician still thinks that the diplomacy plan is the best chance for red humanity to survive. If he can tear down the pillar of human supremacy and replace it, with a greater willingness to live peacefully alongside friendly alien races, then he will definitely try to make it come true. As the embodiment of assimilation, it is not enough to practice this concept by himself. Star designers are still mech designers in that they seek to promote their design philosophy onto society. It is in his nature to persuade our society to accept and embrace assimilation, even if that means coming up with a crooked plan to browbeat his ideals onto our unwilling faces. It was a good theory, but Vase made way too assumptions in order to put together a neat story. He may accept it, but that did not mean others were willing to do the same. It all came down to hard proof, which was very difficult to obtain for obvious reasons. The secret keeper remained silent for a few moments before he started to speak again. We cannot find proof. We need to confront the xenotechnician and forcibly shut down any attempt at realizing his diplomacy plan. The spy admitted, what we can do is remove the conditions for His Excellency to enact his plan. We do not target him. Instead, we target the cosmopolitan movement that acts as an essential interface between himself and the native aliens. Unlike the esteemed star designer, the cosmopolitans hiding in our society like plague-ridden rats are traitors that are guilty based on identity alone. We do not have to begin the cumbersome process of gathering proof to sanction them. We only need to verify that they are cosmopolitans and take the necessary actions to neutralize them as a threat. That actually sounded brilliant. It made a lot of sense and was a lot easier to enact than walking up to the xenotechnician, pointing a finger at him and declaring him guilty of treason. The best part about this approach was that the xenotechnician's guilt became irrelevant. If he was innocent and played by the rules, then no harm was done. The removal of cosmopolitan cells that he could potentially cooperate with obviously did not affect him in any way. If he was guilty and seriously colluded with the cosmopolitans, then removing the latter was an elegant way to solve this problem. The xenotechnician might not be able to get the comeuppance he deserved, but red humanity would face one less threat than before. The challenge in this course of action was to eliminate all of the cosmopolitans lurking in human society. This was quite difficult. So far, the rollout of kinship networks was still ongoing, but it was likely to encompass every red human in the near future. Vase also feared that the wily and resourceful cosmopolitans may actually succeed in figuring out a countermeasure against kinship networks. Nothing was impossible. The cosmopolitans should never be underestimated. They had perfected the art of infiltration in human civilization since the Age of Stars. This was their greatest strength and specialty. If the cosmopolitans were effective enough at infiltration to fool the god kingdoms of mighty god pilots, then it was not impossible for them to circumvent the inspection of kinship networks as well. Vase even feared that the current panic and overreactions by the cosmopolitans embedded into human society were meant to mislead. Sure, the panic and fear among most cosmopolitan cells may be authentic, but there may be other cells that had cracked the secret to circumventing the control of kinship networks. They would probably lay low and continue to lurk in a society that thought that it had gotten rid of the cancer of the cosmopolitan movement. As Vase thought about whether he should devote his time on improving the security of his kinship networks, the secret keeper made a surprising statement. The xenotechnician is not the only mech designer that the intelligence community secretly fears. We are also paying close attention to other highly influential mech designers who can threaten red humanity's survival, either on purpose but mostly by accident. More threats are emerging from within our very borders, and the possibilities introduced by E-energy radiation is exacerbating the problem. One particular mech designer of high renown has very recently proven his capacity to inflict untold damage onto our society. Oh, that sounds extremely serious. What is the identity of this loathsome and deplorable mech designer? He must be a real piece of work for him to attract your suspicion. He is present in this very same office. I am speaking to him at this moment. Vase froze for a second before he made the realization that the secret keeper accused him of posing the same threat to human civilization as the xenotechnician. That is uncalled for, you spook. Okay, I admit it. I played fast and loose with the rules on occasion, but my intentions are always pure. I have always stayed true to the creed of a mech designer. I have made far more contributions to our civilization than most masters can dream of. I have never created a work that was solely meant to damage or collapse our society. The secret keeper patiently let Vase vent his outburst. Once the outraged mech designer lost a bit of steam, the intelligence agent made a single retort. Vulcan Empire. Oh, that was a bit awkward. Vase did not think he could excuse his deliberate engineering of a collapse of a large second-rate state, and the only one ruled by the dwarven people at that. Even if he took advantage of the fault lines of the original Vulcan Empire in the old galaxy, there was no easy way for him to escape culpability in a civil war and subsequently an external invasion that led to the deaths of a huge number of people. That was an exception, Vase calmly stated after he sobered himself up. I never did anything like that again. I am fully happy to preserve the peace and harmony of our society. Closure 17's gaze turned more piercing and judgmental. I believe you, but only up to the point we have not given you any grievances. Whenever you perceive anyone or anything of becoming an obstacle in your way, you generally choose one of two responses. You avoid the problem, or you confront it directly in the most violent means possible. You are unlike any other mech designer who has risen to your height. Your propensity to resort to violent and uncivilized solutions is much higher than we regard as healthy. There is a great deal of simmering anger inside of you. This makes you liable to act reckless or lash out without consideration for collateral damage. I do not recognize your characterization of myself. I am not as volatile and unstable as you claim I am. I am a perfectly sane and rational mech designer. The secret keeper crossed his arms. Do you actually believe in what you say, or are you engaging in wishful thinking? This conversation was becoming increasingly more frustrating to Vase. He would like nothing more than to walk up to the spy and smack him in the face for daring to accuse Vase for posing a threat to society. However, he tried hard to control his emotions. Any irrational responses would just end up vindicating the secret keeper's unwarranted claims. Chapter 6451 Cat's Paw's Secret Keeper CLOSIER 17 continued to maintain a neutral expression. Together with his completely gray and almost featureless uniform, the man exhibited no tells that could allow Vase to gain a grasp of the other person's thoughts and feelings. That threw Vase off quite a bit. He did not realize it until recently, but he had become too dependent on using his extraordinarily sharp spiritual perception to cast a glimpse into people's true hearts. This gave him a decisive advantage in many social occasions. It also improved his speech-making capabilities as he was able to track the mood of his audience to a precise degree, allowing him to time his revelations to elicit the strongest emotional responses. Getting confronted by the secret keeper uncomfortably reminded Vase that he should not only stop relying on this admittedly useful crutch, but also be on guard in case he met cultivators that could fake their emotional fluctuations and spiritual expressions. The spy in front of him was able to perfectly mask his spirituality to Vase, which meant that the modern cultivation methods practiced by the Red Collective had already reached this level. That was the strength of Chi cultivation methods. Their pure combat power was not as good as mech pilot cultivation, but their versatility and fine control over E-energy was unparalleled. The right approach and training could allow a cultivator to induce an unlimited amount of transformations. Chi cultivators that specialized in these arts were masters at deception. In fact, companion spirits like Blinky could potentially develop similar capabilities. It was a pity that Vase chose to have his star cat cultivate a method that mainly increased his energy reserves to a ridiculous degree. While Blinky still possessed satisfactory control over E-energy due to the nature of his existence, the feline companion spirit lacked practice in such fine operations. Vase did not tease this too much. Blinky mainly existed to help him design and fabricate his mech designs. He did not have a strong demand for other functions. That was what other people were for. If he needed a spy, it was better to hire a professional than to do everything himself. I do not know how to feel right now, Vase said now that he had a bit of time to process his emotions and understand the gravity of the situation. I suppose that you know this much about me. I may have exhibited problematic behavior in the past. I would just like to add that I mostly do so because my enemies have driven me into a corner. You can't blame me for overreacting when people are trying to kill or ruin me. Most people who end up in similar situations just end up losing or dying. I have continuously been able to turn the tables against my opponents by employing extreme and unexpected gambits. While I am glad to have done so, my life would be much easier if people could refrain from poking me in the first place. I just want to be left alone and design my mechs in peace. The member of the secret department patiently listened to Vase as he complained about the unfairness of his life. We do not necessarily cast blame on you, Chief Counselor Larkinson. What we are concerned about is the damage you can do to our people and society. As simple as your wish may be, it is impossible for you to realize it. Now that you have become the most promising senior mech designer of the Red Ocean and a top-level legislative leader of the Red Collective, you have the attention of the people. This is the life of a leading public official. All of the privileges that you have gained also come with heavy responsibilities. If you wish to take advantage of perks such as claiming a mentalist crystal for yourself, then you must restrain your behavior and let go of your more deplorable impulses. The man sent a very clear message to Vase. I get it, Vase grumbled. I am no longer representing myself and my clan anymore. In the past, even if I played fast and loose with the rules, I could always get away with it because I don't really answer to others anymore. Now that I have accepted a higher office, my deeds will also reflect on the Red Collective. I can do a lot of damage to its reputation and approval rating if I commit a major violation. The spy nodded. That is correct. We all stand to gain or lose from your actions, even if you did not mean to do so. You cannot imagine how many observers and intelligence agencies are paying attention to you nowadays. Any behavior that can put you in liability is much more likely to be exposed at this time. Even your past actions are being scrutinized with costly and metaphysical methods that can extract more information out of the tiniest clues. This is why you must converge your ugliest side and make sure to maintain exemplary behavior in the public. This was not an unreasonable demand. It was fair for the Red Collective to ask him to behave like a proper public official. Vase just wasn't sure whether he could hold himself in. He was realistic enough to know that if he was driven to a corner in the future, he would rather fight back than roll over. What if I have no choice? Then let others take the blame. The secret keeper plainly said. The most ideal solution is to put yourself in a position where you are not compelled to break the rules. However, if you truly cannot help yourself, then do a proper job and delegate the less savory assignments to your allies or subordinates. There are leaders that choose to raise seemingly unrelated organizations that serve as their cat's paws. As long as you have hid your tracks well enough, no one can link the unpleasant deeds of your cat's paws to yourself. This is how the true masters operate. If they have to take action directly and in a manner that causes them to assume culpability, then they have already failed. All of this made a lot of sense. Vase was thinking too small. He was not accustomed to all of the tricks and best practices that people at such a high office relied upon to achieve their objectives. Cat's paws. What a strange term. Vase had no idea where it originated and how any of this had to do with cats, but he developed an immediate liking for this phrase. Vase was no stranger to raising new organizations, but when he thought about which ones could serve as his cat's paws, none of his existing ones appeared suitable for this job. There was an undeniable relationship between himself and other organizations like the Open Consortium and the Creation Association. Even the Black Cats clearly served as the intelligence arm of the Larkinson clan. Thank you for advising me, Vase sincerely said to the secret keeper. I understand how to do better. You have enlightened me that I no longer have to do everything by myself anymore. His past methods were too crude and simple compared to the more sophisticated means of the upper echelon of human civilization. For example, the secret department clearly suspected the xenotechnician of colluding with the treacherous cosmopolitans, yet never considered the idea of taking action because they could not prove a solid link between the two parties. While there were undoubtedly other reasons that kept the xenotechnician alive and blameless, the fact that he operated smooth enough to avoid any dirt was a crucial accomplishment. Vase needed to learn from the likes of the xenotechnician. He had to get better at disguising his true motives and raise disposable minions that he could use up and discard without bearing any guilt or feeling any notable loss. He could not raise such organizations in the short term. It took a lot of effort and preparation to establish them. The challenge of finding trustworthy people who were willing to do his dirty business was also considerably high. The wrong choice could easily cause him to expose his dirty laundry. Perhaps this was why so many major players colluded with the cosmopolitan movement. Compared to the effort and risk involved with setting up their own cat's paws, it was much easier to make use of existing cosmopolitan cells. Of course, dealing with the cosmopolitans came with a heavy price. Not only did they risk bearing the stigma of cosmopolitanism, but the vile human traitors they cooperated with may even resort to blackmail to force less desirable forms of cooperation. Vase still hadn't forgotten about the fact that Lady Romonda DeVos was a member of the Horizon Cell of the cosmopolitan movement. He had been postponing his decision on what to do with Romonda and her cell. While he was tempted to distance himself from them entirely, he did not want to keep the cosmopolitans entirely out of his sight. Perhaps was better to maintain shallow relations just so that the Horizon Cell could keep him informed about what their more radical colleagues were up to. Vase just needed to be careful not to engage too deeply with the Horizon Cell. In fact, it was best if he did not interact with Lady Romonda and her cosmopolitan buddies in person anymore. He needed to resort to his old tricks and craft a false identity for himself to further reduce the probability that he could get caught. He thought about the lesser Kali organ that he had just attained. While its name sounded awfully suspicious, its purported function could play an extremely useful role in these sorts of situations. However, the organ was only half complete, which meant that it would take a long time for the Larkinson Biotech Institute to develop anything useful out of this phase. Water Vase could resort to lesser but still adequate measures to disguise himself. If he had managed to break through to the rank of master, he was pretty sure his spirituality would grow strong and robust enough to get away with creating another external incarnation. Incarnations were too useful for him. It was extremely regrettable that the incarnation that he originally devoted for this purpose was stuck in the wrong galaxy. If the urgency was great enough, Vase believed he could still create another external incarnation, but he instinctively felt that he would inflict permanent damage to his spirituality if he tried to be too greedy. Seeing that Vase had been properly enlightened, the secret keeper resumed his briefing. "We are on a schedule, so let me inform you about other secrets before my time with you has come to an end. There are many more secrets that the chief counselor of the upper council needs to be aware of in order to make informed decisions." CLOSIER-17 did what he said and continued to speak for 2 more hours. The main office continued to remain under heavy jamming as Vase absorbed a lot of confidential information. They ranged from the existence of grand works that possessed shocking capabilities to deductions of the plots and schemes of different groups and factions. Vase also learned a bit more on where the Red Collective managed to source so much legacy cultivation scriptures. When the 5 Scrolls Compact had been toppled from power due to the rebellion of the Big Two, not every group of cultists or daughter organization tried to defend the status quo. They recognized where the wind was blowing and decided to follow the trend instead of trying to resist the inevitable. While these betrayals came with heavy consequences, the old families and organizations that previously tried to curry favor with the 5 Scrolls Compact had successfully cut off their poisonous connections and turned over a new leaf. The Big Two did not work too hard to persecute all of the Compact deserters because there were just too many of them. Human civilization had also reached its most vulnerable state after the end of the Age of Conquest. Their fragile and half-broken society could not endure any further mass conflicts. Continuing to pursue old grudges would just weaken humanity to the point the alien empires in the other half of the Milky Way saw their chance and endeavored to regain control of their stolen territories. The ultimate conclusion that Vase drew from this was that the 5 Scrolls Compact cast a much deeper shadow onto modern human society than he expected. Even if many old families had placed their surviving cultivation scriptures in a library and never did anything serious with them anymore, the tainted knowledge was never truly lost. All of this now came handy now that exotic radiation and the rise of the Red Collective had brought systematic cultivation back into the mainstream. Doesn't this mean that the old families with long legacies enjoy a far greater advantage in this aspect than others? Vase inquired. "You are correct. This is why the Red Collective must exist. It is also why the Red Association and the Red Fleet ultimately agreed to its founding," Closure 17 told him. "The RC's mandate makes it legal to intervene in the practice of any cultivation method. The old families will be forced to create their own sects and submit their cultivation methods to our cultivation department for certification. This will not only restrain the greedy from practicing illegal demonic cultivation methods, but also reduce the gap between descendants that have access to superior heritages and commoners that lack such foundations." I see. Chapter 6452 Incentive to Lose. Vase continued to receive briefings on all manner of confidential information in the next 2 days. The fog that long obscured the true foundation of red humanity slowly peeled away. Although Vase had no illusion that he was able to learn all of the secrets held by different factions and organizations, just the intel shared by the secret department was enough to give him a much better understanding than before. At the very least, he had a better idea on who he could afford to provoke, who he should not provoke and who he could ally with. He also learned of a few weaker and declining powers that he may be able to annex if the conditions were right. Vase also gained a much greater insight on the true war situation of red humanity. The numbers and graphs painted a bleak picture to him. On the whole, the statistics roughly matched his expectations. The original 5 defensive bands in the border regions had served their purpose and successfully blunted the tip of the Red Tide offensive for the most part. The God pilots that continually circulated through many beleaguered star systems had destroyed more enemy warships and other assets than anyone could count. The salvage gathered from these annihilations played a crucial role in propping up the war economy and helped to mitigate the resource shortages suffered by every industry. However, that did not change the fact that the situation in the rear was not that optimistic. When humans originally invaded the red ocean dwarf galaxy, they first appeared in the galactic rim and built Bridgehead 1 at one of the most remote and obscure star systems. While this strategic choice meant that humans were able to sneak into the red ocean and gradually infiltrate the surrounding territories without prematurely alarming the 13 major alien races, the fact of the matter was that red humanity's current territorial holdings were not that impressive in terms of resource endowments. The situation in a dwarf galaxy like the red ocean was different from a much larger galaxy like the Milky Way, but the general pattern was still the same. All of the more resource-rich star systems were much more prevalent around the galactic core. What this meant was that even the native aliens were losing a huge amount of tons worth of high-grade alloys every day. They still had a lot more to spare. The loss of manpower was also fairly minor. While the native aliens were starting to lose an increasing amount of veteran soldiers and powerful phase lords, their population bases in the red ocean were so large to begin with that they could easily sustain this consumption for a long time. How can the Red Cabal command the native alien races to send out so many of their soldiers to die? Vase asked with clear confusion on his face. I mean, if you told human soldiers to suspend their cozy guard assignments and command them to engage in a mission as suicidal as diving headfirst into the jaws of a god pilot en masse, they would probably rebel against their superiors. Why are these aliens so willing to accept near certain death? CLOSIER-17 crossed his arms again. The native aliens are not human. Do not ascribe human emotions and behavior to them. To answer your question, the alien leadership employs many means to motivate their soldiers into the Red War. They rely on religious fervor and fanaticism to motivate the most pious and devoted believers among their population. Many of the aliens who we have been fighting so far are those that answered most eagerly to the divine commands of their supposed gods. I see. Poor fools. Their native gods don't care about the lives of their believers all that much. However, I don't think that every alien fleet is staffed by religious nuts. There are a large number of more professional alien forces among them that have overperformed compared to their peers. Then there are the Phase Lords. They are no idiots who can be persuaded to give up their lives. How are the alien leaders able to motivate them as well? What else? To the elite and professional alien soldiers, the Red Cabal or any sufficiently powerful ruler is promising them a chance to attain godhood. If not for themselves, then their relatives or descendants. Every alien family wishes for one of them to transcend into a god and elevate all of their living relatives in turn. This is the most desirable and often the only viable means for ordinary aliens to ascend to a higher class. Even if the probability to do so is 1 in a million or 1 in a billion, that is still enough to motivate countless aliens to fight for this tiny opportunity. That sounded rather ridiculous to Vase, but he knew how popular lotteries could be. Not everyone studied math and learned how probabilities worked. Far too many individuals only paid attention to the astronomical jackpot, unaware of how many of them would have to suffer the penalty for losing. And the Phase Lords, most of them can easily be controlled by the Red Cabal. The Phase Whales can offer a large variety of incentives to persuade Phase Lords to take part in the Red War. Lesser Phase Lords are the easiest to fool, as you simply have to offer them a phase water production system to risk everything in the hopes of advancing further. Greater Phase Lords are seeking to promote themselves to the same level as ancient Phase Lords. Their greed and desire to attain the ultimate form of godhood is endless. Do ancient Phase Lords actually exist? Vase asked. All red humanity has seen so far are lesser and greater Phase Lords. Is it possible for the latter to turn into true gods? There should be. The Secret Keeper responded. We have worked hard to understand the true situation. So far, we have gathered enough intelligence to prove that most alien races have managed to produce a small number of ancient Phase Lords that still live to this day. Most mortal aliens have long forgotten their existence, as these old and powerful beings have chosen to withdraw from the public eye. These ancient Phase Lords are the true guardians of the major alien races and serve as one of the strongest guarantees of their continued prosperity. Most of them have chosen to guard their home planets and other highly strategic locations. There are also ancient Phase Lords that have decided to seclude themselves inside their own pocket spaces and never made an appearance again. That caused Vase to frown. He knew better than to assume that those hidden ancient Phase Whales had died from old age. One of the strengths of Phase Lord cultivation was that it was absurdly effective at extending the lifespans of organisms. Those ancient phase lords should easily be able to live for millions of years. So the native aliens still possess a strong reserve of ancient phase lords? Vase asked in a depressed tone. Yes, they are likely weaker than their ancient phase whale counterparts, but that is no excuse to underestimate them. Their existence and their likely presence at the most important star systems of alien empires makes it extremely risky to launch a direct assault on those locations. Do you understand now, Chief Counselor? The Red War is a conflict that has already damaged the foundation of our civilization, but the major alien races have only suffered a few cuts and bruises in comparison. Their core foundations remain completely undamaged. In fact, we may even be doing the native aliens a service by killing off so many of their cannon fodder. How does that work? Think about the history of the Red Ocean prior to our arrival. The major alien races generally lived in peace alongside each other. While they are certainly not friendly with each other and avoid mingling with each other whenever possible, they have managed to maintain a stable equilibrium where wars are unlikely to break out. This has persisted for so many years that complacency has taken root in their societies and spread out their corruptive influence. By the time we appeared and posed a threat to the native alien empires, their many faults led to a cascade of failures, causing them to perform terribly against our conquest fleets. It did not take much thinking to figure out what the Secret Keeper was getting at. What was the best way to rectify a stagnant and decadent society? War. Vase whispered as realization dawned in his expression. The native aliens want to clean up the garbage. The more low-value subjects can be cleared out, the more room opens up for more worthy replacements. If any of the conscripts sent to the front lines manages to persevere and survive the baptism of war, they will become a lot stronger and more useful once they return home. This is an excellent way to revive a society. The old societal revival theory reared its head yet again. Even the native alien leaders had managed to figure out that long-term peace and stability inevitably weakened the combat readiness of their societies. The Secret Keeper slowly nodded. I see you understand. Right now, the native alien leaders have begun to take us more seriously, but they are not in a hurry to go all out against us. They still maintain many standing forces in the rear that they have yet to mobilize against us. On the one hand, they still do not take us seriously enough yet. On the other hand, they want to avoid losing too much of their armed forces by letting them get slaughtered by god pilots with ease. The alien leaders are still on guard against each other, and do not dare to send too many of their warships to the front lines at once. This gives us enough breathing space to survive, but it also means we are locked in a battle of attrition where we are at a heavy disadvantage. We need to turn this war around in a big way. Vase frowned. The deep strike plan should have given us hope of completely throwing the native aliens into disarray, but ever since Bridgehead 1 got isolated, I don't know if we can still go through with our original plan. The Bridgehead 1 issue is problematic, but there is not yet cause for despair. We have confidence that the greater spacetime bubble will be breached. The isolated star system not only holds the polymath, the first flame and the dominion of man, but also numerous grand works and entire planets and space stations populated by the most formidable scientists, engineers and other works. I know about all of that, but even if they can cobble together a solution, the time differential is too great. Time moves 100 times slower inside that bubble. I fear that there is not enough time for the people who are trapped to break their cage from within. Secret Keeper CLOSIER-17 acknowledged Ves's pessimistic outlook. Your words may very well be true. There is no denying that the deep strike plan is at risk now that we are cut off from the greater Beander Gate. If too much time has passed without any positive developments, then we must eventually accept that we cannot proceed according to the original master plan. That may be the moment where the xenotechnician makes his move. Once he reintroduces his diplomacy plan to a red humanity that is much more desperate and running out of options, think about how we will react to his proposal. Ves's expression grew uglier. If the xenotechnician really pulls this off at the right timing, then I fear that not as many humans will be eager to cling to their increasingly empty belief of human supremacy. Between honor and survival, almost everyone will pick the latter over the former. Was this a part of the xenotechnician's grand scheme? If this was true, then this painted a frightening picture. In order for the star designer to realize his goals, he gained a strong incentive to make red humanity lose a lot of battles and suffer a huge amount of losses. Only when red humans got repeatedly brutalized would they be willing to embrace the notion of allying with friendly alien races. This incentive to lose was extremely poisonous, because made the xenotechnician a lot less reliable than before. Chapter 6453 New Networking Opportunities. Vase began to entertain increasingly more alarming concerns about the xenotechnician. He was still willing to believe that the xenotechnician genuinely wanted to serve red humanity. Yet there were very different ways to do so. If the star designer thought that red humanity was on its way of destroying itself by continuing to cling to the ideals of human supremacy, then he could easily justify the decision to induce painful losses in order to discredit these beliefs. The xenotechnician had to be extremely careful about making his moves, but a star designer had so many options available that he could probably get away with his deeds. It was difficult for Vase to reconcile his initial impression of the xenotechnician as an amiable grandfather figure with a ruthless ideologue that had more in common with the cosmopolitan movement than the Red Association. Vase suddenly understood why CLOSIER-17 regarded him with so much suspicion. Self-appointed saviors had the potential to ruin everything while they attempted to do the opposite. The xenotechnician possessed this capacity. The huntsman possessed this capacity. Even Vase had the ability to tip red humanity into a spiral of defeats. This was why all of the scrutiny had become necessary. Tier 1 galactic citizens received a lot of protection and other privileges not just because they were able to make enormous contributions, but also because everyone needed to know about their enormous capacity to trigger their doom. The polymath was just the first of her kind to make an attempt. That did not mean that the other 13 existing star designers in the Red Ocean were any less dangerous. Vase hated the revelations he received. A part of him still wished he could regain the ignorance of before. The secret keeper had fed him so many poisonous secrets that he had become jaded at the great individuals he once looked up to. Their accomplishments were historic to be certain, but whether they remained helpful or a threat to red humanity was in constant doubt. Chief Counselor Larkinson, CLOSIER-17 called, causing Vase to emerge from his dark thoughts. Your fears are understandable, but you do not stand alone. Red humanity still has many defenders. Each of them are flawed, but as long as they agree to work together, a single rogue element will not be able to break the existing order. There are entire organizations devoted to monitoring and predicting the actions of elevated sources of risks such as the xenotechnician. On top of them, he is also being stared at by his chief rivals. Who are his rivals? You should know them already. You already bear their gifts. Vase blinked. He looked down at the active super-class signal jammer. He also lowered his arms to touch the hidden super-class personal shield generator and super-class emergency multi-use personal teleporter. While it shouldn't have taken too much time and effort to fabricate 3 masterwork quality gadgets, the materials used to raise their quality to the highest standard were exceedingly precious. Only super-class materials such as EE343F00334R could be used to make devices that surpassed the already amazing performance of first-class products. The Marmedans. Vase gasped. The secret keeper expressionlessly nodded. Precisely. Charles Marmedian, the energy warder, has lived longer than the xenotechnician. Both of them have lived through the last years of the Age of Conquest, but they have developed in radically different directions. The energy warder is one of the most outspoken human supremacists among the star designers. It is no coincidence that he has established himself as the leader of the RA expansionist faction. Although his goals are much harder to realize after the Great Severing, he still believes that red humanity shall ultimately weather the red tide offensive and launch a sweeping counterattack that will end with the total conquest of this dwarf galaxy. That sounded rather optimistic to Vase. Too optimistic. The xenotechnician clearly possessed too little confidence in red humanity, but the energy warder was guilty of the polar opposite if the secret keeper's description was accurate. Even Vase did not dare to think that red humanity would magically unleash its potential and steamroll all of the native alien forces that stood in their way. Is the energy warder crazy? Who can say? You must first define the word, crazy, before we can apply a test to determine whether the energy warder deserves this label. This is much harder than you think because crazy is notoriously difficult to define. Where you see ambition, others see madness. Where some people recognize bravery, other people only see idiocy. Whether the energy warder is insane or not is irrelevant. What matters is whether he is an asset or a liability to our civilization. Currently, his ideology and actions are much more acceptable to us. Humans should never give up so easily. That was another clear message to Vase. Was the evolution which encouraging him to develop closer ties with the energy warder and the other Marmedans. The raw expansionist faction was practically the strongest power block within the Red Association and possibly the rest of red humanity. Vase saw many advantages in befriending the Marmedans. It was not necessary for him to ally with them. He just needed to be on good terms with the expansionist. The energy warder is an old star designer. What we know, he knows as well. His network and power base is incomparable to that of the evolution witch. His excellency is probably in the possession of far greater intelligence than our secret department. He is also an old acquaintance of the xenotechnician. That meant that if the xenotechnician ever tried anything radical and crossed the line, the energy warder would be the first to take action against his fellow star designer. The two were political adversaries. There was no way they could reconcile with each other, not when they had grown so old and powerful while drawing strength from their earnest ideals. Vase never stood a chance if he tried to stop the xenotechnician from imperiling human civilization, but that was fine. The secret keeper was right that this was not his battle to fight. The energy warder's eyes and ears were probably trying to watch the xenotechnician's every move. The formidable amount of people and assets that the Marmedans could muster was far greater than that of the xenotechnician. This meant that if the two sides ever entered into an open confrontation against each other, the xenotechnician would lose miserably. This realization gave Vase a lot of relief. A huge weight had lifted off his chest. He did not want to end up in a situation similar to the end of the Survivalist Conference where he had to play a key role in saving red humanity. Vase was eager to offload this immense responsibility to the energy warder and company and get the hell away before he got caught in the middle. Even if he was more than willing to root for the energy warder's victory, that did not mean that Vase was willing to fight proactively against the xenotechnician. Vase thought about his expensive gifts and finally comprehended the meaning of this expensive gesture. Nothing came for free. Everything had a price. Though Vase did not want to get dragged into a fight between star designers, the 3 super-class gifts made it very hard to remain a bystander. The expansionist wanted Vase to join their camp. It was not enough for him to verbally offer his support to the ideals of human supremacy. It was also not enough to create a helpful spirit that took on the guise of Caramond. If Vase wanted to acquire the backing and generous support of the Marmedans, then he needed to enter their orbit and establish a more substantial form of cooperation. There were many possible advantages to doing this, but he was very reluctant to get dragged into other people's affairs. The Marmedans were strong, but that also meant that they threatened the interests of a lot of players. They had their own enemies and difficulties to contend against. The safest play would be to establish a shallow friendship with the energy warder and company. There was no urgent need to deepen his relationship with them any further unless they were willing to show him far greater sincerity than a handful of super-class gadgets. Vase understood his new positioning quite well. He was a very new player that had been launched to the top of human civilization. The speed of his ascension and his relative lack of familiarity with most established players turned him into a potential ally that could be won over. As far as his ideology was concerned, he did not possess any notable beliefs that solidly locked him in anyone's camp. He agreed with the evolution witch's core ideals, but he was not nearly as fanatic about realizing them as the radical god pilot. He actually thought that the xenotechnician's diplomacy plan had a higher chance of success than the alternatives, but he was not able to overcome the stigma surrounding alien coexistence. He supported the energy warder's strident adherence to the ideals of human supremacy, but he was not willing to become one of the old star designer's foot soldiers. In short, Vase had not committed himself strongly enough to any camp that he still retained the ability to choose which one to support. Secret Keeper. Yes, Chief Counselor. By telling me all of this, aren't you afraid that I will choose to side with the Marmedans over the evolution witch? What if I decide that I can get a lot more done if I agree to work together with the 3-star designers of the expansionist faction? CLOSIER 17 did not look concerned in the slightest. The evolution witch does not demand your obedience. She is confident that you shall willingly aid her in her attempts to evolve red humanity. If you choose to spur her generosity and choose to offer your services to others, then that is your choice. She will not bear a grudge towards you for turning away from her. Only she is to blame for failing to win you over. Vase resisted the urge to roll her eyes. He did not believe that the evolution witch was magnanimous enough to tolerate his rejection. The female god pilot had always acted with little to no restraint. She readily followed her whims and frequently meddled with his life. For better or worse, Vase had become too entangled with the evolution witch to separate himself from her. It was better to accept this reality and take advantage of the god pilot's backing. Besides, the evolution witch was not as neglectful towards him as he thought. She may have left him in the dark in the past half-year, but he had probably passed her tests. Secret Keeper CLOSIER-17 wouldn't have been as candid about him about many sensitive secrets if he failed. Besides, siding with the evolution which did not rule out other friendships and alliances. Vase was still able to maintain a good relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds, as she did not share an adversarial relationship with the evolution which. If he wanted to diversify his network even further, then befriending the Marmedans was a perfectly valid choice. Let's say I want to build closer ties with the Marmedans. How should I go about it? Vase asked the Secret Keeper. It is not appropriate for you to meet with any star designer directly. You can propose to work together with the Raw Expansionist faction first, but this will require you to be patient. If you want to earn an audience with one of the Marmedian star designers as soon as possible, then you will have to make a grander gesture that can earn you this privilege. Surprise them, break their expectations. If you can help them achieve their goals considerably easier than before, then you will be able to earn their genuine support. That was certainly an attractive option. Vase just was not clear yet how he could do what the Secret Keeper described. It was not as if he could whip up a magical mech design that could make one of the three Marmedian leaders impressed. They were all star designers. They were the top dogs of the mech industry. Even if they lacked Ves's unorthodox capabilities, they were more than capable of designing mechs that performed better in almost every aspect. Chapter 6454. The Polymath is right. By the time the secret department finally dumped a huge amount of confidential information and speculative guesses into his mind, Vase felt awfully tired. His body remained in peak condition, but his mental condition had deteriorated quite a lot. He learned too many secrets, a proportion of which exposed the true side of the people and organizations he thought he understood. How they presented themselves in public was multiple times cleaner and more upright than how they acted in reality. It was hard for Vase to come to terms with the reality that the heroes and exemplars he looked up to had their own dark pasts. Still, he was realistic enough to know that not everyone at this level could keep their hands clean. There was too much competition and not enough resources to go around. This trend only worsened after the start of the Age of Dawn. Getting cut off from the Milky Way galaxy screwed over a lot of people. While Vase and his Larkinson clan had been isolated from the crisis and turmoil that erupted after the Greater Beander Gate no longer enabled passage between the galaxies, the circumstances were much worse for parties that depended heavily on funds and assets transferred from humanity's home galaxy. In order to survive, the groups that fell into crisis resorted to desperate means in order to maintain their dominance. Much of it took place out of sight, and if people noticed that their superiors and owners had changed hands all of a sudden, they had a lot of reasons to keep their mouths shut and their heads down. Red Humanity's order remained precarious several years after the start of the crisis. It all came down to resources, and more pertinently prime living space. Under the current conditions, the most ideal territory that people wanted to live in was a star system located far away from the front lines and relatively rich with phase water and other precious resources. Such star systems were few and far in between, and had already reached saturation in terms of how many people they could feed and employ. More construction was ongoing. States hurriedly terraformed lifeless planets into barely livable globes in order to accommodate the enormous influx of refugees and cowards fleeing from the regions most at risk of getting attacked. The constant upheaval and displacements broke a lot of old organizations and promoted the growth of the ones that occupied superior positions in the new reality. The wave of consolidations along with the developments at the front lines produced many losers and precious little winners. The weak got culled in large numbers. They either lost their livelihoods as they sought to abandon their homes and previously stable jobs. Due to the plunging value of real estate in or close to the border regions, these unwilling migrants lost much of their wealths and became destitute overnight. Many soldiers fighting in the front lines engaged in a much more literal struggle for survival. Mech forces fell and right, and despite all of the incentives used by the major players to send soldiers off to war, the manpower pool was getting drained at a prodigious rate. The last 6 months of intense fighting at the border regions had taken a huge toll on the amount of eligible mech pilots. The native aliens made no secret of their determination to rely on attrition warfare to exhaust Red Humanity's capacity to fight. The enemy's strategy was undeniably costly for both sides, but even the most ignorant individual could figure out that the humans wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. If Vase had not introduced the Yellow Jacket models, the mech industry would have resorted to extreme measures to raise the amount of eligible mech pilots. From expanding the production of frontline mechs to send low-aptitude mech pilots into the gauntlet to reducing the mandatory study years of mech academies by half, everything had to be sacrificed in order to put more bodies in the trenches. The Red Fleet's Starfighter Corps would have overtaken mechs in this situation. Although starfighters were undoubtedly inferior to mechs, their ease of use and lack of dependence on neural interfaces would prove decisive when mech pilots simply ran out after a point. In fact, the Red Fleet even plotted to marginalize the Red Association entirely by taking over much of the resources and privileges previously enjoyed by mechs. By gradually replacing the mech industry with the starfighter industry, the Fleeters sought to damage the foundation of the mech community and prevent it from ever regaining its preeminent status in society in the future. Vase found it rather distasteful that the Fleeters could not stop themselves from targeting an important pillar of Red humanity during an existential war. However, this was far from the only case where comrades in arms secretly or not so secretly sought to undermine each other. One of the overall conclusions that Vase made after learning about the true state of human civilization was that the current order might not last anymore. While the foundation of human civilization in the Red Ocean was still deep enough to prop up its existing rules and institutions for a few more years, there was a limit to how much the current players could expend their reserves. War coffers were being emptied at a rapid rate. Productivity was dropping. The economies of many states had plunged into deep recessions. Non-renewable resources were being used up far too quickly. The social order was also beginning to deteriorate. This was especially the case in the star systems that were at risk as well as the highly congested planets that refugees flocked towards. Above all, there were still far too many states and governments that refused to tackle the emerging problems with the necessary grit and determination. Far too many non-essential civilian industries were still operating when the need for war materiel was constantly surging. The industrial policies of many states had yet to adjust to a state more conducive to total war. Leaders refused to curtail the production of consumer goods for fear of causing deeper economic disruptions and attracting the fury of their people. Combined with the rise of an increasing number of political firebrands and agitators, repression was on the rise, causing citizens to become even more miserable. Vase never imagined that his society's internal stability had plunged so low. The news portals did a good job at trying to maintain the illusion of solidarity, but the reality was that the well-being of humans had dropped to lows that had not been seen since the dark days of the Age of Conquest. When Secret Keeper Rosette 193 briefed him on the dire economy and stability of a lot of human territories, she then proceeded to introduce a tentative solution that certain bigshots had devised. The woman in a gray uniform passed a secure data pad to Vase that contained a single highly confidential proposal. This is the dissolution of states plan. The name should already tell you everything. The soft-spoken Rosette 193 said without emotion. There are a number of god pilots and star designers that believe that the polymath was ultimately correct on the problems that are impairing our civilization. Many existing states are founded and controlled by pioneers who have taken large risks and agents of powerful groups that are rooted in the Milky Way. More often than not, the controlling authorities are not competent and prepared enough to lead their states in a time of crisis and war. However, they can still rely on inertia and their existing properties to maintain their positions of power. This leads to an undesirable situation where the potential of human states remains untapped. You should know by now that this problem is not being remedied. Instead, the opposite is happening. Vase widened his eyes, especially when skimmed through the document. Are you truly serious about breaking apart all of the existing states? This plan is not set in stone. The dissolution of states is an adaptation of one of the components of the Deep Strike plan. We originally planned to introduce a similar if less disruptive plan after the start of Deep Strike operations, but the Red Tide offensive has caused enough accidents and setbacks that more and more leaders are beginning to accept the need to bring this component forward. So you think it is a good idea to depose all governments, decentralize their administrations and encourage powerful groups to compete against each other for control over star systems. The damage produced by these conflicts, whether directly or indirectly, may exceed the losses inflicted by the native aliens. Rosette 193 shook her head. That may not necessarily be the case. All human-to-human conflict will be strictly regulated. Destructive wars will remain prohibited. At most, territorial disputes will be decided by formal matches between two military forces. This is not a new method, as the Terrans, Rubarthans and other First Raiders have resorted to similar methods in order to prevent escalation. What is important is that the weak and unworthy will no longer be allowed to hold on to territories that are currently being squandered in their hands. The new elites who have fought and survived in the front lines understand much better how extensively we must militarize our existing territories. If we must sacrifice our culture, our addiction to consumer goods and our peaceful way of life in order to survive, then we must begin with haste. That sounded incredibly serious. Vase anticipated a huge amount of protests and opposition as a result of this insane plan, yet, he could also see how it could produce the positive effects described by the female secret keeper. The infighting was bound to produce a lot of losses, but the gains may be greater once more deserving leaders took over. These conquerors had little respect for the existing laws and property rights that protected the status quo. They could easily smash apart the corruption and the unproductive laws that prevented territories from reaching their greater potential. Vase recognized that the main purpose to enact the dissolution of states was to completely tear down the highly parasitic rent-seeking powers that only sought to benefit themselves at the expense of the greater society. This plan had the polymath all over it. Even if she was unable to contribute directly to the plan due to being trapped in a greater spacetime bubble, it was clear that a growing number of leaders had gained renewed appreciation for her logic and ideals. In fact, Vase actually liked parts of the Unity plan as well. The biggest problem he had with it was that it demanded that the smartest humans should be placed on the throne. As long as the current leaders never intended to enact this final controversial step, it was not that bad to implement the rest of the original Unity plan. Vase sighed. When uncertain support for the dissolution of states plan has not yet reached a majority, we expect that it will ultimately be implemented within 6 to 12 months. We cannot afford to delay too much as our civilization needs to implement harsh but necessary reforms as soon as possible. I see. What about the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact? Vase asked. The people of those states have a lot of pride in their shared identities. The ancient clans and the Rubarthan principalities will not agree to let themselves be broken down and lose all of the advantages of maintaining strong and permanent alliances with each other. That is also one of the main sources of opposition to the proposal. We believe that the Terrans and the Rubarthans will ultimately recognize the necessity of this radical plan, but they will continue to cause unnecessary delays. At most, they will be excluded from the plan in exchange for receiving reduced material support. Over time, we believe that the competitiveness of the Red Ocean Union will surpass the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact, which will cause the latter two to reconsider the wisdom of their opposition. That sounded like a lot of wishful thinking to Vase. It was dangerous to rely so much on assumptions, but the secret keeper sounded awfully confident that everyone would eventually fall in line. Where did Rosette 193 get all of her confidence? Chapter 6455. We're in trouble. The dissolution of states plan was not a small matter. It had the potential to completely upend human-occupied space and disrupt everyone's lives. Although Vase could not figure out why the supporters of this insane plan were confident that it would ultimately revive human society and increase its productive forces, they had a lot of smart people at their disposal, so they probably had a way to prevent everything from spiraling into ruin. Vase appreciated that he received advance warning of what might be coming. The dissolution of states plan was bound to disrupt a lot of existing arrangements made by the Larkinson clan and his other organizations. While he was bound by secrecy to not leak out anything about this plan to others, he could still issue vague orders to ensure his power base suffered as little negative consequences as possible. It helped that the Larkinson clan held very little territorial holdings so far, so it was not as if Vase had much to lose. In fact, he could potentially make huge gains by taking over the territories that became ripe for the picking. Not that he would do such a thing. Competing over territory was a waste of time in his opinion. The Red War was a much more pressing concern to him. The Red Tide offensive needed to end first. Once Red humanity was able to launch a counter-offensive and conquer a lot more alien territories, then it shouldn't be too difficult to claim the more desirable star systems for himself and his clan. Although the territories in alien space were much more vulnerable to incursions from their prior owners, the resources available in star systems closer to the galactic core was also higher. Maybe it will never come to this. Vase muttered to himself. If Red humanity was unable to bounce back from the Red Tide offensive, then there was no point in dreaming about building up a territorial domain in former alien space. Vase continued to mull over all of the secrets he learned even after the secret department concluded the final briefing. We're in deep trouble. He needed to figure out where the whale ark was being built so that he could stay close to the location. If the native aliens managed to break through the front lines while human society was in the process of collapsing from within, then there was no way to salvage the situation anymore. Vase needed to make sure he was close enough to the whale ark so that he could quickly evacuate to the only ride that could take him away from this dangerous dwarf galaxy. The Red Ocean was a dangerous place. Although his confidence in Red humanity's ability to withstand the ongoing crises had dropped, he still preferred it if he did not have to abandon his entire foundation in the new frontier. Fortunately for him, the confidential briefings made it very clear that the other leaders were not being complacent. They were all working on their own solutions, though the issue was that they were so strong-willed about it that they refused to coordinate their actions. Everyone had a different vision on how Red humanity should be saved. The Evolution Witch was no exception to this rule. Only one more day to go before she makes her big announcement. Vase built up a lot of anticipation for what she was about to unveil. He already received a hint that he had somehow contributed to whatever she was working on. This meant that he would also become affected by the God Pilot's scheme. The lack of information was killing him, but considering that he only had to wait for one more day, he reluctantly remained patient and hoped that the hours would pass by quickly. During this time, Vase tried to wrap up his visit to Xianxia. The sapphire of the Red Ocean was a resplendent location, but he wanted to go back to New Constantinople and resume his old routine. Vase therefore proceeded to work together with Eliza Mo Rigaudin and Gavin Newman to handle various appointments and conclude various business deals. Much of the business deals had to do with cooperation regarding the production and sale of yellow jackets. The popularity of the first commercial Karman Mech models had peaked so much that the demand had broken the record. The secrecy surrounding the Swarm project had prevented the Living Mech Corporation from establishing a lot of different business deals with third-party manufacturers in advance. Vase and the LMC could only make up for lost time by quickly signing agreements with. Fortunately, the insane popularity of the Yellow Jackets made it disgustingly easy to find willing partners who were willing to take up the burden of production and distribution at reasonable prices. One of the biggest points of frustration was the fact that the production of the mysterious Karman system was effectively controlled by the Red Association. Only the bioproduction companies under the direct control of the Mechers received the right to produce this crucial and revolutionary new control system. While the Mechers had made much better preparations for the mass production of the Karman systems, their production capacity was still finite at all three tech levels, so there was a hard ceiling on the monthly output of first class, second class and third class Yellow Jackets. Another point of frustration was the cheap market positioning of the Yellow Jackets. All three versions of the Karman Mech were catered to the lower end of the market, which meant that they did not earn a lot of profit. For now, that problem was not yet evident as the huge mismatch between supply and demand had caused the actual prices of the Yellow Jackets to be 3 to 5 times higher than usual. There was a limit to how extensively people were willing to get ripped off, though. Only the most desperate rich customers who wanted to experience the pleasure of piloting a mech for the first time had paid so much cash. In fact, a black market had already formed about delivered but still unbonded Yellow Jackets where they were being sold at even more inflated prices. Vase expected the mech industry and the mech market to eventually normalize and return to saner prices. The Yellow Jackets may possess a revolutionary capability, but their lack of quality materials and advanced technologies limited their impact on the battlefield. They could only make significant achievements on the battlefield if they deployed in large numbers. In order to encourage mech forces to field thousands if not tens of thousands of Yellow Jackets at a time, Vase insisted that the sales price should be lowered until it was close to a typical budget mech model with similar performance characteristics. Dropping the price too soon is not advisable. Gavin frowned as he advised Vase on good business. Demand will still remain overwhelming for the first 3 months. There are still plenty of well-heeled customers who are willing to spend the amount of money it takes to equip a mech company just to obtain a genuine Yellow Jacket that is fresh from the manufacturing complex. It would be a waste of our earning potential if you prematurely reduce the price to normal budget mech ranges. The excess demand will not go away, and the supply will still not be able to keep up. The second hand, that is true if normal market forces prevail. Vase acknowledged his assistant's point. However, the Red Association will not let that happen. I am sure that the problems that you have mentioned will ease up. What we need to do the most is to set expectations and make sure that everyone remembers that the Yellow Jackets are fragile mechs by nature. I do not want customers to spend 10 times the amount of money for them and treat them as premium mechs. They are relatively fragile and cannot keep up with the performance of more capable mech models. This was not about profit anymore. This was about survival. Vase had learned enough secrets in the past 2 days to know that the Red Association was not above manipulating the market in secret in order to achieve its desired outcomes. A perfect free market could never exist. The mech market appeared to look quite free on the surface, but it was constantly being nudged by the mechers in secret in order to maintain stability and prevent undesirable distortions. In any case, once Vase was done with negotiating deals and adjusting the pricing strategy of the LMC, he proceeded to take care of another noteworthy affair. He visited the shipyard that he had bought during the grand auction. Starfarer Berth was much more beautiful now that he was able to step foot on it in person. Since he already visited the orbital shipyard by remote in the past, Vase did not waste too much time on tours. He simply completed a quick inspection of the ongoing works and gauged the capabilities of the workers. We have managed to hire more qualified personnel as of late, Chief Executive Eric Poterin reported to Vase in person. Our production speed cannot be raised any further due to the limitations of this relatively small facility. What we can do is increase the speed of switching production to a new design. Upon your instructions, we have also hired numerous naval engineers and xenotechnology experts that are familiar with adapting alien tech onto human products. They have already integrated with my crew and are spending most of their hours at work on studying Architech. The samples and documentation provided by Professor Gloriana Woden has been helpful, but not too much. How so? What is the problem? Our technical personnel are highly qualified, but Architech is so difficult and alien that it is a struggle to learn. I have lived for over 2 centuries, but I have never felt so pressured since my university days when I tried to study the principles of Architech. It is not a technology base that is meant to be used by humans. Vase knew that his wife had done him a favor by trying to give the scientists and engineers employed by Starfarer Berth a crash course in Architech. Since her time was short, she was not able to do more than give all of these first-raters a lot of homework. We're having difficulties. Our rate of progress is not any worse than others who have attempted to learn Architech. The leader of Starfarer Berth defended himself. What you perceive as slow is considered relatively normal in our sector. Difficulties are to be expected. I can only promise you that most of us will master the bare minimum necessary to convert a captured Archeship into a moderately human-operable starship according to our original schedule. That would take a year or 2, but it couldn't be helped. Architech was just that difficult to master. We can still speed up our study of Architech if you are willing to make a large trade-off. Sir, what trade-off? If you are willing to suspend the production of first-class combat carriers for our premier branch, most of our personnel can devote all of their work time on studying and maybe even experimenting with Architech. If you are willing to divert the budget used to fund the production of first-class combat carriers on expensive tutors, many samples of Architech and targeted upgrades to our facility, I am confident we can advance the schedule by at least half a year. That sounded awfully tempting, but Vase eventually rejected this idea. We still need those combat carriers. Each of them can carry 30 first-class multi-purpose mechs, and we need as many of them as possible. It is unreasonable to make so many sacrifices just to convert the Archeship that we have captured into a stealth frigate. The alien vessel is good at sneaking around, but she isn't designed to carry any mechs. I think we still need to be able to carry enough hard power to win our battles in space. Just do your best according to our current plan. Very well, sir. Chapter 6456 Commodore. The day had finally come. During the founding ceremony of the Red Collective, the evolution which promised to make a big announcement that was sure to shake Red humanity. Everyone took her seriously. God pilots were not known to make bold lies. Many observers that tried to keep track of the evolution witch's movements and actions had also vaguely figured out that she had created an ambitious layout. She had done a good job at hiding her tracks. No one knew what she was up to. The most the intelligence agencies had gathered was that she had relocated a large amount of transhumanist scientists and engineers to a secret location. The transhumanist faction also began to put more effort into obtaining rare and expensive materials. All of this indicated that the God Pilot's plan was likely based on advanced technology. Nobody possessed any further clues than that. The location where the transhumanists were preparing their solution for the evolution which remained unknown, and nobody managed to obtain any information on what was taking place inside. Every worker was carefully vetted by the evolution witch, and none of them had any chance of leaving their secret hideout ahead of time. It was only until recently that observers managed to detect the arrival of an RA battle carrier that had evidently been tasked with transporting goods on behalf of the God Pilot. Many people hoped that the evolution which hadn't brought back a biodisaster or whatever. Speculation ran rife by the time Vase woke up and readied himself for the day. His schedule had cleared up for the most part as he had managed to fulfill many of the goals he had set for this business trip. If the evolution witch's mysterious surprise did not demand that he stay behind in this central star node, then he intended to leave tomorrow and leave the hustle and bustle of Xianxia behind. As Vase perused the news publications for any clues on what the evolution witch was about to announce, Lucky yawned as he finished his bowl of high-grade exotics and hypers. The Archimetal cat had grown tired of Xianxia as well. Lorraine and other highly developed planets were filled with high technology and extremely valuable alloys, but the Mechers and the Fleeters monitored everything. They were so good at tracking everything that they somehow managed to track Lucky when he was phasing through solid matter. Seeing that Lucky could not get away with snacking on a mech or a metal wall without getting caught and bringing trouble to himself, the gem cat glumly awaited the day he returned to New Constantinople. D&D base was small, but at least the personnel over there did not mind if Lucky enjoyed a bite out of stuff every now and then, especially if he left behind a mark. Meow, meow, I know, Lucky, it won't take much longer, hopefully. I am more than eager to get back to my wife and children. It is frustrating to communicate with them by remote. As Vase waved his hand and shut down all of the news publications that had done nothing but engage in baseless speculation, he turned to his personal assistant. Have we received an invitation to attend the evolution witch's public announcement? We have not. Gavin responded. No one has received an announcement. We just received confirmation from the transhumanist that the evolution witch is not going to hold a speech in a stadium or other public venue. She intends to appear in space to address every red human during a live broadcast. We can all watch the show right here on the terrace. I see. That is convenient. If anything goes wrong, we should be far away enough to remain unaffected. It's a pity that we won't get to enjoy the show up close, but I value my safety more. By the way, Vase, your friend from the Red Fleet has also returned. The Babylon excavator has returned with minor technological upgrades. She also brought along 2 destroyers, the Gernfis and the Menace Reboot. Vase knew what that meant. Sigrund had returned. Not only that, Admiral Mealy had come through and helped to facilitate his promotion. He decided to call the fleeter right away. A dozen seconds passed until the physical projection of Zonrad Rees appeared in the dining compartment. Compared to the last time Vase saw the disguised AI, Sigrund's human guise wore a slightly more elaborate uniform. The additional golden stripes and symbols made it clear that he had ascended beyond commanding a single warship. From the moment he got promoted, he finally received the privilege of commanding. Congratulations. Thank you, Professor, or should I say Chief Counselor. Vase casually waved his hands. It doesn't matter. It is not as if my office at the Upper Council is my primary consideration. So what have you become, and what is with the additional ships? I have been promoted to a Commodore. The complete administrative procedures are still taking place, but Admiral Chelsea Mealy has been generous enough to assign the 2 destroyers under my command in advance. The new Commodore activated 2 projections that depicted the 2 relatively small warships. Destroyers, Vase spoke. I can tell that they are designed to fulfill 2 different and highly specialized roles. That is nice and all, but couldn't the RF have been less stingy and assign a few cruisers to you instead? The Red Fleet cannot spare such hardware, Professor. Every warship counts. Light cruisers and heavy cruisers are still sub-capital ships, but they are large enough that they can undertake many responsibilities that smaller escort vessels cannot do. Destroyers may be small, but they can punch above their weight so long as they are fighting under favorable circumstances. Commodore Rees gestured towards the destroyer that was covered with small turrets. The Gernfis is a destroyer of the Storm Shredder class. She is largely covered with secondary and tertiary cannon batteries that excel at point defense and taking down enemy small craft. There is not much else that is noteworthy about her design. Her weapons are much less effective against warships and other large opponents, and should never have to face them up front as far as I am concerned. The Commodore gestured to the projection of the other destroyer. If you want to employ a siege weapon against a particularly large and relatively immobile target, then the Menace Reboot can help you. She bears a large transphasic hyper-laser cannon as a spinal-mounted weapon. The single-shot firepower of this spinal cannon exceeds the firepower of a single primary cannon mounted on the Babylon excavator in certain cases. That sounds quite impressive. What else does this interesting ship have in store? Vase loved the design and philosophy behind this exaggerated destroyer. The integration of a sizable spinal cannon on a ship class with little internal space to begin with was a dedication towards extreme specialization. The entire vessel strained so much to support this comparatively gigantic weapon that the ship sacrificed everything else in order to sustain the consumption of such a powerful armament. Nothing else. The menace. Rebo does not carry any other weapons aside from a modest complement of transphasic missiles and a small amount of point defenses. She is not designed to operate by herself. It is best to treat her like a siege machine and protect her well until it is necessary to borrow her power. That sounds decent. The quality of the spacers among the fleeters have always been high, so I am expecting good performance from your unit going forward. Vase said. Sigrun made a seemingly sincere bow. The Babylon squadron shall not fail you, Professor. In time, my unit may receive reinforcements from the RF over time. Do not reject them, show them through your actions that you possess profound knowledge. We will continue to remain attached to the Blue Jay fleet, though we are not merging ourselves into the RF's chain of command. That is good enough. I am happy to receive all of this help. The Mechers and the fleeters did not always see eye to eye with each other. It was awkward for them to escort the same mech designer and bump into each other every day. Vase had no interest in meddling with their old rivalry. The lack of coordination and other measures made it harder to coordinate between the two groups. This might cause trouble in the future. Vase and Sigrun chatted a bit more about the latter's promotion. It had been difficult for Zonrad Rees to account for himself. His past performance was not too good, and he had broken multiple rules when he authorized the unlocking and deployment of several superweapons. However, the naval board that decided over Zonrad Rees' case had ultimately decided in favor of promoting him and preparing him for more important duties in the future. Has your heavy cruiser replenished her stock of weapons of mass destruction as well? Sigrun coughed. It is not appropriate to discuss such topics in our current setting. I will inform you later in person to better secure our communications. That is acceptable. There is no hurry on this matter since we are present in one of the most secure star systems within human-occupied space. By the way, I have an unrelated question. Please ask, does the RF and your fleeter buddies know anything about what the evolution which is about to announce? No, Commodore Rees shook his head. We have far too little verified proof. My new promotion may have enabled me to command multiple ships, but I am not yet an admiral. I do not have the clearance to access the information the 5th or 7th Fleet might have. It is nice if we obtain useful information, but it is not the end of the galaxy if I am just as ignorant as everyone else. I just find it challenging to wait for the evolution which to start her show. This caused the fleeter officer to grow suspicious. Her decision to maintain so much secrecy does not bode well for us. If she feels the need to hide her work until she is ready to present it, then her work is probably mired in controversy. I am not too worried about that. She must have everything under control, and if she has managed to gain the cooperation of at least one star designer, then the likelihood of accidents should be a lot less than before. There was nothing particularly noteworthy to talk about with Sigrun aside from his promotion, so the two quickly ended their short call. Sigrun was moving up. He had come one step closer to becoming an admiral and gaining enough power to take control over his own destiny. Many people around Vase had grown by leaps and bounds. Though he still missed a lot of familiar people who were still undergoing ED-net training at this time, they had already crossed the halfway point. Vase eagerly looked forward to welcoming the return to all of the heavily augmented and much more knowledgeable Larkinsons back to the clan. That should be the time where he could truly unleash the Larkinson clan. As Vase continued to devise plans for the future, he eventually received a short notification. He headed up to a lounge where everyone he knew in person had gathered. Jovi Armelon, Vector Loban, Lady Romonda DeVos and so on had gathered in order to watch the live broadcast together. Vase was also accompanied by his 12 Apocalypse Warden guards. Their armor and presence made it impossible to ignore them, but they had done a good job acting in an unobtrusive manner, though only as far as their gear allowed. Lucky came as well and automatically sought out Hovey's lap. The survivalist smiled and stroked the gem cat's back. You have grown even stronger since the last time I touched you. This archimetal alloy feels amazing. It's starting. Chapter 6457 The Evolution Witch's announcement. This was an important day. Red humanity would remember this date, just as they remembered the date when Vase Larkinson introduced his now historic Yellow Jacket models. Though Vase was not able to understand the magnitude of the Evolution Witch's ambitious scheme, he already received various clues that indicate that her plan had the potential to rock red humanity. Others with excellent connections and high positions obtained similar clues. They cleared out their schedules and chose to pay full attention to the transhumanist leader's announcement. The fact that she was a god pilot was already enough to give her due attention, but the scant hints she had dropped so far compelled other Tier 1 galactic citizens to orient themselves around her mysterious plan. The evolution which knew better than to fool her peers and other powerful dignitaries with empty bluster. Everyone tuned into the broadcast. Many more adventurous individuals even hopped onto their starships and attempted to fly closer to the site where the evolution which intended to hold her announcement. It was useless. Traffic control in Xianxia was extremely strict. The security forces did not dare to take any risks and preemptively locked down all traffic. Even ships that were located on the edge of the outer system had to temporarily shut down their engines and coast along in ballistic trajectories unless they were on a collision course. More and more people anticipated a big show. Now that Vase had been reduced to one of many spectators, he could vaguely sense the immense anticipation building up from every hopeful human in the Red Ocean. Vector. He spoke up as he idly scratched Lucky's chin. Have you received any further information from your superiors? Now that the evolution which is about to start her speech, surely you must have more information. The biomech designer who sat on another couch shook his head. I am afraid to disappoint you, but I have not received any new missives. My friends and acquaintances in the transhumanist faction have not been able to share much information either. I am in the same position as you and everyone else. They soon fell silent when the evolution which appeared in the broadcast. Her entrance was not particularly grand this time. The Genneforger suddenly appeared in an empty location of space that was located in the junction between the inner and outer system of Xianxia. The entire region of space had clearly been emptied in advance. Nearby traffic had already been diverted more than a day ago, so there weren't any errant cargo haulers or other vessels in the neighborhood. Just for good measure, the Genneforger fully unfolded its god kingdom, thereby gaining extensive control over its surroundings. The sheer reality-defying power of the evolution witch's transcendent willpower was so great that it could pressure every viewer who was watching the live broadcast. A momentary air of oppressive excitement weighed down on everyone's spirits before it withdrew. The god Mech still radiated a strong and vigilant god kingdom, but it was not directed towards anyone specific. The evolution witch was merely being careful. This showed that what she was about to announce may be a lot more vulnerable than her god Mech. Interesting. After making an appearance and providing undeniable proof that she was the real deal, the Genneforger disappeared. In its place was the god pilot in her human guise. Divine Lucy Miyazaki floated in space in complete defiance to the rules that governed what should happen if a human entered into space without any visible protection against the merciless vacuum environment. To a baseline human, appeared in space like the evolution which was nothing less than a death sentence. To a god pilot, floating around in space in this form was no different from 92 to 13 taking a walk on an ordinary habitable planet. Citizens of Red Humanity, the evolution which spoke with the same empowered human voice she used during the founding ceremony. It was both authoritative and gentle. 3 days ago, I told you that I am about to make an important announcement. That time has come. Before I unveil the grand project that my collaborators and I have been working on, let us take stock of our current position in the Red Ocean. The evolution which used her own willpower to project a large and vivid map of the dwarf galaxy they currently resided. She had thoughtfully color-coded all of the territories belonging to the humans and the aliens. The sheer difference in size was glaring to everyone. Those with greater understanding of stellar geography knew that the actual situation was worse than it appeared. The distribution of resources was highly uneven, and it was clear that human-occupied space only covered a backwater of the Red Ocean. Vase thought about all of the secret briefings he received from the secret department. The information he gained during those tedious sessions allowed him to read these maps and other related information a lot better than before. Simply put, Red Humanity is outnumbered and outgunned. We still have a chance to win by relying on our sparse advantages. Our forces are technologically more advanced and our soldiers are qualitatively stronger. Our battle tactics are more mature and our supply lines are short. We enjoy all of the advantages of staying on the defensive. Yet even when my fellow god pilots and I have been rending apart assault fleet after assault fleet, the influx of native aliens is endless. The disproportionately high loss rate have not deterred our enemies from sending in more cannon fodder. All the while, our fortified border systems are slowly reaching the limits of how much fighting they can withstand. Many people reacted with shock and dismay. The pessimistic outlook shared by the evolution which countered much of the propaganda meant to prop up morale and encourage people to fight. Dire state of red humanity, it was taboo to speak about it so blatantly and in the open. The God pilot didn't care. Other speakers who tried to give red humanity a harsh dose of reality might be met with immediate pushback from the established powers, but the evolution which was too great to be handled in this fashion. If not for her absolute strength and her genuine loyalty to red humanity, the other Tier 1 citizens would have tried to shut down the broadcast by force at this time. However, everyone remained patient, not because the evolution which was too powerful to be subdued in a short amount of time, but also because she clearly had a greater purpose in mind. Hope is not lost, my fellow red humans. We are humans, but we can be so much more. The founding of the Red Collective is one of the most significant steps we have made to reverse the ongoing war by out-evolving our adversaries. In time, the mass practice of systematic cultivation methods will make each of us much more individually stronger and more productive than before. Our fighters will be able to defeat more opponents and our workers will be able to multiply our industries. Yet will our enemies give our cultivators the time to unlock their potential, explore how they can best wield their newfound abilities and truly come into power? Even the most dim-witted human knew the answer. In a sense, the Red Tide offensive already served as the response of the Red Cabal and the most powerful alien empires. The supreme alien leaders felt so threatened by red humanity that they did not hesitate to drive trillions of alien soldiers and even phase lords to their deaths. Even if most of them suffered miserable deaths, they still made a contribution by choking the red humans with the sheer magnitude of alien corpses and warship debris stuffed down their throats. The map of the Red Ocean made it all too clear that two defensive bands, of which one of them was already starting to fray. We need resources. The evolution which flatly said, the Red Ocean exposed by the light of Messier 87 has become increasingly more rich and diverse with new and interesting materials, but it has not done enough to mitigate our shortfall in materials. Salvaging the wrecks of alien warships allows us to harvest large amounts of low to middle grade alloys, but we are short of higher grade materials that are vital to the development and upgrades of senior ace mechs and god mechs. Our best mech pilots are more than capable of surmounting the challenges posed by the native aliens, but without enough high quality material supply, their machines may not necessarily keep up with their ambitions. That caused a lot of people, but particularly mech designers, to grow concerned. The evolution which pointed to a very big problem. Mechs at this level could no longer be built by relying on high-grade materials alone. Only the rarest and most expensive super-class materials could bear the awesome power of those mighty pilots. The power of a god was not so easy to bear. While it was technically possible for peak ace pilots and god pilots to make do with machines built with inferior materials, the problem was that they could only channel true resonance up to a limit. The more inferior the materials, the lower the ceiling. This would inevitably make the powerful pilots uncomfortable and restrained. The feeling of being unable to unleash their full power for fear of breaking apart their own machines was one of the most frustrating conditions to fight under. We have not yet exhausted our stockpiles of critical super-class materials that are relevant to the production of the most powerful mechs as well as warships. The evolution which informed to the relief of many people. Yet we must not wait until they run out before we act. In order to obtain sufficient quantities of super-class materials and other essential goods that are vital to our civilization, I have secretly worked with a number of powerful collaborators. Today, I am ready to unveil the results of our work and commence the very first test that will determine our future as a Neonly and a civilization that is locked inside a hostile galaxy. Her god kingdom vibrated. A large patch of space in front of divine Lucy Miyazaki began to deform until it finally unveiled a large and familiar-looking construct. Is that a gate? The black gate that appeared in the live broadcast looked both familiar and different to everyone. It vaguely resembled a smaller version of a Beander gate, but it possessed clear additions and design modifications that looked as if it had been corrupted by mystical elements. Runes and other mystical elements were embedded into the hyper-material components of the gate. Their presence was completely incongruent with the obviously technological aspects of the construct. A number of quick-witted people had pieced together enough clues to realize what the black gate signified. Vase was not one of them. Even though there were elements of the gate that looked disturbingly familiar to him, he failed to make the crucial connection before the god pilot formally introduced the object to Red. This is the Oblivion Gate. It is a technological nightmare that clumsily fuses phase water technology, hyper-technology, e-technology, FTL technology and most notably highly experimental advances in the field of gravitic wormhole technology. Its sole purpose is to generate a momentary wormhole that can reach out to another wormhole that is generated more than 50 million light-years away by a similar but not completely identical Oblivion Gate built in the Milky Way galaxy in secrecy. What? Vase was hardly the only one who reacted with shock. The amount of people who could remain calm and composed were far outnumbered by the red humans who became completely gobsmacked by this shocking revelation. The evolution which merely smirked as she continued to blow up the expectations of her audience. The Oblivion Gates are the products of a secret collaboration that spans 2 different galaxies. Here in the Red Ocean, I have chosen to enlist the aid of the dimensional architect of the expansionist faction of the Red Association, who contributed to the research and construction of this Oblivion Gate. His Excellency Chester Marmedian, son of the even more legendary Charles Marmedian, appeared in the live broadcast in an instant. The star designer hovered beside the Oblivion Gate like an overseer, making it clear that he was probably responsible for operating the exceedingly complex construct. Over in the Milky Way galaxy, I have made contact and secured the vital cooperation of 3 key individuals. They are Master Moira Willix of the MTA Survivalist faction, the Beast of Fear who leads the MTA Unbound Humanity faction, and lastly the Oblivion Empress of the Nixian Gap. The latter may be better known to you all as the mother of Professor Vase Larkinson. Everyone inside the lounge compartment turned their heads and stared straight at Vase. Even Lucky was no exception. Meow. Did you know about this, Vase? Vase wanted to burst into tears. He had no clue that the Evolution Witch and his mother had been working on such an explosive project. The 2 women had completely left him in the dark. Chapter 6458 The Craven Red Humans, Oblivion Gate. And there are 2 of them. This changes everything. Have we finally managed to open up a portal back to the Milky Way? This is too good to be true. It is impossible for a pair of portals that are only a fraction of the size of the Greater Beander Gates to be able to bridge 50 million light-years. Technology is amazing, but this goes too far. This is no mere product of technology. Do you see all of those mysterious runes? Do you see how much hyper-materials have been used to construct this gate? The God Pilot herself revealed that this is a work of both modern technology and ancient mysticism. E-technology is just a euphemism for cultivation sorcery. I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to stay in this death galaxy anymore. Please help me buy a ticket. I will sell everything just to be able to get back home. Is the Evolution Witch mad? We have done so much to break away from original humanity and its many institutions. All of that will be undone if the God Pilots of the Milky Way are able to pass through these Oblivion Gates and enter the Red Ocean in large numbers. Sure, they may be able to save us from extinction, but they will not be satisfied with letting us retain our power and independence. I fear that the greedy humans from our former galaxy may become even worse enemies than the native aliens. A huge amount of people, both ignorant and wise, immediately drew a lot of conclusions based on the shocking unveiling of the Oblivion Gates. Whether they were right or wrong remained in question, but everyone already developed a lot of ideas about the Oblivion Gates. Immediately, the public had split into at least 2 camps. One group wanted to leave everything behind and pass through the Oblivion Gate as quickly as possible so that they could return to the protective umbrella of original humanity. Unlike the poor and miserable red humans that were struggling to prove their right to survive in the new frontier, the numerous and powerful original humans in the old galaxy did not fear anyone except themselves. This craven behavior completely pissed off the more patriotic and committed red humans who had completely bought into the idea of building a new future in the Red Ocean. Even though the survival conditions of red humanity were much harsher, the pressure exerted by total war had also caused them to grow by leaps and bounds. Explosive advances in phase water technology, hypertechnology, e-technology and cultivation science had already caused red humans to enjoy dozens of amazing new benefits. The Red Ocean was a nightmare for the weak, but a paradise for the strong. The New Elites program and the Red Collective granted ordinary people who failed to stand out in the Milky Way completely new options to stand out and excel. As the public began to get more and more divided over the existence and the implications of the Oblivion Gates, a certain Larkinson remained completely stunned by what he learned. The unveiling of the Oblivion Gates completely shocked Vase. He knew nothing about their existence. He had no clue that the Evolution Witch and his mother plotted such an ambitious scheme. It was understandable that Vase remained in the dark when he resided in the Red Ocean. He never approached the Evolution Witch or gained access to whatever secret research base she established in order to develop the Oblivion Gate in cooperation with the Dimensional Architect. In the past half-year, Vase had been too preoccupied with completing the Swarm project and setting up the Red Collective. Had the evolution witch done this on purpose to keep him busy and out of the way long enough to prevent him from causing any unforeseen accidents? That may very well be true. While Vase accepted that the evolution witch had successfully prevented him from stirring up any trouble that could risk the Oblivion Gate project, he could not accept that his own mother had kept such a massive secret from him for long. Back in the Milky Way, a certain silvery cyborg cat yelled and jumped away from the design terminal. Mother! The cat flew out of the design lab and quickly navigated the passageways of the Throne of Light, the heavy cruiser that served as the flagship of his mother's fleet. Along the way, she transmitted a message to meet with her mother in person. It took a minute for her to receive a response, which prompted Veronica to change her course. She could usually find her mother at her private temple and meditation room, but this time she had appeared out into open space. Fortunately, the living divine artifact's flight speed was not slow, and the Throne of Light was not as massive and time-consuming to navigate as actual battleships. Veronica plunged towards the nearest exit that led into open space. As soon as she dove out of the hangar bay to the bewilderment of the soldiers serving on the heavy cruiser, the cyborg cat magically amplified in size and began to exert her Mariko's organ to speed up her passage through space. As a mystical mirror creation of Vase that he had bastardized from a strange Orvan ritual, Veronica was actually one of the main reasons why Vase became eligible to become a Phase Lord. Due to the fact that Veronica was not a static altar but actually a living cat with biomechanical implants, the cyborg cat was also a Phase Lord. Navigating through space with her own phase whale organs was a piece of cake. Veronica therefore sped up her pace, but still had to traverse a lot of distance before she was able to reach the coordinates of the Oblivion Gate. Her mother and her collaborators had placed the experimental construct far away from any starships for fear that the proximity could produce unexpected variables. While Veronica urgently sought to reach her mother and demand an explanation, the evolution witch finally began to speak again after the masses received enough time to process the initial revelations. In the interest of avoiding any misunderstandings, I shall announce the presumed limitations of the Oblivion Gates first. The god pilot spoke in a serious tone as if she had not just unveiled a powerful solution to one of Red humanity's greatest shortcomings. First, the Oblivion Gates are experimental and untested. There is no guarantee that they will work. The Dimensional Architect has made invaluable contributions, but the Oblivion Gate does not incorporate technologies based on his strengths alone. The forced merger of several radically different fields of technology has resulted in not one, but two asymmetrical gate constructs that work slightly differently. Either one, both or none of them will work as intended. It was clear that it was extremely difficult to figure out how to develop two different Oblivion Gates that had to be adapted to local circumstances. The Red Ocean had a good supply of phase water, hypermaterials and other unique local materials. The Milky Way was largely barren of both phase water and hypermaterials. These constraints meant that the R&D team over in the old galaxy had to figure out different ways to produce similar results, and that made this project much harder to succeed. The Oblivion Gate is much more expensive to operate. It is not necessarily costlier than the greater Beander Gates, but the amount of volume they can displace across vast distances is much smaller. Due to the need to connect wormholes divided across millions of light years, every activation consumed an extreme amount of phase water and other unspecified resources. The other side lacks the support of large quantities of phase water, so it is much more difficult to establish a connection. This also means the wormholes cannot remain active for long. It may take a second or less to complete an exchange of high-value trade goods. We cannot afford to exchange trivial low-cost materials between the galaxies. That also made a lot of sense. Vase refused to believe that these strange Oblivion Gates could solve a problem that the greater Beander Gates failed to accomplish. The fact that the Oblivion Gates worked more like teleporters than more traditional Beander Gates was a huge limitation. The longer the gates maintained their connections, the more stuff that humans could transport to different locations. Vase still remembered all of the fleets and starships that passed through the lesser and greater Beander Gates at a high frequency during the Facewater generation. Human civilization had drastically changed once the distances that separated humans across the Milky Way had shrunk. A journey that used to take decades could not be completed in a matter of weeks due to the network of lesser Beander Gates. It was not reasonable to expect the Oblivion Gates to perform as well as the Beander Gates. The evolution witch paused before she disclosed a disappointing piece of information. More importantly, if you have any thoughts about returning to the Milky Way galaxy, then do not hold any expectations. Nothing alive can travel through the current iterations of the Oblivion Gates. We are most certain that any human or other organism will not be able to survive the intergalactic passage. It is possible that this may be remedied in the future, but this is not our priority. I am not interested in opening an escape route, and the humans of the Milky Way may not necessarily welcome us back. That certainly sounded ominous. There was a lot more meaning behind these words that Vase could not figure out at the moment. Just as expected, a lot of red humans grew disappointed at the revelation that they could not pass through the Oblivion Gate and return to the old galaxy alive. There was no reason to believe that the god pilot lied in front of their faces. If she said that they would not survive, then it must be true. Perhaps the Oblivion Gates were just prototypes that were not refined enough to enable humana to nace through. There was still a lot of room for technological improvement. Previously, only a small group of researchers were able to work on the Oblivion Gates in secret. Now that the evolution which removed the veil of secrecy on them, it was a lot more acceptable to involve other star designers and other clever minds in the subsequent development process. Many red humans still clung to the hope that the Oblivion Gates would re-establish passage to the Milky Way. They were willing to die if there was no escape route, but now that one had appeared, their resolve to fight to the bitter end in the Red Ocean had diminished. While the evolution which was definitely aware that this undesirable reaction might occur, she did not comment on it at this time. There are only 2 Oblivion Gates. Their successful construction demanded the use of high-grade exotics and super-class materials that are impossible to source in the Red Ocean. We have exhausted a considerable proportion of our local stockpiles. If our Oblivion Gate is destroyed, we may not be able to construct a replacement. As she spoke, a large sphere-shaped black container appeared into view. It was meticulously designed to fit the aperture of the inner ring structure. This shape offered the most volume for gate transfers according to the calculations. A similar sphere had appeared in front of the Oblivion Gate in the Milky Way as well. Both sides had to activate their Oblivion Gates simultaneously and perfectly coordinate with each other to form a continuous and stable wormhole, if only for a second. Once I have concluded my speech, I intend to conduct the first test shortly afterward. I will not hide the results of this attempt. You shall all be able to see for yourself whether we can open up a small, high-end trade route with the Milky Way. Many people wanted the god pilot to hurry up and commence the experiment as quickly as possible. Others wanted her to share as many details as possible so that they could figure out the working principles of the Oblivion Gates. Chapter 6459. The Beast of Fear. Red humanity was still in shock after learning about the existence of the Oblivion Gates. Even if the evolution which immediately deflated their wild hopes and expectations after she listed out the huge number of limitations, their enthusiasm did not disappear entirely. This was because the Oblivion Gates was just the first iteration of this experimental tech. Humans were quite familiar with the progression of every new technological invention. The prototypes basically served as proof of concepts that were made in order to test if a new application was viable enough to work. As long as the first activations were successful, then there should always be room to improve the performance of the Oblivion Gates over time. They could become larger so that more goods could be swapped across the galaxies at a time. They could increase their efficiency so that they cost less phase water and resources to activate. They may also be improved to the point where they could finally allow living beings to transfer from one galactic neighborhood to another. In short, as long as people kept working on the Oblivion Gates, they would always grow better over time, just like how the same mech lines got better with each passing generation. Meanwhile, the evolution which continued her speech. She began to talk more about the tech behind the Oblivion Gates and who was responsible for developing these bizarre constructs. The Oblivion Gates are the brainchild of myself and the Oblivion Empress. The reason why the two of us have managed to achieve cooperation across intergalactic distances is because the Superior Mother, her Chi incarnation, is active in the Red Ocean. The evolution which casually revealed a bombshell as if she cared nothing about secrecy. A new presence appeared. The Superior Mother showed up in her guise as a stern but matronly woman. Even though her presence was almost completely overshadowed by the evolution which is God Kingdom, her mystique marked her as an extraordinary existence. Suffice to say, a lot of Hexers in the Hex Federation instantly grew ecstatic at the appearance of their supreme. Women shall reign over red humanity. Hexism shall span the galaxies. We are saved by the Superior Mother. The evolution which and the Superior Mother exchanged familiar glances, showing that they had developed a strong friend and mutual understanding. It is no secret anymore that the Oblivion Empress possesses a checkered past, but as far as Red humanity is concerned, she is one of the two main contributors to the development of the Oblivion Gates. Much of the hyper-technology and e-technology applied to the constructs are adapted from deep and extensive insights into systematic e-energy manipulation. The runes applied on the gates and the rituals used to create or process the specialized materials are all due to her credit. It is no wonder her son is so outstanding. If the father of Carmen Mech is so brilliant and innovative, then imagine what her mother is capable of. Systematic cultivation can be used to create many miracles when employed for a good cause. That was a pretty strong endorsement of systematic cultivation. Knowing that such a powerful chi cultivator had played a pivotal role in the development of the Oblivion Gates cast a positive halo over the Red Collective. Now, you may assume that the Dimensional Architect is the other main contributor to the Oblivion Gates. As a star designer, his knowledge and affinity with technology is almost unmatched. However, every star designer has their specializations, and none that we know of are capable of developing the key technological principles to connect two wormholes together across vast distances. Familiar-looking but very unassuming Master Mech designer. This is Master Moira Willix of the survivalist faction of the Mech Trade Association. She is known for tutoring Vase Larkinson in the past, so do not underestimate her capabilities. She has secluded herself close to where the Oblivion Empress reigns in order to study the anomalous conditions of the Nixian Gap and further her own research. After meeting with the Oblivion Empress and accepting an offer to lead the Oblivion Gate project, she has invested decades worth of accumulated research. She has managed to do this by pioneering the field of wormhole gravitic technology. She does this in the hopes of paving her way to advance to the rank of star designer. If this attempt succeeds, she will almost be assured of her ascension as long as she is able to complete the development of a stable and mature pair of Oblivion Gates. Many people fell silent after hearing this. Vase and the senior Mech designers around him were especially affected by this revelation. Star designer. That was the end point of many Mech designers who aspired for greatness. Even though many of them eventually got beaten down by reality and failed to make any further progress, there were still a lot of hopefuls who dreamt of making it to the end. However, the immense Mech industry of the old galaxy had only produced around 100 of them over a span of 4 centuries. The new frontier had yet to spawn any new star designers. This showed how difficult it was for Master Mech designers to cross the vast distance that separated them from attaining their own form of godhood. To be able to witness the birth of a potential new star designer was an incredible honor as well as a good opportunity. Who knew whether Mech designers could gain inspiration from Master Willix's example and stimulate their own breakthroughs? Such lucky occurrences had definitely taken place in the past. At this time, almost every Mech designer in the Red Ocean sincerely wished that Master Willix would succeed. It did not matter whether Red humanity was separated from original humanity. They were all Mech designers. They identified by their professions first, and any other labels next. Of course, it also helped that the success of the Oblivion Gate project would materially improve the conditions of Red humanity during these difficult times. Master Willix's promotion may literally save their own lives. The evolution which proceeded to introduce another collaborator. Her willpower produced a different projection that displayed a fearsome biomech that possessed a completely different style than her Geniforger. The God Mech was a familiar sight to those who knew their God pilots and corresponding God Mechs. There was no mistaking the giant and oversized mutated wolf-like shape. The creature may vaguely be based on a canine template, but the addition of hundreds of tentacles, multiple rows of teeth, sickly green poison veins and more cast a frightening sight. The Beast of Fear was too lazy to accept a different title. When he ascended to godhood, he completely abandoned his mortal name and fully embraced the name of his god biomech. This choice had ominous implications. Most god pilots tended to use a title that was separate from their god biomechs in order to maintain artificial separation between their human and machine sides. The Beast of Fear declined to do so, meaning that he saw no distinction between himself and his god biomech. When people had to speak to him for whatever reason, they could never tell for sure whether they were speaking to a human or a genuine beast. The man had completely become a beast at the true god level. This was a controversial decision that caused him to be feared and ostracized by other human leaders. It was no wonder that he was only able to find shelter in a fairly controversial group like the MTA Unbound Humanity faction. Generally speaking, many people preferred to avoid the Beast of Fear. He ranked very low on the popularity list. Why did the Evolution Witch decide to collaborate with such a fearsome and questionable god pilot? Did she not have more reliable friends among the god pilots left behind in the Milky Way? The construction of the Oblivion Gates requires the intervention of god pilots in order to produce the unique materials that cannot be made through other processes. Our strength is also needed to assemble parts together in a manner impossible to create by resorting industrial means. The evolution which explained, they may not appear this way on the surface, but the gates are actually biomechanical in nature. Only god pilots that are deeply familiar with biotechnology can facilitate this project. That was one reason why she sought out the cooperation of this controversial god pilot. I am familiar with the Beast of Fear. We share much in common, and I am confident that he will cooperate with us rather than expose this project to the Galactic Mech Council. Do not forget that Red Humanity and Original Humanity have broken off relations. We are no longer one race, and we have not established any formal alliances. This intergalactic project is not legal from the perspective of the Mech Trade Association and other authorities. Original Humanity fears that we may lead hostile aliens to their precious galaxy, but the Beast of Fear does not. He is fear incarnate, so he will grow by spreading it. The MTA Unbound Humanity faction which he is a part of is also in favor of defying the status quo. Now that sounded convenient. The Beast of Fear was an excellent choice because his interests were completely separate from the other human leaders. He would love nothing more than to open up trade with the Red Ocean and induce fear among Original Humanity at the same time. It was quite fortunate that the evolution which not only knew such a good collaboration partner, but that he agreed to participate in this grand research project. The fact that the Oblivion Empire managed to create an Oblivion Gate of its own was the best form of proof. The evolution which crossed her arms. Let me be clear about who is and is not responsible for these modern wonders. They are both developed and built by the Oblivion Gate Consortium, which I have founded together with the Oblivion Empress. I am in charge of managing and protecting the Red Oblivion Gate. The Oblivion Empress is responsible for managing and protecting the Black Oblivion Gate. They are designed from the ground up so that only one of us can operate and activate our respective gates. We will not extend this power to any other individuals, no matter whether they are god pilots or star designers. That was a domineering declaration. Vase did not doubt the Evolution Witch's ability to defend her monopoly on the Red Oblivion Gate, but he grew a lot more concerned about his mother's hold over the so-called Black Oblivion Gate. Cynthia Larkinson was just a chi cultivator true god. She was incredibly versatile, especially due to her extensive knowledge, but she was not able to match a god pilot in direct combat. Even with the advantage of the special terrain of the Nixian Gap, Vase had no illusions about her ability to cope with a hostile god pilot. Who knew how the more protective and paranoid god pilots of the old galaxy would react to this dangerous attempt to bridge the gap between the galaxies? However, as long as the Oblivion Empress managed to obtain the protection of the Beast of Fear and other powerful players, she may be able to maintain her monopoly on the Black Oblivion Gate. The question was how. Vase did not think that the two devious women came up with such an enormous scheme without accounting for these variables. The Evolution Witch began to address this very issue. The greatest threat to the Oblivion Gate Consortium does not lie in the Red Ocean, but in the distant Milky Way where Original Humanity is still stuck in the Age of Mechs. The citizens and leaders in the old galaxy have become fearful of what has befallen us. They will not take kindly to allowing a secret group of conspirators to defy their taboo on blocking interactions between our two galaxies. This is why we must make them an offer that there cannot Nagsiklu refuse. Let me start with our first whiff to Original Humanity, Carmen Mechs. The mention of Carmen Mechs caused Vase to freeze. His mind worked quickly. He soon managed to piece together enough clues to figure out the truth. The Evolution Witch intended to trade the secret of Carmen Mechs to the humans of the Milky Way from the start. Ever since she and Cynthia Larkinson conceived of the Oblivion Gate project, they already planned to use the irresistible Carmen Mechs as a bargaining chip to preserve the Black Oblivion Gate. I've been used. Vase gasped in realization. Chapter 6460 The Inferior Humans Carmen Mechs. How could the Oblivion Gates have anything to do with Carmen Mechs? Many listeners initially grew confused, but then they realized why Carmen Mechs presented the perfect bargaining tool for the highly ambitious Oblivion Gate Consortium. Red Humanity already gained access to the brand new mechs equipped with the amazing Carmen system, so most people's odds towards its capabilities had already dropped to a more reasonable level. Less than a week had passed since the historic product reveal, and Red Humans already started to treat Carmen Mechs as a permanent addition to the landscape. Original Humanity lacked this benefit. When Red Humans thought about all of the original, humans that failed to enter the Red Ocean, the former began to take pity on the latter. Sure, the Red Ocean had become a much more dangerous environment to humans than before, but it also granted them so many advantages that were previously unthinkable. The powerful combination of systematic cultivation and Carmen mechs alone presented a huge amount of people at the bottom with amazing possibilities to strengthen themselves and rise to greatness at a much more affordable price. Original humans who occupied the lower and middle positions of the Milky Way virtually had no chance to change their fate. They were destined to live and die as space peasants without leaving any significant mark of their existence on their society. The stagnant society and the unshakable dominance of oligarchical groups left far too little room for talented and opportunistic upstarts to rise to power. The Red Ocean was different because the ongoing war created a lot of fault lines, enabling ambitious and capable individuals to squeeze between. The famous Vase Larkinson served as the best example. Although only 3 days had passed since the Red Collective had been founded, a large proportion of brave, desperate and eager Red humans had already gotten their first taste of systematic cultivation. Too little time had passed for most people to make any noticeable gains when practicing the free curated cultivation methods that were suitable for beginners, but there were always exceptions. Every population had a small proportion of talented individuals. They were born with much greater spirituality than usual, and absorbed ambient E-energy radiation with a higher degree of efficiency than before. When these talented people practiced a suitable and compatible chi cultivation method for the first few times, their latent accumulation quickly transformed into a readily usable foundation that brought them immediate strength and gains. The result of all of this was that in every large settlement, dozens of people suddenly emerged that were able to cast magical spells such as fireballs, or jump over 2 stories in an instant. While the sudden acquisition of combat power caused the rapidly strengthened cultivators to become unstable to the point of endangering the people around them, the Red Collective had already made preparations in advance. Not only did the collies deploy a large amount of enforcers to as many settlements as possible, they also warned the local authorities to monitor and intervene anyone that began to act weird all of a sudden. The pacifier mech turned out to be an excellent way to suppress out-of-control cultivators. Most chi cultivators were still weak enough that Lufa's glow was completely able to suppress their spiritualities and prevent them from leveraging the power of heaven for their own use. There was no chance for them to wreak havoc when the living peacekeeping mechs arrived. Of course, even with these amazingly effective machines, ordinary mechs were also capable of defeating regular cultivators. A single fireball or rock shard could never breach the defenses of a mech. In any case, these quick responses successfully reduced the negative impact of introducing systematic cultivation to the masses. Many news pub geniuses had gained. ONS highlighted all of the benefits that the more stable all of this propaganda caused more and more people to appreciate the advantages of systematic cultivation. There was no way that Red humanity wanted to let go of it anymore. Now that they gained access to a completely new means of empowerment, everyone already regarded it as their collective treasure. Their support for the Red Collective reached a new peak. All of this increased the sense of pride and superiority of Red humanity. They had diverged so much from original humanity in just the span of a few years that their sense of belonging towards the Milky Way had already plunged below a critical level. Of course, this was only a generalization. There were still plenty of Red humans that still identified themselves as citizens of the Milky Way. This was especially the case for people who left behind close family and loved ones in the other galaxy. However, the traumas and crises that most people suffered since the Great Severing had firmly caused these sentiments to fade. People cared a lot more about their own lives than the friends and family that were safely residing in the Milky Way. Since Red humanity had already begun to psychologically diverge from original humanity, the former actually felt they possessed the right to decide whether the latter was able to make use of Carmen mechs. Unfortunately for these people, the evolution which already formed a plan of her own. At this moment, no one objected to her decision to offer the gift of Carmen mechs to original humanity, especially after she elaborated on her decision. The Great Severing has caused our branch of humanity to diverge from the people of the Milky Way. The latter could have chosen to aid us in or prevent our enemies from turning on them next. We have gone our separate ways since then. So long as the distance between our galaxies remains too great, there is no good means to heal the divide, nor is it desirable to do so. For all intents and purposes, we have become two different civilizations. Over time, our universal evolution will cause our race to grow and diverge from original humanity as well, so we will have even less in common than in the past. As the inferior and unevolved branch of humankind, do you think the people over there will be willing to engage in the trade of goods? The answer was likely no. Now that the two groups no longer considered themselves as one, they had begun to take on a competitive relationship. It was not necessarily a good development for original humans to allow their distant cousins to grow too powerful. More cynical individuals even entertained the controversial idea that the leaders in the old galaxy might actually desire the downfall of Red. All of these ideas were based on cold hard interests. The leaders of original humanity had to make decisions what was best for their own constitutions. If Red humanity was taken out of consideration, then their attitude towards a lost branch of humanity could never remain warm. More and more Red humans began to frown as they gradually figured this out. So long as they posed a realistic threat to original humans, the leaders of the Milky Way would never tolerate trade. This is why we must offer a bargaining chip that original humanity cannot refuse. They are still stuck in the age of mechs, and there are many more individuals in the Milky Way who have always dreamt of piloting a mech. If we expose the existence of Karman mechs and offer them a realistic chance of piloting one in exchange for trading goods, public support will overwhelmingly take our side. Not even the Big Two can suppress this pent-up demand once the news has spread. My collaborators in the Milky Way have already made preparations to spread this news across the entire galaxy at any time. It is impossible for the mechers and the fleeters to suppress this news, nor deny that Karman mechs cannot exist. The psionic pylon that carries the imprint of Vase Larkinson shall ensure that original humans will not only learn about the existence of Karman mechs, but also gain an opportunity to form their own blood pacts. What a masterful scheme! Vase fully acknowledged the depth and thoughtfulness of her grand design. Vase had pretty much forgotten about the psionic pylon that was supposed to extend his design philosophy across parts of the old galaxy that he was not able to cover once he moved to the Red Ocean. However, once he became a pioneer, he completely lost interest in the LMC's business activities in the old galaxy. He no longer possessed any attachment to the Xianxia star cluster and couldn't care less of whether his customers were stuck with piloting mechs that became increasingly more outdated over time. It might not be fair to all of the old living mechs that still possessed a lot of potential, but could only rely on flawed and imperfect upgrades devised by mech designers who did not really understand his design philosophy. Yet Vase simply did not have the time and interest to spare on serving his oldest customers in the Komodo star sectors and beyond. This was why the PP no longer crossed his mind anymore. Vase never expected that it would suddenly become incredibly relevant again. The mysticism used to create the PP did not care for distance, just like how quantum entanglement nodes could theoretically maintain their connections across intergalactic distances as long as the pairing did not get interrupted. The effective range of the PP that was still supposed to be stored in the center of the Xianxia star cluster had even increased by a huge extent ever since Vase advanced to the rank of senior mech designer. Once he realized his design philosophy, the PP that was still connected to him in a mysterious way would also undergo a similar transformation. Due to its existence, Vase actually maintained a connection to the original kingdom of mechs. This meant that if he ever broke through to Master Mech Designer, he had the option to contribute his design philosophy to both the Kingdom of Mechs and the Red Kingdom at the same time. Vase was not the only mech designer who retained this crazy possibility. Every mech designer who left behind a PP was able to do the same. The only issue was that there was only one copy of this object in the Milky Way. Anyone opposed to the existence of Karman mechs or opening up trade with the humans of the Red Ocean could make an attempt to ruin everything by destroying the PP. Normally, that should spell the end of the plan to spread Karman mechs among the population, but it was not that simple. Vase knew that the evolution witch's master plan was actually a bit more perfect than described. This was because Veronica was still present in the Milky Way. He created his living divine artifact from a bastardized alien ritual that somehow caused it to become a mystical reflection of his core essence. From a metaphysical standpoint, Veronica was a living derivation of Ves's divine core. The cyborg cat may have been chipped away from Vase, but they were still the same in many aspects. Not all of his incarnations possessed this unique property, but Veronica was the clear exception. In practice, this meant that much of the direct cultivation gains made by Vase directly affected Veronica as well. Her Phase Lord cultivation had actually reached a more advanced stage than Vase himself. She not only possessed her own phase water organs, but also carried a smaller copy of his design flame. This meant that Veronica could effectively act as his surrogate in terms of a mech designer. Even without the existence of the PP, it was quite possible for Vase to work as a mech designer in two different galaxies at once. However, There was one big problem with this plan. It painted a huge target on Veronica's back. Chapter 6461, a target on her back. The master plan devised by the Evolution Witch and the Oblivion Empress was brilliant, but it was not perfect. A perfect plan did not leave any room for failure. Whatever the two women had in mind, their shameless exploitation of Ves's mech designer accomplishments actually put his living divine artifact in a lot of danger. Here in the Red Ocean, the opposition against Carmen Mechs was decisively muted because the war atmosphere suppressed a lot of infighting. Few people wanted to tear down a solution that could potentially give red humans a better chance to survive the ongoing war. Such circumstances did not exist in the old galaxy. The leaders over there were much more comfortable and secure in their positions. Many of them prized stability over disruptive innovation. The policies and ideals of the MTA Preserving Order faction and the MTA Guidance faction happened to be very popular among the first raters who resided in the galactic center. Given their rejection towards radical changes that threatened to upend the status quo, there should be plenty of powerful people and groups that desired to put an end to the spread of Carmen Mechs. Destroying the PP and killing Veronica was the simplest and most direct way to solve the problem that threatened their interests. In fact, Vase already figured out that the Mechers were not his worst enemies. Carmen Mechs still offered a lot of benefits to the MTA, the most important of which was to make Mechs a lot more dominant in human society and culture than before. The real enemy of Carmen Mechs was the Common Fleet Alliance. Unlike the smaller, weaker and much more desperate Red Fleet, the original CFA did not suffer the repeated setbacks and beatdowns that could force them to reevaluate their existing policies. The original fleeters were probably several times more arrogant, and could not tolerate any new challenges to their precious warships. Even if the CFA kept itself apart from the rest of human society, there was no way the original fleeters would want to see warships fade into complete irrelevance due to the rapid proliferation of Carmen Mechs. The Oblivion Gate Consortium therefore stood on the verge of provoking a powerful enemy in the Milky Way galaxy. If the Common Fleet Alliance decided to wipe out the PP as well as Veronica, then thousands of CFA battleships would descend upon the Nixian Gap. Vase did not have confidence that the hazardous environment of the Nixian Gap would be enough to keep out those powerful warships. The fleeters might not have anything comparable to god pilots, but they mastered a lot of powerful technologies. There was no way that the Evolution Witch could rely on her home ground advantage to keep out one of the two hegemons of the Milky Way. While Vase was willing to believe that the Evolution Witch and his mother had thought about this consequence in advance and planned to gather enough allies to block the CFA somehow, that still did not remove the target on Veronica's back. Losing Veronica might not kill Vase, but he would lose his only physical means of access to the Milky Way. He would no longer be able to keep in touch with his mother, his father and his eldest sister in an intimate fashion. Vase also feared that letting Veronica die might also inflict permanent damage to his spirituality. She was literally a fragment of his divine core, so the connection between the two was stronger and deeper than that of a blood pact. Suffice to say, Vase did not like it that the two powerful women had come up with a dangerous scheme and dragged him into it as if his opinion didn't matter. Even if he was willing to accept the risks and volunteer his services to the Oblivion Gate Consortium, it galled him that they did not even bother to ask for his consent. Mother. Veronica transmitted over a communication channel as soon as her oversized form finally managed to approach the Black Oblivion Gate. Cynthia Larkinson continued to float beside the mysterious construct as if everything in this region of space was under her control. Hovering further away was Master Moira Willix. She barely paid attention to Veronica's approach. No matter how much she wanted to study a phase lord in cat form, her current project was far too important for her to get distracted. The survivalist floated in front of a large and advanced workstation and processor module. She paid great attention to the diagnostics of not just the Black Oblivion Gate, but also the data produced by the Red Oblivion Gate located more than 50 million light-years away. Since the Superior Mother was anchored in the Red Ocean, it was easy for the Design Spirit to transmit large amounts of data from the Red Oblivion Gate to the Oblivion Empress, who subsequently passed the data directly to the workstation. This was extremely important for the success of the Oblivion Gate project. As one of the key developers behind the radical tech of this project, it was vitally important that Master Willix expertly coordinated the settings of the two gates. It was impossible for the Dimensional Architect to operate the Red Oblivion Gate in isolation. The most the Star Designer could do was to ensure the components of the gate functioned properly. The real challenge had always been to connect two wormholes separated by an immense distance from each other. The two gates needed to be perfectly aligned with each other. Their settings had to match each other with the lowest possible margin for error. The difficulty of doing this was as high as trying to align two toothpicks on a single invisible line when they were placed on the opposite sides of a planet. Even the slightest of deviations could completely ruin the alignment of the two Oblivion gates. In fact, Master Willix had no confidence that she could align and configure the two gates perfectly, but the good news was that she was not alone. There was a significantly greater chance that her experiment would succeed. As long as the two Oblivion gates successfully completed an exchange of goods across vast distances, Master Willix would finally be assured that she found a definite path to becoming a star designer. While there was no guarantee that she could solve all of the subsequent technological problems and successfully break through, having a clear path to her end destination was still far better than working in the darkness like she did in the prior decades. Finding a breakthrough opportunity was the entire reason why the survivalist decisively abandoned the luxury and prosperity of the galactic center and moved all the way out to the galactic rim. She was not a woman afraid of hardships and challenges. She had rationally deduced long ago that coasting along would only ensure that she would become a respected master mech designer. Star designers existed on a completely higher level. Those that yearned to promote to this exalted rank needed to make sacrifices in their life and have the courage to take considerable risks. Now that she came close to reaching the beginning of the end, Master Willix had set everything aside, including greeting the cat incarnation of the mech designer she once taught. Veronica understood Master Willix's motivations pretty well, so she did not begrudge the Master's lack of reaction. The Beast of Fear was different. The monstrous god Biomech possessed an intimidating god kingdom. Even if he had reduced its fear factor to a very low level, Veronica still became jolted as soon as she came close enough. The controversial god pilot obviously did not hold any malice towards Veronica, but simply getting stared at by the 17 creepy eyeballs embedded into the monstrously organic grand work raised her hackles. That did not stop her from confronting Cynthia Larkinson. "You keep me in the dark. Your decision to use Carmen Mechs as a bargaining chip has turned me into an archenemy of the CFA. The Fleeters will out for blood once they hear what has happened." The cyborg cat's tirade did not elicit any reactions at all. The three collaborators paid no attention to Veronica and continued to hover around while fulfilling their own responsibilities. It was only after Veronica was about to give her mother another piece of her mind that the true god finally reacted. "Silence, child." Before Veronica knew it, her true body suddenly lost control of the surrounding space. A firm and irresistible force pressed onto her cybernetic body from all sides, causing it to fold and shrink until Veronica regained her normal cat size. The same omnidirectional force proceeded to shove Veronica over to Cynthia until the cat helplessly fell into her mother's embrace. Veronica became trapped. After trying and failing to squirm, phase or teleport her way out, she eventually gave up her futile struggle and allowed herself to be carried like her mother as if she was a little baby. "Mother," Veronica growled in both indignation and humiliation. "You owe me an explanation. You and the evolution witch. Be patient, my child. This experiment is too important for us. This is not the time for you to hold a temper tantrum. You shall have your answers, but now." A temper tantrum? Was that how her mother regarded Veronica's completely justified outrage? Though the cyborg cat wanted to lash out so badly, she kept her mother's words in mind and forcibly held in her anger. No matter what, the Oblivion Gate project had to succeed. Far too much precious resources had been invested in its development and construction. Any failure could have unpredictable and potentially catastrophic consequences. The timing of the activation of the two gates drew close. This became evident as Cynthia began to accumulate power while at the same time commanding the Nixian Gap to channel energy into the Black Oblivion Gate. The specter of chained souls vaguely became visible as they diverted from the constant rotation in the Nixian Gap and flew into the gate instead. The specters did not do so willingly. Many of the more lively and cognizant ones tried to divert their course, but the Beast of Fear slightly strengthened his hold on reality and forced the forgotten souls to serve their destiny as fuel. The Beast of Fear was able to exert absolute control over the souls that had little left but fear and other negative energies. As the captive specters burned themselves up by the thousands if not more, the chilling runes carved on the surface of the Black Oblivion Gate started to light up and exert their influence on the immediate environment. Veronica looked horrified. She had the illusion that the Black Oblivion Gate was literally being powered by the eons-old remnant souls that had gotten trapped inside the hazardous region. The entire notion of it freaked her out so much that she did not dare to utter a word about what she was witnessing. Fortunately, the Red Oblivion Gate was nowhere near as perverse. The medium energy environment of the Red Ocean provided it with a much cleaner source of E-energy to power its mystical components. A powerful energy vortex formed with the gate at the center. The high concentration of hyper-materials along with the additional assistance of the Evolution Witch's God Kingdom made it so that the many runes of the Red Oblivion Gate began to glow and thrum with power. As the gates on both sides began to charge up in preparation to form wormholes at the same time, the Evolution Witch no longer kept the increasingly more impatient red humans waiting. I have shared enough information about the Oblivion Gate project. Now that both gates are fully charged, we shall soon begin our attempt to bridge the divide between our galaxies, if only briefly. The two Oblivion Gates had become charged with multiple forms of energy. Vase was able to gain a much better appreciation of what was happening because Veronica happened to be close to the Black Oblivion Gate. If not for the shielding and protection generated by the Oblivion Empress, Veronica would have become affected by the energetic manifestations. At this time, everyone involved truly could not spare their attention on anything else. They all needed to work in perfect coordination in order to make this attempt succeed. It's about to begin. Please succeed. Is it wise for us to make contact with the Milky Way again? Let us hope that we do not make more enemies by opening up the Oblivion Gates. Chapter 6462 The Attempt The Evolution Witch powered, protected and controlled the key operations of the Red Oblivion Gate. The dimensional architect monitored the technical parameters of the glowing construct and continued to make minor corrections when necessary. The Oblivion Empress continued to leverage the Nixian gap, but also controlled the most important triggers of the Black Oblivion Gate. The Beast of Fear kept the remnant souls in check while also remaining on guard against attacks. Master Willix precisely timed and configured the two Oblivion Gates to make sure they could connect with each other. Each of them held important responsibilities. None of them could afford to make any egregious mistakes. The messy and suboptimal combination of mysticism and cutting-edge high technologies had the potential to do the impossible, but only if every component did their jobs without complications. It was impossible for faults and errors from occurring. The developers of the Oblivion Gates could only do so much when they were short on a lot of helpful resources and lacking empirical data. Without conducting a live test, the veracity of their theories would always remain in doubt. The Evolution Witch had invested much of her knowledge on how to create spatial portals with the power of heaven into the Oblivion Gate project. If she needed to create a pair of gates that enabled quick passage from one star sector to a neighboring star sector, then she did not need to rely on technological assistance at all. It was completely within her power to physically bridge such a distance by relying on her own profound techniques and self-made artifacts. Trying to do the same across a distance of more than 50 million light-years was a completely different challenge. This was where Master Moira Willix came into the picture. Her original research had nothing to do with transporting goods across intergalactic distances, but her deep and profound attainments in gravitic systems and other sciences just happened to put her in a position to help with bridging the divide. It was due to Cynthia's passing friendship and familiarity with the persistent master mech designer that she saw the possibility of creating the Oblivion Gates. With a powerful collaborator and helper in the Red Ocean in the form of the Evolution Witch, what appeared to be impossible suddenly became a little less unthinkable. When Master Willix deeply conferred with the Oblivion Empress and calculated that there was a modest chance that the groundbreaking project might succeed, she dropped all of her previous research and commitments and devoted all of her effort into developing the Oblivion Gates. What was amazing was that the survivalist did so without informing or asking for permission from the MTA. As an old insider, Willix knew that the huge political implications of reopening trade with Red humanity would cause the Oblivion Gate project to become mired in controversy. The forces acting against it were far too strong, making it unlikely to succeed. This was why Master Willix resolutely kept her contacts and colleagues in the dark. It was also the reason why the Evolution Witch carefully chose to collaborate with the Beast of Fear, whose goals greatly diverged from the current policies of the Mech Trade Association. The rest of the Mechers would find out eventually what they had done. The Oblivion Gate Consortium only hoped that it would be better to ask for forgiveness than permission. It would be much easier to negotiate a settlement with a large batch of trade goods unique to the Red Ocean. As Master Willix carefully monitored and adjusted the settings of both Oblivion Gates, she patiently waited until the time was right to trigger the activation of both portals, greatest as there were too many ways for her to fail and botch the attempt. Despite her enormous burdens, Master Willix maintained her composure despite her proximity to the Black Oblivion Gate. It was not good for the gates to remain at their full charge for too long. Master Willix needed to pull the trigger in a short amount of time, or else important components would begin to break, making it impossible for the experiment to proceed. Even as everyone grew impatient due to her inaction, neither the Oblivion Empress nor the Beast of Fear urged her into action. Both of them were true gods and existed on a higher level compared to the Master Mech designer, but Master Moira Willix was the main contributor to the tech that enabled the gates to span such an enormous distance. Everyone grew tense. The people of the Red Ocean had little idea that so much hinged on the judgment and timing of a Master Mech designer. Veronica made sure to remain completely still. She still harbored a lot of goodwill towards Master Willix and regretted the fact that she had cut ties with her. When her main self entered the Red Ocean, she had neglected many of the old friendships that she once had with the people that she left behind. Not everyone in the Milky Way was useless to Vase. Master Willix's involvement in this massive project was proof that the old galaxy could still affect the new frontier. As people from both galaxies waited for the big moment to arrive, Master Willix finally took action. Even before she uttered a word, she already transmitted a signal through her cranial implant. The Evolution Witch and the Oblivion Empress took action at the same time. The two gates were substantially different from each other, so they did not complete the exact same steps. Nonetheless, by the time the Oblivion gates became fully active, both of them formed wormholes at almost the exact same time. It was fortunate that completely perfect timing was not an essential requirement. The real concern was that the more the timing was off, the harder it was to establish a connection between the two wormholes. Right now, the two portals both depicted a completely dark void where no light passed through. Veronica immediately felt a huge threat from the Black Oblivion Gate. She actually wanted to move as far away as possible, but her mother kept such a tight hold over her body that she couldn't move from her grasp. Shortly after the dark portals formed, they began to wobble and grow unstable. No sign of a connection had formed as of yet, but this was an expected outcome. It took a lot more effort to connect two extremely distant portals together. While the Evolution Witch and the Oblivion Empress kept the portals on their respective gates active, Master Willix continued to change the settings and manipulate the controls. Several agonizing seconds went by until the portals finally started to change. The black briefly got replaced by light, until a bright flash suddenly erupted from the nearby sphere-shaped cargo container. The Oblivion gates abruptly shut down. Large amounts of coolant hissed from the various openings of the Oblivion gates as the internals rapidly tried to vent the excess heat buildup. Master Willix continued to operate the two gates in order to ensure that they remained stable and intact after pulling off an attempt that briefly exerted a huge amount of stress to their systems. When Veronica recovered from the flash, she eagerly tried to observe whether the swap took place. Her electronic eyes glowed brighter as she gazed upon a nearly identical spherical container. She had taken a very good look at the big metal ball that was originally parked before the Black Oblivion Gate. The cyborg cat did not recognize the sturdy alloy, but she was able to deduce that it was entirely made out of thick and sturdy first-class exotic materials. The key was that the sphere was not built with phase water at all. This resource, which was not that difficult to obtain in the Red Ocean, was countless times more scarce in the Milky Way. The Beast of Fear was secretly able to smuggle a modest quantity of phase water to the Xianxia Gap, but all of it had been used to construct the Black Oblivion Gate. What was even more important was that the original cargo sphere did not incorporate any hyper materials either. Veronica knew that unending alloy and a number of other interesting resources native to the Xianxia Gap actually turned out to be hyper materials. However, the Xianxia Gap was not that energy rich, and much of it actually consisted of the spiritual detritus of a lot of dead ancient life forms. It was impossible for the Xianxia Gap to produce a lot of hyper materials. His mother actually monopolized much of it to use in her own personal projects. The cargo sphere may be important enough to employ some of those rare hypermaterials, but there was no good reason to do so. The hypermaterials native to the Xianxia Gap were very mediocre and did not possess any attributes that could help in this experiment. That was why Veronica could clearly tell that the cargo sphere that appeared before the Black Obsidian Gate was not the original one. The color was off. The density had changed. The production process was different. The sphere was made out of an alloy that was both transphasic and hyper. The most important part was that Veronica clearly recognized that this was the exact same cargo sphere that Vase observed on the live feedback in the Red Ocean. This, Veronica uttered but could not finish. His mother looked as if everything was under her control. A smug and supremely satisfied expression appeared on her face as she gently petted the cyborg cat's head. Do you see, my child? You are not the only person in the family that can produce a successful invention. This changes everything. The first attempt is the most difficult one by far because both Oblivion Gates are admittedly incomplete. It is only by incorporating the phase water and hyper materials shipped from the Red Ocean that this Black Oblivion Gate will become much more reliable and affordable to operate. Back in the Red Ocean, every red human remained silent for a few seconds until they began to cheer en masse. Even though the cargo sphere from the Milky Way most definitely contained goods that would never end up in their hands, they still cheered because they understood what this meant. The evolution which is she hovered before the Red Oblivion Gate and the distinctly different spherical container. The first experiment of the Oblivion Gate project is a success. Now that we are not only armed with valuable data, but also exchanged rare materials that we sorely need to perfect the two Oblivion Gates, there is a much higher chance that the next activation will succeed as well. The cost of conducting a swap shall still remain high, but it will not be as ruinous as before. If the upgrades to the Oblivion Gates proceed as planned, then our intergalactic consortium plans to conduct biannual cargo swaps every half year. Make no mistake, in exchange for phase water and high-grade hyper materials that are not too challenging for us to obtain, we can trade them for generous quantities of super-class materials, unique technological products and priceless cultivation relics. The possibilities were endless. Red humanity may not be in a good shape when it comes to resources, but the scarcity of phase water and hyper materials in the Milky Way was so high that they were the equivalent of super-class materials to original humanity. It was definitely possible to conduct trades that were insanely profitable to both sides. That was even after taking into account the large amount of phase water that the Red Oblivion Gate needed to burn just to complete a single swap. Red humanity celebrated yet again in a short span of time. We finally have hope. What is in those containers? Please let us know what we have obtained from the Milky Way. As more and more people clamored to take a look at the trade goods sent from the old galaxy, a sudden mutation occurred. The cargo sphere transported to the Red Ocean suddenly began to exhibit a breach. The evolution which frowned when a small, human-sized blade somehow thrust out from the alloy plating from the inside. Chapter 6463. A willful sword. A sword pierced its way out of the cargo sphere transported into the Red Ocean. Many people who previously cheered an experiment that would go down in history abruptly fell silent as they beheld the unexpected spectacle. It did not take a genius to figure out that this was not supposed to happen. The cargo sphere containing exceedingly rare and expensive super-class materials, data storage devices, sensitive technological equipment and ancient relics that may be of use in the new frontier were all well stored and sealed. That did not necessarily mean that they could be tossed around and subjected to the elevated levels of radiation that the Red Oblivion Gate still generated after it had started to cool down. The sword briefly paused as it managed to pierce its way through the thick alloys that stood in its way, as if it was contemplating how to best extricate itself from its current home. The weapon then proceeded to accelerate in an instant and blast its way out of the cargo sphere, uncaring for all of the damage it inflicted on its exterior. After the strange sword finally managed to spring free into open space, it began to slow down and point its tip upwards as if it wanted to take a good look at his new environment. The sword began to glow in white. Power began to emanate from its ornate white and silver construction. As it did so, an energy vortex began to form. It started out small, but ramped up quickly. Soon enough, the energy vortex had grown so large that it rivaled the one generated by the Oblivion Gate. The sword was sucking in energy as if it was a bedraggled man who had been crawling in the desert for several days before coming across an oasis. The extraordinary relic glowed brighter and brighter as it did so. The light show steadily grew more complex as a rainbow corona started to mix in with all of the white. The entire display vaguely reminded a lot of people of the Shrine of Light built in the center of the astral octagon. It was like the weapon was unsheathed after an eternity of resting in storage. The biggest difference between the two was age. Whereas the Shrine of Light was brand new and built to modern standards, the autonomous sword was clearly a relic from a time older than most people. The eagerness in which the blade sucked up energy radiation was obvious to people like Vase. Compared to the barren environment like the Milky Way, the Red Ocean was obviously a lot more conducive to its systems. What is that sword? Is that one of the old cultivator relics that her divinity was speaking about? Wait, I recognize that weapon. That is the Heavensward. It is the national relic of one of the second-rate states of the majestic Teal Star sector. The sword, it's transforming. The more energy the weapon absorbed, the more it began to look more refined. It was subtle and nearly undetectable, but Vase was still able to observe a lot of details thanks to the incredibly high-definition projection generated by the Tarrasque. Vase and his fellow mech designers became more and more awed as they recognized what was happening. The Heavensward is slowly shedding all of the metaphorical rust and tarnish that it had accumulated over so many years. Jovi guessed, it is an artifact of an exceedingly high level. Vase shared his own speculation. It was built in a time when the Milky Way was still able to generate E-energy. Whatever calamity took place that caused it to grow barren, the consequences were clearly devastating to all of the energy-hungry artifacts that were built at the time. Even grand works such as this priceless and exquisite weapon can degrade after losing the energy source that has kept it fully powered. From what I know about the Heavensward, it only managed to hang on all of this time because it contains a pocket space that contains a self-sufficient E-energy circulation system. That was his theory, at least. It explained how the Heavensward was able to survive in a low-energy environment and maintain its most essential operations. The energy vortex surrounding the Heavensward slowly began to shrink until it became invisible again. The weapon looked as if it could absorb a lot more E-energy, but at least it had managed to sat its immediate appetite. There was plenty of time for it to passively absorb more exotic radiation. The sword spun around and gently began to fly towards the evolution witch. It was very clear that the god pilot did nothing to control what was obviously a grand work, a masterful creation that exceeded a masterwork by such an astonishing degree that only star designers were able to build similar crafts. This priceless sword approached the evolution witch in a surprisingly human manner, making it clear that it was controlled by a more lively intelligence than a rigid AI. The glowing Heavensward stopped before the god pilot and dipped a few times before turning around to offer its hilt in a respectful manner. It looked as if the two were communicating on another level. Lucy Miyazaki gazed at the Heavensward with a touch of intrigue for a few seconds before she reached out and gripped the one-handed weapon. The god pilot exuded a sense of power as she tried to grasp and control the awesome power of the Heavensward. While the weapon did not resist the grip, it obviously did not allow itself to surrender to god pilot either. A silent struggle ensued as the evolution witch failed to tame or harmonize with the weapon. This was a remarkable display. The human biodisaster may be one of the younger god pilots of the Red Ocean, but her willpower was still powerful without a doubt. Yet her potent willpower only encountered resistance as it tried and failed to impose itself onto the grand work. The Heavensward was too powerful for the evolution witch to control by force. The struggle lasted for a minute or so before the god pilot decisively ceased her attempt. Although divine Lucy Miyazaki clearly could have employed a lot more force if she wished, she declined to dishonor herself in this manner. The Heavensward clearly possessed a mind of its own. Whatever it saw in the evolution witch, the extraordinary artifact clearly disapproved of its would-be wielder. Considering that it allowed itself to be wielded by much weaker individuals such as the Swordmasters of the Heavensward Association as well as Kedis Larkinson in the past, it was not an intolerant weapon. It was merely a picky and demanding artifact. This was clearly a weapon that possessed the might and the intelligence to pick its own wielder. It longs to be wielded by a true swordsman or swordswoman. Vase pointed out the obvious. Back in the Milky Way, it continued to stick with the Heavensward Association because it is the only state that is filled with people who respect traditional swordsmanship. The evolution witch may be far stronger than any of the Heavensward saints, but she is no sword wielder. It was not in her nature to dedicate herself to the blade like some other high-level mech pilots. Her history and biography painted a picture of a desperate woman who was always trying to stay one step ahead of her incurable affiliations. Speed was of the essence. She did not enjoy the luxury of time. She clearly judged that training too hard in the use of a single weapon type was an unproductive use of her time. She could spend all of those precious hours into mastering more fundamental piloting skills or increasing her familiarity with other useful weapon systems. While Vase had no doubt that a god pilot like the evolution witch could wield a sword with greater effectiveness than Venerable Dice, there would still be a fundamental difference in heart and intention. True sword wielders regarded their weapons as more than tools. They treated their sword styles as if they were art forms, and they regarded every battle as a ritual dance. Seeing that the evolution witch clearly could not bring herself to appreciate the heart and soul of swordsmanship, the Heavensward wrenched itself out of her grasp. The god pilot did not try to keep it in her possession. The Heavensward began to orient itself in this new and exciting dwarf galaxy. Once it had chosen a precise direction, it quickly began to accelerate, distancing itself from the bemused-looking god pilot and the red Oblivion Gate. The bladed artifact continued to accelerate. Its speed increased at a decent rate, but it would still take a long time before it reached any distant destination. That was until it actually began to form a warp bubble around itself. Vase widened his eyes. He recalled that the Heavensward, or at least an incarnation of it, had once showed up in Davut and allowed itself to be wielded by Kedis for a time. He distinctly remembered that near the end of the strange alien kidnapping attempt, the Heavensward had probably swallowed the dormant and captive phase whale in the center of the alien prison complex whole. Vase had no idea how the Heavensward could even do this when it had mysteriously projected itself into the Red Ocean. Perhaps the only reason why this scenario was plausible was that it happened before the Great Severing. Only hundreds of thousands of light-years separated the Red Ocean from the Milky Way. In any case, the Heavensward obviously managed to master at least a part of the power of a phase whale. The warp bubble quickly grew stronger, causing the fabric of space around the weapon to distort even more. This enabled the Heavensward to accelerate much faster. It quickly flew so far away that the projection screen was no longer able to display the bright streak of light anymore. Many red humans remained confused and bewildered by this entire sequence. It was clear that none of it was a planned event. Despite this little surprise, the evolution witch maintained her composure. She did not look bothered at all that a small accident had occurred. The experiment is a success, she confirmed as she seamlessly moved on from what had happened. Both Oblivion Gates shall undergo extensive upgrades and repairs. If no significant setbacks occur, we will commence the second experiment roughly half a year later. I cannot promise you a precise date, partially to prevent our enemies from trying to sabotage the next event. I will not necessarily open the Red Oblivion Gate in your install either. This concludes my announcement. The Oblivion Gate Consortium will soon contact numerous parties to jointly plan and coordinate our next material swap with our partners in the Milky Way. We must do everything in our power to build the most powerful machines of tomorrow. The evolution witch disappeared, and so did the Red Oblivion Gate. It was clear that she had no trouble with stowing away the priceless gate construct in her own pocket space or whatever. The dimensional architect that silently provided technical support in this dwarf galaxy wordlessly teleported away. The show was over. Red humans began to share their thoughts and speculations with each other again. Vector Loban rose from his couch. It is time, Vase. Vase nodded. Now that the evolution witch had concluded her big show, he finally got to meet her in person again. He had been waiting for this audience for a long time. Even as the transhumanist liaison led Vase away, he began to shift much of his focus to the Milky Way. The evolution witch was not the only individual he could squeeze for answers. His mother should also be able to answer his questions. Right now, Veronica was not exactly pleased with the Oblivion Empress. The Lady of the Night had purposefully avoided Veronica in the past half-year. The cyborg cat initially did not think much of it, but in hindsight it was clear that Cynthia Larkinson deliberately tried to keep her own child in the dark. This was unacceptable. Chapter 6464 Obedience is mandatory. The event had concluded. The evolution witch's announcement had shocked red humanity, but only for a time. The Oblivion Gates did not directly affect their lives and livelihoods. Not yet. There was no way that ordinary citizens could gain access to the strategically valuable goods sent from the Milky Way. Much of the goods obtained through this intergalactic exchange would benefit the people at the top. These improvements would subsequently help red humanity put up a better fight against the native aliens, but that was not entirely certain. These reasons and more caused the enthusiasm towards the Oblivion Gates to die down pretty quickly. A lot of individuals quickly shifted their focus back on the Red Collective and the Yellow Jacket models. Unlike those gates that weren't even developed enough to transport living people between the two galaxies, people could easily experience the benefits brought by systematic cultivation and Carmen mechs. Vase was one of the few people who could not afford to move past the Oblivion Gates and the many implications of their existence. Before he was able to meet with the evolution witch in person, his incarnation over in the Milky Way had already begun to talk with his mother. The Oblivion Empress and the Beast of Fear saw no need to relocate to a more comfortable location. The entire site was under the Beast of Fear's control. His god kingdom monitored everything that took place within its reach, and it was trivially easy for him to prevent others from eavesdropping on their conversation. Meanwhile, Master Willix continued to remain engrossed by the data stored by her elaborate workstation. It was an eclectic gathering of people, especially with Veronica in the mix. Unfortunately for the cyborg cat, she was by far the most junior and least informed among the four. Veronica directed her artificial eyes towards the Beast of Fear. The god Biomech presented an intimidating sight. The poor incarnation felt she was still at the mercy of an apex predator beyond comparison. "Can we speak in private?" Veronica meekly asked. A feminine hand gently caressed the cyborg cat's back plating. "There is no need for that. This conversation will be more illuminating for you if he is present to provide clarification. Now that we have successfully completed this phase, you are now permitted to learn a glimpse of our grand design. You already dragged me into this dangerous mess to begin with." Veronica angrily shouted as she tried and failed to squirm out of her mother's iron grip. "Since my Carmen mechs play such an important role in your plan, why didn't you inform me before you tried to bridge the gap between the two galaxies? It would have been handy for you to give me advanced warning that I am about to become the #1 enemy of the Common Fleet Alliance." Her mother imperiously looked down on her. As much as Veronica loved her mother, she still couldn't get accustomed to her more cold and inhuman traits. She was not as human as the mother that raised her in her early childhood. That Cynthia Larkinson was gone forever. After dying and ascending back to life and straight into godhood, the woman behaved much more like a true god and less like a mortal mother. Veronica had tried her best to ignore the times when she felt alienated from her own mother, but she could not do so anymore. There was a fundamental disconnect between mother and child. They were much more different than the cyborg cat thought. As much as they were bound by blood, they were way too far apart in everything else. Her mother was older than the age of mechs. She had already lived under 3 radically different identities that she knew of. She still had no idea about her current goals and ambitions. All of this caused Veronica to become more and more fearful towards her own mother. If the two weren't mother and child, Veronica instinctively felt that the Oblivion Empress would have been nowhere near as gentle as now. The Lady of the Night was a frightening woman. Her ultimate plan ran so deep that she even agreed to cooperate with one of the most deviant and shunned god pilots of the MTA. Cynthia coughed. The true god released a small pulse of power that shook Veronica's spirituality. The interruption jarred the cyborg cat's mind, but also dragged her out of her negative spiral. The mother pointedly gazed at the tentacled monstrosity. "I would appreciate it if you refrained from stimulating my offspring's fear reactions." The vaguely giant canine beast responded with a predatory grin. "That cat of yours is filled with fear. I may even go as far as to say that he, or she I suppose, is ruled by it. So much of it haunts her mind that she is entirely driven towards getting rid of the source of her distress. Her fear is delectable, and you shall in no way feed off her fear. I would not dream of it, my partner. Let us proceed with this necessary discussion. Your offspring's desire for answers is just as strong as her fears." Veronica really did not like to be in the presence of two true gods. They ascended so much that there was a fundamental disconnect between them and the mortals that surrounded them. Their dismissive attitude towards lesser beings grated the cyborg cat a lot. "Mother," she said in an attempt to bring this conversation back on track. "Please explain to me why you did not see fit to inform me of your plan ahead of time." "It was unnecessary," Cynthia Larkinson dismissively said as she continued to strike Veronica's head and back. "I am certain you are familiar with the need-to-know principle. Secrets must only be shared to others when necessary. Since you are no use to us in the prior phase of our plan, there is no positive benefit to informing you ahead of time." "That is not true, Mother. I could have made preparations to defend myself against the assassination attempts I know are coming. I also could have begun work on a Carmen mech that is completely adapted to the Milky Way. If you wanted to present the people of this galaxy with a Carmen mech, then I cannot blindly publish the Yellow Jacket designs. They cannot be made here. My design team and I have made extensive use of hyper-materials that are non-existent here. The Yellow Jackets also rely on exotics that also can't be found in the Milky Way. The fastest way to present a working Carmen mech design to the locals is to design a new Carmen mech from the ground up that copies much of the Yellow Jacket mech's homework, and that will take months of dedicated design work." Translating a Red Ocean mech into a Milky Way mech was not as simple as it sounded. From design philosophies to substantially different material availability and properties, there was no way Veronica could make do by designing a hasty variant of the Yellow Jacket. Too much needed to be changed in order to complete the conversion. The workload was so great that Veronica might as well start over with a blank slate and design a proper Milky Way adapted Carmen mech from the very beginning. While it may be true that she did not have time in the past 6 months to work on other mech designs aside from the ones of the Swarm project, she still could have made plenty of preparations in advance. Now, Veronica unwillingly had to devote a few months of her time on designing a new Carmen Mech that she never thought was necessary. This was all because her mother kept him in the dark. Your points are valid, yet irrelevant. A delay of a few months is inconsequential. It takes time to open up a formal dialogue with the Mech Trade Association. We can present the designs of your yellow jackets as a temporary solution. If you knew how much peril you will face after we reveal the existence of your Carmen Mechs to the Milky Way, would you have been able to work on your swarm project as comfortably as you did in the last half year? She made a good point. Veronica knew that she wouldn't have a good time if she knew what was coming. The quality of her work might drop. Her progress might slow down, causing the project to be delayed. It's the principle of the matter that counts. Veronica weakly complained. Irrelevant. Cynthia shook her head. The Oblivion Gate project is too important for news of it to spread to the wrong groups. Maintaining secrecy is more important than satisfying your curiosity. You are not adequately able to protect your secrets. Your human self in the Red Ocean is being watched too closely by your protectors from the Red Association. It only takes a single slip of the tongue to prematurely expose our plan. Have you ever thought that I would refuse to cooperate with you guys? Veronica growled, trying and failing to sound intimidating. I am the only one who can design Carmen Mechs, which according to you is pivotal to preventing a horde of God Mechs and CFA battleships from obliterating the Black Oblivion Gate. That means that I am one of the failure points of your plan. I can simply refuse to design the MW version of a Carmen Mech, you know. You have no choice, Cynthia said in a sterner voice. From the moment we developed a pair of working Oblivion Gates, it is only a matter of time before the MTA and the CFA learn about the results. The Beast of Fear over here cannot do much to delay the arrival of a punitive force that will either steal or destroy the Black Oblivion Gate. We cannot resist them on a military front. Not only will we lose the gate, but my empire, as rudimentary as it is, will be crushed under their tyrannical heel. I will not be able to escape if they dispatch one or multiple hostile God pilots and will suffer yet another death. You and your father may be able to run and hide, but you will fail. The MTA or the CFA will catch the two of you sooner or later, and you will perish in their hands after they have absorbed as much information from you as possible. Only by making our situation public and using Carmen Mechs as a means to win overwhelming public support will you be able to preserve your continued existence in this galaxy. Her mother smiled at the cat. You are bluffing. You would never deny your cooperation to us. You are not even as upset with us as you appear to be. Do you know why? I am your mother. You are expected to obey my commands. To even mention it is redundant. Mother, Veronica grimaced. Her mother was right. The cyborg cat had no choice. There was no other viable way forward aside from conforming to her risky plan. I don't like it, Mother. I need you to be more forthcoming to me. I don't want to be kept in the dark, especially now that my Carmen Mechs may be the only reason that will keep us all alive in the next months. The kid deserves his due. The Beast of Fear unexpectedly voiced his support. There is not much harm in revealing the next steps of our Oblivion plan. Veronica felt an undeniable sense of pleasure and eagerness when the God pilot mentioned the plan. What is the Oblivion plan? The Oblivion plan is an ambitious scheme to engineer the rise and expansion of the Oblivion Empire. Cynthia Larkinson finally gave a straightforward answer. The goal is to expand the Nixian Gap by devouring the surrounding star sectors. Veronica grew shocked and horrified after hearing this diabolical answer. What, are you actually planning to expand the hazardous region? Thousands of populated star systems will get engulfed. Trillions of people will lose their homes and workplaces. Entire states will fall. That is true, but the Nixian Gap is hungry, my child. It is too weak, and the activation of the Black Oblivion Gate has drained it of its souls. It needs to be replenished. Only by devouring the nutrients around it will I be able to command more power. Strength is vital to our continued survival. The stronger I become, the more I can keep us all secure in this hostile galaxy. The Big Two will never stand for this. How can you possibly stop the Mechers and the Fleeters from destroying the surrounding star sectors? The answer to that question is simple. We engineer the downfall of the Big Two. The Beast of Fear spoke with obvious pleasure and exhilaration. What? Chapter 6465 The Oblivion Plan. Veronica carefully looked up at her mother's expression before gazing back at the Beast of Fear. The two true gods were not joking around. They casually shared their intentions to make the Nixian Gap devour the surrounding star sectors while at the same time engineering the downfall of the MTA and CFA. How the hell was Veronica supposed to proceed after finding out that her mother and an actual god pilot had gone terrorist? No matter their intentions, what they had in mind was bound to destabilize the Milky Way and cause a lot of deaths. The two true gods undoubtedly understood the potential consequences of their nefarious plan. They simply didn't care about the death and misery that would result from their current and future actions. How could Veronica possibly tolerate them and their mad scheme? While Veronica grew increasingly more outraged, her mother only grew amused at her response. "You asked for this, my child. If you insist on becoming involved, then you will need to hear the outline of our Oblivion plan. I am aware that it may contain elements that you may find distasteful, but know that everything has a purpose. We are not doing this because we can, but because we must." As the magnitude of the revelations dawned on the cyborg cat, she suddenly grew a lot more fearful than before. Veronica needed to tread a lot more carefully around her mother and the beast of fear. While they may present a friendly posture to her at the moment, there was no telling whether they would show their ugly sides. The cat tried her best to calm herself down and keep her emotions under control. She did not think it was wise to antagonize the two very powerful and morally deficient true gods. I have a question, Mr. Beast. Do not call me that. Oh, sorry, your divinity. Maybe this is stupid, but aren't you supposed to protect the MTA since you are a mecher?" The intimidating god Biomech grinned with its sharp canine-like teeth. "As the chief counselor of the Red Collective, over in the other galaxy, you should not be naive anymore. The Mech Trade Association is rotten and decayed. The evolution which can tell you all about it. On the surface, the MTA looks pristine, but if you dive deep enough, you will realize that it has grown into a corrupt and bloated mess of an organization that is less about mechs than about protecting the privileges of the oldest and most established leaders. Latecomers such as myself have no chance of displacing the ones that came first." Cynthia Larkinson nodded in agreement. The MTA and the CFA have good intentions. They have done humanity much good by ending the infighting that almost threatened to topple human civilization. However, for all of the relative safety and stability their combined regime has provided, the humans under their reign have gradually been losing their vitality and drive over a long period of time. You can easily discern this yourself by comparing the humans of the Red Ocean to the humans of the Milky Way. Anyone who made this comparison could see how much more desperate, invested and passionate the Red humans had become in recent years. The humans who migrated to the Red Ocean were adventurous to begin with, and the threat of extinction had caused them to become a lot more proactive than before. What does that have to do with breaking up the Big Two? I hate the Big Two. I despise the Common Fleet Alliance, and I despise the Mech Trade Association even more. The beast of fear growled. "Fear is my sustenance. If I wish to make further progress, I must absorb the fear generated by any organism that is capable of experiencing this emotion. The Milky Way is large, but far too many people have been lulled into complacency. The Big Two have become too powerful and have become adamant about coddling the human race. All they are doing is destroy any potential of greatness among our people. Their overly restrictive and cautious rules are holding us back. The absence of fear has stopped them from progressing. It has also stopped me from acquiring what I need to grow stronger." Though Veronica did not like it, she happened to agree with this sentiment. There was no way she could hide this reaction from a god pilot. "I do not necessarily disagree with you, your divinity, but just because the Big Two are flawed, doesn't necessarily mean that you should directly plot their downfall. Don't you think that sounds extreme?" Genuine fury started to rise from the beast of fear. Veronica became so much fearful of the god Biomech that she tried to cuddle even closer to her mother. "Nothing is too extreme. I hate what humanity has become in the Milky Way. Did you know that I repeatedly applied to transfer to the Red Ocean? The obstructionists from the MTA repeatedly denied my requests. I could have gained so much more over there. There are so many native aliens over there that fear our might, and these days be naive anymore. The Mech Trade Association is rotten and decayed. The evolution which can tell you all about it. On the surface, the MTA looks pristine, but if you dive deep enough, you will realize that it has grown into a corrupt and bloated mess of an organization that is less about mechs than about protecting the privileges of the oldest and most established leaders. Latecomers such as myself have no chance of displacing the ones that came first." Veronica became so much fearful of the god Biomech that she tried to cuddle even closer to her mother. "Interested in strengthening yourselves at the expense of other humans. Noble intentions or not, the two of you are mainly trying to justify your planned acts of terrorism." The beast of fear ominously chuckled. That is a brave accusation, but that does not necessarily mean you are wrong. Two things can be true at the same time, little feline. I do have ambitions of my own, but I think that every worthy human will stand to benefit from freeing themselves from the overbearing rule of the big two. I have never made my low regard for the current order a secret. Otherwise, I would not have found common cause with the unbounders. We recognize the necessity of breaking apart the MTA and the CFA. Unless they fall apart or weaken to the point where they can no longer project their power across the entire galaxy, none of us will be able to escape their repression. Veronica struggled to accept that this was even possible. You are speaking nonsense. There is no way that a single true god and an outcast god pilot can topple even just one of the big two. They are too powerful. Cynthia agreed with Veronica. Nothing is impossible. The MTA and the CFA are too powerful, but that is where ingenuity comes into play. What we cannot accomplish through brute force, we can accomplish through strategy. That is part of what we are trying to achieve with our Oblivion plan. Veronica, you shall be the catalyst that will hopefully engineer the largest and most destructive civil war among humans. What? I can't do that. I am just a cat. Oh, dear, do not deny your capacity to trigger absolute chaos and destruction. You are a mech designer. More importantly than that, you are the father of Carmen mechs. Think about it, my child. What do you think will happen if we release the design of simplified, affordable and easily produced versions of Carmen mechs throughout every star sector of human civilization in the Milky Way? What if we did so without giving the public and the big two enough time to prepare for this epical product release? Veronica tried her best to imagine what would happen if there was no one exerting adequate control over the product rollout. It would go out of control pretty quickly. Too many norms are so obsessed with mechs that they will do everything to pilot a mech of their own. It doesn't matter if the Carmen mechs I release are low-performance budget models. As long as they look and fight like a mech, every norm with enough money or connections will acquire them like there is nothing more important. Many mech manufacturers will try to meet the insane demand and churn out Carmen mechs like no tomorrow. They will flood the market in great quantities. The Mech Trade Association will not let this chaos spread. I can easily predict that the mechers shall attempt to crack down on Carmen mechs. As if that will work. Veronica dismissively said, the MTA might attempt to block production, but it can never eliminate the demand. As long as that is the case, the black markets will be more than happy to supply the masses with what they want. Given the enormous population of original humanity, trillions of Carmen mechs will flood the Milky Way within a couple of years. As long as they are easy enough to operate and as long as their living mechs give them a lot of additional assistance, Carmen mech pilots will require as little as a year to gain enough combat proficiency with them to fight on the battlefield. What will they do with their Carmen mechs? Will they be content to parade them around and occasionally spar against their friends? No. Once a huge number of norms are suddenly in control of war-making potential, many of them cannot resist the urge to live out their fantasies and do something with their war machines. Since the people here are not facing any legitimate external threats like red humanity, they will naturally turn against each other. Conflicts and infighting will break out throughout our society. The MTA and CFA along with many states will desperately try to contain the outbreak of violence, but the sheer quantity of Carmen mechs will overwhelm them to exhaustion. This may even cause the big two to fray. The fleeters will become more and more aggravated as they try and fail to stamp out the damage. The mechers on the other hand will probably try to be more accommodating towards Carmen mechs. This may generate an increasing amount of friction between the two hegemons. At one point, the CFA may actually turn against the MTA after deeming mechs an unacceptable threat to human civilization. If this actually came to pass, then the destructive civil war that the Oblivion Empress referred to may actually come to pass. Chapter 6466 Serve Your People. Ice ran through Veronica's veins. In the past few years, she had noticed that her mother had become increasingly more distracted. When she was not spending her time on meditation, the Oblivion Empress conferred with her minions and made other preparations in secret. Veronica had tried to poke around and discover what her mother was up to, but none of her attempts yielded any useful information. The incarnation eventually gave up. The disparity in knowledge and power was far too great. Veronica had no chance of prying her mother's secrets. This caused her to give up her search and simply trust that Cynthia Larkinson would not do anything to imperil everyone. She had completely misjudged her mother. Coming back alive was not enough for the Oblivion Empress. Ascending to the rank of true god and taking over the Nixian Gap did not sat her ambitions. In order to pursue greater power, Cynthia not only colluded with the Evolution Witch and the Beast of Fear, but also plotted to unleash a storm that could break the Big Two. The unprecedented turmoil that would erupt as a result of her devious scheme could truly cause every human state to descend into chaos. As Veronica listened to the outline given by her mother, the cyborg cat grew more and more fearful of what she had gotten into. She never imagined that the invention of Carmen Mechs could lead to such catastrophic consequences. How could the incarnation ever expect that she would revive such a monstrous woman? The cyborg cat's artificial eyes flitted back and forth between Cynthia and the Beast of Fear. Neither of the two displayed any hint of reluctance or guilt towards the Oblivion plan. They truly believed that they could achieve all of their goals, even the more unrealistic ones, by provoking the CFA into a civil war against the MTA. Veronica glanced to the side and stared at Master Willix. What did she think about this radical plot? Did the survivalist truly support this insane plan to break the Big Two? Or was the Master just like Veronica, an innocent helper who became an unwitting accomplice to a conspiracy that may very well lead to mass slaughter and genocide on a scale unseen since the Age of Conquest? Whatever her thoughts and feelings about the issue, Master Willix did a good job at trying to blend into the background. When two true gods were speaking, a mortal like herself needed to tread carefully. No matter her importance to the Oblivion Gate project, it was not wise for a mech designer without any significant combat power to contradict highly emotional and irrational true gods that were clearly fixated on their obsessions. This was especially the case when they were posturing or needed to show their faces in front of their allies or enemies. High-ranking mech designers like Master Willix more often than not had a lot of practice with dealing with stubborn, mule-headed expert pilots or ace pilots. It was often impossible to persuade these powerful and strong-willed individuals with sound arguments, so mech designers simply learned not to bother anymore. If they truly felt that changes needed to happen, then mech designers learned that it was better if they did so out of sight of the powerful mech pilots they ostensibly served. Not that Veronica believed that Master Willix had much room for maneuver. The Oblivion Empress would never tolerate any missteps from the lead researcher and developer of the Oblivion Gate project. Veronica needed to have a good talk with Master Willix. Even if there was no way for them to hold a private conversation when they were both under constant monitoring by the Oblivion Empress, the two still needed to hold a good reunion talk. Although Master Willix did not say or make any gesture that she acknowledged Veronica's silent request, her complete lack of reaction was already a form of communication in itself. The two were both mech designers who were familiar with each other. They already formed an implicit understanding with each other without resorting to any redundant signals. Veronica liked working with smart and thoughtful people. In any case, Master Willix may be content to bow her head and stay mum, but the cyborg cat was different. She was still too shocked and outraged by the plan unveiled by her mother, and there was no way for her to hide her earnest reactions. Since that was the case, Veronica may as well challenge the two true gods, even if there was virtually no realistic chance for them to change their minds. If that was not possible, then Veronica at least wanted to extract more information out of the two crazies. This Oblivion plan relies on too many requirements to produce the desired outcomes. The cyborg cat suppressed her anger and tried to adopt a more rational approach even as she continued to get petted by her mother. The Fleeters are not stupid. They know that if they want to preserve the current order, it is best to remove any variables that threaten it. How can you possibly defend against an overwhelming preemptive strike against the Xianxia Gap? Will you rely solely on the hazardous environment to keep away the CFA battleships? I don't think that will work. I am not too sure about this, but I bet that they can just stay outside and rely on advanced technology and overwhelming brute force to collapse the Xianxia Gap. The Beast of Fear's monstrous visage actually nodded in acknowledgement at the arguments put forward by Veronica. No plan is perfect, and no enemy will obediently follow your arrangements. It is good that you remain critical. We are well aware of how much our Oblivion plan relies on specific events falling into place, but do not underestimate us either. If one solution does not work, then we can resort to another solution, even if it is inferior. A single setback will not necessarily mean that our plan is doomed to fail. We can still proceed with destabilizing the Milky Way without your Carmen Mechs, but it would be vastly more preferable if you can present them to the public in the short term. It was too naive for Veronica to think that their Oblivion plan was so easy to unravel. Still, there should be a huge difference between working under optimal and suboptimal conditions. Look, I don't know if you have forgotten about this, but I am a mech designer. The silvery cat stated. I design mechs for the purpose of serving mech pilots as well as the rest of our society. My works are meant to improve people's lives and help them attain better futures for themselves. Unleashing Karman mechs in a society that does not need it clearly goes against my purpose and mission. I cannot answer your demand to design a Milky Way adapted Karman mech for you guys. Your Oblivion plan is too monstrous. Veronica took a huge risk by expressing her objections to the powerful true gods, but she figured that they already predicted her reactions. It was only natural for her to speak her mind. Fortunately, neither of the two became violent. Instead, Cynthia and the Beast of Fear continued to look at him as if he was an ignorant child. Refusal is not an option. You will design the necessary Karman mechs for us. Cynthia spoke in a slightly firmer and more authoritative voice. Her fingers also started to press against Veronica's back with greater force. You are my child, and it is your duty to serve your mother over that of strangers. While we may have prepared alternatives, your contribution is almost guaranteed to spread chaos and conflict in the Milky Way and trigger an irreconcilable contradiction between the MTA and the CFA. Unless the Big Two are sufficiently distracted and unable to act on their hostility towards us, we will never be safe. I will die. Your sister Helena will die. Your father Wrinkle will die. Your cat Incarnation will die. Are you truly willing to let all of us perish because of a sense of duty to a people that does not appreciate your work? I am a mech designer. Veronica exclaimed. The Oblivion Empress smirked in an ominous fashion. You are a mech designer of Red humanity. As the chief counselor of the Red Association and the leader of a growing clan of Larkinsons, your responsibility lies with the humans of the Red Ocean. The original humans of the Milky Way are not your people anymore. Their leaders are hostile and pose a threat against our family. You have no obligation to serve them to the best of their ability. Tell me, if you can save Red humanity by helping us destroy the current order in the Milky Way, will you agree to do so, or will you cling to your misguided principles and let the Big Two deprive us of our lives? The mention of family was a low blow. Veronica's expression grew ugly as she struggled to figure out the right response. She could not deny the assumption that the Big Two would try to kill them all if they understood how much of a threat they posed. Since MTA and the CFA were bound to become hostile, why should she stick up for them? She still cared about original humanity, but she cared about Red humanity more. She had a family of her own in the Red Ocean. If Veronica failed to do her best to help Red humanity win the ongoing war, then Gloriana, Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane may die. This was an unforgivable outcome as far as she was concerned. The Oblivion Empress was right. Family mattered before everything. I'll see what I can do. Veronica offered a weak but ultimately compromising response. However, there are still too many dubious parts about the Oblivion plan. How certain are you that the release of Karman mechs will lead to widespread breakdowns in the current order? The Big Two are pretty strong. Even if the mechers are mainly responsible for maintaining internal stability, their first-class multi-purpose mechs are so strong that they can pacify any uprising or conflict. It will not work for long. Cynthia shook her head. One of the reasons why the MTA is able to maintain its rule is because it has developed a benevolent reputation. The mechers are often seen as the good guys. What do you think will happen if their first-class multi-purpose mechs indiscriminately cracks down on all of the battles between Karman mechs? The mechers will turn from saviors into oppressors. Combined with imposing heavy restrictions and prohibitions against the use of Karman mechs, the population will soon regard the MTA as a tyrannical organization that unfairly takes away people's right to pilot mechs. That actually sounded very realistic, but there was an obvious loophole to this argument. The mechers should be smart enough to realize this as well. They won't fall for this trap so easily. Veronica said, but that is the beauty of this plan. We do not intend to give the MTA another choice. You see, it is not only the general population that will destabilize the current order. There are many other like-minded groups that share a common goal with us. Even if we do not formally meet with each other, it is certain that they will tacitly cooperate with us. They will eagerly fan the flames and exacerbate the problems within human civilization. The Oblivion Empress and the Beast of Fear alone could never topple the Big Two by themselves, but if they could gather enough powerful allies, then their chances became a lot more realistic. Who will you cooperate with, Mother? We have already formed an extensive list of potential allies. The MTA and CFA have made too many enemies. As long as they show weakness, their adversaries will not be able to resist the temptation to strike. Currently, we are planning to reach out to sympathizers within the MTA, the Greater Terran United Confederation, the New Rubarth Empire, many other first-rate states, the Cosmopolitan Movement and the Five Scrolls Compact. Forming this unholy alliance is one of the most helpful conditions to successfully tear down the Big Two and allow us to grow strong enough to defend our right to live. Chapter 6467. The prodigal daughter Veronica already became shocked when she first learned about the Oblivion plan, but she couldn't help but exhibit the same reaction when she heard about this unholy alliance. The groups that Cynthia mentioned had little in common with each other. Many of them possessed outright hostile and antagonistic relationships with all of the other groups. Just the inclusion of the Cosmopolitan Movement and the Five Scrolls Compact was bound to tarnish this questionable alliance. That was why it was an unholy alliance. None of its members banded together with each other because of shared ideals or principles. Only the most cold-hearted reasons could tentatively persuade them to temporarily shift their weapons away from each other and encourage them to unite against their common enemies. The latter just happened to be the MTA and the CFA, who kept the Milky Way in a stranglehold for too long. Although Veronica could understand the logic behind this unholy alliance, she still felt sick at the thought that her mother would actually ally with the likes of the Cosmopolitans and compact cultists. The cyborg cat looked up at her mother with stupefaction. How can you possibly ally with them? I mean, I get why the first-rate superstates want to kick the Big Two when they are down and regain the sovereignty that they had lost, but that does not mean it is a good idea to work together with all of those terrorist organizations. The Cosmopolitans will never fight alone. They will collude with the aliens of the Milky Way and encourage them to invade our space, just like what happened in the Red Ocean. The Cosmopolitan cells in the Red Ocean were no different from the ones in the Milky Way. This meant that there was a large chance that these crazed fanatics would do everything in their power to help the aliens put up a better fight, even if that would cause the enemies of mankind to grow too powerful. The Cosmopolitan Movement and the aliens of the Milky Way are in a much worse state than their counterparts in the Red Ocean. Cynthia confidently reasoned back, as distasteful as it is, we need to borrow their power to further destabilize human civilization as well as the Big Two. The MTA and the CFA are too dominant. Only by applying greater internal and external pressure do we stand a chance at breaking them into pieces. Then what about the Five Scrolls Compact? Aren't you a traitor who has been persecuted by them for centuries? Didn't the holy daughter of the Water Scroll attempt to invade the Xianxia Gap and take you out in one go, only for you to defeat her and steal her golden laurel wreath crown, which you still hold to this day? The compact has tried to invade the Xianxia Gap multiple times for the express purpose of killing you and taking back the crown. The mention of the compact did not elicit the expected reaction from the Oblivion Empress. The woman simply smirked at Veronica. My child, you still have much to go before you become a qualified cultivator. Do you know how I have managed to rise to the upper ranks of the Wood Shrine all those years ago? Do you know why I have managed to survive the great betrayal where so many of my peers have perished? Do you know why the Five Scrolls Compact shall grit its teeth, accept my terms and join our unholy alliance? It is because I have understood and acted upon an important adage. There are no eternal allies, there are no perpetual enemies. Only our interests are eternal and perpetual. What do you mean by that? How does this apply to this context? You should already know the answer, Veronica. You are just reluctant to admit it. It is true that I betrayed the Wood Shrine, the Metal Shrine and the Five Scrolls Compact as a whole. There are still old survivors in the modern cult that deeply despise my actions, past and current. However, as much as the Compact is hostile to me, it has always regarded the Big Two as their greater enemies. Now that I am in a position to give the Compact an enormous advantage, the grudges and disputes between it and myself are not important anymore. No matter how hard she tried, Veronica could not imagine that the Five Scrolls Compact could go from enemies to allies in a single leap. This transition was way too abrupt. Aren't you putting too much trust in those deranged cultists? Veronica shakily asked. They can stab us in the back at any moment once they have used us up. The Compact has no principles or honor. You can't trust this cult with anything. You do not need to lecture me about them. I used to be one of those deranged cultists, as you mistakenly call them. I thrived among them once before, and I can do it again. If the Compact desires to regain its prior strength and become relevant in the conflicts to come, its Water Shrine must have a leader. Since I have successfully withstood its challenges and retained possession of the golden laurel wreath crown, I have proved that I have a greater right to own it than others. If the Compact does not want to remain half-disabled, it has little choice but to anoint me as one of its holy daughters. The Water Scroll will likely remain stubborn, but I am confident that I can prove my right to hold the crown by defeating all challengers. This is the only course of action that will not only melt much of the hostility between us, but also put us in a better position to fight against the big two. What? The Oblivion plan ran so deep that Veronica did not even know how much more shocking surprises that she had yet to learn about. It was one thing to form a temporary truce against the Five Scrolls Compact. It was another thing for Cynthia to turn from a loathsome traitor into one of the two ultimate leaders of the current iteration of this notorious organization. Wait, the cyborg cat gasped in realization. Does this mean that we will all become a part of the Five Scrolls Compact? What madness was this? How could his mother forget about all of the times the Compact cultists tried to kill her, both before and after her resurrection? To suddenly turn around and demand the Compact to anoint her as the holy daughter of the Water Scroll was utterly ludicrous. Would the Compact even agree to her outrageous proposal? Veronica's feline body shook. The Compact cultists may just be insane and irrational enough to hold up their noses and, reluctantly, agree to elevate the Oblivion Empress into one of their leaders. This is too much. If you do this, there is no way we can reconcile with the MTA and the CFA anymore. Veronica haltingly said, "You will all lead us to damnation. We will become reprehensible criminals who can never become an upstanding member of human civilization anymore. Do you truly care about that, my child? The humans of the Milky Way are not your people. There is no need for you to integrate with them. We are already outcasts, and we are too weak to defend ourselves against the MTA or the CFA. If I become the holy daughter of the Water Scroll, I shall not only be able to command the Water Shrine, but gain the protection of the entire Five Scrolls Compact. If the MTA or CFA are so determined to eliminate us that they will do everything in their power to invade or destroy the Nixian Gap, we can always evacuate to the ruined temple in the Galactic Center as a last resort." Veronica shook again. She still couldn't wrap her mind around all of these outrageous possibilities. If the Oblivion Empress agreed to become the nominal holy daughter of the Water Scroll, yet did little else to engage with the Five Scrolls Compact, then Veronica could barely accept this. New situation. Her mother wouldn't really join the Compact in truth. At most, she gained limited access to the Water Scroll and may gain the right to issue orders to the low-ranking troops of the cult. However, if his mother truly wanted to become a genuine leader of the Water Shrine and establish her absolute authority over the Water Shrine, then there would be nothing false about her return to the embrace of the Five Scrolls Compact. If the Compact actually accepts your demands, what will happen to me? Veronica asked an important question. You shall join me, her mother said as if it was the most obvious outcome. This will be good for you. The ruined temple may have lost its former glory, but there are still many surviving institutions that you can take advantage of. It still boasts the largest libraries of cultivation methods and techniques in this galaxy and the next. Once I have successfully arranged your new identity, you should easily be able to visit these precious libraries and read every tome that has caught your interest. You can even transcribe the contents of the most helpful and promising cultivation methods and donate them to the Red Collective to earn RC merits and increase your clout within the super organization. This actually sounded like a fantastic way for Vase to increase his power and influence within the RC. The repository had a promising future, but it was not actually that impressive at the moment. Much of the cultivation knowledge collected by the Red Collective was scattered and sometimes even fragmented. The theories and methods taught by these old scriptures were also relatively ordinary for the most part. This made it many times harder for the researchers of the cultivation method department to deduce the cultivation steps of more advanced phases. If Veronica was able to gain access to the accumulated wisdom of the Five Scrolls Compact, then she stood to learn a lot of advanced cultivation science knowledge. Some of it may even be helpful to himself and Vulcan. Access to these precious tomes would also allow Veronica to transfer dozens of complete high-level cultivation methods to the Red Ocean. Then she would not only earn a huge amount of rewards, but also make the human cultivators over there a lot more powerful in the long run. Veronica suddenly recalled the strange way her mother described his possible placement in the Five Scrolls Compact. "Mother, the new identity you referred to." Cynthia's finger lovingly scratched Veronica's chin. "I shall do my best to convince the Five Scrolls Compact to recognize your identity as the Holy Son, or more appropriately Holy Daughter of the Metal Scroll. You more than deserve this recognition for designing the poison chalice mechs that will lead the MTA and the CFA to ruin. The Metal Shrine has crumbled and the Metal Scroll has been shattered into pieces, but that does not change the fact that you have mastered a significant aspect of the Metal Scroll for 2 decades. I shall endure that no one shall deny your rightful place within the Compact." The surviving supplicants of the metal shrine may be nowhere near as powerful or numerous as the supplicants from the intact water shrine, but you will still be able to command a hidden force of notable power in this galaxy. Filled square, Veronica couldn't take it anymore. Something inside her broke when she heard that her own mother actually wanted to push her into becoming an officially recognized holy daughter of the metal scroll. She did not dare to converse with her mother any further. The cyborg cat missed the days when Cynthia refused to give any answers and continually tried to keep her child in the dark. Ignorance was bliss, yet now that Veronica knew what terrible fates that the Oblivion Empress had in store for everyone, it was too late to change her mind. The cyborg cat shifted her gaze to the beast of fear. Your divinity, are you okay with all of this? Are you really willing to let us enter the compact? The beast of fear chuckled. He, why not? Your mother is completely correct. There are no eternal enemies, there are only eternal interests. I may be a part of the Mech Trade Association, but can never free myself from its shackles and grow stronger unless it has lost its power. It is important to remain on guard against the Five Scrolls Compact, but it can become a powerful ally in our war against the Big Two. It would be even better if the two of you can join the leadership circle of the Compact. That way, you will be able to keep it in line and make the cultists more reliable. I would rather have the two of you in charge than the maddened slaves to power that those stupid sacred scrolls typically bless with their corrupting power. The god pilot was no help at all. Vase increasingly started to doubt where there was still a shred of humanity left in this god biomech. Chapter 6468. That's not me. Veronica learned too much. Her mother was far more ambitious and extreme than she thought. Certainly, Cynthia Larkinson had never come across as a gentle woman after she came back to life. The ruthless methods she employed to convert her husband's followers into a fanatic empire that solely obeyed her command turned out to be the tip of the iceberg. In order to grow more powerful and defend herself against her enemies, the Oblivion Empress was willing to plunge the entirety of human civilization in the Milky Way into an unprecedented time of war and turmoil. The stabilizing influence of the Big Two would disappear. Entire states might crumble. Violent warlords would rise up and seize power by any means necessary, which may include bombing entire populated planets into ruin. If the Unholy Alliance came into existence and exhibited even the slightest amount of coordination, then the haphazard collection of enemies of the Big Two would only aggravate the damage to society. Veronica could not foresee the amount of innocent people that would lose their lives due to the conspiracy plotted by her mother, but the blood price may very well be triple or quadruple the amount of humans that perished during the dark days of the Age of Conquest. Although her mother was reluctantly right that Veronica needed to put the interests of Red humanity and her own family over the interests of original humanity, she still found the Oblivion plan to be extremely unpleasant, especially after she learned about this latest scheme. She still had trouble coming around the idea of becoming a leader of the Five Scrolls Compact. She had even more trouble imagining her mother taking over the Water Shrine. How the hell would the Compact cultists be able to stomach the return and ascension of one of their traitors and enemies? Cynthia Larkinson had killed a lot of members of the Compact, either directly or indirectly after her actions triggered the incredibly damaging Crown Uprising. More importantly than that, Cynthia had also killed off a lot of dark gods and high-ranking cultivators of the Compact. Those figures had a lot of friends and allies among the other senior leaders of the cult. Could they truly put down their hostility and refrain from attacking the woman that had stolen the chosen symbol of authority of a sacred scroll? Her mother remained confident that her plan would work. Have you forgotten about the truth that I taught you in the past? Might makes right. True cultivators only believe in their own power. Cynthia Larkinson benevolently lectured to her child. I know the Five Scrolls Compact all too well. Several centuries may have passed since I deserted from it, but its fundamentals should still remain the same. When I was still weak and without enough leverage, the Compact looked down on me and treated me as a traitor, a thief and a murderer. Now that I have become stronger and gained leverage over them, the cult has little choice but to acquiesce to my possession of the crown and make the best out of a bad situation. It is precisely because the members of the Compact understand that might makes right that they will agree to elevate me to the holy daughter of the Water Scroll. Her ploy sounded overly optimistic to Veronica, but then again she did not know the Compact as well as her mother. They were all crazy. Veronica could not use her mindset that was largely shaped by living in civilized space to estimate the reactions of these crazy cultists. She was far too different from those that lived more like ancient cultivators. The cyborg cat had lost interest in obtaining any further answers from her mother. Every answer provided clarification at a cost. That cost being her sanity. There were times when Veronica felt alienated from her mother, but this instance was by far the worst. The divide in values and beliefs between the two had never been as great as now. If Veronica was being truly honest with herself, she should have tried to make a getaway as soon as she delivered the bones of the primordial human that her mother used to come back to life. The cyborg cat would have enjoyed a much more comfortable life if she wandered the Milky Way and collected a lot of inspiration which she could use to design interesting mechs. Instead, she became an unwitting prisoner to her mother, who happened to be one of the craziest, ruthless and murderous individuals in her life. It was too late for Veronica to escape from her crazy mother's clutches. Since that was the case, she may as well accept her new reality and remain compliant. In the interest of suspending any further discussions with her mother, the external incarnation turned her attention to the nearby god pilot. So far, the Beast of Fear had not entirely lived up to his terrible reputation. Veronica knew that this was largely because she and her mother both played extremely vital roles in his quest to destroy the Big Two and turn the Milky Way into a much more conducive growth environment for himself. If the Beast of Fear encountered random people, then he would definitely not present his more amiable side. However, since Veronica was the only provider of Carmen Mech designs, the Beast of Fear would naturally withhold his belligerence. They were both on the same side, at least on a superficial level. Whether the Beast of Fear could be counted on in the long term remained questionable. The god pilot's willingness to completely betray and plot the downfall of his own organization was a strong indicator of his trustworthiness, or complete lack of this quality. Your Divinity, as one of the collaborators of the Oblivion Plan, I would like to ask whether you still take your duty to humanity seriously. Are you still sincere about protecting them, or will you do nothing if every human in the Milky Way perishes? The Beast of Fear snarled. Be careful, little kitty. Just because I am willing to answer you does not mean you can accuse me of betraying my oaths. I am not doing this solely for myself. I am doing this because the complacent cowards at the top are choking off all of the vitality of this galaxy. Humans have become more prosperous than ever, and many of them live completely peaceful lives. While that might sound great, it is terrible for us to cease any effort at strengthening our greatest warriors when we have confirmed the existence of aggressive alien god kings. All of us will die or become enslaved if god pilots, such as myself, continue to fool around like we have done in the past 4 centuries. Only by breaking the current power structure and igniting humanity's limitless drive for survival can the Milky Way finally be put back on the right track. It was difficult to argue with the god pilot's logic, not because it was necessarily correct, but because these mule-headed true gods lived in a reality of their own imagination. What they believed was true might not necessarily conform to reality. This never really mattered to god pilots because their willpower was so damn strong that they had the power to substitute an undesirable reality with a more preferable version. This was how god pilots operated. No matter the adversities, they always overcome their challenges. What if your projections of the future are too optimistic? What if all the setbacks that humanity suffers go too far? Not only will a lot of people kill each other in way too many needless conflicts, but the aliens on the other side of the galaxy may actually gain a realistic chance of exterminating the human race, or at least push it into a dark age where humans have only clung to a remnant of their former territories. Good, the Beast of Fear unexpectedly said. Just as what happened in the Red Ocean, the humans here need a good kick in the rear after basking in their superiority for so long. We cannot thrive unless we have strong threats to fight against. Humans can always fight against each other as we are often our greatest enemies, but it would be better if the aliens can assume their original roles. You actually want to make the aliens of this galaxy as powerful and threatening as the ones in the Red Ocean? Yes, how else will I and my fellow god pilots be able to find enough enemies to fight against? I am extremely envious of the evolution which and my other peers in the Red Ocean. The crisis over there has sped up their growth like nothing else they have experienced in the Milky Way. They have already surpassed their previous levels and are continuing to make progress every day. Exotic radiation is a large factor in their accelerated growth, but the constant fighting against genocidal aliens is also important. My friends and I can only replicate the latter in this sad excuse of a galaxy, but it is better than nothing. One way or another, the Milky Way shall become the stage of my ascension to the rank of God King Pilot. How much suffering would it take to produce such an environment? How much fear did the beast needed to harvest in order to cultivate all the way to the 4th major cultivation rank? How likely was it that this chaos would cause the situation to grow out of everyone's control and cause a chain reaction that resulted in the extinction of original humanity? No offense, but it sounds rather questionable that the Milky Way can realistically supply you with the huge amount of energy needed to become a God King pilot. You make a valid point, but the Milky Way is not as barren as you think. Energy is everywhere. E-energy radiation may be absent in this galaxy, but there is still comparable energy inside the brains and minds of every sentient organism. No matter whether they are human or alien, each of them have the capacity to produce fear, and that is all I truly need to further my progress. If it turns out that you are correct, then I can always wait for the Oblivion Gates to improve to the point where living beings can travel through them. I am certain that Red Humanity will welcome my arrival. Once I have gained a level of power beyond the reach of others, I shall be able to offer protection to both Original Humanity and Red Humanity. This is how I shall uphold my vows, not that it matters to me anymore. Veronica felt another chill through her body. Can you clarify that last part, your divinity? The fearsome and overly tentacled god Biomech began to grin wider. I am the beast of fear. What do the oaths, vows, contracts and promises of the former saint known as Magnus Grigorovich have to do with a god such as myself? The powerful being's words had multiple concerning implications. Magnus Grigorovich was the beast of fear's mortal's name. For the god pilot to completely renounce and sever himself from his former human identity implied that he no longer felt the need to abide by his former responsibilities and duties. His words also implied that he did not actually see himself as a god pilot at all. The beast of fear only retained one identity, and that was his god Biomech. If the power being truly believed in this version of the truth, then he may have actually succeeded in his attempt to weasel his way out of all of his old vows and contracts. This was an extremely dishonorable act, but that mattered little to a personality like the beast of fear. Veronica just realized that she had actually been conversing with a living mech. All this, it was just that this one partially matched one of the worst-case scenarios of what a living mech could become. Chapter 6469 Reward for Good Service. After receiving so many revelations that her head was about to burst, Veronica finally concluded her conversation with the Oblivion Empress and the Beast of Fear. Both true gods had kicked off a plan that would soon detonate the peace of human civilization in the Milky Way. The protectors of the current order would definitely grow extremely angry at the culprits behind the outbreak of violence. There was no way the Oblivion Empire would be able to develop in peace in the near future. The current Oblivion Gate Consortium was quite strong compared to almost any other organization in the two galaxies, but that meant nothing in the face of thousands of CFA battleships and dozens of angry god pilots. In order to hold back the overwhelming might of the Big Two and prevent them from battering down the Nixian Gap by relying on overwhelming force and numbers, it became crucial for the conspirators to drag other potential allies into this mess. Only by forming the Unholy Alliance and borrowing the strength of all of the enemies of the Big Two would the Oblivion Empire have a chance to survive the coming chaos and turmoil. Since time was of the essence, neither Cynthia nor the Unbounder god pilot spared any more of it to satisfy Veronica's curiosity. They had already been gracious enough to spend valuable minutes to outline and explain numerous key steps of their ambitious Oblivion plan. Veronica had little choice but to fly back to the Throne of Light. She wanted to wait for Master Willix to wrap up the experiment related to the Oblivion Gates and return to the flagship so that the two could have a good talk with each other. In the meantime, she was able to shift most of her focus back to the Red Ocean. After transferring to a shuttle and being brought to a classified location, Vase, Lucky and his Apocalypse Warden bodyguards ventured inside the halls of an unfamiliar space station. The interior looked plain but was made out of high-quality alloys. Vase could clearly observe that it had been constructed relatively recently. No guards barred their way, but there were lots of hidden sensors that constantly monitored his every move. After descending down a few decks, Vase finally stopped in front of a blast door. There, he waited for a few minutes before an invisible command opened up the door. Meow. Lucky grew more restless as he hovered beside Vase. The evolution which resided in the chamber up ahead. Compared to the previous times that Vase experienced her god kingdom, he could now feel a palpable sense of excitement. The successful experiment clearly advanced her agenda. The god pilot felt no need to hide her reaction to this outcome. Now that the first trade between the galaxies had successfully unfolded, there would definitely be a lot more opportunities for Red Humanity and Original Humanity to trade lots of useful goods. Vase took a deep breath. After not being able to get in touch with the evolution which after half a year, he deeply wanted to get a few answers out of the god pilot. His new bodyguards did not accompany him any further. They automatically assumed guard positions besides the blast doors and made it clear that they would remain on guard against intruders. Not that it was necessary. No threat could possibly sneak close within the god kingdom of a powerful god pilot. Vase tried his best to shake off his discomfort of being at the mercy of a powerful individual and tried his best to maintain a respectful attitude. He headed deeper into an empty storage hall that currently held the cargo sphere. Under the surprisingly gentle control of the god kingdom, the cargo sphere slowly peeled apart before taking out container after container filled with valuable trade goods. The evolution witch in her human guise did not leave anything to chance by conducting a cursory sweep. Invisible hands lifted every container and brought it before her, allowing her to use all of her means to carefully inspect the contents. There were good reasons to conduct a careful inspection. The transfer through the Oblivion Gate could have caused all manner of unpredictable consequences to the contents of the containers. Who knew whether the goods had been exposed by deadly radiation, weird space bugs or became possessed by the spirits of dead gods? This was the first time that the two branches of humanity had conducted a goods swap across 50 million light years. The experimenters could never be too careful. Vase stopped at a respectful distance and patiently waited to be called upon. Lucky on the other hand sniffed the air and gazed increasingly hungrily at all of the floating metal boxes and containers. Many of the rare metallic alloys and other materials originally provided by the Beast of Fear possessed a lot of attraction towards the gem cat. Just one of these super-class materials could already keep him sated for a long time, but the sheer amount and variety of the goods made it extremely difficult for Lucky to hold himself back. Fortunately, the gluttonous cat knew better than to disregard everything and dive in. There was no way that the evolution witch would permit him to gorge until his stomach could not fit any more rare and unique metals. It was frustrating for Lucky to get into close proximity of so many top-quality metals, yet not be able to take a delectable bite out of any of these goods. Neither Vase nor the evolution witch paid attention to the gem cat's distress. The former continued to wait while the latter calmly inspected the contents of every container one by one. The secure containers vastly differ in size. A few were as small as a jewelry box, while others were as large as a dining table. The evolution witch effortlessly lifted each of them with her willpower alone, and thoroughly scanned the container as well as the goods stored inside with a diligent attitude. It was not until the god pilot lifted up another small container that she finally broke from her routine. Her willpower forcefully bypassed the extensive security measures and directly opened it up. A delicate-looking white bottle that was vaguely shaped like a beautiful white swan emerged from the secure container. While the swan bottle held no attraction to Lucky, Vase suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to fly forward, snatch the bottle from the evolution witch's hands and smash it directly inside his mouth. Vase snarled and shook his head in order to get rid of this irrational impulse. Whatever was contained in this bottle somehow generated an enormous attraction to him. He instinctively felt that if he was able to swallow the liquid stored inside this beautiful bottle, he might be able to fuel another minor sublimation. Naturally, the evolution witch did not miss his reaction. Her lips curled in amusement as she finally deigned to give him her attention. Vase Larkinson, your performance has satisfied my expectations. You even exceeded them. Through your leadership in mech designs, you now hold the fate of 2 galaxies in your hands. Now that you have proven your ability to exercise heavy responsibilities, both your mother and I expect great results from you going forward. Anyone would be glad if they got complimented by a high and mighty god pilot, but Vase merely grew tired. He had already lost much of his mind after hearing so many crazy revelations through his external incarnation. He no longer had the mental endurance to handle too many surprises from the transhumanist leader. I appreciate your trust, but I hate it when you keep me in the dark. Vase honestly said, I hate the ambiguity and I hate the lack of clear instructions. I am a busy mech designer. I never signed up to become the chief counselor of the upper council of the Red Collective. Don't get me wrong, I have come to enjoy the power and authority that I have amassed over the past half year. However, the responsibilities that come with becoming a leader of the RC have added a lot of unwanted burdens to my life. I am not entirely ready for this. I am too young. Couldn't you have selected another confidant to occupy this high position? An actual politician should be in charge. No, the evolution witch made her stance clear. You are applying thinking that is better suited to the age of mechs. Now that we have entered the age of dawn, we can no longer rely on smooth talkers, rent-seekers and parasites to hold all of the levers of power. Only those with superior strength and the willingness to employ it against our true enemies can be trusted with responsibility. You are not the most suitable individual to occupy this seat, but you are one of the individuals I'd trust the most to keep the Red Collective on the correct track. Vase blinked after he heard that. He did not think that she trusted him so much. He did not really know her or trust her all that much. Still, Vase did not look at a gift horse in the mouth. Since the evolution witch thought so highly of her, then that was just fine. Thank you for your compliment. While I cannot devote all of my time on managing the upper council and all of the politicking that goes around it, I will try not to disgrace the trust that you have put in me. My competent staff should be able to handle most routine issues, though feel free to send additional helpers. The evolution witch nodded in satisfaction before she gestured with her arm. The white swan bottle began to descend towards Ves's position. The burdens on your shoulders have grown heavier, but the same can be said for your gains. Occupying the highest seat of the upper council is the first step towards acquiring a legitimate right to lead red humanity. It will also allow you to become aware and involved in the grand plans that other leaders are trying to enact ahead of time. Information is power. It is better to be informed than otherwise. Vase did not entirely agree with that adage, but he did not bother to object. The delicate swan bottle finally floated down until it stopped in front of Vase. Take it, this is what you have been promised to receive. Vase slowly raised his hand and took hold of the bottle. It was finally here. The evolution witch upheld her end of the bargain and supplied him with precisely 12.556 milligrams of Yondu milk. Vase resisted the urge to swallow up the contents of the bottle and resolutely submitted it to the Mech designer system, not even bothering to hide his actions within the god kingdom of the evolution witch. Congratulations for completing your third S-rank supply mission. By fulfilling the requirements set by Material Supply 4, you have satisfied the conditions to initiate an upgrade to the Mech designer system. You have received 1 use of the Inventorize ability. You have received 10 golden lottery tickets. A short moment later, the Mech designer system began to shake and surge with energy. The Mech designer system is in the process of undergoing a comprehensive upgrade. It will remain inaccessible and unresponsive to its users for a duration of approximately 30 days. Your patience is appreciated. Another burden had fallen off his shoulders. Vase breathed a little easier now that he completed 3 of 5 supply missions. He only had 2 more to go before he satisfied the system's hunger for specific super-class materials. Although a part of him feared what might happen if he completed all 5 supply missions, that did not eliminate his determination to see this through. Whether the system posed a threat to him or not, Vase possessed enough confidence in his ability to avert or weather another crisis, especially when he could contact numerous true gods for assistance. The evolution witch did not look surprised that Vase magically made the container filled with precious Yondu milk disappear. Curious. Chapter 6470 Alien Wonder Materials. The acquisition of Yondu milk fulfilled a major objective for Vase. The only factor that did not meet his expectations was that the evolution witch did not use her own transcendent willpower to generate the desired quantity of Yondu milk. This was not a surprise. The Red Tide offensive had broken out, forcing every god pilot to spend much of their time rotating through the border regions in order to squash as many alien assault fleets as possible. All of this fighting and travel occupied the god pilots so much that they did not have much time and energy left to spare for priorities. Vase could not ask the evolution witch to neglect her duty to defend the borders of human space just so that she could slowly generate Yondu milk. Fortunately, the successful operation of the Oblivion Gates neatly solved this problem. Vase guessed that the evolution witch requested the Beast of Fear to acquire Yondu milk from the original source and place it into the cargo sphere in the hopes of transporting it to the Red Ocean. There was a considerable chance that the experiment might fail. If everyone was lucky, then the cargo spheres would just remain in their original places. If they were not as lucky, the goods may have entered the wormholes, but somehow got lost or torn along the way, thereby making it impossible to transfer any of these precious goods to their destination intact. Vase would have torn his hair out if that happened to his precious bottle of Yondu milk. Since that did not happen in the end, the Mech designer put down his worries and considered his next steps. He looked forward to seeing what would happen 30 days later. Once the system got back online, it would definitely offer him powerful and game-changing upgrade tracks. None of the upgrades that took place after completing a supply mission was weak. Given that Yondu milk possessed strong relations with life and vitality, he figured that the system would probably play into that aspect. Perhaps the next upgrade might even be able to enhance his ability to design living mechs. Vase grew increasingly more eager to complete the final 2 supply Missions. He immediately turned his attention back to the evolution which. I need 45.5343 grams Orphidian glow glass and 2 complete pieces of Abelisk eyes. He straightforwardly said, I asked about them before, but it appears they can't be sourced from this dwarf galaxy. Can you arrange a trade of these goods? The Oblivion Gate Consortium exists to provide the strong and the worthy with the rare and difficult to source resources they need to advance their evolution. The evolution which explained to Vase. Your request falls within the consortium's mandate. Considering your current and expected contributions, it is not unreasonable to investigate the materials that you have mentioned and arrange a transfer. Be aware that neither of these super-class resources are easy to obtain. Are you familiar with them? Can you tell me what they are? I have no information about them aside from their names. The evolution which paused for a moment. I suppose I can indulge you considering how helpful you have been so far. Orphidian glow glass is the human name for a rare material manufactured by the 5th Apex race. Anyone who learned about the OCICYTH race in school should know that this insectal race is divided into many subspecies. There is an extensive hierarchy between them. The sovereign OCICYTH subrace comprises the kings and queens of this alien race. What you likely did not learn at school is their reproduction method. Vase grew intrigued. So Orphidian glow glass is used in the reproduction process of the 5th Apex race. Correct. When the OCICYTH desire to create a new sovereign offspring, they reproduce by combining significant quantities of powerful exotics and other precious materials into an egg. They then proceed to place the egg into a tough and heat-resistant incubation chamber that orbits a large and powerful star in close proximity. That sounds crazy. Vase reacted. How can a species evolve to develop such an insane reproduction method? Won't the egg get cooked until it reaches a hard-boiled state? The radiation produced by a large star at relatively close distances is enough to vaporize almost any organism. The evolution which smiled. That is what makes the OCICYTH so interesting and powerful. They have forced a qualitative evolution of one of their subspecies by attempting to harness the greater potential of a star. They do this by installing small amounts of Orphidian glow glass onto the incubation chambers that resemble the appearance of portholes. This special glass is designed to filter the strong electromagnetic radiation emitted by the powerful star and convert the remaining energies into a special form of high-grade radiation. It is this extraordinary radiation that is responsible for transforming the egg and larva into a new king or queen OCICYTH. Vase never knew that the OCICYTH race had to go through such a troublesome process in order to expand its leader caste. How easy is it for the aliens to produce Orphidian glow glass? It is difficult and costly. What is worse is that the incubation of a new sovereign OCICYTH has a low success rate. This is because stars are inherently inconsistent and volatile. If a strong enough flare occurs that ejects excessive quantities of electromagnetic radiation or stellar particles in the direction of the incubation chamber, then the chamber and everything inside it will vaporize and disappear. That would essentially invalidate all of the time, effort and resources the OCICYTH put into producing a new leader. Is it worth it for the 5th Apex race? Vase questioned. The god pilot smiled. There is no definite answer. That is the beauty of evolution. Every species is free to develop any solution to make themselves stronger or more adaptable. The OCICYTH have artificially chosen to pursue strength over adaptability by developing this costly and convoluted reproduction method. As costly as this method of reproduction has turned out, the results are terrifying. A mature sovereign OCICYTH is equivalent to an ace mech in power. If this alien king or queen is able to develop much further, then it is even possible to pose a small challenge to a god pilot. That sounded impressive. Even if the sovereign OCICYTH was ultimately unable to defeat a god pilot, just being able to get this close was already an impressive accomplishment. So that is why humanity was able to defeat the OCICYTH race so easily during the Age of Conquest. Vase deduced. Since the reproduction process is so troublesome, it is very difficult to replenish them quickly. It should have been easy for humanity to destabilize the OCICYTH empire by initiating lots of decapitation strikes on the alien kings and queens. How did our race manage to kill so many of them when ace mechs and god mechs were not even a thing during that period of the Age of Conquest? I only mentioned that the sovereign OCICYTH are comparable to them in strength. They possess great individual power, but their defenses and mobility are not comparable to god mechs. They rely more on the other OCICYTH races to form armies that can shield them on the battlefield. The usual response of human fleets towards a king or queen is to restrict its movement and bombard its coordinates with as many warship gun batteries as possible. No matter how remarkable their bodies or how much cannon fodder they put forth, superior firepower will always prevail. While this made the OCICYTH sound weak, it was still impressive for them to develop a relatively standardized if costly means of reproduction of their strongest subspecies. Vase finally understood the significance of Orphidian glow glass. The system likely wanted to use it in order to transform lower grades of energy into higher grades of energy. This was a fairly common requirement for high-level breakthroughs and transformations. The more powerful a cultivator or artifact, the more they relied on high-grade energy's functions, in order to support their more powerful and reality-defying. What about Abalask eyes? Vase inquired. They are the eyeballs grown by a relatively small but remarkable astral beast species called the Abalask. This species has only been encountered in the galactic center, most notably around stellar nurseries. The astral beasts feed off specific types of high-grade exotics generated and ejected by the process of star forms. Since these materials are very rare and difficult to find on planets let alone in the vastness of space, the Abalask have either evolved or been altered by another species to develop special eyes. These ocular organs possess remarkable abilities that no human has managed to decipher. What can these eyes do that makes them worth all of the trouble? The evolution which smiled. Abalask eyes have two distinct abilities that make them highly coveted by many parties. First, they can seemingly pierce through space and observe extremely distant locations in real time. These distances can span up to dozens of light years. What, does that actually mean you can directly observe a planet that is located on another star system? In real time without relying on the galactic net? Correct. This is already enough to construct one of the best remote spying devices. Abalask eyes possess a second function that makes them even more useful. The Abalask feed themselves by ingesting very rare and specific high-grade exotics. Finding them in the vastness of space is a billion times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. In order to prevent themselves from going extinct due to mass starvation, the eyes of an Abalask is able to track down and accurately determine the locations of the desired materials that match specific criteria through unknown means. That sounded even more ridiculous. Vase could not imagine that the Abalask evolved this amazing function naturally. Their eyes had to be artificially developed. I understand now why they are so powerful and difficult to obtain. The evolution which responded to Vase in a surprising manner. Her eyeballs abruptly bulged and changed into a pair of glowing blue eyeballs that somehow appeared to pierce right through Ves's true body. It has taken me a great deal of effort and favors to acquire the eyes for myself. It was worth it, as these are perhaps the most exquisite alien eyes that I have obtained so far. They remind me once again of the limitless potential of evolution. Vase never expected that the evolution which actually possessed a pair of Abalask eyes. For a very brief moment, he briefly thought about getting close so that he could rip out the Abalask eyes from the evolution witch's eye sockets. Then, he squashed this incredibly stupid impulse and tried to make sure that it would not be able to tempt him once again. The god pilot most definitely managed to discern what Vase had been thinking about, but she merely smiled as if she was daring for him to make his move. Vase awkwardly coughed. Ahem, those are a nice pair of eyes. I would like to obtain a pair myself. How easy would it be for your friends and allies in the Milky Way to secure the Orphidian glow glass and the pair of Abalask eyes that I have requested? Neither materials are easy to obtain. They are almost never stockpiled. Hunting parties must be formed and sent into dangerous regions of space in order to acquire either of them. This can take months if not years depending on the strength and composition of the hunting parties. That did not sound reliable at all. Vase had little choice but to remain patient until these groups successfully returned to civilized space and shipped the precious goods through the lesser Beyonder gates. Then he needed to wait for the biannual activation of the Oblivion gates to get his hands on what he needed. I guess I have no other choice but to settle for a long wait. Chapter 6471. The inconsequential voice of the weak Vase felt grateful to the evolution witch for clarifying the properties of Orphidian glow glass and Abalask eyes to him. It at least gave him a better understanding how difficult it was to acquire them and how they might benefit the system. The explanations also gave him a better idea on the future upgrade directions of the system. After securing a vague and uncertain promise from the evolution witch that she would find a way to import the super-class goods to the Red Ocean, the two quickly moved on to more important business. I had a good talk with my mother and your friend over in the other galaxy. Vase spoke as the evolution which resumed her inspection of all of the goods shipped from the Milky Way. I did not know that I have become an accomplice to a plan that calls for starting mass conflicts and even outright civil war in the old galaxy. Even if original humans are not my people anymore, it is still horrifying to learn that my mother is planning to expand the Xianxia gap for the express purpose of devouring all of the surrounding star systems, as well as the people who live on the surface of the affected planets. The heavy and earnest emotions expressed by Vase compelled the god pilot to pause her inspection and give him her full attention. What do you expect to hear from me, Vase? I am not your mother, and you are not a child anymore. If you wish to know whether I am aware of your mother's intentions to expand the Xianxia gap, then the answer is yes. If you want to know that I invited the Beast of Fear to become a part of the Oblivion Gate Consortium knowing that it would fuel his hidden desire to engineer the downfall of the Big Two, then yes, I was also aware of that. The Oblivion Empress is a woman who hides many secrets, but the two of us have agreed to be as forthcoming as possible when it relates to the Oblivion plan. That meant that the evolution which was aware of all of the unethical decisions, the horrifying plans and the catastrophic consequences of failure. Although Vase felt conflicted about whether he should throw his support behind the Oblivion plan, he still felt disappointed that Divine Lucy Miyazaki did not seem to object at all to all of the crazy plans the conspirators in the Milky Way had devised. Perhaps it was foolish to expect a god pilot that was often called the human biodisaster to express any form of remorse towards facilitating a plan that would kill more humans than during the dark days of the Age of Conquest. Is there no other alternative? Vase pressed on. All I have heard from my mother and the Beast of Fear is taking high-risk gambits in the hopes of obtaining extremely high payoffs. While they try their best to sound noble, there is no way for them to hide the self-serving nature of their extreme actions. They are literally plotting to sacrifice the lives of a huge amount of humans just to fuel their own cultivation. The evolution which crossed her arms. If you expect to hear condemnation from me, then you have approached the wrong god pilot. I do not entirely agree with their approach, but I broadly approve of their plans and intentions. Selfishness is a powerful driver for evolution. Many of us want to become stronger, richer and more successful. It is because of these drivers for motivation that we work hard to evolve to a more superior form of ourselves. Our actions subsequently inspire others to work harder to improve in any fashion. As this is a competition, it is only natural that there are winners and losers. It is the fate of the latter to surrender their resources to the former. Only the strong and the most adaptable have a right to prevail. Sympathizing the weak is the entire reason why the current order in the Milky Way has grown so stale and stagnant. Great, the evolution which shared the same ideology as her fellow conspirators in the old galaxy. While Vase couldn't help but agree with many parts of her explanation, he still disagreed with her on the crueler and more heartless aspects of her ideology. He felt the same when he heard the justifications from his mother and the Beast of Fear, but it was only now that he was able to articulate the reason for his disgust towards the Oblivion plan. With all due respect, your divinity, human civilization is made up of many humans who are weak through no fault of their own. Vase retorted while trying to maintain his calm. You guys all seem to have big grievances with the Big Two. I don't exactly like them either. However, if there is one trait from them that has earned my appreciation, it is their willingness to protect and stand up for the ordinary people that live in our society. The Mechers and the Fleeters have done a good job of protecting many of the innocent people that live in many different states. The Big Two can be overly patronizing bastards at times, but they at least lived up to their promise of granting humans relative peace and stability for 4 whole centuries after a devastating period of genocidal conflict. The Mechers and Fleeters were arrogant, insufferable and disdainful towards the space peasants. That did not necessarily mean that they were the bad guys. Vase never characterized them as evil, even if they worked hard to suppress the states and cling to power over the centuries. The conclusion that Vase drew from this was that the MTA and the CFA did not deserve what was coming for them. The Oblivion plan sought to induce the Mechers and the Fleeters in both internal and external strife. It was one thing if the Big Two had become outright tyrannical hegemons that ruled the Milky Way with an iron fist. It was another thing if the Big Two remained true to their original mission and protected the human race for centuries as it gradually recovered from its self-inflicted damage. Even if the Big Twos had already fulfilled their mission and allowed humanity to climb to a greater height, that merely weakened the justification of their continued existence. It did not mean that it was morally right to drag the MTA and the CFA into a series of violent crises that would inevitably lead to bloody warfare on an unheard scale. What was worse was that all of this fighting would hurt the innocent people that the Big Two had spent so much effort on protecting all these years. When Vase thought about all of the death and destruction that would ensue if his insane mother and her fellow conspirators were actually able to pull off their unlikely schemes, had he become the bad guy? As if the evolution which was accurately able to decipher his train of thought, the God Pilot tried to give him perspective. Do not feel guilty for what must inevitably come to pass. Evolution is never a peaceful affair. Competition between groups will always occur in a location that is characterized by finite space and resources. Evolution is a bloody struggle no matter whether it happens on an untamed planet filled with savage exo-beasts or across entire galaxies filled with humans and aliens that have plenty of reasons to fight against each other. The fundamental reason why this outbreak of violence is inevitable is because the winners of the previous competition have held the reins of power for too long. They have continually monopolized the best resources, thereby denying all of this bounty to the latecomers that have grown up during the age of mechs. Sooner or later, the contradiction between the old guard and the new guard will culminate in a galactic war. At most, the Unholy Alliance seeks to detonate this conflict hundreds of years in advance. Vase could understand the evolution witch's logic and find much of what she said to be plausible. Yet he still felt that she was twisting the facts in a way that justified her radical views. Her words betrayed a complete lack of empathy for the innocents and the weak that lacked the power to protect themselves. Even if they were losers, they did not necessarily deserve to die for other people's ambitions. There was no reasoning with these crazies. Vase might disagree with their intentions and the depths they were willing to go in order to realize their ambitions, but he saw no point in trying to change their minds. They were too fixated on gaining power, and too uncaring towards all of the innocents that would suffer and die as a result of their schemes. These true gods were not so different from the polymath after all. They were all self-serving bastards who grasped at the first justification that they could find to excuse their destructive actions. Do you truly think that the mess we are about to start in the Milky Way will end up benefiting original humanity? I do, Vase. Many parts of human space in the Milky Way are already becoming increasingly more overcrowded. There are too many people but not enough conflicts to cull the weak from the strong. War is never pleasant, but it can serve as a productive force that can cleanse our society and strengthen the foundation of our race. It is cruel to keep original humanity in its current cage. I would love nothing more for the people over there to rebel against the chosen humans' hypocritical vision as red humanity has done under my leadership. If my own plans succeed, then I may one day return to the Milky Way, and bring that obstructionist man to his knees myself. Vase frowned. It sounded as if the evolution witch was more than glad to trigger mass turmoil in the Milky Way just to get back at the chosen human. He sighed. I don't think that spreading complete anarchy is the best way for humans of the Milky Way to initiate reforms and get better in the end, but it is clear that I can't convince you all to switch to less extreme approaches. That is at least one wise remark you have made since. No, you cannot persuade us. Do you wish to know why, Vase? You are weak. No matter whether you are a senior mech designer, a cat or a pretender god, none possess the might or influence to force us to moderate our plans. Your mother has taught you that might makes right. This is one of the applications of this universal truth. We are stronger and more evolved, so we can back up our actions and decisions with superior force. If you wish to moderate us, then you must be able to challenge us first. You are far from reaching that point. If you take your self-evolution more seriously and work harder to transcend your weaknesses, then you may one day be able to persuade us to follow your personal vision, as questionable as it may be. No matter whether your logic is sound or not, it does not matter as might ultimately makes right. Right. The same rule was spoken in a much different galaxy. Vase was growing sick and tired of people repeating this phrase to him. The entire saying completely disregarded the value of having principles and ideals that were greater than the individual. It was already bad enough if the evolution witch and a bunch of other true gods believed in this self-serving adage. It would be worse if many others started to live by these words as well. Cultivators were especially prone to doing so considering their constant efforts at self-improvement granted them a lot of power, but not always with the necessary restraint. Vase may be able to use his limited power and authority to mitigate the damage, but he could do little to stop the Tier 1 galactic citizens from enacting their ambitious and destructive schemes. That was because he was among the weak. He finally knew what he had to do in the following years. Chapter 6472 Finish what you started. The disappointing meeting with the evolution which concluded shortly after Vase gained a better understanding of what she was like. The only good outcome of their brief talk was that the god pilot had no immediate use for him at this time. Aside from telling him to grow his foundation in the Red Collective and make sure he did not do anything scandalous enough to get kicked off the upper council, he was free to do what he wanted. You should spend your time on designing the Milky Way compatible Karman mechs requested by your mother and my old friends. The evolution witch dismissively said as she turned around to visually inspect the secure containers shipped over from the old galaxy. He. Vase was weak, huh? His mother, the beast of fear and the evolution witch were not necessarily wrong. He readily acknowledged that he was weak compared to these powerful true gods. Yet that did not mean that weaklings such as himself were harmless. He could still pose a threat to those who were much more powerful, whether or commanded more troops than himself. His many innovations proved that he was able to make far greater contributions to society than many master mech designers and maybe even star designers. This alone proved that their theories were not entirely correct. Vase grew resentful at the dismissive and callous attitudes of the conspirators of the Oblivion Plan. They hatched all of these ambitious and enormously destructive plans just so that they could fuel their cultivation and attempt to evolve into God Kings somehow. While Vase did not necessarily object to their goals, what he did have a problem with was their complete disregard for the lives of all of the space peasants that they were supposed to protect. Since the strong were so obsessed with the adage that might makes right to spare even the slightest sympathy for the weak, then Vase took it upon himself to stand up for the little guys. When Vase concluded his meeting with the evolution witch, he already came up with the perfect answer to the Oblivion Plan, ambitions of the conspirators. The more he thought about it, the more he knew this was a response that he could fully get behind. It satisfied the demands of the conspirators on the surface, but would also cause them to pay for underestimating the weak, like himself. Vase became certain that his mother and all of the other conspirators in the Milky Way would get way more than they bargained for once his own devious little plan had enough time to unfold. He, just you wait. He sneered. As Vase and Lucky finally returned to the Tarask and settled down, Veronica finally got to meet with Master Willix. Now that the Master Mech designer had exposed her participation in the Oblivion Gate project and proven the viability of her research, she had become an honored guest of the Oblivion Empire. Naturally, the Oblivion Empress gave a wide variety of rights and privileges to her. Now that it became inconvenient for Master Willix to return to the embrace of the MTA and make use of its many facilities, she had decided to set up shop in the Throne of Light. The heavy cruiser possessed better than average mech facilities. After all, the Devil Tiger required a lot of high-quality infrastructural support now that it had become an ace-smart metal mech. The current facilities inside the Throne of Light did not meet Master Willix's exacting requirements. She was partially able to compensate for that by bringing over the high-quality instruments and production equipment that she owned in her own name. However, she was not able to do the same for the property that directly belonged to the MTA. She needed to rely on the Beast of Fear and other contacts in order to acquire the specialized machines that she needed to further her research and design projects. When Master Willix is dropped by the design lab that Veronica had claimed for herself, the latter eagerly welcomed the arrival of an old friend and teacher. Now that both mech designers managed to get out under the thumb of two scary true gods, Veronica and Willix were able to speak a lot more freely with each other this time. Vase, or is it Veronica? It is good to meet you again. Your mother has described your unique condition to me. It is interesting to see that you have developed a unique solution that allows you to maintain a physical presence in both galaxies at the same time. I am eager to study your body and construction to help me understand how you have been able to do that, but I fear my insights into e-technology and biotechnology are not up to standard. The silvery cat floated in front of Master Willix. Call me Veronica when I am in this form. It makes it easier for me to distinguish between my incarnations. It is good to see you again as well. I never expected for us to reunite again, especially in this context. As for how I am able to do this, I am afraid that it has more to do with cultivation science than mech design. I don't even know how this works. I just copied and bastardized an alien ritual while employing special means to raise my success rate. I highly recommend you to never think about replicating what I have done. Creating a true incarnation cannot be done without splitting up your spirituality, which my mother and other cultivators refer to as a soul. That is not the kind of stuff that people should be messing with. You are liable to turn yourself brain-dead if your spirit gets damaged. The master mech designer did not show any sign that she doubted Ves's explanations and theorics. I shall keep that in mind. I have my own specializations, and I am currently highly occupied with advancing my current research direction." The two mech designers chatted with each other for another minute before Veronica finally couldn't hold in her curiosity any longer. The cyborg cat took a deep breath. "Master, I have been meaning to ask you, why are you here? Why have you chosen to cooperate with my mother to enact the incredibly destructive Oblivion plan?" The atmosphere in the design lab grew tenser now that Veronica finally touched upon a sensitive topic. Master Willix's amiability faded away. She had clearly fallen back to a more rational attitude. "I will not lie to you, Vase. Your mother is highly persuasive. We met each other by coincidence, and when she saw hope of creating her wondrous Oblivion gates with the help of the wormholes that can be partially generated through technological means, she enlisted my expertise to the Oblivion Gate project. At that time, she made no mention of her much more ambitious Oblivion plan. I merely believed that I could do both original humanity and red humanity much good by reviving the possibility of material trade." Veronica had a pretty good idea what happened after hearing this. "So my mother lied by omission to you. She only talked about creating the Oblivion Gates, but she never told you what she intended to do with the advantages gained from controlling them. By the time she unveiled the Oblivion plan to you, it was already too late for you to back out, is that correct?" "That is an accurate characterization of what has taken place," Master Willix said. "Decided to continue your work on the project despite knowing that it will encourage my mother and her dangerous allies to trigger a massive wave of violence and unrest throughout human civilization. I cannot stop halfway. I have greater confidence than before that my work on the Oblivion Gate project will fuel my ultimate advancement." Willix declared with greater fervor. "Humanity already has many star designers, but one more is always helpful. What is more important is that I will still be the only individual who can effectively create mature versions of these small but fairly cost-effective Oblivion Gates. They can never match the performance of the greater Beyonder Gates, but I should still be able to make it profitable for them to be activated on a quarterly or monthly basis. I believe that many shortcomings can be solved as long as we lower the difficulty of transporting goods and eventually people between the two galaxies. Once original humanity and red humanity are able to link up to each other again, it is not impossible for both branches of our race to give each other what they need." That was a fairly optimistic outlook of the future. Vase knew that Master Willix had chosen to cling to it because it was a good justification for her to continue her work. Vase was too cynical to believe in this hope. There are only two Oblivion Gates, and they are both controlled by the Oblivion Empress and the Evolution Witch. The Oblivion Gate Consortium is clearly meant to function as a tool to exploit trade. As long as it maintains a monopoly on intergalactic material exchanges, the consortium will never allow goods and individuals to transit freely. By limiting the frequency of trade and other exchanges between the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, both sides will still have to solve most of their problems by themselves. The Red Ocean desperately needed more god pilots and other powerful champions to defend its frontlines. The Milky Way had an extremely high demand for phase water and high-quality hyper. Both types of materials could be used to develop and apply all sorts of new and powerful upgrades to the senior ace mechs and god mechs of original humanity. The god pilots of the new frontier had already managed to develop their strength by leaps and bounds. This was not entirely due to their frequent fighting in the border regions. Tech and materials also played a large role. Original humanity still managed to collect a lot of phase water, keep it in reserve, but the finite supply would deplete eventually. Hyper materials were even more troublesome to find. Anomalous regions such as the Nixian Gap did not produce them on occasion, but their quantity and quality were usually not particularly good. Any other force that was capable of fielding ace mechs and god mechs. This was clearly the outcome that Moira Willix was aiming for, but it was likely that the Oblivion Empress would block such trades. While Master Willix hoped that her Oblivion Gates would create a circumstance that would make both branches of humanity stronger, her plan could only come true if the gates were controlled by a benevolent organization. That was clearly not the case. Was she hoping to leak the design schematics of the Oblivion Gate project? Her mother would never permit that to happen. Even if the MTA managed to get its hands on the design of an Oblivion Gate, the mechers would still face an uphill battle when they attempted to develop their own version of this tech. The current Oblivion Gates were especially designed to function with the powers and abilities commanded by the Oblivion Empress and the Evolution Witch. Trying to make the Oblivion Gates function without the active participation of these true gods was different. Veronica shook her head. It was foolish for Master Willix to rely on this to redeem herself. She should have other motivations to persist in her work. Let me ask you this. Do you believe in plunging all of original humanity into a galaxy-wide test of the societal revival theory? Do you agree with the masterminds of the Oblivion plan that human society over here has grown stagnant and weak? Do you think that all of them needs to go through an extensive period of hardship and suffering in order to get better in the end? That was another difficult question to answer, but Veronica needed to know where Master Willix stood. The Master Mech designer's answer would determine whether Veronica would invite Willix to collaborate on her ambitious and subversive Carmen Mech project. Chapter 6473 Mech designers design mechs. A woman as intelligent as Master Willix definitely understood why Veronica asked such a sensitive question. She stared deeply at the cat that served as the avatar of the most brilliant young mech designer that she had the pleasure to meet and guide. Those days were long over now. The young journeyman had grown up into a fine senior and even managed to break the genetic aptitude tyranny. Master Willix only felt regretful that the state of the mech community in the old galaxy had become so solidified that the mere hint of releasing Carmen mechs was already enough to throw all of human civilization in a massive upheaval. Thinking about this caused the older woman to frown. In order to explain my views on the state of humankind in the old galaxy, let us begin by making a comparison. Willix spoke up. It is normally difficult to gauge the health of a society when it is the only kind of its existence, but we are fortunate that we have a direct comparison on hand. The situations of the two branches of humanity differ enormously, but we can still take advantage of the fact that we are still the same race to make direct comparisons. How have people reacted to the introduction of Carmen mechs? Enthusiastic. Veronica immediately replied. Anyone with enough free time, money, connections or whatever is desperately trying to get their hands on a yellow jacket. The excessive demand threatens to destabilize our society by depriving other sectors of crucial workers, but the RA and the various states are closely cooperating with each other to mitigate this problem. The good news is that we can get away with a lot more now that martial law is in effect in most jurisdictions. One of the new rules that the Red Association has imposed is that every resident that chooses to become a Carmen Mech pilot must volunteer for military service if he is living in a state that has declared martial law. After all, in times of war, we cannot afford to waste precious resources, industrial capacity and manpower on frivolous waste. Red humanity is braver, fiercer and more prepared to suffer hardships. That rule did not deter volunteers as much as the mechers wanted, though. Mech mania was still too strong even during these dire times. Too many low-ranking mech designers, doctors, farmers, naval specialists and other essential workers all abandoned their comfortable and respectable jobs just so they could fulfill their childhood dreams of becoming a battlefield hero. Veronica hoped that the mech mania would fade in the coming weeks and months as reality set into the minds of these latent mech fanatics. According to your description, Red humanity is fully capable of integrating Carmen mechs into its Koshi-8 without causing it to break. Is that correct? Yes, we are ultimately at war, so the native aliens have repeatedly taught us not to underestimate their threat. What they lack in quality, they more than make up in quantity. Since the disparity between us is so great, all humans have realized that they must do their utmost to win the Red War. That is a somewhat enviable state, Veronica. The threat posed by the aliens of the Red Ocean has fully woken Red humanity up and invigorated its society for the better. The same cannot be said for the humans of the Milky Way. We are in such a dominant state that we no longer fear our external enemies anymore. On the surface, this should be a good outcome. As a member of the survivalist faction, I believe that we have succeeded in reaching a near-ideal state where our race is no longer at risk of going extinct, at least if we take the Milky Way and its immediate surroundings into account. If nothing special has occurred, then I am fully supportive of maintaining the status quo, even if not everyone benefits from this age of lasting peace. For a long time, humanity only remained on guard against two kinds of threats. Humans always took internal threats seriously. Humans knew how to harm other humans best. Since there were no alien races in the Milky Way that could defeat humanity, then the latter could only turn to itself for enemies. The other kind of threat was external. The 7 apex races still possessed strength beyond the level of ordinary alien races. Several of them had suffered catastrophic losses and even became homeless for a time after ceding all of their territories to humanity. However, humanity had beaten all of these aliens so badly that they had already been broken. It was difficult for them to challenge the Big Two no matter whether they fought alone or by uniting all of the surviving alien races. Considering that the aliens of the Milky Way and possibly the other aliens native to the other surrounding dwarf galaxy did not represent significant threats anymore, humanity had little reason to be on guard against them these days. The humans of the Milky Way had lost respect for the potential threat posed by the aliens. The people who emigrated to the Red Ocean actually suffered from this problem as well. Far too many overconfident pioneers had brought their vast colonization fleets in the Red Ocean, only to lose a part of all of their assets as the native alien shredded the invaders with their formidable warships. So you are essentially saying that original humanity has grown too soft. Veronica said, that is fine when there are no significant internal and external threats, but when the circumstances have changed, all of that softness has suddenly become a Master Willix nodded. Correct, I am in agreement with the leaders of the Oblivion Gate Consortium in this regard. While I have only heard descriptions of this subjugation king, and the possible threat of the aliens native to Messier 87, I believe these accounts are credible enough to take this distant threat seriously. If these supposed god kings are only able to effectively move around their own galaxy cluster, then we do not have to take them seriously. However, the displacement of the Red Ocean to the vicinity of this new and dangerous galaxy has changed that. Granting the native aliens of accurate intelligence and awareness of the Milky Way is already adverse enough. Granting them access to more than enough phase water to cross the vast divide and invade our original galaxy is worse. Whether this possible threat arrives within a century or several centuries, we must use all of the time we have to prepare for a possible invasion. Her logic was sound. Veronica knew firsthand that the intelligence on the alien god kings was more likely than not correct. She had spoken to the subjugation king in person. If everything goes right, the humans of the Milky Way won't have to face this threat themselves. The cyborg cat hopefully said, "We are working hard to close the gap ourselves. The Red War at least provides all of our soldiers and champions with the best possible tempering. Who knows whether one of our god pilots will be able to advance into god king pilots in the next decades." Master Willix shook her head. "We cannot rely on others to protect ourselves, Veronica. It is foolish to put all of our hopes in the strength and luck of red humanity. Even if there is a chance that our preparations are in vain, it is always prudent to account for failures. The lives of far too many humans are at stake. As a survivalist, I am already mentally prepared to account for the death of 99% of the total population of humans. As long as the remaining 1% can still preserve their lives, their culture and their heritage, we have avoided the worst outcome." Ah, that was typical survivalist talk. While Master Willix was not as extreme as the Oblivion Empress and the Beast of Fear, she could still be ruthless when she deemed it necessary. Do you want this to happen, though? No, absolutely not. The more humans perish as a result of, shall we say, desperate measures, the more flawed our plan has become. We should not have to resort to causing strife and unrest in order to wake original humanity up. However, the Oblivion Gate Consortium's motives are not entirely pure. Your mother and the Unbounders aligned with the Beast of Fear seek to trigger a titanic civil war in order to secure their own survival and grant them opportunities to grow their power. By plotting these steps, they have betrayed how little they care about the people they are supposed to be responsible for. When human leaders begin to treat the lives of ordinary individuals as worthless, then they have proven that they are not fit to bear. Veronica fully agreed with the master mech designer. This was also one of the key reasons why the cyborg cat couldn't fully support her mother and the other conspirators. The more accomplishments I make as a mech designer, the more I realize that each of us must bear greater responsibilities. The floating cat expressed her earnest feelings. Our greater priority is always thinking about how to make our customers stronger and our society a little better with our works. Other cultivators think a lot more about how to increase their power and longevity. The well-being and concerns for the ordinary folk are far too low in priority. Both Cat and Master Mech Designer developed an implicit understanding with each other. They felt a little more comfortable in each other's presence. Their words had already confirmed to each other that they possessed similar stances on the issues that mattered. Mech designers exist to serve, Master Willix affirmed. Veronica began to grin. In contrast to other professions, mech designers solve problems by developing new mechs. So let us do that. Since my mother and friends has tasked me with designing a series of Milky Way adapted Karman mechs, I will need to borrow your extensive familiarity with the mech industry of the old galaxy. I am unfamiliar with the prevailing technical standards, material availability, legal landscape and more. If I want my Karman mechs to appeal to the broadest possible audience, then I can sorely use your expertise to guide my work direction. I am honored and willing to collaborate with you, Veronica. I have no issue with allowing you to work as the lead designer of your new project. My own specialization in gravitic systems is not too relevant to your upcoming Karman mechs, but as a rational mech designer, I can simulate a wide variety of fairly uncomplicated design philosophies of other notable mech designers. I can therefore provide enough assistance to lightly empower aspects such as offense or mobility. You do not have to collaborate with any other mech designers. This should make it vastly more convenient for us to maintain secrecy during the next crucial months. While the Evolution Witch and the Beast of Fear already planned to introduce Karman mechs to the Milky Way, they could not yet do so without solid Karman mech designs in their hands. This was why Veronica was more than happy to withhold any announcements and use the buffer time to strengthen his ability to survive the upcoming problem period. For example, the cyborg cat was eager to increase his own combat capabilities. He also wanted to prepare a few escape routes for himself. Still, Karman mechs would become available sooner or later. Her mother accepted no other outcome and would definitely watch him carefully to see that he was diligently doing his homework every day. Veronica needed to release these Karman mechs on a fairly short deadline, so he was more than happy to secure the assistance of a highly competent master mech designer. As the two settled in front of a desk terminal, the cyborg cat began to draft a very loose sketch of a humanoid Karman mech. Chapter 6474 Halm mech designers communicated best when they practiced their profession. Although it was kind of weird for a cat and a human master to talk about mech designs, the two were immediately able to get into sync with each other. Part of it was because they already collaborated with each other in the past. Another part of it was that both of them had confirmed that their goals were at least partially aligned. As mech designers who still stayed true to the original principles and values of their profession, there was no obvious discrepancy between the two. Their perspectives and knowledge base may differ substantially, but the beauty of designing mechs together was that their contributions were often additive. Since Veronica was the lead designer of this new Karman mech design project, she naturally took the lead by specifying the starting parameters of her proposal. I have been thinking about designing a very straightforward adaptation of the Yellow Jacket design, but I do not think it is suitable here. She said, for one, the Yellow Jacket is optimized to counter alien strike craft and warships. They can still fight decently well enough against the mechs that the people of the Milky Way will most often fight against, but they are not too great at this job. I also think that it will be harder to convince all red humans to pilot a wasp mech. It is still better to stick to a humanoid mech. The cyborg cat laid out her arguments while simultaneously using her claw to expertly sketch the outline of a humanoid mech in the projected interface. Master Willix thoughtfully stared at the rudimentary draft design. There were many variations of humanoid mechs. The one sketched by Veronica was especially adapted for simplicity and ease of use. I see that you have chosen to design a modular or semi-modular mech. Veronica nodded. I don't believe in one-size-fits-all approaches. The Milky Way is huge. Humans hailing from different states and star sectors can have vastly different preferences for mechs. One state may be crazy about swordsman mechs, and will prefer configurations that enhance flexibility and striking power. Another state may be filled with people who are avid marksmen. They prefer to pilot machines that are agile and very precise in their movements. Instead of trying to cater to all of them with a single design, it's best to add sockets to our Karman mechs so that the customer can decide what to choose. This was not the first modular mech platform that she had designed in her career. She borrowed many lessons from the last iteration of the Bright Warrior design and readily applied them to her new project. Naturally, Master Willix could clearly deduce from the sketches that Veronica knew what she was doing. There was no need for the older mech designer to hold a lecture on this subject. In the interest of saving time and reducing the cost burden, Vase tried not to go overboard on the modularity. She intended to keep the head and torso consistent, but add modularity to the arms, legs, flight system and optional backpack elements. This was the most basic way to design a modular mech, but it was a tried and tested formula that worked particularly well for low-budget options. Her design so far immediately told Master Willix that she wanted the base model to be fairly economical, but not as cheap as her Yellow Jacket design. After all, original humanity was not as shabby as red humanity. The humans were the overlords of the Milky Way. They possessed abundant access to low to mid-grade exotics. Such materials were so widely available that it should be easy to churn out billions of Karman mechs. The economic and industrial development of human civilization in the Milky Way was also much higher. The occupied star systems in the galactic heartland and the galactic center were so highly developed that there was hardly any room for cost-effective expansion anymore. There were a huge amount of mech manufacturing complexes. Many of them should easily be able to retool their production lines to fabricate Karman mechs at huge volumes. There was only one hindrance, though. The Karman system of a Karman mech is largely organic or biomechanical in construction, correct? Master Willix asked. That is right, Vase said. This is another reason why I don't think the yellow jacket designs are suitable for this market. Back in the Red Ocean, the Red Association has the industrial capacity and the willingness to centralize the mass production of biodomes that function as oversized organic cockpit systems. We cannot expect the MTA to do the same. We can only leave it up to the local production companies to grow the organic components of the Karman systems themselves. Their quality and performance may fluctuate, which can lead to danger or outright failure, but there is no other choice. I can only hope that the mech community will be able to figure out a solution that most parties can agree upon. The Karman system was almost just as sensitive as neural interfaces in this regard. Only trusted manufacturers should be allowed to produce them, but Vase had no way to enforce this rule. In order to minimize the Varishlar onerated by inconsistencies, she tried to shrink and minimize the footprint of the Karman system of her new design as much as possible. This was the exact opposite of what she attempted to do with the Yellow Jacket series. You have made the most appropriate design choice, Master Willix opined. Too many humans in the Milky Way have a strong rejection towards biotechnology outside the medical field. As long as the performance is not heavily impacted, shrinking the Karman system will lead to less complications and less issues related to field repairs. The cyborg cat continued to sketch out her proposed vision for her Karman mechs. She did not draw out a single machine. Instead, she showcased the modularity of the new design by depicting other possible variations. In order to account for a wide variety of mech archetypes, combat doctrines and preferred fighting approaches, Veronica tried to settle for a middle ground whenever this caused the modular Karman mech to lean towards a balanced but rather mediocre performance profile. This meant that while her upcoming work could never excel in any area, it should not possess glaring weaknesses that should drag it down. Neither Veronica nor Master Willix needed to point this out. They both understood the implications. The sketching continued for a while. The two only occasionally spoke as there was no need to clarify the basics. Once the cyborg cat had drawn the basic outlines and configurations for the proposed MW Karman mechs for all three tech levels, that was the point where she allowed her passion to run free. This was the point where Veronica intended to augment the basic foundation of her next Karman mech design with her special sauce. It was these unique additions that were supposed to define her next work, and not the Karman system. As far as Veronica was concerned, the Karman system should play the same role as a neural interface. Karman systems should be treated as part of a Karman mech's basic foundation. What truly distinguished a machine was how it fought on the battlefield. Blood pacts did not necessarily make any difference in this regard. Karman mechs will be treated very differently in the Milky Way galaxy. Veronica surmised. In the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy, the Red Association is still able to exert strong control over the mech community. It is able to convince mech academies to JJ. Ra is also able to enforce any instances of reckless piloting by Karman mech pilots that vastly underestimated the training required to control their powerful machines. Here in the Milky Way, we cannot expect their counterparts from the Mech Trade Association to do the same. This entire plan was clandestine and illegal to begin with. The Oblivion plan also called for a Karman mech that was specifically designed to spread turmoil, so the mechers should definitely not be happy to see this machine proliferate through the galaxy. It will be difficult to arrange systematic training for new and aspiring Karman mech pilots in the Milky Way. Master Willix agreed. Too many civilians here have been isolated from the danger posed by mechs, so they will inevitably cause accidents as they inexpertly control their own Karman mechs. The issue is time. It takes too much time for Karman mech pilots to attain a level of competence that allows them to fight effectively in actual battles. Veronica's artificial eyes glowed as she grew more enthused. That is why I want to massively reduce the need for 4 or 5 years of training and education on how to pilot a Karman mech. I would never try to pull this off in the Red Ocean where I have to abide by all of the rules of the RA, but since we don't intend to make our new mech design conform to the many rules imposed by the MTA, I might as well take advantage of the situation and pursue an extreme in my design philosophy. It was difficult to depict this intangible quality in the draft design, so Veronica settled on writing annotations with her delicate foreclaw. The master mech designer quickly figured out what the senior cat had in mind. You wish to enhance the autonomy of your Karman mechs so that they can fight more actively by themselves. Yes, Veronica grinned. This is one of the special features of my MW Karman mechs. I call them HALM, high autonomy living mechs. They are preloaded with a basic but solid set of piloting and fighting skills. They are also adaptable and learn really well. They can learn all of the relevant fighting skills from their Karman mech pilots, and they can also learn from their own combat encounters. This may produce a circumstance where the Karman mech is actually better at controlling its mech frame than its human pilot. This was a pretty radical and subversive proposal. Master Willix clearly did not like it because it broke one of the central tenets of mech design, but she clearly understood the need for this design solution in this unique context. If you are doing this for the purpose of quickly enhancing the combat effectiveness of Karman mech controlled by undertrained and unqualified pilots, then this is an eventual decent choice. The older Mach Decimmer Reluctanthade, I fear the consequences should too many of these HALM begin to grow into their power. What if these highly autonomous machines decide that there is no reason for them to be ordered around by humans? Veronica could only shrug at that. I can't think or care so much. The two of us can implement numerous safeguards that should reduce this possibility from occurring or make it easier to shut them down if they go rogue. However, there is no other way to make these machines combat effective unless we convert them into outright AI-controlled battle bots. That was unacceptable for obvious reasons. For better or worse, human mech pilots must still retain substantial control over their machines. If you wish to rely on the living Karman mechs to execute maneuvers and launch attacks against actual enemies, then you do not have to simplify their designs to this degree. Giving your machines greater freedom of movement can raise their ceiling on their combat effectiveness at the cost of making the learning curve steeper. The master mech designer began to use her finger to draw small tweaks and additions to the draft design. All of her design choices were both thoughtful and elegant. Veronica just knew that her new Karman mechs would definitely be able to make more achievements on the battlefield due to these changes. Master Willix even proposed to add extra limbs to the Karman mech. I haven't thought about that, Veronica said. This is the first time since the Devil Tiger that I am purposefully designing a living mech with much greater autonomy than the norm. It looks to me that we can exploit that in many ways. Chapter 6475 Partial Convergence Blood-packed high-autonomy living mechs violated a taboo of the mech industry. Veronica knew more than well that humans must always be in control of the technology they commanded. This was why they never dared to let AI automate everything and allow humans to sit back and relax. Every artificial system is vulnerable and prone to subversion. It would be incredibly idiotic to automate an entire society, only for a hostile alien force or a rival human power to hack the master control system and hijack everything. Even though there were countless examples throughout human history that emphasized the harm of relying too much on automation, Veronica still chose to rely on her new HALM concept to develop her MW Karman mechs. It couldn't be helped. The training and education of a potentate into a competent and professional mech pilot took at least 10 years. It was possible to add or subtract 5 years to that duration, but that would substantially affect the quality of the pilot in question. The Oblivion Gate Consortium couldn't wait for 5 or more years for most brand new Karman mech pilots to become skilled enough to wreck stuff with their new machines. Veronica could probably shave a few years off that training period if she chose to simplify the Karman mechs like she did with the Yellow Jackets, but this was not a good choice. Many people believed that the most ideal mech was a humanoid machine. Such mechs held greater attraction to people than a frontline mech that lacked articulating arms. While there should still be enough people who would be glad to pilot a frontline mech, such machines were limited in other ways that were detrimental to her overall purpose. Therefore, even if she knew that it would make the process of mastering the Karman mech a lot harder for their bonded pilots, Veronica still decided to adopt the shape that held the broadest appeal. Besides, the cyborg cat already compensated for the added difficulty of piloting a humanoid mech by letting the living mech itself take charge of its own movements. Karman mechs are not normal mechs. The silvery cat explained her reasoning to Master Willix. There are 2 important traits that distinguish the former from the latter. The presence of the Karman system and the fact that every Karman mech is alive can be used as the foundation of a new paradigm in mech piloting. Instead of relying on the old model where a mech pilot is taught to control every large and significant process of a mech, we instead turn the pilot into a commander that delegates the fine control of his machine to his bonded partner. Master Willix immediately understood the underlying implications of this reasoning. You are advocating an abolishment of traditional mech pilot training for this new class of warriors. You place so much faith in the reliability and trustworthiness of your living mechs that you believe that it is acceptable to allow them to retain this role. The Karman mech pilots will play a role that is equivalent to a tank commander, where he oversees the battlefield and relays instructions that his living partner must follow. The cyborg cat smiled. I have put a lot of thought behind this alternate model. I know it is flawed. This approach is extremely unlikely to produce high-ranking mech pilots. The pilots must take the effort to learn and master the art of controlling his own weapons. Relying too much on others to do the actual fighting will put too much distance between himself and the critical decision-making process. Despite this major flaw, I think it is completely acceptable in the short term if a beginner Karman mech pilot relies a lot on his helm to do much of the actual fighting. I fear that many pilots will grow overly dependent on their helm. In order to prevent this from happening, I plan to develop an additional measure to make sure the Karman mech pilots will actually learn how to fight by themselves if necessary. What do you have in mind? Veronica did not explain directly, but instead began to add new lines to the draft design. She sketched the model of a mech pilot and began to connect it to one of the Karman mechs. Then, the cat slowly pushed the pilot closer and closer to the machine. There was a lot of significance in this move. Master Willix was already able to decipher much of the other mech designer's intentions. You are planning to develop a variation of your blood pact, the older woman speculated. You wish to emulate the mech body merger process for the purpose of transferring piloting skills from machine to human. This is both dangerous and unprecedented. I do not believe that you have conducted any studies on this, so the viability of this proposed solution is still in doubt. You have made an accurate deduction. I call it the partial convergence blood pact, as the distance between man and machine will shrink as a result of this new measure. Veronica said, we can investigate this ourselves by conducting experiments. I am sure my mother will find suitable volunteers to test whether forcing a partial merger between human and living mech will yield the desired results. I am well aware that we cannot force a complete merger. From what I have witnessed in the past, if we want the mech pilot to remain healthy, sane and in control, he must possess strong enough willpower to protect his own sense of self. You must conduct live trials with Karman mechs that possess the capacity to form these dangerous blood pact and witness for yourself whether the mech pilot can absorb the piloting skills mastered by the Karman mech without too many side effects. This was difficult to accomplish as Veronica was almost certain that contamination would take place. He just hoped that the side effects would be mild enough to dismiss them as an acceptable prize to accelerate the training of the Karman mech pilot. If the cat was able to make this work, then Karman mechs would have great significance in both galaxies. If the Red War took a turn for the worse, then Veronica could always modify the Yellow Jackets or quickly whip up another Karman mech design that incorporated this new feature. No longer would humans have to train for years to be able to competently pilot mechs. They could rely on Halm to get by in the first few months while they steadily absorbed the piloting and fighting skills of their own machines. If the Karman mech pilots had done a good job at absorbing the fighting methods of their living machines, they should finally be able to take back control and thereby increase the probability of breaking through. Becoming an expert pilot, ace pilot and god pilot held a strong attraction to any mech fanatic. Veronica did not fear that too many Karman mech pilots refused to take back control once they learned how to control their machines. Doing so would deny them the opportunity to break through. This may not be enough. Master Willix commented. The new Karman mech pilots may not be patient or disciplined enough to spend long hours on practicing skills that their Karman mechs have already mastered. You need to add another incentive to encourage them to work hard to attain their own breakthroughs. Otherwise, they will all remain slaves to their machines. Veronica began to grin. That is why I intend to add the Transcendence glow to these Karman mechs. By turning Lufa as the aspect of transcendence into the design spirit of this mech and focusing the glow onto the cockpit, the Karman mech pilots will operate under a different mindset. That will motivate them to work harder to transcend their own limitations. Master Willix was not unfamiliar with the glow in question. That may not work as well as you wish, Veronica. The Karman mech pilots may become acclimated to this glow, thereby reducing their effects over time. That is why I will program the Transcendence glow to vary in strength. Veronica eagerly explained her plan. The Transcendence glow will start out at low strength, but it will rise and maybe even peak if the Karman mech pilot does anything that advances his personal strength. This can range from conducting drills to fighting actual enemies on the battlefield. Whenever the pilot risks his life and finds himself in a situation that brings him close to death, the Transcendence glow will peak, thereby maximizing the chance of breakthroughs. Veronica did not anticipate that expert pilots would pop up everywhere by using the Transcendence Glow in this manner, but it should definitely make a difference. As long as enough humans became mech pilots, then the absolute quantity of expert pilots that might emerge among Carmen mech pilots should definitely not be small. Master Willix fell silent for half a minute. She began to think about all of the potential consequences and ripple effects of releasing a Carmen mech model that brought its own Transcendence Glow. She suddenly managed to unravel Veronica's true intentions. Although Willix did not possess the complete picture yet, the pieces that she managed to fit together already allowed her to deduce the essence of the senior mech designer's greater plan. She looked deeply at the cyborg cat. Neither of them mentioned anything out loud. The Oblivion Empress would definitely be able to learn what Veronica actually had in mind and take steps to stop the plan in its tracks. This was Veronica's counterattack. The Oblivion Gate Consortium looked down on the masses. The conspirators only used the human population of the old galaxy as tools to further their own ambitions. This was why the former was eager to grant Carmen mechs to the latter. While it was inevitable for all of these humans to use their new machines in petty conflicts, these battles could hone a lot of Carmen mech pilots. Normally, it would take a long time for these amateurs to develop genuine piloting skills and strengthen their willpower to the point where they might break through. The combination of Halm, the partial convergence blood pact and the Transcendence Glow could massively cut down the time it took for Carmen mech pilots to ascend to the next rank. While there were serious dangers and side effects to employing both controversial measures, Veronica was confident that the potential outcomes would be more than worth all of the risks. However, Master Willix still observed a significant gap in this layout. Veronica's plan for this Carmen mech was unlikely to produce the critical success that she was truly trying to attain. The cyborg cat wanted nothing more than to spread her Carmen mechs far and wide, thereby allowing many hidden talents to bloom and break through at a much more accelerated rate than normal. Even though it sounded impossible, who knew whether there was a talent akin to the chosen human among the stupendously huge population base of original humanity? With all of the enhancements to the Carmen mechs, their progression was bound to speed up, perhaps to the point where they might become expert pilots in a year, ace pilots within 5 years and god pilots within 1 or 2 decades. As long as the Carmen mechs produced god pilots fast enough and in significant quantities, the space peasants of the Milky Way that every major player had disregarded for so long may eventually be able to rise up and rebel against the tyrants and hegemons that exploited the common people for so long. This was the ultimate ideal and expression of Veronica's design philosophy towards the crisis that was about to engulf original humanity. This was the most beautiful layout of mutual growth in adversity that the cyborg cat could give to all of the oppressed humans. There were only 1 or 2 big gaps that needed to be filled for Veronica to allow her ambitious and deviant plan to come to fruition. Chapter 6476 Cultivating Monsters to fight monsters. So far, Veronica planned to combine multiple new and innovative features in her upcoming Carmen mech design. Although she casually explained her new proposal as if they were ordinary design applications, the truth was that they were incredibly dangerous. She would never be able to get away with publishing a Carmen mech that contained any of these controversial, let alone multiple of them in a single design. Veronica completely liberated herself from the restrictions imposed by the mech industry. As a senior mech designer, she was fully cognizant why those rules and restrictions existed. She even agreed with them in principle. The difference this time was that Veronica could no longer afford to play by the rules. Her mother and her fellow conspirators forced the cyborg cat to play a very different game this time. Since Veronica did not have to pay any attention to the MTA, she may as well go all the way and incorporate all of the insane and controversial design applications that she previously imagined. Veronica actually had a lot more dangerous and questionable design ideas in her mind, but she did not dare to bring out most of them. Her Carmen mech could only accommodate so much, and many of her more fantastical ideas were either too expensive or did not fit his vision for the current design. However, the handful of subversive ideas that she intended to implement should already be enough to design an absolutely revolutionary Carmen mech. It would definitely detonate the Red Ocean if the people over there ever received word of this insane mech design. If there was one upside to the mission imposed by the Oblivion Gate Consortium, it was that Veronica actually enjoyed the opportunity to design a completely, unrestricted, mech. Naturally, the Mech Trade Association would absolutely grow horrified if they encountered his new Carmen mech in the wild. The mechers would definitely do everything in their power to prohibit its use, yet the fact that the Carmen system could actually enable norms to control mechs meant that their attempts were doomed to fail. Unless the MTA secretly solved the genetic aptitude tyranny in advance but never published the solution for whatever reason, Veronica's Carmen mechs would most definitely be able to conquer the hearts of countless norms. While Veronica felt guilty for using the Carmen system to lure a lot of gullible fools into bonding their lives to machines that might spell their doom one day, this was already the best she could do to give them a fighting chance. When gods fought against each other, the mortals suffered. At least Veronica was being a lot more earnest than others about giving the common people a chance to quickly grow strong enough to defend themselves, and maybe even take revenge one day. However, the current layout was not enough to constitute a viable framework for her new Carmen mech designs for the Milky Way. Master Willix no longer communicated with the cyborg cat with words, but instead raised her fingers to make purposeful and targeted changes and additions to the draft design. For example, she fiddled with the power reactor and the cockpit of a draft mech. This was essentially a way for the master mech designer to convey her doubts on how the Carmen mech would be able to accelerate the growth of a Carmen mech pilot to such an exaggerated speed. Not many mech designers were aware of this, but a knowledgeable master such as Willix definitely knew that it took a lot of time for mech pilots to grow their willpower. It usually took decades if not a century or more for expert pilots and ace pilots to strengthen and expand their extraordinary willpower to the next threshold. None of the solutions that the cyborg cat outlined so far addressed this particular issue. So far, Veronica came up with the concept of HALM in order to turn Carmen mechs into basic but serviceable combat assets that could immediately be employed on the battlefield. She proposed the development of partial convergence blood pack to quickly compress the training time of Carmen mech pilots and allow them to master their machines much faster than usual. These two solutions were only relevant to low-ranking Carmen mech pilots. Once any of these individuals broke through once or twice, they should quickly be able to close the gap with professional mech pilots and even break the limits of what humans were capable of under normal circumstances. That was the point where the Carmen mech pilots of the Milky Way no longer had much use for HALM and partial convergence blood packs anymore. After all, they should be able to control their bonded mechs with far better skill and precision. The Transcendence Glow might be able to speed up the progression of these Carmen mech pilots before and after they surpassed the extraordinary threshold, but it did not function as a universal cultivation elixir. As far as Veronica aware of, the Transcendence Glow mainly helped to solve a mech pilot's confusion and conflicting ideas. It strengthened the primary obsessions of mech pilots and amplified all positive and neutral emotions. It also diminished any negative thoughts and emotions, thereby cutting a lot of distractions of the affected individuals. What the Transcendence Glow emphatically could not do was to supply the huge amount of E-energy that the Carmen mech pilots needed to quantitatively grow their resonance strength. High-ranking mech pilots needed to develop their extraordinary skills in a quantitative as well as qualitative fashion in order to qualify for their next breakthroughs. Veronica's solutions only addressed the qualitative requirements up to this point. She had yet to address the quantitative demands, and unless she did that, her ambitious Carmen mech design would never work fast enough to produce the desired results. If Veronica designed her Carmen mech according to this incomplete layout, then it would still take at least a century to produce the first god pilots among its adopters, and these were just the outliers. By that time, the Oblivion Gate Consortium should have already pulled off their schemes long ago. Veronica did not think it would take 100 years for all of the infighting and a potential civil war between the MTA and CFA to last for so long. Veronica intended to give the common folk a means to develop power quickly enough to fight against the monsters that sought to destroy their homes and eradicate their lives. To address the problem related to speed, the cyborg cat added another key feature to her Carmen mech design. The cat very purposefully began to add more lines and technical specifications in the sketches. She too fiddled a lot with the power reactor and the cockpit, as if the two were intricately related to each other. These actions were completely valid and legitimate from an engineering perspective, but only mech designers at the senior level or above should be able to glean the true message that Veronica attempted to convey. The master mech designer sitting next to the incarnation narrowed her eyes. She definitely interpreted the message correctly. Veronica intended to solve the E-energy deficit problem by allowing her Carmen mechs to harvest them from their opponents. In other words, she wanted her Carmen mechs to grow quickly in a quantitative fashion by practicing a form of demonic cultivation. If she was designing a Carmen mech for the Red Ocean, then she had no need to bother with such a dangerous addition. The Carmen mech and pilot should easily be able to speed up their growth by absorbing E-energy radiation. This was the advantage of operating in a medium-energy environment. However, Veronica needed to adapt her work to a low-energy environment, which meant that she had to resort to less ideal methods to achieve the same results. Her solution was to impart a form of demonic cultivation to her MW Carmen Mech. Instead of behaving as herbivores, like his yellow jackets, her upcoming Carmen Mechs would turn into all-out predators that grew stronger by harvesting the spiritual energy of other life forms. This included humans, living mechs and other mechs to a lesser degree. Every mech possessed a spiritual foundation, but they were not necessarily as strong as that of his own works. The theory was sound, but the implications were heavy. The most obvious problem was that it introduced a dangerous new incentive structure. Any Carmen Mech pilot that had fought for a while would soon discover that they would grow stronger as long as they defeated and killed other mechs and people. More killing produced greater rewards, which encouraged the Carmen Mech pilots to kill even more individuals. In the worst-case scenario, this might end up producing mass murderers who were way too eager to resort to lethal solutions. Perhaps the Carmen Mech pilots might become just as bad as demonic cultivators of ancient times by wiping out all life in cities or planets in order to fuel their own cultivation. Veronica absolutely did not intend to let this happen. She would only end up accelerating original humanity's demise at the hands of its own deranged people. Fortunately, the senior mech designer already thought of how she could prevent the rise of all of these genocidal maniacs. The cat began to use her claw to tinker with the draft design. She raised the output of the power reactor, but then proceeded to cut the power lines. These little actions and more caused Master Willix to grow a little more reassured. Veronica essentially conveyed her intention to limit the destructive behavior of Carmen Mech pilots by disincentivizing any improper behavior. While she did not want her machines to turn into nannies, she felt responsible enough for her work to implement a mechanism that reduced the reward level when the Carmen Mech pilot crossed an egregious line. Veronica was able to control the levers that determined the efficacy of the Transcendence Glow as well as the practice of demonic cultivation. If a Carmen Mech pilot ever went mad and attacked an entire city's worth of innocent civilians, then the Carmen Mech would automatically dial down the effectiveness of all of the aforementioned features that sped up the quantitative accumulation of. In the worst-case scenario, the Carmen Mech would permanently disable its ability to harvest gains from both the Transcendence Glow and the practice of demonic few if any Carmen Mech pilots should be willing to cross the line once they learned of the heavy consequences if they went too far. Even so, Veronica did not think that would deter the edge cases from achieving enough success. In order to accelerate the growth of a large enough population of Carmen Mech pilots, Veronica could never impose too heavy restrictions on the gains made by practicing demonic cultivation. What was the criteria that she intended to use to distinguish between permissible and impermissible acts of killing? Only honorable combat dialed up the settings of the Transcendence Glow and demonic cultivation yields. Honor was the one quality that should be able to prevent her MW Carmen Mechs from degenerating into completely evil machines. While the cyborg cat only intended to use a loose definition of honor to make this distinction, she was confident enough that this incentive system should be enough to limit the damage inflicted by all of her MW Carmen Mechs. Master Willix digested these implicit messages and began to tweak the draft design, asking several questions about the less stable elements of the proposed Carmen Mech. Did Veronica fear that she may end up raising killers that were dangerous enough to destroy human civilization in the Milky Way even when they upheld their honor? Warfare involving mechs tended to produce a lot of collateral damage, especially if the fighting had reached the surface of developed planets. Many innocent people may lose their lives, homes and workplaces regardless of the restraint exhibited by the Carmen Mech pilots. Honor or not, these battle-hungry pilots may easily be regarded as monsters. Veronica knew that too many cases like these may end unhappening as a result of releasing her upcoming work, but she still believed it was for the best. Carmen Mech pilots could not afford to work under too many restraints. That would just end up delaying the emergence and subsequent growth of high-ranking mech pilots. As far as she was concerned, a little collateral damage was no big deal as long as the most successful Carmen Mech pilots grew quickly enough. Veronica began to sketch a few target dummies and loosely simulated the transformations that the Carmen Mech and mech pilot would undergo after participating in many battles. The difference between the Carmen Mech pilot and his enemies became smaller as time passed by. This hinted at another form of convergence. Veronica essentially conveyed the belief that if original humanity wished to slay the monsters that tormented them from above, people needed to make difficult sacrifices in order to gain the strength they needed to make a counterattack. In the absence of better solutions, only monsters could defeat other monsters. This was Veronica's way of dealing with the apparent truth that might was right. Chapter 6477 The Ultimate Illegal Mech. The Karman mechs that Veronica had in mind were designed to help humans fight against monsters. By monsters, Veronica meant any god pilots, star designers, other true gods, admirals and other warlords that sought to exploit the common folk to advance their own selfish desires. However, it was far too difficult to raise humans into new generations of god pilots that could effectively launch a counterattack against the schemers and unwitting accomplices that destabilized their society. If this experiment was successful, then his MW Karman mechs would become responsible for birthing a lot of god pilots, many of whom previously lived ordinary lives, yet managed to distinguish themselves repeatedly on the battlefield. Veronica had no expectation at all that most people would amount to anything. Norms that did not undergo formal mech piloting training should generally perform worse than professional mech pilots even with the help of Halm and partial convergence blood pacts. Even so, there were always expectations. Those with greater talent, luck or discipline should be able to rise above the rest and excel in their own ways. How many geniuses comparable to the chosen human had humanity missed out upon due to the fact that 96.5% of the population was not able to pilot mechs with the help of neural interfaces? Now that the Karman system completely eliminated this restriction, Veronica believed that the expanded mech community could welcome the rise of many new heroes whose hidden talents finally became useful. Those were the true talents that Veronica designed his new Karman mechs for. Halm and partial convergence blood pacts were meant to help these raw and uncut gems survive their first years as soldiers. This was when they were at their weakest and most vulnerable, as they had not yet developed their potential or proven themselves worthy of greater investment. Once they managed to survive this vulnerable period and successfully broke through, that was when they would get taken seriously. They should no longer have any problems with controlling their mechs or beating most of the cannon fodder they encountered in battle. What they truly had to be careful against was other champions, especially those that fought and honed themselves a lot longer. Veronica did not expect that high-ranking Karman mech pilots with poor foundations to be able to win duels against their professional counterparts. The best way to increase the win rate of the former was by accelerating their growth. As long as their resonance strength was higher than that of their opponents, these expert or ace Karman mechs should still be able to trounce other experts and aces. In order for Karman mech pilots to speed up their growth, they still needed to participate in a lot of battles. Demonic cultivation was a process where these pilots could only grow stronger by preying on their defeated opponents. This was very risky, as Karman mech pilots did not have the luxury of starting over if they ejected their cockpits. Unlike the Yellow Jacket designs where their oversized organic cockpits or biodomes essentially served as the cores for the living mechs, the cockpits of his MW Karman mechs lacked this crucial advantage. Once the mech frame was lost, the Karman mech was as good as dead. The Karman mech pilots of the Milky Way therefore only had a single chance to make the most out of their piloting careers. It was not that Veronica wanted to implement a version of the biodome in her Karman mech designs, but it was not feasible for several reasons. The more extensive use of biotechnology increased the logistical burden on the Karman mechs to an unacceptable level. Veronica also could not count on Lady Romonda DeVos to extend her design philosophy to the Milky Way. If she had a PP, then that would give their enemies an incentive to destroy it. There was no way to replace or substitute it, as the secretive member of the cosmopolitan movement did not have an incarnation equivalent to Veronica in the Milky Way. It was best to minimize the failure points of his upcoming Karman mech design by limiting the design team to just Veronica and Master Willix. While the limitations of the Karman system would result in a lot of tragedies and setbacks for his future customers in the Milky Way, the harsher penalties for failure should at least draw out the potential of the best of them even further. None of these Karman mech pilots could afford to fail. Only the best of them would be able to rise above their peers and become champions. Once they became high-ranking Karman mech pilots, their employers should be able to commission a design team to upgrade the corresponding machines into expert. Karman mechs are greater. That still wouldn't remove the fundamental problem, but the upgrades should still increase the survival rate for all of these precious and irreplaceable expert and ace Karman mechs, could retreat with their machines intact. As Veronica indirectly outlined her vision by expanding upon her sketches, Master Willix played devil's advocate and thoroughly queried the more questionable points of the bold new proposal. For example, when Master Willix sketched out a few versions of upgraded Karman mechs that possessed a few subtle vulnerabilities that might result in catastrophic failures in the cockpit, she posed a very important question in their shared mech designer language. The master mech designer essentially pointed out that the rate of breakthroughs was largely determined by the rules that governed the behavior of the kingdom of mechs. If the Mech Trade Association wanted to hinder the MW Karman mechs from producing expert pilots and ace pilots, the mechers could strangle breakthroughs by abusing their control over their kingdom. This was indeed serious concern to Vase. The current rules of the kingdom of mechs were already restrictive. Mech pilots needed to pass all sorts of invisible character tests in order to trigger a breakthrough process. Veronica already thought about this potential vulnerability. She would never give the MTA an opportunity to blackmail her or invalidate her vision by changing the rules of the kingdom of mechs. The cyborg cat grinned as she hastily sketched two different modular flight systems. One was based on older but more stable technological paradigms. The other was based on newer and less proven technological advances, much of which originated from research conducted in the Red Ocean. The cat eventually swiped the older flight system aside and paired the newer one with the proposed MW Karman mech. Veronica conveyed her decision to pair her upcoming MW Karman mech design with the Red Kingdom as opposed to the Kingdom of Mechs. She was confident that her clout and influence in the Red Ocean was great enough to prevent the star designers over there from blocking his insane and highly illegal Karman mechs. Of course, she would also have to promise that this mech would never show up in the Red Ocean. Master Willix certainly did not expect that the cat would resort to such a radical solution. It introduced multiple problems, such as weakening the ability of mech designers in the Milky Way to add their own specializations to the variants of the Karman mech designs. It also prevented Master Willix or other mech designers from applying newer design philosophies that had only been realized in the Kingdom of Mechs as opposed to the Red Kingdom. The two used to be one, so they shared the same common base. Unfortunately, starting from the final day of the Survivalist Conference, the two intangible kingdoms had gone their separate ways, thereby causing subsequent advances in mech design to get split up as well. This was not a big problem for now as only a couple of years had passed, but once a decade or more had passed, the divergence in mech development would become increasingly more severe. Veronica could only shrug and scratch her head at this problem. It was not a crippling problem, just an annoying one. The only way to truly solve this problem was to connect her MW Karman mech designs to the Kingdom of Mechs, but that was unlikely. The cyborg cat refused to believe in the goodwill of the star designers of the Milky Way, especially since she was not familiar with any of these legendary creators. Master Willix contemplated the framework that Veronica had expanded upon. It was only now that it looked viable enough to work at every stage. The combination of Halm, the partial convergence blood pact, demonic cultivation and the Red Kingdom should result in a deviously effective Karman mech design, but also one that broke a record in terms of MTA violation. Veronica would cement herself as one of the best innovators but also the worst war criminals of the MW mech industry. Countless norms would celebrate her as the father, heir, mother of Karman mechs. Many mechers and other worried people would simultaneously curse her for designing exceedingly dangerous mechs that possessed more risk factors than a flimsy light skirmisher. The danger of piloting his MW Karman mechs was not small. All of the aforementioned design applications devised by Veronica could go terribly wrong. High-autonomy living mechs introduced the risk of machines rebelling against their human masters. Veronica liked to believe that her living mechs were all honest and obedient to their human mech pilots, but that was an unrealistic expectation. A conflict between Karman mechs and their human pilots was bound to happen sooner or later. Partial convergence blood pact came with the risk of contamination of the Karman mech pilot by his Karman mech. This meant that the personality of the pilot might get overridden by the personality of his own machine, resulting in a partial or complete loss of identity. The Transcendence Glow altered the behavior of the Karman mech pilots, particularly during stressful and dangerous situations, and encouraged them to make reckless decisions that they would otherwise reject. Veronica feared that repeated exposure to the Transcendence Glow would indoctrinate the Karman mech pilots and permanently distort their personalities and attitude towards combat. After a decade of hard fighting, would the pilots still retain enough of their former selves to constitute the same individuals? Demonic cultivation brought its own obvious risk factors. It was not for nothing that the mere idea of it was enough to disgust a lot of people, particularly the old guard who originally rebelled against the Five Scrolls Compact. While Veronica tried to make sure to set up her upcoming Karman mech designs to disincentivize mass slaughter and other dishonorable behavior, this was not a foolproof method. It was still possible to hack a Karman mech and disable this secure measure if a mech designer or cultivator knew what he was doing. The cyborg cat could only do her best and hope that others would not be able to jailbreak her Carmen mechs on a wider scale. Finally, connecting her MW Carmen mechs to the Red Kingdom introduced another host of problems. Veronica was pretty sure that distance was not a problem due to the insane properties of this offshoot pinnacle work. However, using the Red Kingdom to support a mech that was solely designed to be used in the Milky Way might constitute a hostile incursion. This was a big deal. Once this connection became exposed, Red Humanity effectively proved its intention to conduct active sabotage on original humanity. That would escalate this problem to the highest level. Even if the star designers and the god pilots of original humanity were too far away to launch any counter-attacks against Red Humanity, they could still point their crosshairs at the Oblivion Empire. Veronica, Helena and their mother would come under an even greater threat. The cyborg cat had very little confidence that the natural environment of the Nixian Gap could protect them against the fury of so many Tier 1 galactic citizens. Perhaps, the only way for them to safeguard their lives was by accepting the shelter of the Five Scrolls Compact. Chapter 6478 Mech Designers Represent. After presenting her MW Carmen Mech proposal to Master Willix and receiving her covert feedback, Veronica had set her mind to design the most unrestrained machine of her career up to date. The new Carmen Mech design project had a profound impact on her psyche. The cyborg cat felt that the project broke so many taboos at the same time that she had taken a decisive step towards an unforgivable direction. If Veronica hadn't committed other professional violations in the past, then she would scarcely be able to bring herself past this mental threshold. While the cat believed she was doing the right thing in the end, it was still difficult for her to bear this feeble justification. The incarnation shook her head. There was not much point in procrastinating over her decision. Her motivations were righteous and her logic was sound. She believed in her vision, and as long as that was the cause, she would still hold on to her creed as a mech designer. Mech designers existed to serve mech pilots. Veronica's work would still abide by this commandment, even though her work put them in much greater peril than before. With at least 4 huge risk factors, she could not prevent her upcoming Carmen mechs from endangering her future customers as well as the people around them. Even if the probability of anything going wrong was less than 1%, the popularity and attraction of Carmen mechs was so high that they would undoubtedly take the Milky Way by storm. When a huge number of Carmen mechs quickly got produced and sold to gullible norms that did not fully understand the risks, then a lot of people were bound to experience both joy and suffering. Veronica had little control over what people would do with her machines. Perhaps she could program additional restrictions and refine the incentive structure of her MW Carmen mechs to a much greater degree, but it was not a good idea to overcomplicate the matter. She even thought about constructing a more precise and well-defined incentive and punishment structure modeled after the mech designer system. This new system would give both the Carmen mech pilots and their living partners clear rules and guidance on what they needed to do to maximize their growth. However, an overly complicated system might cause these pilots and their living mechs to become too dependent on guidance from a third party. If they ceased to think by themselves, then the mech pilot would ultimately fail to develop the extraordinary willpower that was necessary for them to accomplish great deeds. It was best to keep her design as simple as possible, especially when the cyborg cat already planned to incorporate a lot of new and experimental features. Before Veronica concluded her initial discussion on her ambitious mech proposal, Master Willix asked an important question. "What codename will you choose for this project of yours?" The silvery cat paused in thought. This mech breaks almost every boundary set by the MTA and the mech industry of this galaxy. It allows norms to pilot mechs. It grants unprecedented autonomy to mechs. It partially merges the man and machine ahead of schedule. It encourages breakthroughs by forcing mech pilots to be more decisive. It also answers to the Red Kingdom as opposed to the Kingdom of Mechs. Since this singular project is associated with so many egregious violations, I'll just call it the Rule Breaker Project. The name granted a definite, bad boy vibe to the mech design project. Anyone who heard this label would definitely make the assumption that the mech design implied nothing good. This was exactly what Veronica wanted to achieve. She did not want to treat this mech design project as a routine job, but rather a massive deviation from her normal design process. The mech designs that she would prepare for this highly illegal project ignored all of the laws and taboos of the Mech Trade Association. The very existence of the Rule Breaker Project was nothing less than a giant middle finger towards the MTA. Veronica briefly felt rather guilty about it. She had her complaints about the MTA, but that did not change the fact that she benefited a lot from its regime. From providing a stable market and industry environment for destructive war machines, to keeping the peace in human civilization for over 4 centuries, the power superinstitution had undoubtedly done a lot of good for everyone. The MTA's overall policies were highly slanted towards the weak and ordinary citizens of the human race. Sure, the Mechers also looked down on space peasants, but the former never egregiously mistreated the latter. When Veronica used to be weak, the MTA was her savior. Now that she had become stronger, she finally began to suffer under the MTA's suppression of rival players. No matter what, the Mech Trade Association was still a hegemonic power that did not tolerate any challengers to its authority other than the Common Fleet Alliance. It was not just third parties such as the Oblivion Empress and the first-rate superstates that chafed under the reign of the Big Two. The new guard within the ranks of the association that got squeezed out of the true seats of power by the old guard also got treated like losers. This created a fault line within the MTA that the Oblivion Gate Consortium sought to take advantage of. If this internal division did not exist, then Veronica believed her mother wouldn't be so bold as to plot the downfall of the Big Two. Whatever the case, Veronica tried not to think too hard on how culpable she would be for all of the deeds that her mother and her fellow conspirators planned to commit. As far as the little cyborg cat was concerned, she was just a mech designer. Her only job was to fulfill her commission and present a set of Carmen mech designs. What people did after she handed over her work was none of her business. She had already satisfied her conscience by adding a basic incentive structure to discourage unnecessary killing. After the two mech designers discussed the preparations they needed to make in order to guarantee smooth progress after they formally embarked on the project, Master Willix gave one more word of advice to her junior. Our works are not merely products. They are also statements. The Carmen mechs that you and I are about to design for the countless norms that reside in the Milky Way have never been served by any mech designer in the past. We, but primarily you, will be the first to communicate to them with a level of respect usually afforded to mech pilots. This is a novel privilege to them, and I am certain that our message will leave a profound impression on their minds. The cyborg cat tilted her feline head. What are you trying to say, Master? Our upcoming works are destined not to conform to the rules set by the MTA, but I hope that you will still do your best to ensure that your Carmen mechs uphold the honor and integrity of our profession. Do not get too absorbed by the power and possibilities of your rule breaker project and treat your potential customers as test subjects. It just so happened that Veronica precisely began to regard the many future users of her upcoming Carmen mechs as test subjects. It couldn't be helped as she planned to conduct multiple simultaneous live experiments on features that she had not yet tested in reality. Veronica had done this so often in the past that this mindset came natural to her. It was not until Master Willix felt the need to give this reminder that the cat evaluated her current attitude. I don't see a way to think about our customers as anything other than test subjects. The cyborg cat honestly admitted. I mean, it is not as if I can reduce the scope of the rule breaker project and design a watered-down version that is safer but also has much less potential. We don't have the time to conduct safety studies. I can only put my trust in our design capabilities and hope that our end results satisfy our expectations without producing too many accidents. The master mech designer understood just as well as the cat how the circumstances did not permit a better process. Do the best you can, Veronica. You do not only represent yourself, but all of the mech designers in both galaxies. Do not tarnish the reputation and dignity of our profession to the people of the Milky Way. As long as you remember that we are their servants as opposed to their masters, other mech designers will acknowledge your sincerity and try to forgive your many transgressions. They may give you unexpected support when it matters, so do not dismiss the value of doing what is right. The MTA did not stand for all of the mech designers of original humanity. There were far more professionals out there that did not have a good relationship with the overbearing super-organization. This may include other star designers, many of whom carried a lot of political weight in human society. Veronica slowly nodded, expressing her willingness to follow the master's advice. Now that she had concluded most of her immediate business in the Milky Way, the cyborg cat turned back to her desk terminal and began to look up academic literature relevant to her rule breaker project. She came up with a lot of new and subversive features for her upcoming Carmen. While she was confident she could design all of them from scratch, who knew if there were other mech designers who conducted research into comparable mech systems? It was always faster to get stuff done if she copied someone else's homework. At the very least, referencing the work of others should at least strengthen the theoretical basis for her upcoming design applications. Meanwhile, back in the Red Ocean, Vase began to wrap up his business trip to the Xianxia Central Star Node. Vase had fulfilled most of the goals he set for this visit. While he could stay in his office at the Astral Octagon for another week and exercise his duties as the chief counselor of the Upper Council of the Red Collective, he saw little value in doing stuff in person. The only advantage of doing all of this work himself was that he would get to know the officials working for the Red Collective on a personal level. While it was important for Vase to expand his network within the Red Collective if he wanted to strengthen his influence over it, he had too many other priorities to attend to. Politicking did not come naturally to him. It was better to delegate this responsibility to his chief of staff, who appeared to be more than capable of forging new connections with her new colleagues. Of course, letting Eliza Mo Regadan do all of this work would make Vase overly dependent on her continued service to him, but he was not too worried. Eliza's authority originated from himself. She would never be able to borrow his clout and authority without his sanction. She had also joined the Larkinson clan, so Vase did not have too many concerns about her loyalty. If it turned out that he had misjudged her, then Vase would just treat this as another life lesson. Just a day after the Evolution Witch's shocking announcement, Vase boarded the Tarrasque once more. Freshly repaired and upgraded, the slightly expanded Blue Jay fleet slowly departed from the orbit of Lorraine in full view of the public. Vase was sure that a lot of enthusiastic ship owners would have commanded their vessels to form an honor guard or just create a lane in respect for his latest and most significant contribution to red humanity. Already, so many people had begun to take their brand new yellow jackets for a spin and already fell in love with their machines, as well as the mech designer that made it all possible. Unfortunately, the security risks were too high to approve a bombastic send-off. Not a single starship or other vessel hovered anywhere close to the flight trajectory submitted by the Blue Jay fleet. It was only after the entire fleet transitioned into FTL travel that Xianxia gradually returned to normal. Chapter 6479 The Best Carmen Mech Pilots. The journey from Xianxia to New Constantinople proceeded without incident so far. The Red Association and more notably the Red Collective had already deployed more scout vessels than last time to keep a close eye on the star systems situated in between. Not only were they trying to make sure that the cosmopolitans and the native aliens wouldn't be able to sneak close to launch another ambush, the RA and the RC also sought to hunt down the remnants of the enemy forces that had snuck behind enemy lines 2 weeks prior. Not all of the Phase Lords and alien warships had crossed the border and returned to alien space. This concerned Red 2, Air, Red 3 a lot, as these enemies could inflict a lot of damage on supply convoys and unprepared warfleets transiting to the border regions. The current suspicion was that many of the Phase Lords and alien warships had fallen back to a nearby pocket space. There were still many pocket spaces spread throughout the entire dwarf galaxy. Red humanity had only mapped out a fraction of them, as they almost gave no clues of their existence. These Phase Whale enclaves posed a substantial hidden threat to red humanity. Uncovering them and collapsing them had always been in high priority, but it was easier said than done. Only expensive and specialized scanning devices could detect these well-hidden pocket spaces, but space was so vast that it took far too many vessels to manually scan so many star systems in a reasonable amount of time. The lack of assets and the urgency of the Red Tide offensive diverted far too many soldiers and mobile assets to the front lines. The only vessels the RA and RC could spare for this chore was dispatching a lot of cheap, easily mass-producible frigates. As small and fragile they may be, they possessed a considerable advantage in speed and numbers. While it was mostly the heavy cruisers and battleships that got showcased in the news articles, it took too much time and resources to fabricate them on a large scale, especially since red humanity's industrial capacity was still deficient. This meant that frigates and destroyers happened to be the most numerous warships fielded by humans. They were handy little ships that possessed enough power to defend themselves but still remained affordable enough that losing a dozen of them practically did no harm. Unfortunately, everything had a price. The smaller escort ship classes offered much less room for weapon systems, so their ability to punch above their weight and take down larger enemies was very limited. They had a lot more in common with mechs than capital ships, and were only truly suited to fend off strike craft other escort vessels in most cases. The only notable exception to this rule was warships equipped with spinal-mounted cannons. The Menace Rebode, the latest RF destroyer to join the Blue Jay fleet, was exactly such a vessel. During the journey, Vase contacted the recently promoted Commodore Zonrad Rees and managed to get his hands on the basic design schematics and technical specifications of the siege-oriented destroyer. While the documents transmitted by Sigrund mostly contained publicly available information, the additional details provided Vase with enough understanding of what the Wygrid Balsan-class vessel was capable of under ideal circumstances. The ship only truly possessed one big gun, but if fully charged, the Menace Rebode may actually fire a shot powerful enough to breach through the Tarask's Azure energy shield and damage her exterior plating. This was great for creating gaps in the defenses of enemy assets. Even if the Menace Rebode was not powerful enough to strike down enemy warships with a single blast, other mechs and warships could launch follow-up attacks based on the opening created by the transphasic hyper-laser spinal cannon. This was highly respectable damage for a destroyer that was only a fraction as large or expensive as the Tarask. It's a pity it takes too damn long to charge the main cannon. The Menace Rebode had to charge her spinal cannon for at least 6 minutes to fire a massive laser beam. The upsides were that the spinal cannon was remarkably precise and accurate for a weapon of this exaggerated scale. The naval designers paid a lot of attention to this as they originally envisioned the Menace Rebode to serve as a siege weapon in smaller flotillas. Most frigates and destroyers possessed enough firepower to swat down mechs and beat up warships of the same sizes. Unfortunately, they usually lacked the punch to bring down fortified space stations and groundside fortresses. This was where ships like the Menace Rebode came in. As long as the target was stationary, her spinal cannon could blast open the defenses at a luxurious range that ruled out nearly all forms of direct counterattacks. If the target happened to be a large moving starship, then the Menace Rebode could still play a useful role, though the probability of missing was much higher. It was actually better for the Menace Rebode to fire her spinal cannon at quarter power in these cases. The higher attack frequency reduced the consequences of missing the target while also exerting more pressure. All in all, Vase could have used this vessel during the Battle of Mazepin. The Menace Rebode was able to launch precise, long-ranged attacks that inflicted damage comparable to tactical weapons of mass destruction. It would have been great if the Blue Jay fleet had an entire squadron of Wygrid Balsam-class destroyers at its disposal. If Vase had a dozen of these destroyers on hand during the last battle, then the defenses of those annoying Archiphase lords would have been cracked much sooner. Warships can still be useful, isn't that right, Lucky? Meow. The gem cat yawned as he aimlessly floated around. Vase rolled his eyes and turned to Vector Lobin, who had entered the design lab in order to provide an update on various matters. So I no longer have any pressing assignments, is that correct? That is true, Vase. The evolution which has issued no further demands to you, so you are free to do what you want as long as you make sure to allocate enough time to fulfill your duty to the Red Collective. You are currently regarded as her agent within the new organization, so many of your actions will reflect back to her. So do not neglect your responsibilities and pay attention to what you are saying. Vase nodded in understanding. I will make sure to do that. I don't have time to mess around in the Red Collective anyway. There are a bunch of old mech design projects that I really need to complete, and I also have to design a bunch of new Karman mechs to satisfy the demand of richer and more powerful norms. He also had to fabricate a custom yellow jacket in order to complete a past transaction, but that was a minor chore that he could complete over the course of the journey. It is good that you are not letting your newfound power and authority dominate your attention. You are still a mech designer, so the best way you can continue to make contributions to the war effort is by doing your original job. Vector agreed with Vess's decision before glancing over at the projected design interface. By the way, what are you planning to design? Is that another Karman mech? This is a contradictory design. It not only lacks a biodome, but it is also based on another low-end mech, although you have chosen a humanoid shape. This time, the demand for this mech will not be as great when the yellow jacket models are already released on the market. Vase did not expect for the transhumanist to talk about his draft design for the Rule Breaker project. Perhaps he had been a little careless about working on a mech design that clearly looked out of place. However, since Vase dared to work on this mech design in the Red Ocean, he was not afraid of exposure either. Who knew how many secret intergalactic communication channels that humans from both galaxies had managed to retain? Not everyone in the Milky Way had obeyed the order to destroy these rare and technologically advanced communication methods. There were bound to be more people than just Vase and his mother that were able to connect with people who resided in the other galaxy. This meant that once Vase published the illegal mechs he designed for his Rule Breaker project in the Milky Way, the people of the Red Ocean would find out sooner or later. It would be better if Vase exposed this dangerous mech design project to the Red Association right at the start. Being transparent would build a lot of trust and remove the surprise factor. The Oblivion Gate Consortium commissioned a series of special Karman mechs for use in the Milky Way. Vase briefly explained, "There's a lot of complicated stuff associated with this project, but it shouldn't directly impact the Red Ocean, I can say. The Evolution Witch knows more, so you can go to her if you want more answers." All that was a nonsense statement. Vase was not even able to get a hold of her most of the time. Professor Vector Loban did not have enough status in the transhumanist faction to earn the privilege of speaking to a god pilot directly. He knew that as well, so he decided to drop the conversation even though he already detected a number of alarming clues in the draft design. "Very well, have you already begun to outline the Karman mechs for the premium segment of the expanded mech market?" "Not yet." Vase shook his head. "I have a few tentative ideas in mind, but I still plan to wait a few weeks to observe how red humans are reacting and making use of the yellow jackets. Their strengths and shortcomings will help me design premium Karman mechs that are capable of filling in some of the gaps that the yellow jackets cannot cover. I don't have enough market information at the moment to define the premium Karman mechs that our target audience truly needs. That is a prudent approach, but do not wait too long. Demand for Karman mechs remains high. It would be a shame if all of the talented and better trained elites resort to piloting yellow jackets because of your slow progress. Every norm starts out from scratch, Vector. Perhaps there are norms that have spent a lot of time on playing virtual mech games, but you know as well as I do that most of the piloting skills can't be transferred over due to the highly simplified control systems. You are correct, but we have already found that there is one broad group of people that are able to adapt faster to piloting Karman mechs. Their pre-existing skill sets, discipline and fighting spirits even allows us to remove 2 or 3 years out of the training period needed to transform them into acceptable Karman mech pilots." Vase already had a good clue of what sort of people the transhumanist was talking about. "Are you talking about the Sword Maidens?" "Much more than that, Vase. I am speaking of infantry troopers. Any professional soldier trained for infantry combat possesses adequate to excellent fighting skills. The majority are adept at close-quarters combat and they have also gained enough proficiency in marksmanship. They know how to fight as a team, they are good at following orders and they understand the importance of hierarchy. Since they do not require too much weapons training to get accustomed to handling the weapons of the Yellow Jacket models, they can spend much of their time on learning how to control the machines themselves. This does not require 5 or 10 years as long as the training is focused enough. Best of all, there are so many infantry troopers that we can quickly raise a large amount of Karman mech regiments that can be made battle-ready in just 2 or 3 years. We plan to allocate more Karman mechs to these soldiers and future Karman mech pilots." That actually sounded really fantastic. Prioritizing shipments of Karman mechs to already trained and capable infantry soldiers was a good way to reduce the amount of years it took to flood the frontlines with cheap and semi-disposable Karman mechs. Chapter 6480 Infantry Conversion. The people of the Red Ocean learned pretty soon that giving Karman mechs to completely untrained civilians was a big waste. It was not impossible to train them into effective combatants, but the time it took to instill so many essential fighting skills and theories was so long that the Red War might already be over by the time these folks could prove themselves on the battlefield. Clever people quickly realized that by prioritizing existing infantry soldiers, they could not only shave valuable years off that lengthy training period, but also gain a large amount of obedient and disciplined Karman mech pilots. More importantly than that, these pilots might not all be blooded, but their prior training should have already hardened them for warfare. This meant that they were much less likely to lose their morale and trigger a premature rout. If Karman mech pilots did not possess the courage to stand their ground when the battle went against their favor, then they were practically useless in the current war. Compared to ordinary civilians who were still not used to the reality of warfare, infantry soldiers could at least be counted upon to know when to stand their ground and when to retreat. This was why a lot of states had suddenly begun to reserve a lot of yellow jackets for their newly raised Karman mech units. Many infantry soldiers had already begun to sign up for a coveted transfer to these experimental units. Only the best and most qualified among them would earn a chance to become military Karman mech pilots. Vase paid loose attention to this new and emerging trend. Since many states were currently under martial law, it was not that difficult to divert a lot of Karman mech production to service military needs as opposed to private demand. This made it a lot harder for civilians and private mech forces to get their hands on Karman mechs. This subsequently tempered the insane demand spike, as the civilians could not justify why they should get their Karman mechs first before actual soldiers. After all, ever since a consensus had emerged that every Karman mech pilot had to volunteer for war duty, a lot of people who initially reacted with great enthusiasm towards the Yellow Jackets had suddenly grown a lot less eager to obtain their machines. Vase could clearly see that this was Red Association meddling at work. With a number of deft policies, the Mechers elegantly solved the problem of excess demand and rising dissatisfaction stemming from an inability to obtain a Yellow Jacket. Hopefully this would keep the masses satisfied for a few years. After all, unless they were rich or possessed good connections, it was really not possible for common folk to fulfill their dreams of piloting actual mechs. What about the Jacket Commander? Vase asked his personal assistant. Many people are talking about the Yellow Jacket models and Karman mechs in general, but there is hardly any mention of the command mech in the news. Are they selling on a proportional basis, or is everyone ignoring the Jacket Commander because it isn't shiny enough? Gavin Newman shrugged. The sales of the Jacket Commander are currently meager, but we do not expect this to stay this way. Once our customers know what the Yellow Jackets are capable of, they will eventually acknowledge the value of the Jacket Commander. The purpose of this command mech still exists even if the Yellow Jackets are piloted by trained infantrymen. No matter what, infantry troopers that only spent a few years in Karman mech boot camp could never develop all of the necessary skills. They would still remain rookies in many aspects related to mech piloting. It was fully worthwhile to allow a professional mech pilot to accompany them in a purpose-built Jacket Commander. If sales of the Jacket Commander doesn't pick up in the next few months, then consider lowering the price and marketing it more aggressively. I really don't want to see Karman mechs flying around like headless chickens on the battlefield because infantry soldiers don't know how to orient and navigate in a space environment. Infantry soldiers should not have too many issues with acclimating to landbound mech combat, but it was a different story if they were piloting Karman mechs in space. Real mech pilots devoted entire years in the Mech Academy to learn physics and orbital mechanics, and how to apply these stuffy theories in practice by piloting spaceborne mechs in reality or in simulation programs. The younger the mech cadets began to learn how to fight in space, the more fluently they would be able to navigate space battles. Infantry soldiers who were already past their adolescence would have a harder time picking up the necessary skills as they had already exited their rapid growth stages. This was why they needed the guidance of a trained and seasoned mech pilot that knew his business in a space environment. I will pass on your recommendations to the LMC, Gavin affirmed. How much production is the LMC handling by itself? Very little on a proportional basis. The LMC has essentially lost control over the production and proliferation of the Yellow Jackets and the Jacket Commanders to a lesser degree. So many mech manufacturers have licensed our new mech designs so they are free to dominate the mech market and tap into a much larger customer base that had previously been neglected. Every large and respectable mech company has realized how crucial it is for their Yellow Jackets to capture the hearts of all of the norms that they previously treated as bystanders. If the mech manufacturers are too slow, they will miss out a critical chance to develop a good first impression to a brand new customer base. That made a lot of sense. The LMC did not have to join this rat race as it was the only mech company that produced and sold the most original versions of the Yellow Jackets, but other mech companies were eager to stand out from the competition. Vase briefly browsed the galactic net. He could already find brand new entries of hastily modified variants of the first commercial Karman mechs. More third-party variants were bound to flourish in the next month as many people sought to improve upon the base models. Okay, I understand. Let these companies play with my mech designs. They are already out there, and we will receive the appropriate fees even if we have deliberately set them at a low level to encourage proliferation. Enough about the Yellow Jackets. Is there anything else on the agenda? Gavin nodded. Another matter has come up, boss. Vice Director Maria Absalon wishes to enter into a discussion with you on how to handle all of the phase water organ projects that you have foisted onto the Larkinson Biotech Institute's lap. According to her words, she believed it would take far too long to research and decipher the working principles of all of the phase water organs that you have recently acquired. The Vice Director wants to discuss numerous different possibilities on how to handle your demands. I believe that there is a high probability that she will request that you arrange a collaboration between the Larkinson Biotech Institute and the Red Collective's Phase Lord Department. She is convinced that it will massively cut down the research time and grow artificial new phase water organs that fully fit your physique. What are your thoughts? The idea was sound on the surface, but had one big problem. Vase would be exposing a large amount of details of his own combat system to third parties. He did not have enough trust in the collies that worked in the Phase Lord department to protect his privacy. Many researchers and others who worked in the Phase Lord department originally came from other forces such as the RA, RF, Terran Alliance, Rubarthan Pact and more. It should be an expectation that they would leak all of the sensitive information about Ves's true body to the other players. This might be fine so long as Vase remained friendly with them all, but there may come a time where he had to treat them as his enemies. If they got their hands on detailed information that described the functioning of all of his phase water organs, then they could plan out a targeted ambush that may very well claim his life. Let us investigate whether we can afford to divert our course to the reticulocorine system. Vase proposed. As far as I remember, the Dragon's Den is still parked in orbit of the untamed planet. What's going on with reticulocorine V anyway? The Dragon's Den has indeed remained in place, primarily to conduct research on soulless gas and how the local exo-beasts have adapted to frequent exposure to this exotic substance. The situation on the surface of reticulocorine V has shifted, but the local garrison reports that the planet remains calm for the most part. The calamity beasts that we have detected so far remain content to stay in their own territories. Vase felt pleased after hearing that. How is the harvesting of soulless gas? It is proceeding smoothly, but we are only piling up canisters of this special gas in any warehouse or cargo hold that is convenient. We have not yet begun to produce a new Larkinson exclusive mech that utilizes soulless gas on a wider scale. However, that may be about to change as one of our mech designers is on the cusp of completing our latest mass production mech design. Oh yeah, I remember. Kedis is about to complete her Stormblade Samurai Mark II that is designed for commercialization. We don't intend to use any soulless gas for commercial products, though. Kedis has also designed a variant that is Larkinson exclusive. The Stormblade Samurai Mark I is still a respectable mech model, but it has already turned into Alaskan mech. Your former protege is eager to equip the Sword Maidens with a relatively affordable but still very modern hyper mech for the rank and file of her mech legion. That is a good idea. We could use every advantage that we can get, and all of the ad hoc hyper technology upgrades that our mech designers have applied to our outdated mechs is getting rather annoying. When you return to New Constantinople, you should discuss with your wife on diverting more design teams to upgrade all of our outdated mech lines. The fact that we are still relying too much on older mech models that hail from the Facewater generation is a travesty. Kedis is doing her Sword Maidens a great service. The rest of you need to respond to the demands of others. His assistant made a good point. Vase should spend more time on updating other Larkinson exclusive mech lines, but he was so busy that he might not be able to spare enough time for this chore. He should delegate this task to other design teams as the straightforward upgrades did not necessarily require his personal intervention. Speaking of Kedis, has she come in touch with the Heavensward? Vase asked his assistant. I am 99% sure that the autonomous sword that immigrated to our dwarf galaxy the other day is on its way to a certain journeyman mech designer. When I looked back at the footage and extrapolated the direction of travel, it is pretty obvious that the sword is heading straight to the location of the expeditionary fleet at the time. There is only one swordmaster that is remotely worthy of wielding this blade. If the Heavensward hasn't already arrived, then it should still be on its way. Gavin made a brief check. The Heavensward has not made a reappearance. Neither Kedis, the expeditionary fleet or any third parties have discovered the presence of this remarkable weapon. If it is relying solely on warp travel based on the spatial manipulation abilities of a lesser phase whale, then it may take multiple weeks or even months for the sword to traverse all of that distance. Perhaps Kedis can speed up this rendezvous by boarding a fast courier and try to intercept the weapon in advance. That is a good suggestion, though I doubt she will agree.